Chapter 171 Boss Joe, who could see 1,000 steps ahead, met his Waterloo. 3. Yan Shuyu, having nothing more to worry about, might still look to be disinterested in the boss, but that was mainly because she was still a little bit mad at him. She had already been prepared to only deny him half-heartedly. As long as the boss didn't try anything else, once she was no longer angry, she'd probably make a move on him voluntarily. Now that she had that idea in her mind, it wouldn't be right for her to take his check. If she had accepted his check then be with him, she'd turn into a kept woman. That would violate the moral standard that she had held for over the past 20 years of her life. She couldn't bring herself to do that, nor was she shameless enough to ask for the boss to pay her to be his woman. With the boss's look and body and the technique and endurance that could only belong to a male lead in an age story, the truth was, she had always felt that she was the bigger winner between the two of them already. Asterisk. Yan Shuyu was way too poor in this lifetime. If this was her previous life, she would even willingly eat bran and vegetables and cheat her own parents for money to support the boss. Of course, Yan Shuyu knew that that was a very treacherous way of thinking. Even she was ashamed of her own thoughts, but looking at the boss's very probing look and straightforward question, she wasn't able to give him the answer. She felt seriously embarrassed. The boss, who was usually very understanding and didn't even put her on the spot like this when he was mad at her earlier, would not let this one go. He insisted on getting to the bottom of this. There's a reason for everything, right? Yan Shuyu struggled desperately. No, there is no reason. I'm a very unreasonable person. Then why did you accept the check from Madam Chin? Do you have more respect for her? Yan Shuyu. Even though the boss was looking very calm and friendly right now, Yan Shuyu suddenly had the thought that if she didn't tread carefully, she just might not be able to go home tonight. Granted, giving him the truthful answer would lead to the same outcome. She was an idiot when she climbed inside of the pirate ship, no. Pirate car. At this very crucial moment, Yan Shuyu suddenly has a stroke of genius. She replied wittily, I can't just take your money for no reason. Madam Chin gave me the check because I promised her that I will stay away from you. And now you said you will give me a check, do you want me to stay away from you too? Just like that, she tossed a very embarrassing question back to the boss. She was so witty, Yan Shuyu had stopped blushing, and her volume went up. She met the boss's gaze head on. Even Zhou Qinhei hadn't expected her sudden stroke of wittiness. He paused for a little, and then the way he was looking at her changed. He looked at her full of tenderness and said to her, do you really not know what it is that I want from you? The atmosphere in the car became suggestive all of a sudden, and Yan Shuyu, to her own dismay, blushed all over again. When the boss openly said he was interested in her, she could still put up the I am well experienced front and laughed and talked as usual, but now, with just a look, or a suggestive sentence, she'd all of a sudden blush uncontrollably. Yan Shuyu was very disappointed at her own ability in self-control, but she felt completely helpless in front of his near-lethal gaze. She reflexively avoided his gaze and looked down slightly, with shyness on her that even she wasn't aware of. She said, well, then you know the answer to that. So, you didn't want my check because you didn't want to stay away from me. Yan Shuyu, meow, meow, meow. The head that was just lowered popped right back up immediately. The boss's words were so shocking. And that logic of his. She couldn't even figure out what to say to that. Yan Shuyu thought it through and realized that it sort of made sense to arrive at that conclusion from what she had said. Well, that was a little bit embarrassing. She ended up jumping into the trap that she had set for herself. She turned beet red once again, but she still said stubbornly, no. That's not it. You have overanalyzed it. Her voice became softer and less convincing as Zhou Qinhei had already reached out his hand and placed it on the back of her head. Yan Shuyu, much like someone whose neck had been held, dared not make another move. Chapter 172 Just like that, her first kiss with the boss ingrained deeply into her mind. 1. As the back of her head was held, the distance between the two had shortened significantly. Their two faces were less than a fist's distance apart, and their breathing was clearly audible. It wasn't the first time that the boss was so close to her, but Yan Shuyu wasn't her normal self today. She had been blushing left and right, and this moment was no different. Her heart was beating so fast that it could jump out of her throat at any given minute, and her palms were clammy. Then she heard the boss's tender voice, Yan, perhaps you want to think it over before you answer that answer. Yan Shuyu. How was she supposed to think it over like this? Yan Shuyu finally just gave in and shut her eyes. Okay, whatever. What she meant to say was, you can interpret that however you want, but as her words weren't concise enough, and the boss was a very creative person, when he repeated it, the meaning had been altered completely. In a very suggestive tone, Zhou Qinhei asked her, oh, you mean I can do as I please? Hey, why did it feel like he was about to start driving any minute now? Yan Shuyu reflexively opened up her eyes and suddenly saw the boss's handsome face immediately in front of her own. The boss had leaned in even closer while she had her eyes closed. The two faces were now only a finger's distance apart. That wasn't something that she had experienced before. Finding it too overly exciting, Yan Shuyu quickly closed her eyes again from intimidation. Well, she wasn't completely intimidated, she was also a little bit excited. He was so close that she could see his perfect shaped lips which she very much would like to kiss. She felt for sure that the boss has the same idea in mind. After all, she was so pretty and the boss was looking at her from such a close distance. Anyway, one thought of it, he should be very tempted right now. In order to maintain her innocent little fairy character setting, she decided to hand the reins over to the boss, which was why she decided to abruptly close her eyes. As she was being so cooperative, the distance between them decreased even more. Yan Shuyu could even feel the boss's breath on her, then she could feel his nose touching hers. She didn't even need to open up her eyes to imagine how the boss's tall and straight nose was touching hers. The perfect sensation only made her look forward more to the even more intimate contact that was to follow. The boss had then lowered his head and their foreheads, too, touched each other's. Yan Shuyu felt her heart pounding all over again. Maintaining this curious distance, Zhou Qinhei suddenly chuckled as though he had just thought of something funny. His chest vibrated, and the light chuckle came spilling out from his throat. His was a very wholehearted chuckle and also very salacious, but the words coming out of him weren't as nice. Yan, you are not in a hurry to go home anymore. I have nearly taken my pants off and that's what you wanted to say. Yan Shuyu was now hysterical and felt undignified. Of course, her anger wasn't so much because she didn't get to kiss the male god. When Yan Shuyu had accepted the rich woman's check and promised to stay away from the boss going forward, the boss was mad at her but still didn't give up on her. He acted as though everything would go right back to normal once the check was returned. That had really convinced Yan Shuyu that what he had for her was true love. Yet, on this beautiful night and facing the beautiful her, he had no intention to hug or kiss her. How's that being interested in her? She had proven, once again, that she had overheard this whole thing. Yan Shuyu was finally angered. She wanted to push him again and restate her stance, but unfortunately, she wasn't able to push him away from her. The boss's hand that was on the back of her head, however, loosened up a little and allowed her to successfully look up. That, however, did not pull her further away from him. Zhou Qinhei lowered his head again. Without warning, he placed his lips on top of hers. Yan Shuyu was so shocked that she didn't even have time to close her eyes. So she ended up looking at how he had looked at her deeply and he had kissed her deeply. Just like that, her first kiss with the boss ingrained deeply into her mind. Chapter 173. Just like that, her first kiss with the boss ingrained deeply into her mind. 2. At 10 p.m. that night, after the long and arduous journey, Yan Shuyu was finally able to arrive at the front of her apartment. Zhou Qinhei parked at a temporary parking spot as usual before he removed his seatbelt and looked like he was about to get out of the car with her. This time, Yan Shuyu didn't politely decline him. Yan Shuyu was a girl with her own ideas. Now that Zhou Qinhei had kissed her, he belonged to her. To the extent that they were dating each other, he'd better give up the idea that she'd still be respectful to him like he was an exalted boss. Quite contrarily, Yan Shuyu's mentality had shifted 180 degrees. She now expected him to be the boyfriend who'd bend over backward for her at all times, and if this new boyfriend was not quite prepared to do just that just yet, she'd be more than happy to help him get there. Luckily, Zhou Qinhei's chivalry was carved into his bones. He'd always be the gentleman that he was and not someone who'd change for the worse as soon as he got the girl. That had saved Yan Shuyu a lot of hassle. As though they have some type of tacit understanding, both of them got out of the car at the same time. Yan Shuyu's side was the pedestrian side. After she had gotten out of the car, she stopped after taking just one step and slowly adjusted her purse on her back. Now that the check that'd allow her to become an instant millionaire has already been taken away from her, her purse has returned to its original worthless state. But then again, she had, in exchange, gained herself a boyfriend who was so handsome that he made her knees feel weak. She was at least able to pat her little purse calmly before her newly redeemed boyfriend also walked over to her. Now that her mentality had shifted, she could better appreciate the boss from a different perspective. He was still in that elite type of suit that he was always wearing. The gentle smile on him made him look even more charming. He had a narrow waist and long legs, and he could stir up a breeze as he walked. He was ridiculously handsome. After she was done appreciating him, Yan Shuyu couldn't help but look up and smile at him. Perhaps, it was the after effect of the kiss. Her eyes were particularly sparkly right now. Truth was, their kiss really wasn't all that romantic, mainly because Yan Shuyu's reaction was way too slow. Normally speaking, when someone was kissed so abruptly, they'd have recovered after the first few seconds. But that wasn't Yan Shuyu. She maintained that stunned look on her and just stared at Zhou Qinhei the entire time. Such was the downside when she failed to carry out her theory practically. No matter how romantic that atmosphere was beforehand, it was all gone with her stunned look and intense stare. Zhou Qinhei, not able to continue the kiss, switched to touching her forehead with his and started chuckling while maintaining that position. He chuckled like that for a whole minute straight, so long that it started to give Yan Shuyu the creeps. He then sat back up and drove her home. One way or another, this was their first kiss. As much as it was light like a feather, it still left a lasting impression in both of their hearts. Plus, that was only 20 minutes ago. The effects brought about by the intimacy was still there, which was why she was looking at Zhou Qinhei in a lingering and attentive way that she didn't even notice it herself. But, Zhou Qinhei, standing in front of her, noticed all of this. After he looked at her with an equally attentive gaze for a few seconds, Zhou Qinhei slowly put on a smile. There seemed to be an entire starry field in his eyes, sparkling in the night sky. He reached out his hand to her as he chuckled and Yan Shuyu took his hand without hesitation. Yan Shuyu only realized the benefits of being in a relationship after she held the boss's big hand with hers. Holding a man's warm and large hand was 100 times better than holding a warm water bottle on a chilly night like this. So warm, exclaimed Yan Shuyu as she held the boss's hand with both of hers, completely forgetting the fact that she had become very passionate as soon as their relationship had been established. She was borderline taking advantage of him, nor did she notice that how she was behaving right now was the exact opposite of her high and mighty persona back when she was trying to turn him away. Chapter 174. Just like that, her first kiss with the boss ingrained deeply into her mind. 3. But it was alright that she wasn't able to maintain her persona, so long as the boss was maintaining his. Zhou Qinhei, looking just like normal, gave her his other hand and easily cupped both of her hands inside of his like he was coddling something precious. He even asked attentively at the same time, "Are you cold?" "No," said Yan Shuyu in a fluctuating tone. "But I feel so happy this way tilde tilde." Zhou Qinhei. He quietly studied her for a while. After confirming that he was overthinking it, his smile returned. He asked her softly, "It's the weekend tomorrow, do you need to go to work?" Yan Shuyu nodded. As though figuring out something else, she looked up, smiled at him, and asked, "Are you trying to ask me out?" Zhou Qinhei looked down at her cooperatively. "May I have that pleasure?" Yan Shuyu was appeased by how respectful he was and said to him solemnly, "Not tomorrow. It's too late now to disturb Manager Yang and the others. We will see about Sunday." If they were talking about a workday, things would be much simpler. Yan Shuyu could let Manager Yang and the others know on the day of. But the weekend was the busiest time at the shop. Even Yan Shuyu didn't want to abuse her relationship with Yang Zifeng to get her way. Mainly that Manager Yang had already made a lot of exceptions for her. She wanted to do what was necessary until her last day during her final month at Sunshine House. Needing to juggle both her career and her romance, Yan Shuyu felt that it was a lot to ask for. She couldn't help but gripe to the boss. Zhou Qinhe's reaction was to pat her on her head, chuckled lightly, and said to her, "You poor thing." They have already walked into the lobby. The cold wind couldn't get in, and the inside was somewhat warm. Zhou Qinhe pulled his left hand free. After all, it was bright inside the lobby of the building with a steady flow of people. It didn't look good to maintain how they were outside. Yan Shuyu, too, took her hand back and naturally put her arm inside the nook of his. She obviously liked the boss's action and tone very much. She smiled so much that her eyes were but one straight line. Then she heard the boss asked, "What time are you starting work tomorrow?" "I'll work in the afternoon and the evening tomorrow. I start at 1:30 p.m. Zhou Qinhe didn't seem to be surprised at the awkward start time at all. Without missing a beat, he asked, "Can we have lunch together tomorrow then?" Now that they were a couple, Yan Shuyu nodded without giving it too much thought. "Sure, where are we going? What would you like to eat?" Yan Shuyu actually didn't have an answer for that. She thought about it for a bit and said, wisely, "Anything that's tasty." Zhou Qinhe chuckled. "Okay, we will decide tomorrow then." Yan Shuyu did not object to that. She hasn't noticed it yet, but every time she went out with the boss, he would already have everything planned and every time the food was good. Without realizing it, she was already very dependent on Zhou Qinhe. She did not have to worry about anything when she went out with him. Nodding happily, Yan Shuyu smiled and said, "I have to bring a third wheel tomorrow." Yuanbao. Zhou Qinhe, who has always had a mild temperament, raised his brows and objected surprisingly. "I thought it was going to be a date with just the two of us." Yan Shuyu was baffled all of a sudden. "But Yuanbao has no school tomorrow, and I can't just leave him home by himself when I go out to have fun." Zhou Qinhe gave her a deep and meaningful look and finally smiled in resignation. He rubbed her on her head and said, "I am just kidding. I'll bring Xiao Yi with me as well. He hasn't played with Yuanbao for a while." Yan Shuyu. She felt that the boss had just looked down on her IQ. Yan Shuyu, with her bad temperament, immediately felt unhappy. Up until now, he was the high and mighty boss and she was just a stepmother who'd meet her pitiful fate. The gap between the two of them had her stepping tiptoe around him all the time. Now things have changed. They were now a normal couple who were dating each other. She did not need to grovel to him in order to marry him, so the two of them were on equal ground. To be precise, the boss had been pursuing her, and she had been turning him down even. All of these had given Yan Shuyu a sense of superiority in front of the boss. Now that she was unhappy, she immediately planned to pout and complain. Yet, the very next second, she heard a ding, and the elevator was there. Yan Shuyu decided immediately to let it go. She let go of the boss's hand and said, "Okay, I am going to go now. Good night, Tilda." She went inside of the elevator with no hesitation, but when she turned around, she saw that Zhou Qinhe had followed her inside. Yan Shuyu panicked all of a sudden. "What did you come in here for?" Even though he had only been there once, Zhou Qinhe pressed a button to her floor naturally and the elevator door closed slowly. He said casually, "Walking you all the way back. Is that a problem?" Yan Shuyu blushed all of a sudden. She was more than happy about it, but there's a little kiddo at home. This was not PG-13 rated. She took a look at the two others inside of the elevator and both of them were standing with their backs to them. They probably didn't even notice them. She whispered slowly to the boss, "Yuanbao is home. It's not a good time." Zhou Qinhe. This time he was certain. Her mind was in the gutter. Zhou Qinhe had always thought that he much preferred ladylike and conservative women as that would translate to less hassles. But now, looking at Yan Shuyu's sparkling eyes, it was obvious that all sorts of scenes were already playing through her head. Zhou Qinhe did not feel any of the awkwardness that he imagined he'd feel. Quite the contrary, he found it even more interesting. With a smile that wasn't a smile, he leaned down and whispered into her ears, "What's not good about it?" Chapter 175. Well, mostly worry about my own lack of self-control. 1. As Yan Shuyu kept telling him it wasn't a good time, Zhou Qinhe was only able to walk her to the outside of her apartment. Never mind about going inside for a cup of tea. When he reached her front door, Yan Shuyu was so nervous that she didn't even want to unlock her door. She didn't want to provide him with an opportunity to go inside. Gripping her keys in her hand without opening the door, Yan Shuyu stubbornly bid the boss farewell. "Okay, I am home. You should go too. It's getting late." "Okay, after I see you get inside," said Zhou Qinhe gently. That wouldn't work. What if he suddenly decided that he would like to go inside for a few minutes after she had unlocked the door? And he'd show his true colors once he got inside and insisted on spending his night there. What would she do? There's a little kiddo inside her house. It's not ideal for a romantic relationship. Yan Shuyu suddenly had a stroke of genius. She shamelessly blinked her eyes at him like Bambi and said, "No, Yanyan wants to see you get inside of the elevator first." Zhou Qinhe. Yanyan. Yan Shuyu's face turned red. Shoot, that failed. What kind of man would that not work on? Seeing how she'd go to that extent. Zhou Qinhe felt resigned. Exactly how did she see him? He finally couldn't help but ask, "Exactly what are you so afraid of?" "I worry about your lack of self-restraint." Yan Shuyu, who was still feeling ashamed of herself, blurted out suddenly. "Ha!" Zhou Qinhe raised his brows. His look was difficult to interpret and his actions were charged with pressure as he took a step forward. He was almost all the way up against her. Just when he was about to lean closer to say something, he was interrupted by Yan Shuyu's sudden confession. Leaning weakly against her front door, she suddenly made a correction to what she had just said. "Well, mostly worry about my own lack of self-control." Anything that Zhou Qinhe was about to say was now lodged at his throat. He suddenly felt that perhaps there was no rush to reassure her. He'd just let her keep going on and on. Every day just might be a fun day going forward. Original translation is from fuyuneko.org. If you're reading this elsewhere, this chapter has been stolen. Please stop supporting theft. Zhou Qinhe didn't say a word. He only leaned down, lowered his head, and looked at her quietly. They were already fairly close to each other and Yan Shuyu was backed up tightly against her front door. There was a shadow over her head and her entire body was trapped within this small confined space. There was a name for this stance. It's called Dordong. Some of these actions that were seemingly romantic in novels or soap operas were not quite so romantic when applied in real life. Take Waldong, for example. Yan Shuyu had tried that in her previous life after she had watched it in some Korean drama and never thought much of it. But now, being trapped between the boss and her door, the boss seemed to have become her entire world. And she, only lifting up her head and looking at his delicate chin, suddenly felt that her mouth was dry and her heart was beating 1,000,000 times a minute. Her heart was pounding faster and faster, especially when she realized that both the boss's elegant chin with its perfect arch and his elegant and sexy Adam's apple were within arm's reach. Yan Shuyu suddenly couldn't help but lick her lips. She felt that she had just jinxed herself, and she was about to lose all of her self-control. Zhou Qinhe seemed to have seen right through her. After remaining silent for a little while, he suddenly started to talk. He said, in an agreeable tone, "I think you are right, it's best that I don't go inside." Yan Shuyu. What did he mean by that? Was her place like a lion's den or something? Right when she was about to defend herself, Zhou Qinhe added casually, "After all, you do have past history that supports that." Yan Shuyu felt a stab to her heart. Chapter 176. Well, mostly worry about my own lack of self-control, too. She had not forgotten how the original owner had crawled into the boss's bed when he was drunk. And, truth be told, she wasn't all that innocent herself either. Not only did she not back out for the original owner, she had replaced her and went all the way with him. Now, being accused by the victim, she couldn't find any words to defend herself. Forget about her desire earlier, all of those were gone now. Despairing, she just waved at him and said, "Then we should." Before she could finish what she was saying, light suddenly went out in front of her eyes. With a warm feeling to her lips, everything else that she was going to say was swallowed. The boss was as unpredictable as usual. Yan Shuyu sighed in resignation, but her arms were very honest to her desire. They were wrapped around his waist. Through his very thin shirt, the boss's slender but strong waist was wrapped inside her arms and it felt great. That was correct, Yan Shuyu had shamelessly wrapped her arms underneath his suit jacket. Even Zhou Qinhe was surprised by her passion. Almost unnoticeably, he paused a little. He was going to take his time and let things progress naturally. Now, he just reached one arm around her shoulder. Placing the other one behind the back of her head, he held her tighter and deepened his kiss with her. Such was the romance with adults. They could cut straight to the chase. There was no problem that a kiss couldn't solve, and if there was, just kiss a few more times. When Yan Shuyu finally walked inside of her apartment, she had already forgotten all about the despair she felt not too long ago. There was desire written all over her face, and she even uncontrollably scooped up her instant son, who was now sound asleep, from the bed and gave him a big kiss. Just like that, Zhang Yuanjie was woken up. Opening up his eyes groggily, he said, "Mommy's home, Tilda." Now that she had shared her joy with her son, Yan Shuyu felt a little bit calmer than she was before. Without feeling any shame, she put him back in bed and patted him. "Yes, Mommy is back. Now go back to sleep." The little kiddo was still very groggy. He rubbed up against her palm with his little cheek before he, once again, closed his eyes in content. A couple minutes later, the deep and rhythmic breathing resumed inside of the apartment. With a smile on that delicate little face, he fell into an even deeper sleep. Yan Shuyu, after looking at her son's serene sleeping face for a few seconds, yawned and started to feel tired herself. She then happily got up and headed toward the bathroom to get ready for bed. 10 or so minutes later, Yan Shuyu returned to the bed in her pajamas. Scooping her son's little warm body into her arms, she, too, fell asleep happily. When the mother and son duo were happily sleeping, Boss Zhou, who had just gotten home, took a look at his cell phone. The text that he sent via WeChat was never responded to. He finally shook his head in resignation before he turned his cell phone off and went to bed. What an ungrateful girl. Yan Shuyu had no idea about any of that. She had a good night's sleep and was glowing when she got up the next morning. Even little kiddo Zhang Yuanbao asked, "Is Mommy in a good mood today?" How could you tell? Yan Shuyu was a little bit worried. Was her feeling really that obvious? If her son could see right through her, then there was no way she could keep it from her gossipy little buddies when she went into work in the afternoon. Yan Shuyu wasn't adamant about keep her romance a secret, but she had just openly said that there was no chance between herself and the boss not too long ago. Now that she had turned around and became a couple with him, she was totally face-slapping herself. Yan Shuyu, who valued her face a lot, naturally didn't want to face-slap herself in front of everyone. Of all her buddies at Sunshine House, Manager Yang was about the only one who, owing to the fact that he was the boss and that he was of the opposite gender, never pried too much about her privacy, so she never made such a declaration in front of him. She could, perhaps, share this news with Manager Yang privately. Probably not the others, maybe after she had moved on to her new job. That way, they wouldn't be able to pry every time they saw her. Besides, Yan Shuyu had no idea how long this relationship would last. What if it was casual and they'd split up in a month or two? Then there was definitely no reason to share with anyone else. No reason to waste her time and effort to do so. All in all, it'd be quite embarrassing if she couldn't help herself and let her little buddies at work figure out what was going on between her and the boss. Chapter 177. Well, mostly worry about my own lack of self-control. 3. Luckily, it was proven that Yan Shuyu had overheard this. Zhang Yuanjie analyzed it for her. "Because Mommy woke me up last night. You must have been very happy." Recalling her action last night, Yan Shuyu quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Mommy won't wake you up next time." Zhang Yuanbao shook his head and said, with a bit shyness, "Yuanbao likes it when Mommy does that." Yan Shuyu recalled how she had woken him up the night before. She pinched his little cheek a little and teased, "Wow, you are a boy. Do you like these touchy-feely acts too?" Embarrassed, Jung Yuan threw himself inside his mother's arms, but he was pulled back out by his mother. The two of them looked at each other face to face, and Yan Shuyu asked in all seriousness, "Yuanbao, how do you think Mommy looked today?" The little kiddo blinked and studied her attentively for a while before he started on his usual flattery. "Mommy's very pretty today. Mommy is the most beautiful mommy in the world." Even though he said that every day, Yan Shuyu was still uncertain. Prettiest today. No, said Zhang Yuanbao loudly. Mommy is the prettiest every day. Meaning that she was just as pretty as any other day and that there was nothing special about today. Feeling reassured, Yan Shuyu patted her son on his shoulder and said, that's what I say, I am so pretty every day Tilda. She then turned back around, grabbed her eyeliner, and continued to apply makeup on herself. Yan Shuyu had to work this afternoon and she had already made arrangements to drop off the little kiddo at the musical institution. Zhang Yuanjia would stay there for 3 to 4 hours. He'd have plenty of time to practice his piano. Yan Shuyu didn't want him to overdo it, so she didn't have him practice at home that morning. After breakfast, she happily applied makeup on herself, and the little kiddo had nothing to do. He didn't watch TV or play any video games. He just sat there docilely next to his mother and watched her apply makeup without blinking. Seeing how the little kiddo was so enchanted by her beauty, Yan Shuyu's makeup application went even smoother than usual. After watching his mother attentively for a little while, the little kiddo seemed to have recalled something else. Mommy, why were you particularly happy last night? What an interesting use of, particularly. All Yan Shuyu had left was her lipstick and she'd be done. She put away her makeup as she calmly gave him the reason that she had prepared ahead of time. I was happy for you. The little boy blinked cutely at her. Was it because this will be Yuanbao's first class with Instructor Lin and Instructor Lu? Yan Shuyu paused for a second before she carried on naturally. That is part of it. Uncle Joe invited you to go on a playdate with Xiao Zhouyi this morning. You were already asleep, so Mommy accepted the invitation for you. Zhang Yuanjia had played with Zhouyi 2 or 3 times. He was friendly to him at the beginning mostly out of his fondness for Uncle Joe. But, he must admit that this new friend of his was smart and not noisy. He enjoyed hanging out with him more than the others at the kindergarten. Plus, separation made the hearts grow fonder. The fact that he only saw him once or twice a month definitely made him grow fonder of him. Hearing his mommy's words, Zhang Yuanjia's face lit up. That's awesome. Where are we going? I don't know, Yan Shuyu suggested with some anticipation. Would you like to talk it over with little Zhouyi? Can I? The little kiddo had barely finished talking before Yan Shuyu couldn't wait to pull her cell phone out. Of course. Do you want to voice chat him or video chat? Little kiddo Zhang Yuanbao blinked. He felt something was off about his mother today, but he couldn't quite put his fingers on it. Finally, he said quietly, video chat. That was what Yan Shuyu was hoping he'd pick as well. She said with a bright smile, okay. Little Zhouyi is probably with his dad right now. Let me call up your Uncle Joe first. As she was talking, she quickly opened up WeChat and that's when she saw the 2 unread messages from the boss. They were, I am home, and, good night. As she had been single for too long, classmate Yan Shuyu, who was once a severe cell phone addict, hadn't been too attached to her cell phone lately. Which was why she hadn't seen the messages until now. Seeing the unread messages from the boss did not provoke any shame from her. In fact, they made her happy. She was able to make the boss send her multiple messages. What charm she had. Yan Shuyu proudly sent over the video chat request. As much as little kiddo Zhang Yuanbao felt that his mommy was a bit off today, thinking about Uncle Joe whom he hadn't seen for a while, he was still pretty excited. Docilely, he stood next to his mother. Both the mother and the son stared at the screen on the cell phone. Chapter 178 Perfect Timing 1. The one on the receiving end of the video chat did not have them wait for very long. Boss Joe picked up the call quickly but even he was caught off guard by the peculiar image that came over the screen. He saw the mother and son duo squeezed into the screen together with the exact same look on both of their faces. Even Zhou Qinhei paused for a little, a reaction that was unusual for him. As he had hesitated for all 2 seconds, the opening of the conversation was taken over by those on the other end. Yan Shuyu and Zhang Yuanjia said at the same time, Hi, Uncle Joe. Uncle Joe. There was a very complicated look on Zhou Qinhei's face. Zhang Yuanjia, squeezed together with his mother, also doubted his own hearing. Baffled, he turned and asked, why did Mommy call him Uncle Joe too? Because it sounded more affectionate that way. Just like the teachers at your school, they call me Mother Yuanbao even. Yan Shuyu explained with a smile. There was another reason that she didn't want to say out loud in front of the boss. She was just a tad over 20 years old, the prime age of a girl and the boss was already in his 30s. He was robbing the cradle. He should be happy that she didn't just straight up refer to him as uncle. Never mind about Zhou Qinhei, even little kiddo Zhang Yuanbao didn't buy Yan Shuyu's explanation. He quickly raised another question, but, Mom, if that's the case, you should be referring to him as Father Xiaoyi. Even though the mother and son duo were very focused on the discussion and never once looked over at the screen, Zhou Qinhei still nodded to express his agreement to Yuanbao's point. He continued to listen in with strong interest. Yan Shuyu has thick skin. She didn't feel any shame when she was called out by her son. Instead, she merely waved her hand and said, minor details. I just prefer to refer to him this way. It's all good as long as Uncle Joe is okay with that. Having said that, both mother and son turned back and looked at Zhou Qinhei intensely with their limpid eyes. This being the second time, Zhou Qinhei was now experienced and acted very appropriately. With his usual friendly smile, he gave them a very serious look as though he wasn't the one who was just eating melon a minute ago. Smiling, Zhou Qinhei said to Yan Shuyu, I am fine with that. Whatever makes you happy. Now that Uncle Joe had said that, little kiddo Zhang Yuanbao had no more objections. He nodded in a very understanding way and Yan Shuyu, who already felt very justified, let it get to her head. She looked at her son as she said to him, see. I told you so. It had never crossed her mind why she was so proud that she had won over a fight with her 5-year-old son. So, are you two ready? Hearing the boss's question, Yan Shuyu refocused back on him and nodded. She was almost done with her makeup and was ready to go anytime. Zhou Qinhei smiled and said, okay, then I'll head out and go pick the 2 of you up. Truth was, it wasn't even 10 AM yet and it was a bit early to head to lunch right now. But, looking at the boss's handsome face in her cell phone, Yan Shuyu didn't hesitate at all before she said to him, sure, come on over. Seeing that his mother and Uncle Joe were about to bid each other farewell, the little kiddo got anxious and quickly tugged at his mother's clothes. Yan Shuyu finally remembered the real purpose of the video chat. She continued to focus on the boss's handsome face and had no intention of handing the phone over to her son. Oh right, Yuanbao asked whether you have decided on where we are going today, said Yan Shuyu. Hey, what happened to letting me discuss that with my little buddy? Zhang Yuanbao blinked a couple times and his little face was covered in doubts. Chapter 179 Perfect Timing 2. Before they got onto the call, Zhou Qinhe looked to be in some place that looked like an office. Yan Shuyu could only see a very limited area through the camera, but Yan Shuyu figured that out from the office chair that the boss was sitting on and the bookshelf behind him. The place looked exactly like a boss's office that one would see on TV. But, today was the weekend plus boss Zhou had made plans with him, so naturally, he would not have gone into the office. This had to be the study in his house. After he said he was on his way to pick him up, the boss got up immediately. With one hand holding onto the phone, he took down his jacket that was sitting on a rack. It was another suit jacket. As he'd have a hard time putting that on in the middle of a video chat, Zhou Qinhe merely put the jacket over his arm as he chatted with them and walked out of his study. Where are we going today? Do the two of you have any thoughts? At this moment in time, Yan Shuyu's attention had turned back onto the boss. The background in the video from the other end started to change. Through the phone, she saw him walking through the hallway, down the stairs, through a very grandeur-looking living room, and finally stopping in front of a garden that resembled a mini botanical garden. She saw him looking over somewhere not far from him, most likely where the little male lead was playing at. Yan Shuyu was mesmerized and felt that she was about to turn into a lemon demon. The joy of being a wealthy person was, indeed, beyond her imagination. It'd be one thing if the boss's luxurious mansion was in the suburb, but he didn't live very far away from her. He had told her that he lived only 20-minute drive away from her. That meant he lived very close by and the location was probably even better than hers. Exactly how filthily rich was he to have a mansion like that in the middle of the most expensive area of the city? Yet this filthy rich boss had to take away her 2 million yuan check. Thinking about it made Yan Shuyu's heart ached again. The joy of the upcoming date had instantaneously decreased by half and she was finally willing to hand the cell phone over to the little kiddo. I don't know, why don't we let the kids figure that out? As soon as she finished her last word, the cell phone was already in the hands of little kiddo Zhang Yuanbao who had been waiting for it the entire time. Yan Shuyu picked up her cosmetic mirror once again to finish up her final step. She left so quickly that she had missed the shot of the little male lead excitedly running toward his father with a rose in his hand. Now that Zhang Yuanjie and Zhou Yi were chatting with each other, the two boys started with greeting each other seriously. Good morning, Xiao Yi. Good morning to you too, Yuanbao. After exchanging some pleasantries, Zhang Yuanjie cut to the chase and asked like a big brother, where do you want to go? Little male lead said he didn't have anything specific in mind, so Zhang Yuanjie said, would you like to go to a movie? Jiajia, my friend at the kindergarten said there is a very good movie playing right now at the theater. Yan Shuyu had already finished with applying her lipstick and pulled out her curling iron. She was going to give herself some big curls and she was already 1/3 way done. Seeing that she still has plenty of time, she turned her head and teased her son as she curled her hair. Hey, kiddo, that sounds kinda plotting on your part. You can tell me if there's a movie that you want to watch. I can take you any time. The little cutie, being called out by his mother, blushed but was still being stubborn. I don't want to see it that much. I just thought that if we don't know where else to go, we can go to a movie, that's all. That being said, he still went on to list out all the benefits of going to a movie. Quote ellipsis. After the movie we can go play games. Do you like claw machines? Zhou Yi shook his head with a blank look on him. The little young master, born into the prestigious family, had never heard of the claw machines. Zhang Yuanjie just assumed that he wasn't good at it and quickly comforted him by saying, that's all right. I am not very good at them either. I have never once gotten anything from any of them but they're still fun to play. My mom said it just takes practice, so we should practice more. Chapter 180 Perfect Timing 3. By the time Yan Shuyu had finished getting ready, the two little kiddos had happily decided to go to the movies then to the gaming center to claw stuffed toys. In her mind, going to the movies was a very common form of activity. She had not only been to one with the boss before, she had also been to movies with Manager Yang and many other of her little buddies from the coffee shop. She had been to movies with her son countless number of times. As such, she didn't think there was anything wrong with the four of them going to a movie together. Being informed by the little kiddo, she gave him an, okay, gesture. Then, she could hear the boss's voice from the other end. Are you two ready to go? We will be downstairs in 2 minutes. Seeing that his mother had already put on her jacket, grabbed her purse, and was ready to take on anything, the experienced Zhang Yuanjie said loudly into the phone, we are ready. He then said bye to his little buddy and ended the call. Taking his mother's hand, the mother and son duo quickly headed downstairs. Yan Shuyu dressed a bit on the more formal side. For the first time, she put on a dress and a pair of high heels. She had quite enjoyed wearing all sorts of dresses in her previous life but ever since she had transmigrated, she had become a young mother and needed to earn a living. She was either working or child caring, so it was much easier to put on flats and jeans. Over time, she had forgotten what it was like to be in a long dress. When she stepped in front of the mirror in her heels today, she was stunning. Even she thought that it should be illegal for her to be that pretty. All things considered, this was her first date with the boss. As much as Yan Shuyu wouldn't admit to it, she did take it seriously. One could never be too pretty to go on a date. Who would ever think that about themselves? And that was why Yan Shuyu didn't just apply the bright red lipstick but also took the time to give herself wavy hair. Her hair naturally curled toward the end with a hint of casual laziness. Whether she just kept them down or had them tied up into a ponytail, they both looked good on her. But this time, in order to match her long dress and bright red lips, Yan Shuyu decided to go with a more retro wavy style hair from the top of her head all the way to the tips. The hairdo made her look like a completely different person. She walked downstairs amorously and gorgeously. If she used to have 50% people turn and look at her, then she has 99% today. Her charm was above age and gender. Luckily, the mother and son duo were already used to being looked at on the streets, so neither one of them was disturbed by that. They just walked straight toward the familiar-looking car. Seeing them walking toward his car, Boss Joe got out of the car, opened up the door to the back, and waited quietly. As Yan Shuyu walked closer and closer with the little kiddo in tow, his look became more and more intense. There was an almost undetectable hint of tenderness in his eyes, and he said in the sincerest tone, "You are so pretty today, Yanyan." Zhou Qinhe was fairly subtle in the way he expressed himself. He was, after all, a mature man who had seen many women in his days. The little male lead looked even happier. The little kiddo's mouth dropped open. His face that was becoming progressively more emotionless looked stunned by Yan Shuyu's beauty. He was sitting relaxed in his safety chair, but he couldn't hold still anymore. He tried very hard in order to stick out half of his body to get the pretty auntie's attention. He was even holding up a rose as high as he could toward Yan Shuyu and said, "Auntie Yuan, this is for you." Even though the little boy did not say one word to praise her, the stunned look in his eyes and the redness in his little ears filled Yan Shuyu with a sense of accomplishment. She took the flower from the little male lead and smiled like a blooming flower. "Did you pick this flower out yourself, little Zhou Yi? It's very pretty, thank you." The little male lead just looked up and looked at her, his eyes sparkling. Perhaps, he was too dazzled by Auntie Yan's beauty. The usually very polite little male lead even forgot to reply with a, "You're welcome, today." His very straightforward reaction made Yan Shuyu had the regret of, "I was born before you, and I was also old when you were born." With the original owner's beauty, if she met the adult male lead, her life would sure be much better. Lo and behold, she ran into the male lead's father instead. The boss was more into power and scheming. Her beauty didn't mean much to him. Specifically, as pretty as she looked today, when she brought up the check to him softly in the car, the boss merely told her that it had already been taken care of without any hesitation. As much as Yan Shuyu had already been prepared for that, she still couldn't help but ask, "What did you do with it?" "I've picked a good time and have someone send it back to Miss Jin," said Zhou Qinhe with a very gentle smile. "Today was the day of the Chin's family banquet, and all of them will be in the same room together. I think this timing is perfect." Chapter 181 Second Family Outing 1. Foolish, white, and sweet Yan Shuyu had no idea exactly how insidious Boss Zhou's move was. Qin Luoyi, who was at the family banquet, on the other hand, was face-slapped so much by Boss Zhou that her face was almost swollen. Even her heavy makeup could not conceal the redness on her face, not to mention the burning sensation. And, she would still have to withstand the questioning from the old master. Just a few minutes ago, the butler came in from the outside and announced that Boss Zhou had sent over a gift. It was neither the New Year nor another holiday, nor did he say who it was for. The living room that was once lively quieted down. Everybody was curious about this sudden gift from Boss Zhou. Qin Luoyi even mentioned, in reservation, to her relative about the matchmaking of Boss Zhou and her daughter. She figured the check must have worked and the gold-digging little tramp took the money and left Boss Zhou, so Boss Zhou has, once again, remembered how wonderful her Yuxuan was. This delicately wrapped gift that he had sent over must be a kind gesture for her daughter. Qin Luoyi couldn't even hide her happiness on her face at the thought of someone like Boss Zhou becoming her wonderful son-in-law. Nevertheless, this gift was intercepted by the old master. When the old master took the content out in front of everyone, Qin Luoyi felt like she was struck by lightning. Her body froze on the spot. The only thing inside the box was a check. There was no card or message, but Qin Luoyi immediately thought about the check that she gave to Yan Shuyu. She felt sure that that little tramp, after accepting her check, had turned around and betrayed her. Evidently that worked really well on Boss Zhou, so he wrote another check and had it delivered to their house in such an ostentatious way. Rather than saying that the deal was off, this was his way of face-slapping her the same way that she did to Yan Shuyu. Qin Luoyi was very angry. She had always been proud of her identity as the young Miss Qin. As much as her husband's family wasn't prestigious, she still held an important role at the Qin's corporation. She was still that highly regarded precious daughter of the Qins. Yet Boss Zhou dares to treat her this way. This wasn't a warning. This was an insult. Qin Luoyi had never been so humiliated in her entire life, but she had underestimated Boss Zhou after all. He didn't even bother with throwing money around like anyone else in a prestigious family. He merely returned the exact same check that she had written out. There was no card or message, but there was a personal stamp on the check. Old Master Qin took a close look at it, and the smile on his face slowly froze. Looking at Qin Luoyi angrily, he said, "Qin Luoyi, can you please explain this to me?" All of a sudden everybody turned and looked at Qin Luoyi. That included her siblings and those from the younger generations like her nieces and nephews. Some of them were curious, others were concerned, and some couldn't wait for the drama to unfold. Qin Luoyi was thoroughly humiliated at this family banquet. Never mind that everybody was there to watch the drama unfold, the old master even said that her mindset wasn't clear enough to hold such an important role at the company. As such, the prideful Miss Qin was demoted by her own father who had always trusted and relied on her. Even though she could still keep her shares, this was no ordinary loss for the ambitious Qin Luoyi. The lesson that she had learned was too painful and too memorable. Qin Luoyi had completely given up her original plans of getting revenge against the little tramp who dared to mess with her. After all, she worried that she would not be able to handle the consequences should she offend Boss Zhou one more time. As angry as she was at Yan Shuyu, Qin Luoyi dared not make any move. All she could do was pray that Boss Zhou would lose interest in the little tramp soon so she could redeem herself. Chapter 182 Second Family Outing 2. Yan Shuyu was completely oblivious about all of these. Her focus was on what the boss had told her, that he had already returned the item to its rightful owner. Pained, Yan Shuyu abandoned all hopes of becoming wealthy overnight and redirected her attention on the following activities. Even though there was a shopping center close by where she lived that had both the theater and clawing machines that the kids were looking forward to, the boss was someone with higher requirements. He wanted to drive to a bigger and better shopping mall. Yan Shuyu did not object to that. She just pulled out her cell phone and said, "Oh, okay. Let me book the tickets first then. That way we won't have to wait around. We can go straight to the movie, then lunch. The timing will be perfect tilde." Zhou Qinhe was responsible for the driving and Yan Shuyu only needed to focus on booking tickets and picking out their seats. The two little kiddos yacked non-stop in the back seat about the movie they were about to watch. Everybody had their own role cut out for them, and they arrived at the destination harmoniously. Yan Shuyu had on stilettos today and Boss Joe, being the gentleman that he always was, naturally would not have missed that. As soon as they got out of the car, the boss voluntarily held onto both children. Yan Shuyu could be pretty by herself in her stilettos, and the four of them walked inside of the theater. After the last time, Boss Joe had already got this movie thing figured out. Not only did he pick up the tickets with Yan Shuyu's cell phone, he even stood in line and bought him a popcorn set. Seeing the boss with the food in his hand from a distance, Yan Shuyu stood up happily and waited for the ice cola that he bought. Zhou Qinhei handed over to her the entire bag and chuckled lightly. The 2 cups on the left have no ice added. No ice added? Asked Yan Shuyu, but quickly realized what he meant by that. She first pulled out the 2 cups of room temperature cola, one for each of your 2 kiddos. Zhang Yuanjia had been to the theater with Yan Shuyu a few times already. She has the habit of not enjoying eating alone, so she'd buy him a popcorn set every time as well. As such, little kiddo Zhang Yuanbao skillfully inserted the straw into the cup of cola and was ready to go. On the other hand, Zhou Yi, who was with him, had a blank look on him. This was the first time this little young master, born into wealth, was going to a movie theater, and he had never even seen cola before today. He had no idea what to do with it in his hands. Zhang Yuanjia voluntarily inserted the straw for him and gave him the advice from his own experience. You always have popcorn when you go to a movie theater. When you are thirsty later on, you take a sip of this. It's very good tasting. Looking up at the adults next to him, this little big brother proactively added, but mommy said this is junk food and if we have too many of them, they will stunt our growth. So we can't have too much of them. The little male lead, under the guidance of the experienced little big brother, took a sip curiously. Then, after a habitual frown, his face lit up. It's delicious. Zhang Yuanjia, too, smiled with a sense of accomplishment, but he still reminded him again. We are still young though, so we can only have half a cup. We shouldn't exceed that amount. Zhou Yi listened to him solemnly and said, okay. As Zhang Yuanjia had already let him know of the essentials, Yan Shuyu patted them in her usual carefree manner and said, okay, kiddos, it's time to go inside. The 2 of you should hold hands with each other, that way neither one of you will get lost. The animation was 2 hours long and ended at exactly 12 o'clock, lunchtime. Nevertheless, Yan Shuyu rubbed her belly before she looked down and asked Zhang Yuanjia and Zhou Yi, are you 2 hungry? The 2 little boys weren't hungry at all, so Yan Shuyu suggested happily, great. Let's go claw stuffed toys first. As for the boss's opinion, she had conveniently ignored it. He'd agree with whatever she said anyway tilde. Chapter 183 Second Family Outing 3. The shopping mall was quite busy on the weekends and the clawing machines were the most popular activities with girls and little kiddos. A lot of people were at the clawing machines even during lunch hours. Yan Shuyu and the others were only able to find one available machine, so the 4 of them had to take turns playing it. Yan Shuyu, acting like an adult, announced, you kids go first and each of you can only play 10 times each. No trying to go over 10 times. Surprised by how petty she was with kids, Zhou Qinhei gave Yan Shuyu a resigned look. But, looking at how excited she looked, he finally quietly agreed to her terms. Zhang Yuanjia was still holding Zhou Yi's hand like an older brother. Taking a deep breath nervously, he said, only 10 tries, we must give it our best. I will start first and you watch how I do it, okay? Zhou Yi nodded docilely, okay. Okay, I am going to start now. Watch carefully. Zhang Yuanjia stood in front of the machine that was barely taller than him. His tone was so serious as if he was about to enter into a formal competition. Zhou Yi, too, opened up his eyes wide and watched intently at the little big brother to see how this worked. The very next second, an extra head popped out between the 2 kiddos. Yan Shuyu had excitedly joined in to watch. As the saying goes, 3 is a company. But after all 3 of them had taken the turns, never mind a stuffed toy, they weren't even able to get a hair. Devastated, it was Boss Joe's turn. Lo and behold, Boss Joe, the man who said he had never played on a clawing machine before, grabbed a stuffed toy on his first try. Even though it finally fell in the middle, that was still the best outcome among all of them. All of the audiences got excited and 3 pairs of sparkling eyes locked onto him. Zhou Qinhei was baffled when he noticed that, somewhere down the line, his son now has the exact same look as the mother and son duo. Nevertheless, he maintained his usual gentlemanly smile and said, pardon me. Just a small error. That's pretty good already. Yan Shuyu was generous at giving him her thumbs up, and then, with a look of anticipation, she walked over to him and said, I want the green frog. Do you think you can get that? The frog is in the corner. That might be more difficult. As Boss Joe commented on it professionally, he adjusted the angle and reached the claw over in that direction. He patiently tried it a few times. The first couple of times to adjust the angle and finally successfully snagged it on his 3rd try. Naturally, Yan Shuyu had no idea about these strategies. All she heard was the clank as the stuffed toy that she had wanted rolled out of the machine. She was excited and started flattering him with her arms in his. Zhou Qinhei bent over, picked up her frog, and asked her, what else do you want? Yan Shuyu wanted the panda too. She had her eyes on it for a while now, but when she looked down and saw the 2 excited faces, she still said in her adult way, you should get them something too. Zhou Qinhei's eyes flickered before he realized that he had almost forgotten that his own son was right there. Of course, he was too skilled to let that show on his look. His lips curved upward and he put on the perfect smile. What do you 2 want? Zhang Yuanjia wanted a cute little lion. Zhou Yi didn't want anything in particular, so he also asked for a lion. Not only did Zhou Qinhei fulfill all of their requests, he also got the panda that Yan Shuyu wanted in the end before he stopped and kindly suggested that it was time to go to lunch. Yan Shuyu wasn't all that greedy after all. This was the first time she was able to win anything out of a clawing machine, and she couldn't be any happier. And just like that, with a frog in one hand and the little panda in the other, she went to lunch with the boss. When they were waiting for their food to be served, she happily took a picture and posted it onto her friend's circle. Manager Yang's remark came right away. Impressive. Who got those for you? Chapter 184 Is that ruthless or is that ruthless? 1. Manager Yang obviously knew her very well. If it was up to her, she would never get one toy out of a clawing machine in her entire life. Yan Shuyu looked at the boss sitting across from her quickly and replied with a look of complacency, not telling you tilde. As they've had so many activities in the morning, it was already 1 p.m. by the time they had finished lunch. Zhang Yuanjie and Zhou Yi started to get tired, and Zhou Qinhe asked thoughtfully, would you like me to drop you off at home for a nap? Yan Shuyu shook her head, not enough time. I'll just drop him off at the musical institution. He will be able to nap there for a little bit. Then, she'd need to head to the coffee shop to start her shift. Zhou Qinhe raised his brows just the perfect amount. Fang Yu musical institution. Yeah, with the current relationship, Yan Shuyu no longer needed to keep the news from him. She explained proudly, Instructor Lin and Instructor Lu handpicked my Yuanbao and asked to train him for free. Now that the musical institution has officially opened for business, Yuanbao will be getting busier and busier. Yuanbao is so amazing. Zhang Yuanjie wasn't as much of a show-off as his mother. He blushed when he heard Uncle Zhou praising him and said, Xiao Yi is very amazing too. He has been taking piano lessons before me. Zhou Qinhe smiled happily and said, you both like playing the piano. What a coincidence. Zhang Yuanjie and Zhou Yi felt the same way as well. The two little boys exchanged a look and smiled at each other at the same time. They both felt that they had grown closer to each other. Then, Zhou Qinhe turned and asked Zhou Yi, do you want to go play at the musical institution with Yuanbao? Zhou Yi blinked his eyes, baffled. Zhou Qinhe smiled and explained, if you go with Yuanbao to the musical institution, I can take care of some work at the office then come back and pick the two of you up in the afternoon. The little male lead was also a nice child, and he nodded his consent. Zhang Yuanjie even went as far as to guarantee that, don't worry, Uncle Zhou, I will take care of Xiao Yi. Zhou Qinhe smiled and said, well then, thank you for looking after him, Yuanbao. Zhang Yuanjie thrusted out his little chest and felt that he had become big and strong all of a sudden. And that's how they've arrived at this decision happily. Yan Shuyu, on the other hand, had a difficult time deciding what to say. She was thinking about how to keep this under wrap with her little buddies at Sunshine House. That being said, she was pretty much going to go over to Feng Yu Musical Institution next month. That would become her home base going forward. Would it be inappropriate to expose her relationship with the boss too early? She struggled with that idea for a few seconds and finally did not raise any objection. Mainly because she has no grounds to stand on. The boss was male God Lu's customer too. It'd make perfect sense for him to drop his son off there and pick him up later. What rights did she have to object to that? As such, the villain stepbrother and little male lead went to the musical institution together in a very friendly hand-in-hand manner. Boss Zhou, being the gentleman that he was, dropped off Yan Shuyu at the coffee shop after he dropped off the two kiddos before he headed into his office. When Yan Shuyu arrived at Sunshine House, Manager Yang had already been waiting for a while. As soon as he saw her, he gossiped, Yan, where are your stuffed toys? The stuffed toys were, of course, inside of the boss's car. He was going to pick up her son anyways and would be bringing their stuffed toys with him then. With a secretive look, she asked, yes. Yang Zifeng didn't bother to engage her in her little ploy as he already knew the answer to that. She quickly switched to a different gossip topic. Speaking of which, have you talked to Boss Zhou yet? Chapter 185 Is that ruthless or is that ruthless? 2. Did he have to bring that up? Yan Shuyu placed her hand over her chest and mourned the loss of her 2 million yuan. Manager Yang, curious, stuck his head over and asked, so what ended up happening to the check? Yan Shuyu didn't expect her little buddy to be so blunt. He didn't even ask how the boss had responded but jumped straight to the part of what happened to the check. Had he already guessed the boss's response? She gave Manager Yan a dubious look and answered his question truthfully. We've already returned it back to its rightful owner. Boss Zhou has already sent the check back to the rich woman. Yang Zifeng was a little bit stunned. That was fast. He had checked with Yan Shuyu just yesterday, and she still had the check in her possession. So the two of them must have communicated last night, and the check was already taken care of today. Yang Zifeng was very impressed with Boss Zhou's efficiency. Yan Shuyu misunderstood that her little buddy saw eye to eye with her and got excited. She punched the couch and complained to him. Yeah, how awful was that, right? The check was given to me, and he got to be the nice guy. The nice guy. Yang Zifeng raised his brows without giving too much away. Speaking of, how's that rich woman related to the boss? She's the mother of the white, rich, and pretty that he went on a date with once, said Yan Shuyu. Then she added, the cousin of white, rich, and pretty is a buddy of the boss. I felt that they're a good match for each other. Manager Yang lifted his brows again and continued to pry, and Boss Zhou returned the check just like that. Did he say anything else? I don't think so, said Yan Shuyu with a look of foolish, white, and sweet as she tried to recall the details. But he said that there is a family banquet at the rich woman's house today and that it's a good day to do so. I didn't really get that part. A good day. Yang Zifeng's face was filled with respect. Your Boss Zhou is truly a ruthless one. Like a wolf, almost. Yan Shuyu didn't have time to dwell on his word choice. She asked humbly, why do you say that? Seeing how eager she was to learn, Manager Yang patiently analyzed the situation to her. You said that Boss Zhou and the white, rich, and pretty a good match, but I don't think so. If they truly a good match for each other, her mother wouldn't have come to you so frantically. Obviously, Boss Zhou is a good catch that they will never come across again. They didn't want to let him go nor did they dare to put pressure on Boss Zhou directly, which was why they decided to go from your angle. The rich woman's plan was pretty impressive. As long as you've accepted her check, one way or another, you will leave a gold digger impression with Boss Zhou. That is a taboo for most rich people. What she didn't expect was that you have never pretended that you're a righteous one. You've always been an unscrupulous one. Boss Zhou, who knows you through and through, wouldn't have been disappointed no matter how you have responded. Her action, on the other hand, offended Boss Zhou directly. Plus, your Boss Zhou even one-upped her. Do you really think his returning the check on the day of her family banquet is just to simply return the check? No, he was making a statement. He had stated to the rich woman that he had no interest in white, rich, and pretty. At the same time, he faced up her entire family. Is that ruthless or is that ruthless? Just thinking about how arrogant that rich woman was the other day, even I felt my cheeks smarting for her. Yang Zifeng lamented with a string of TSK, TSK, TSK. Your boss Joe knew how to hit where it hurts most. Hearing Manager Yang's explanation, Yan Shuyu's little heart shuddered. Is he really that mighty? Chapter 186. Is that ruthless or is that ruthless? 3. So she wasn't even the one who had it the worst. Yan Shuyu didn't feel comfort from that but hugged herself in self-pity. Yan Shuyu had always known that the boss was a schemer, but she had never encountered someone like that before. The entire time that she has been with the boss, he has always been gentle, patient, and gentlemanly. It was to the extent that she had been pushing her luck further and further. Now that she heard Manager Yang's analysis, Yan Shuyu finally realized that the boss was still a boss after all. His cunning character set remained. As much as he was smiling cheerfully every day, those who offended him would still be met with such a horrible fate. Yan Shuyu lit a candle for herself for being involved with such a terrifying character. Her reaction made Yang Zifeng speechless. My only intention was to let you know that Boss Joe isn't as much of a pushover as you thought. There's no need to overreact. Do you think he'd treat me that way too when we break up one day? Asked Yan Shuyu, terrified. You two are together already. Yang Zifeng paused for a little, but that was still within his speculation. You just got together with him, and you're already worrying about breaking up. Is it necessary to be that pessimistic? Perhaps what Boss Joe has for you is real love, and you will be able to marry into the prestigious family. The sheer thought of that made Yan Shuyu shudder. Don't even joke about that. She would not marry into the prestigious family, not in this lifetime. Yang Zifeng was mainly kidding. Seeing her reaction, he felt relieved after his surprise subsided. Alright, I don't think so either. Boss Joe looks like the very intelligent type and obviously not someone who'd be head over heel in love. You'd have better odds of marrying into a prestigious family if you found yourself a foolish, white, and sweet. With someone like Boss Joe, perhaps you'd succeed if you borrow another 500 years from heaven and keep working on it. Even with Manager Yang's reassurance, Yan Shuyu was only half relieved. The other half of her was still worried. If he's as mighty as you said, how am I going to break up with him in the future? Yang Zifeng. Don't you think you are overthinking this a bit? Boss Joe has no shortage of women. If you want to break up, just break up amicably. You don't think he'll lock you up and have his ways with you, do you? Yan Shuyu. She reminded him coolly. That was a bit suggestive. Just say if I was right or not. Yang Zifeng had no restraints when he talked in front of her. He was still working on comforting her. If Boss Joe has that kind of a preference, he'd have done it after the first time you've turned him down. You really think he'd wait till the day you two break up? Manager Yang's words successfully put Yan Shuyu's heart back inside of her chest, but that conversation had a lasting effect. When she saw the boss again after work, she had some minimum respect for him. Yup, the boss has come to pick her up from work again. Yan Shuyu thought he'd drop off her instant son at the coffee shop, but surprisingly, the boss was so full of love that after he had picked up the two kiddos, he took them out again and then to dinner before coming to pick her up at Sunshine House at 8 o'clock. Sitting in the passenger seat of the boss's car again, Yan Shuyu thanked him politely and with appreciation. You can just drop Yuan Bao off at the shop next time. He's already used to it. Zhou Qinhei said casually as he started the car, it's alright. I have time. I didn't mind spending some time with them. Yan Shuyu continued to say politely. That's too much to ask for. As sensitive as Boss Joe was, he noticed that something was different about her by now. Lifting his brows, he chuckled. Aren't you going to ask what they had for dinner tonight? Yan Shuyu continued with what she thought was her impeccable flattery. I am sure any restaurant that you've picked would be delicious. Chapter 187. He wanted to see how long the attentiveness that she showed today would last. 1. Zhou Qinhei smiled but didn't say anything else. Yan Shuyu felt that her performance was impeccable and happily gave herself a thumbs up. Then she, too, remained silent as the two children in the backseat were starting to fall asleep. Zhang Yuanjie normally went to bed at around 9 p.m. or so. Perhaps he was exhausted because he didn't really get much rest this afternoon and that he had a lot of fun today. He was the first to fall asleep. The male lead was more or less on the same boat as him. As the two kids were sleeping, Yan Shuyu didn't want to disturb them. Besides, she didn't have that much to talk about with the boss anyway. They arrived on the bottom of Yan Shuyu's apartment in silence. Yan Shuyu pushed open the door and got out. She turned around and noticed that the boss had also gotten out of the car. She was surprised. You don't need to go upstairs with me. We will be fine. Zhou Qinhei smiled and said, Yuan Bao is asleep. There's no need to wake him up. I'll bring him upstairs. He looked over at her feet as he spoke. His message was clear. Yan Shuyu did not go home to change after her date that afternoon. She had her uniform and flats at the shop to change into. She had gone into work in her fanciful outfit and had received a lot of stunned looks from her little buddies. Pretty, yes, but after work, when she had changed back into her own garb afterwards, her range of motion was limited. Her instant son was undergoing his growth spurt and was getting heavier by the day. She couldn't even carry him for over 2 minutes in flats, let alone carrying him home in her heels. The boss's suggestion was great except that Yan Shuyu was still a bit intimidated by him right now. Isn't that too much trouble? And we shouldn't leave Xiao Yi alone in the car. That's alright, I won't be gone for very long. Zhou Qinhei had already switched to the tone that he would not take no for an answer and had already bent over to pick up Zhang Yuanjie. Out of respect for the boss, Yan Shuyu didn't dare to say more. She followed closely behind him like a little wife. Zhou Qinhei carried her son all the way inside of her apartment, stopped next to the bed, and turned around, and gave her a look. Yan Shuyu got his meaning right away. She walked up, took off the little kiddo's shoes and socks, and Boss Joe was finally able to put him down in bed. He pulled the cover over him gently and never woke the little kid up. Seeing that they had finally accomplished what they were trying to do, Yan Shuyu oddly felt a sense of relief, thanked the boss sincerely, and said, Xiao Yi is still in the car, so I should not keep you any longer. Let me walk you to the elevator. Zhou Qinhei looked at her for a few seconds as though he was mulling over something, then finally nodded and said lightly, okay, then. As much as Yan Shuyu was surprised at this response, she dared not think too much about it. She closed the door behind her gently and walked over to the elevator with the boss. After she had pressed the button to the elevator, she suddenly heard the boss's tender voice, Yan. Yan Shuyu looked up and met his smiling eyes. Can it just be the two of us on our date tomorrow? Without any warning, Yan Shuyu said reflexively, but I can't leave Yuanbao home by himself. We can take him back to the musical institution again. What do you say? It was theoretically possible, except that wasn't Yan Shuyu's plan. After she had become a mother, she had become more and more like a mother. As much as she had wanted her son to become a prodigy so she could leech off of him, she still didn't want him to have a toilsome life. Galaxy Musical Institution hasn't started officially yet, and this was the only time left for the little kiddo to relax. She didn't want to force him to work too hard just yet. But she didn't want to go against the boss's wish either. After all, she should give him some basic respect. She struggled with it for a bit and finally recalled the cruel face-slapping of the rich woman. Yan Shuyu was intimidated and finally nodded docilely. Let me check with Instruction Lin tomorrow and see if she's okay with that. Good girl, said Boss Joe with a satisfied smile. With a ding, the elevator was about to arrive. As the elevator door was about to open, he stroked Yan Shuyu on her head to show his approval and kissed her on her forehead before he casually walked inside of the elevator. Chapter 188. He wanted to see how long the attentiveness that she showed today would last, too. Yan Shuyu smiled until the elevator doors closed in front of her. She rubbed the area that the boss kissed and went back home. She couldn't shake the feeling that the boss acted like he was just teasing a kitten or a puppy. That being said, she didn't dare to say anything, so she just went back to her little nest feeling a little blue. Yan Shuyu was busy after parting with the boss. First thing first, she gave Instructor Lin a call and made plans to drop her son off at the musical institution tomorrow. She also expressed that he would be staying there until closing time before she would be able to pick him up. Luckily, Instructor Lin expressed that Yuanbao was very welcomed. She even smiled and added, if you don't have time, we can drop Yuanbao off Sunshine House or at your place. Embarrassed, Yan Shuyu declined her offer. No, that's alright, I will be able to pick him up myself. Having completed the boss's task, Yan Shuyu set her cell phone aside and brought over a bucket of hot water from the bathroom to clean the little kiddo who was already sound asleep. Then, she put a fresh set of pajamas on him. She was sweating by the time she had finished doing that. Yan Shuyu quickly went to remove her own makeup and shower, followed by her skincare procedures. She went straight to bed when she was all done. Once again, she missed the good night text from the boss. Before Boss Joe went to bed, he shook his head in resignation as he looked at his WeChat screen. Amused, his lips pulled back a little. He wanted to see how long the attentiveness that she showed today would last. And the truth was, Boss Joe's, how many days, had already overestimated Yan Shuyu. Her respect for the boss didn't even make it 24 hours. When she got up the next morning, she told her instant son that due to some unforeseeable circumstances, she needed to drop him off at the musical institution. As she was talking, Yan Shuyu had an odd feeling about it. The boss was the kind of boss with chivalry carved into his bones. He had never made a request that put her in a difficult position the entire time that she had known him. So what was up with him last night? She gave it some more thought and came to the conclusion that she was being too nice to the boss and he was taking a mile when given an inch. He thought he could be the boss of her now. Never would she have guessed that he could be a jerk like that and learned to take advantage of the situation for his own benefit. Yan Shuyu immediately felt that she had been taken advantage of. She couldn't be a pushover anymore. When she was straight up rude to the boss, not only did he not retaliate, he did everything as asked. That went to show that she didn't need to be tender and thoughtful to the boss. She's a little fairy, she could be a spoiled brat while they were in a relationship. Perhaps that is exactly how the boss liked it. Yan Shuyu suddenly felt very confident all over again. That being said, she had already made a promise with the boss and made arrangements with Instructor Lin. She couldn't go back on that now. She continued to sweet-talk the not-so-happy little kiddo. If you're a good kid and go to the musical institution today, Mommy will take you to the amusement park next week. The smart little boy had learned to butter. I need to spend my entire day at the musical institution today, so we get to spend the entire day at the amusement park next time too. If they went to the amusement park, of course they'd spend all day there. Yan Shuyu nodded pressure-free. Okay, I promise. That's when Zhang Yuanjia smiled again and went to change obediently. It was 9 o'clock in the morning and the mother and son duo were all set to head out. Zhang Yuanjia thought he and his mother would be taking the subway to the musical institution, but as soon as they walked out of their building, they saw the familiar-looking car again. Dear Uncle Joe standing next to the car smiling at them. The little kiddo slowed down in his steps and gave his mother a curious look. Yan Shuyu, too, put on a surprised look and asked the boss rudely, why are you here again? Zhou Qinhei paused for a little. He hadn't expected her attitude to have a 180-degree change so quickly. She was so attentive just the night before and now she was back to her rude self. But he was much better at acting than she was. He didn't let the mother and son duo read a bit of what was going through his mind at all. His smile was gentle and graceful. I just happened to be in the area. Where are you two going? These types of reasons didn't hold any water at all, but it still worked on a 5-year-old child. Yan Shuyu, overacting, smiled and said, what a coincidence. We are heading to the musical institution. That's on my way. Why don't I give you a ride? Sure, why not? Yan Shuyu quickly walked over to him with the little kiddo in tow. Baffled, Zhang Yuanjia rubbed the back of his head. Something felt off, but he couldn't quite figure it out. Nevertheless, he still let Uncle Joe put him in the car and thanked him politely. Thank you, Uncle Joe. Life was but a show and all one could rely on was one's acting skill. Yan Shuyu gave herself a thumbs up for her incredible acting skill before she, as usual, let herself into the passenger seat and buckled herself up. Chapter 189. He wanted to see how long the attentiveness that she showed today would last. 3. After she had tricked her son into going to the musical institution with the boss, Yan Shuyu was happily prepared to go spend some alone time with the boss. Whether they had been out just the two of them or the two of them with the two kiddos, the attentive, thoughtful, and experienced boss had always arranged for everything and Yan Shuyu never had to worry about anyway. Naturally, Yan Shuyu assumed that this would just be another day like that. So, after she had waved goodbye to her son and Instructor Lu and returned back to the car, she asked the boss with a look of anticipation, "Okay, done. Where are we going now?" The boss started the car as usual and for the first time ever, he asked her for her opinion, "Where do you want to go?" Yan Shuyu, unprepared, paused for a second, Zhou Qinhe might seem to be a very thorough person, but when it came to experience in dating, it was hard to say which one of the two was the more experienced one. The family, no, the four of them had gone out for most of the morning the day before but that wasn't really a date. They had also been to a movie and dinner before, but time was short and they didn't have to make a lot of plans. So this entire day that was just going to be the two of them was a brand new experience for Boss Zhou. He had always been a man with a host of problems to take care of every day. He was so busy that he barely had time for his own son. Now, all of a sudden, he was going to spend an entire day with a woman doing absolutely nothing. Boss Zhou wasn't interested in spending his time this way at all originally, but now his mentality has changed. He's dating now and he was the one who pursued her. Perhaps, he should also experience other activities between a dating couple. That being said, even the almighty Boss Zhou had no idea what to plan for an entire day like this. Everything was difficult at the beginning. He didn't have much experience now, but he'd get better with time. But only he knew that he was stumped on this matter. Zhou Qinhe was still that cool, unaffected, and experienced man in front of Yan Shuyu. Not letting her detect anything out of the ordinary. Granted, it wasn't all his acting, a big part of it was Yan Shuyu's poor eyesight as well. Zhou Qinhe did try to hide that just for the sake of preserving his male ego. Mainly he knew his own girlfriend well. Once he showed his weakness in this area, it's hard to say whether she'd help out, but for sure she'd make fun of him. After all, her reactions were never predictable. He didn't want to give her more ammunition to tease him with. Meeting with Yan Shuyu's dubious look, Zhou Qinhe asked casually, "Do you want to go shopping? Buy some stuff, perhaps?" He has professionals who take care of his clothes for him and never needed to go shop for anything himself, nor would he ever waste his time on accompanying others to shop. However, he knew that it was one of Yan Shuyu's favorite activities. Last time when he ran into her after her shopping spree, she wasn't just excited, her eyes were sparkling the entire time. It didn't matter that everything that she bought was very inexpensive. That's when Zhou Qinhe had noticed that she was no different from any other girls. They all liked shopping. Which was why he offered it even though he found it boring. What's one time if he could see her beaming like she did last time? Zhou Qinhe was so sure what her answer would be but then it came a very unexpected answer. Yan Shuyu rejected his suggestion without warning. Yan Shuyu was either unpredictable or that she had been single for too long and had lost her touch. She should be pleasantly surprised by his suggestion. The boss was a parvenu rich with hundreds of billion yuan of assets. As much as her values would not allow her to take a check directly from him, she was now the girlfriend of a parvenu rich. It'd only be normal for her boyfriend to pay when she went shopping. Chapter 190 That was completely beyond Zhou Qinhe's imagination. 1. Never mind about taking advantage of the boss, her ex from her previous life pretty much spent every penny of his hard-earned scholarship money on her. Yan Shuyu never felt that there was anything wrong with it. Although she'd occasionally schemed some red packet money from her parents to give back to him, the amount didn't come close to what he had spent on her. Yet she has always felt very justifiable. By the same token, there was certainly no reason to feign to be noble and virtuous in front of the boss. After all, he was so poor that all he had left was money. Perfect for them to head to the shopping mall and buy and have him buy all of the clothes and purses that she had her eyes on but couldn't afford in the past. That would somewhat begin to make up for her loss of her 2 million yuan. But after Yan Shuyu heard the boss's suggestion to go shopping, her first reaction was to think about her 2 million yuan of loss and felt blue. She didn't even give it another thought before she said, "No, I don't want to go." She had lost 2 million yuan, and she didn't even have 20,000 yuan in her bank account after she had worked and been frugal for so long. She didn't have the money to shop. What could she possibly buy? After she had said those words decisively, she suddenly realized how stupid she was. Given the boss's normal behavior, he would never let her pay for her own stuff. All of a sudden, Yan Shuyu regretted so much that her stomach turned. She was just thinking about how to save it when Zhou Qinhe raised his brows a bit in surprise and said in a mild and coddling tone, "Okay, then we won't go shopping." Yan Shuyu. Now she felt too embarrassed to slap her own face. Equals. During the silence, Zhou Qinhe squeezed her hand softly. In a tender and doting voice, he asked, "What would Yan like to do?" Yan Shuyu, always a sucker when pampered, recovered immediately. All of a sudden, shopping or not wasn't so important anymore. It's a date and she should be happy. She started giving this some thought and suddenly recalled what she had told her instant son this morning to placate him and said excitedly, "How about the amusement park?" That was completely beyond Zhou Qinhe's imagination. He asked with hesitation, "Just the two of us? You have never been to one, have you?" Yan Shuyu gloated complacently. There just might be more adults than kids at the amusement park. It's a good spot to go on a date. She had never been to an amusement park here. Now it's a good time to check one out. Zhou Qinhe didn't mind that she was making fun of him. At least, he still looked pretty normal. "Alright, let's go to the amusement park." As they had dropped off Zhang Yuanjia at the musical institution first and spent some time on the discussion in the car, it was already 10 o'clock by the time they got to the amusement park. The weather was nice and there were a lot of patrons. The line, however, wasn't too long. After they have walked inside of the park, Yan Shuyu happily put on her cartoon headband, the type with lights. She even turned on the lights even though it was broad daylight. Then, with the blinking lights on her head, she turned to the boss and said, "Uncle Joe, do I like right to you?" Yan Shuyu even tastelessly used a high-pitched little girl's voice when she said that and had successfully got the attention of those around them. This was one of the hotspots for shopping inside the park and many people liked buying swags so it was quite busy inside the shop. There were both adults and children. Just like Yan Shuyu had said earlier, there were a lot of young couples there, which was why the two of them didn't attract too much attention even with their exceptional good looks. Chapter 191 That was completely beyond Zhou Qinhe's imagination, too. All the other customers were focused on browsing at the merchandise in the shop until they heard this, "Uncle," coming from Yan Shuyu. A few girls next to her with a cute hearing looked over at them right away. They all thought it came from a cute little girl. Once they saw Yan Shuyu's age, they were speechless. Then they looked over at Zhou Qinhe and their looks became progressively more gossipy and peculiar. Toward the end, they started whispering to each other. Yan Shuyu and Zhou Qinhe could hear words like, cosplay, and, having fun. Woo, she's such a fun person. Tilda. Not only did Yan Shuyu not feel shameful about it, she was quite proud of herself. Zhou Qinhe, on the other hand, felt oddly embarrassed for a change. This wasn't the first time he was called Uncle Joe to his face, but in the past the audiences were either his son or hers. Neither one of them was an outsider, so he never said anything about it. He hadn't expected her to be so bold in public as well. But when he thought about it some more, that was exactly her style. Zhou Qinhe fell silent all of a sudden and understood that he couldn't fuss over this. The more she knew it bothered him, the worse she'd get. Uncle Joe casually brought over a balloon and lifted Yan Shuyu's hand to tie it on her wrist. Yan Shuyu was baffled. What's the balloon for? Too many people here. We don't want you to get lost. Zhou Qinhe was very concise and Yan Shuyu rolled up her sleeve cooperatively as she made a couple TSK sounds. She thought the boss knew how to have fun as well. She only thought that for about 2 seconds before she heard the voice coming from a naughty child. Mom, that auntie is so old already, why does she need a balloon too? Was she naughty too? Yan Shuyu. Pardon my child, said the mother of the child as she carried her son elsewhere to finish up tying the balloon on him. But the trauma has already been done for Yan Shuyu, especially when she looked around and realized that she was the only adult with a balloon tied on her wrist. She suddenly has a thought. She looked at the boss standing in front of her without blinking. Are you getting revenge for me calling you Uncle Joe? No, you are overthinking it. After he had finished tying the balloon around her wrist, Zhou Qinhe picked up her hand and went to pay at the front desk. His lips curving upward and there was a smile under his eyes. He was like spring breeze and moonlight, arguably the most handsome man in the country. As a loyal fan of looks, Yan Shuyu had lost herself after looking at the boss's handsome face for a few seconds. She had forgotten all about what kind of an insidious person he was and immediately started enjoying her time with him at the amusement park. As for that balloon that was meant for children, she had it on her wrist for a whole 3 hours before she remembered to remove it during lunch. All the rides at an amusement park were more or less the same. Whether they were fun or not depended a lot on your company. The boss, in this sense, made a very good buddy. As long as Yan Shuyu wanted to, he'd go on the most daring ones with her. As such, the thrill-seeking Yan Shuyu held his hand and experienced all of the most exciting rides in the country, such as the Giant Hammer, Sky Tower, Space Shuttle, and Pirate Boat, etc. Finally, they even went on to the extreme. By the time they got off the ride, Yan Shuyu's knees were weakened and she was half carried by the boss to take a break. Leaning in the chair and taking a sip of the milk tea that the boss had stood in line to get, Yan Shuyu had more or less recovered fully. She looked at the time and said with regret, "Hi, it's time to go pick up Yuanbao." Chapter 192 That was completely beyond Zhou Qinhe's imagination, 3. Even though she didn't get to go on a shopping spree with the boss and spend his money, Yan Shuyu happily went into play and buy mode at the amusement park. Amusement parks in the big city know how to make money. There are a lot of shops inside the park. Every time Yan Shuyu was tired from playing, she'd drag the boss into a shop and buy a lot of random small items such as dinosaur towels, 2-in-1 dolphin blanket and body pillow, giant panda backpack for kids, etc. Yes, most of the swags in an amusement park were geared toward children. But now that Yan Shuyu has an instant son, she could buy anything that she found cute and they'd be put to good use. Without needing a reminder from the boss, Yan Shuyu picked out 2 sets of everything that she found cute. The boss was the one paying for them anyway. No need for her to be frugal about it. Tilda. Zhou Qinhe, the one who was paying for all of them, wasn't frugal about it either. He was, in fact, appreciative when he looked at the 2 identical cartoon bags. This will be the first time that Xiao Yi receives such thoughtful souvenirs. I think he will be happy. Yan Shuyu thought complacently to herself, yup, and that's the kind of elegant person she is. That being said, what a poor thing little Zhou Yi was if this was his first time receiving gifts like these. Yan Shuyu felt pitiful for the little male lead for about a second before she happily dragged the boss out of the shop. It was still a bit of distance between the entrance and the parking lot. It was indeed burdensome walking over to the car with as much stuff as they have bought but that didn't have much to do with Yan Shuyu. The boss carried both shopping bags in one hand and a giant and fluffy cloud body pillow with 2 long legs. That was a gift that Yan Shuyu had picked out for herself. It was too big to fit into a bag, so they had to carry it directly in their arms. Yan Shuyu's original plan was to carry her own stuff. All she had on was just a small purse, but the boss had taken over all the other stuff in his usual gentlemanly way. With her hands empty, it wouldn't be too difficult to carry her own body pillow herself. But the boss wouldn't even let her do that, so Yan Shuyu decided to enjoy being burden-free. Point was, not only did the boss not look like he was struggling with his handful of stuff, he seemed even more handsome and outstanding than usual. As they walked down the street, the rate of others turning around to look at him was as high as 100%. After all, he was probably the only handsome man at the amusement park who was also attentive to his girlfriend. Yan Shuyu, who was receiving all the attention from others from walking next to the boss, felt an inexplicable sense of pride. This man who was so handsome that one couldn't even keep one's knees together was her boyfriend. She has no idea how long they would be together, but at least for the time being, he's hers. She must have saved the entire galaxy in her previous life. Tilda. And, just like that, Yan Shuyu, her arm around the boss's, walked over to the parking lot with her chest and head held high. The boss's car was easy to find. It automatically unlocked itself as soon as they got close. As Zhou Qinhe was organizing the loot into the car, Yan Shuyu had already shamelessly crawled into the passenger seat and plopped down onto the seat comfortably. Zhou Qinhei also got inside of the car not too long after her. As he started the car, he casually said to her, I am going on another business trip in a couple of days. Yan Shuyu casually responded back to him, oh yeah, how long are you going to be gone? She thought the boss had just got back a few days ago. Probably 3 to 5 days. Oh, that's kind of long. That was close to an entire week. A very conceited idea suddenly occurred to Yan Shuyu. Did the boss insist on a date with just the two of them because he'd miss her on his trip? Oi, what a pity to be as attractive as she was Tilda. Chapter 193 Miss Yan was even more powerful than how Louis and the others had described her. 1. Yan Shuyu sighed happily as she heard the boss say to her, I am going to Texas this time. What would you like me to bring back for you? Texas fried chicken, Yan Shuyu blurted out. She had had the luxury of receiving souvenirs from business trips. As the baby of her folks, Yan Shuyu's requests for gifts were always food-related. She was, after all, a foodie, which was why she reflexively thought of food when asked by Zhou Qinhei. It was Boss Zhou's first time asking what his girlfriend would like to bring back, but Yan Shuyu's peculiar answer was still very unexpected. He gave her a very complicated look and reminded her casually, I am going to Texas. After thinking about it some more, Zhou Qinhei specifically added, and maybe a detour to Manhattan as well. Zhou Qinhei couldn't have been more obvious. Any of the ladies in his circle would know that Manhattan was synonymous to shopping heaven. Any luxurious items in the world could be found there, and she could ask for anything she wanted. Yan Shuyu was born a peasant. She had traveled with her parents in her previous life, but had only been to Korea and Japan. Bali was the absolute furthest that she had gone. The visa for Europe and US were expensive and complicated, and her family couldn't quite afford that, so they never thought about it. That was the reason that she didn't really think about it that way. Even Zhou Qinhei couldn't have said it any clearer. She only felt that she had said something stupid and the boss had made fun of her. With a lack of interest, she said, I have never been and I have no idea what they're known for over there. Just bring me whatever. One way or another, she'd be happy with any gifts. Yan Shuyu suddenly decided to add docilely, I will like anything from you. Her last sentence obviously pleased Boss Zhou, so he took the opportunity at the red light to rub her head as he said happily, all right. Yan Shuyu smiled at him with anticipation. She has never been to the US, but being able to look forward to her boyfriend bringing home a souvenir from the US was exciting as well. Zhou Qinhei was very different from someone like Yan Shuyu, who was spontaneous and didn't ask for much in life. His daily agenda was written on paper with each of his secretaries and assistants having a copy of it and would rarely change. After he told Yan Shuyu that he was going on a business trip in 2 to 3 days, he headed to the US on the second night. His flight left at about 11 p.m. As his girlfriend, Yan Shuyu couldn't act like it had nothing to do with her. Never mind that he had promised he'd bring her souvenirs, even if he wasn't going to, just for the sake of him being so attentive to her normally and catering to almost every whim of hers, she should go and see him off. She got off work at 8 p.m., and there was plenty of time to see him off at the airport. The boss came looking for her when it was close to the end of her shift. Instead of waiting in his car as usual, he went inside Sunshine House. Yan Shuyu happened to come down the stairs and their eyes met. She ran over to him, pleasantly surprised, and asked, You are here to pick me up after work. I thought you were going on a business trip. Zhou Qinhei opened up his arms and hugged her. He answered her question with a question, Have you had dinner yet? Of course, there are chefs at the shop. The workers here won't starve one way or another. Zhou Qinhei smiled, nodded, and started walking out while holding her hand. Okay, then let me take you home first. Yan Shuyu hadn't thought too much about it and didn't notice anything out of the ordinary until she got to the car. Ever since the first time that she had run into him in the middle of the street, the boss never used the chauffeur when he was with her. Nevertheless, not only was there a much younger chauffeur today, there was also someone else in the passenger seat. A woman no less. Chapter 194 Miss Yan was even more powerful than how Louis and the others had described her, too. Under the service of the young chauffeur, the baffled Yan Shuyu crawled inside of the car. When she got into the car, the boss was still standing motionlessly outside of the door. The chauffeur was smiling and holding onto the car door. That was when she realized that the boss was going to get inside of the car from the same side. She scooted further in. As she scooted further inside of the car, the person sitting in the passenger seat also turned around and greeted her in a friendly manner. Hi, Boss Zhou, Miss Yan. The woman was in her 30s. She had short hair and was wearing a business suit. She looked like the very competent type. The familiar aura coming from her reminded Yan Shuyu of the boss's 2 elite assistants. She wondered whether this was another one of the boss's elite right-hand people. Yan Shuyu has always had an affinity toward Korea women. This being the first time the two of them met each other, she didn't know how this woman knew that her last name was Yan. She didn't think the boss would announce his relationship to the entire world just because the two of them were dating. She nodded hesitantly, Hi, how are you? By now, Zhou Qinhei had already gotten inside of the car and affectionately introduced her, This is Secretary Liu. So, more or less what she thought. She turned her attention to the boss and looked at him wisely, You are not done with your work today yet. The chauffeur made sense, but once he was off work, he shouldn't need his secretary to be around anymore. The boss wasn't the kind of person who needed his secretary around to show how important of a person he was. Zhou Qinhei praised Yan Shuyu for her very rational speculation. Smart girl. Sometime down the line, the boss seemed to have fallen for a game of patting the pet. He stroked Yan Shuyu on her head again and smiled. We will be heading to the airport after we drop you off. Secretary Liu looked at them quietly and exchanged a look with the chauffeur. Both of them felt that they should not be inside of the car, they should be underneath the car. Truth be told, it was surprising enough that Boss Zhou, who has always had a very strong sense of time, called off a meeting early and requested to take off a whole hour before the schedule. What was even more eye-opening was that the boss interrupted the meeting just to come and pick someone up and then was lovey-dovey in front of the others. Had they not been with Boss Zhou this entire time, they'd think he had been taken over by some transmigrator. Being touchy-feely had never been his style. That also meant that this Miss Yan was even more powerful than how Louis and the others had described her. Thinking of that, Secretary Lu suppressed the temptation of being nosy, lowered her head, and sat properly in her seat. She only wished that she was transparent. As they had tried so hard to lower their sense of presence, Yan Shuyu gradually forgot about them. She turned and asked the boss, "Are you on your way to the airport right now? Going on your business trip?" Zhou Qinhei nodded. Yan Shuyu wasn't too surprised, but she raised her concern. "You were leaving today. Why did you come to pick me up then? What happens if you were late for your flight?" "No worries," said Zhou Qinhei with a smile. "My flight is not till 11 p.m. Yan Shuyu felt better, but then she felt baffled all over again. Was there some sort of hidden agenda for him to be picking her up? It was definitely his style to be so convoluted on such a minor issue. Yan Shuyu couldn't help but grumbled in her heart. Nevertheless, she did have some self-awareness and offered, "Why don't we just go straight to the airport then? I can see you off." She was surprised that the boss didn't agree with her suggestion immediately but smiled and asked, "It's a 3-hour round trip to and from the airport. What are you going to do with Yuanbao if you go to see me off?" Chapter 195. Miss Yan was even more powerful than how Louis and the others had described her. 3. That could be a problem. Yan Shuyu hesitated a little and said, "Perhaps I can go home first and placate him for a few minutes. It's still 3 hours till his departure time. There should be plenty of time." Zhou Qinhei shook his head and said, "Nah, it's all right. It'd be almost midnight after you have seen me off. It's too late and unsafe." Yan Shuyu's first reaction was to look over at the chauffeur in the front. "Can't he take me home?" She knew the secretary would be leaving with the boss, but no way the chauffeur would be leaving too. "Still no, I'll worry about you," said Zhou Qinhei softly into her ear, acting like the domineering CEO that he was for a change. "Plus, you are used to going to bed early. Staying up so late is difficult for you." Yan Shuyu blushed all of a sudden and started hesitating. She had more or less already accepted the boss's reasoning. It'd be close to midnight by the time she was back home after seeing the boss off. Then she'd still have to wash up and get ready for bed. Even she worried that she wouldn't be able to get up the next morning. Her work wasn't too much of a big deal, she could always take the day off. The important part was that she needed to get up to drop her son off at the kindergarten. Nevertheless, if she was too easily convinced, she worried that the boss was just being polite verbally and would be offended again if she backed off too soon. She was a little bit perturbed. Zhou Qinhei, possibly saw through her thought process, smiled and said, "If you really feel bad about it, why don't you come and pick me up from the airport when I return?" Yan Shuyu, who was in a quandary, was convinced right away, "Okay." After they had happily reached an agreement, Yan Shuyu voluntarily opened up the car door and got out when the car stopped in front of her apartment building. She had just gotten out of the car when she noticed that the boss had also gotten out of the car, except that he was standing next to the car and smiling at her. Yan Shuyu turned around and looked at him for a few seconds before she had it figured out. She walked over to him proactively and gave him a big hug. "Have a safe trip and call me when you arrive in US." Okay, her being just the perfect amount of docile apparently pleased the boss. Zhou Qinhei hugged her gently with a very pleased smile on his face. When Yan Shuyu tried to be sweet, she could do a very good job. It was just that she was goofy most of the time. Zhou Qinhei almost didn't want to leave when she was being so sweet. When they were hugging outside, Secretary Zhu was crazily exchanging looks with Zhang Yang, the chauffeur. Look, the boss looked like such a gentleman, but when he's in a relationship, he could totally be like those emperors who'd readily throw away their own country for the beauty. Here they thought he had something really important to go and take care of when he called off the company's upper management meeting. And all he did was to say goodbye to his super pretty girlfriend. On top of that, the only thing that they had discussed on their ride back was whether or not she'd head to the airport with him, not even something of any value. Couldn't they have discussed over the phone or WeChat? Was it really necessary to talk about that in person like this? All of these could be boiled down to one line: those in the city really know how to live their lives. Secretary Lu might look like a serious person, but she was just a high-level employee. To the extent that her boss didn't care about the loss, she wasn't going to feel bad for him. She was just here to eat melon and enjoy the entertainment. That being said, Secretary Lu was wrong in her assessment of Boss Zhou. It wasn't that he didn't want to do something more meaningful, but he was, after all, a gentleman. He couldn't bring himself to be more intimate with Yan Shuyu when there were two others in the car with them. And now that they were standing in the middle of the busy street, all the more he wouldn't do anything else. The two just hugged quietly, and it finally ended with Boss Zhou planting a kiss between Yan Shuyu's brows. Chapter 196. The Poor Little Male Lead 1. Yan Shuyu quietly let go of him. For once, she felt reluctant to have to let him go. Then, "I'm going." "Wait." Yan Shuyu turned around immediately, her eyes beaming. There was more anticipation in her voice than she even realized. "Something else you want to tell me?" Zhou Qinhei personally pulled out a bag from the trunk of the car and handed it over to her. "I almost forgot about this." Yan Shuyu accepted it without realizing she did that, and that's when she noticed that it looked like a bag for toys. She looked at the boss, somewhat baffled. "This is." "Coe was very happy when he got your gift yesterday. He wanted to thank you in person, but it was late. So he prepared a gift in return." Boss Zhou paused and even went on to elaborate. "This is his. Coe wrapped it himself and hopes that Yuanbao will like it too." Yan Shuyu thought about it for a little bit before she figured out the logic behind the little male lead giving her a toy. She had bought him items for kids. Perhaps the little male lead felt that's how one would reciprocate. But, as an adult, she'd have no use of it, so the toy would go to her son instead. Speaking of, Yan Shuyu had never really bought any toys for her instant son since she had transmigrated over. It wasn't so much that she was frugal, but that she had just become an instant mother and had zero experience in being one. That and her son was overly docile and mature and had never asked for any toys. In fact, he barely even played with the few that they have at home, thus giving Yan Shuyu the impression that he didn't need any toys. Come to think about it, if the extraordinary male lead had his favorite toy cars in his childhood, her son probably did too. He probably just didn't care about the few low-end ones that they have at home. That thought made her feel antsy. All of a sudden, she was drowned in guilty conscience for not doing a good job in providing for her son. She just wanted to dash home right away, and whatever little reluctance that she had for the boss leaving was all gone. She quickly waved at him and said, "I'm sure he'll like it. I should go now, bye." One more, Joe Chinhei barely spoke 2 words before the person in front of him had already turned around and left, leaving him with the view of her back that was carefree like the wind. As much as he had purposefully kept the item till the very last minute, he was still taken aback by the abrupt change in her attitude. He stood at the same spot and watched her till she disappeared in the dark before he finally recollected himself. He still wasn't sure whether he should be glad that he didn't give her the bag sooner. Secretary Liu, who had just witnessed how her boss was left behind by his girlfriend without much thought, quietly rolled the car window back up and pretended that she hadn't seen a thing. There were always dangers associated with being a bystander or a melon eater. She knew that a woman who could score her boss would be no ordinary woman. She hadn't expected her to be such a beautiful woman yet behaved so strangely. Nor had she expected that Boss Joe, who had barely run into any setbacks anywhere, seemed to be the one with the shorter end of the stick in this relationship. Judging by the interactions between the two, even if this was not true love, she should probably still view this Miss Yan as half of the boss lady. She just might take that title one day. Thinking of that, Secretary Liu dared not to be so nosy anymore. She quickly put back on her iconic solemn look. Under his subordinate's deliberate casualness, Boss Joe walked back into the car like nothing happened and Zhang Yang floored the gas toward the airport. Chapter 197 4. Little Male Lead 2. By now, Yan Xiu was already happily playing the toy car with the little kiddo at home. Just like she thought, Zhang Yuanbao was very excited when he received the gift from the little male lead and wanted to unwrap it right away. After a series of actions, a very detailed model car that was almost an exact clone of a certain brand of car was placed on top of their very shiny floor. The mother and son duo laid on the floor with the same posture, and they looked so serious that their eyes would glue onto the model car if only they could. Not only Zhang Yuanjie, even Yan Xiu didn't know that a model car could be so detailed and so realistic nowadays. The two unenlightened mother and son had their eyes open. All of a sudden, they couldn't think of anything else but focused on playing with the toy car. After being engrossed with the toy car for about half an hour, Yan Xiu finally looked at the time, got up, and said, "It's getting late. I should go wash up. Yuanbao, you should go to bed too. We will play with it again tomorrow." Yan Xiu walked into the bathroom after she had said that. Zhang Yuanjie had already bathed himself under his mother's supervision when they got home earlier in the evening, but he had played on the floor all night long. The floor might look clean, but it wasn't mopped daily. The little kiddo, who enjoyed being clean, couldn't just go to bed like this. As such, he went and grabbed a clean set of pajamas to change into. For inexplicable reasons, the little kiddo passed up going to the big bed in the bedroom and squeezed inside the bathroom with Yan Xiu. She was very focused on removing her makeup earlier, but now that her son had squeezed inside with her, she had no choice but to squeeze further in and was almost standing right up against the mirror. Zhang Yuanjie had no idea the kind of hardship he had caused his mother. He huffed and puffed as he changed while asking in his milky voice, "Mom, when did Uncle Joe give you the gift from Xiao Yi?" Yan Xiu had told the little kiddo the minute she walked inside of the door that this was a gift that Xiao Yi had asked Uncle Joe to give to them. When the very attentive little kiddo asked about it, Yan Xiu didn't even think about it before she replied, "Just now. When Mommy got off work. Did Uncle Joe take you home?" The little kiddo was very good at grasping the point. Yan Xiu didn't hide anything from him and the little kiddo said with regret, "How come you didn't invite Uncle Joe up then?" He had already finished changing and placed his dirty set of pajamas inside of the washing machine. Everything was done, but he still stayed in the bathroom to ask this question. That ought to show how obsessed he was with Uncle Joe. That being said, Yan Xiu was no longer as frightened as she was before. Ever since the boss had started courting her, she was less and less worried about the plotline of the book. She had become much bolder since she had been in close contact with the boss, especially after their relationship has been defined. In fact, she was so bold that she had the illusion that even if she was to throw a hissy fit in front of the boss, he still wouldn't get upset at her. Money gets in the way of relationships, and relationships get in the way of money. Now that their relationship was official and not undefined like it was before, then there would only be one outcome, an amicable breakup. If the boss has true feelings for her, he probably would not be so crazy as to use her son as the whetstone. Granted, she didn't come to this conclusion based on her instinct alone, she had made some observations as well. The boss was a planner with superb abilities. Yan Xiu had a pretty good idea from how he teased her and how he had resolved the rich woman incident. From her observation, she had learned the boss's principle of not messing with those who didn't mess with him. Chapter 198 The 4. Little Male Lead 3. For example, once their relationship had been defined, he put aside all of their past issues. He was so nice to her that even she felt guilty sometimes. Also, he was a bit jealous of Manager Yang and male god Lu in the past, thinking that one of them was the reason that she turned him down but he had no proof of any of it. But he had never taken any actions against them. Quite the contrary, he had been friendly and polite toward them whenever they were around. This was evidence that the boss was a classy man with a bottom line. As for why he was so maniacally crazy in the novel, she suspected it was a two-way street. As the stepmom and stepson duo had begun the imperial drama the moment they made their way into the family, perhaps the boss was influenced by them over time. But none of those were the key takeaway now. The key takeaway was that Yan Xiu was no longer worried about her instant son being close to and reliant on the boss. Now that the male lead and his villain stepbrother had already become the best of buds, and he even voluntarily offered up a gift, what else was there for her to worry about? Brushing her teeth, Yan Xiu smiled and told the little kiddo, "I couldn't because Uncle Joe was in a rush to get to the airport. He is heading to US for a business trip." She thought she'd see disappointment on her son's face, but he only looked up at her and asked with curiosity in his voice, "Is Uncle Joe going to be gone for long? Is he bringing Xiao Yi with him?" Yan Xiu wasn't too disappointed that her son did not respond the way she thought he would. She mumbled to him, "He will be gone for a few days. Of course he can bring Xiao Yi on a business trip with him." "Oh, poor Xiao Yi. He has to stay home all by himself." By now Yan Shuyu was no longer following the little kiddo's thought process. She rinsed out the toothpaste in her mouth before she turned and said to him, I don't think you need to worry about Xiao Yi. He has a butler and housekeeper aunties at home to take care of him. The little kiddo was exceptionally stubborn, but Xiao Yi has no mommy and Uncle Joe is not home. Yan Shuyu. Okay, so the little male lead was pitiful from her instant son's perspective. Mainly because her son had never been waited on by a group of servants at his beckoning. He probably thought of the butlers and housekeeper aunties like teachers of kindergarten. They'd take care of him but not be present around the clock. Yan Shuyu didn't want to elaborate too much on the male lead's situation to little kiddo Zhang Yuanbao. The villain stepbrother's jealousy toward the male lead's birth status and being born with the silver spoon might be part of the reason why he was so against the male lead and fought him over his father. She worried that if she elaborated too much, she'd accidentally incite her instant son's jealousy. She might as well let him keep on thinking that the little male lead was pitiful. Thinking of that, Yan Shuyu nodded decisively and said, You are right. Little Zhou Yi is pitiful. After receiving his mother's agreement, Zhang Yuanbao let out a very mature sigh and climbed quietly into bed, feeling compassionate toward his little buddy. Seeing how she was able to quell her instant son so readily, Yan Shuyu gave herself a thumbs up. She had picked the right strategy. Now that the little kiddo found out that the male lead's life wasn't much better than his, he felt more just emotionally and wouldn't be hung up on the issue. Unfortunately, her happiness was very short-lived. After she had finished bathing, crawled into bed, and was about to get to the daily storytelling routine, she suddenly saw Zhang Yuanbao looking up at her worriedly. Mom, if Xiao Yi is so lonely, do you think we should spend more time keeping him company? Yan Shuyu, maybe we should go hang out with him after school when mommy is off. The little kiddo even knew he had to wait till after school. Not skipping school or taking time off to go hang out with the little male lead. That, however, did not appease Yan Shuyu much. Her not too high IQ had just kicked in. She and the boss have only been dating for a few days. They have not talked about marriage yet and definitely were not engaged to each other. Their relationship was nowhere close to her going over to his place. If she was to pick up the little male lead when the boss wasn't home, who'd believe that she was only doing that because the little male lead was pitiful? Everyone would think that she was using the little young master to further her relationship with the boss. Yan Shuyu didn't even give it a second thought before she rejected her son's suggestion. Her reason was simple. No, we can't do that. Mommy only has the weekends off now. By then Uncle Joe would already be back. There's no need for you to keep Xiao Yi company. Zhang Yuanbao nodded understandably but quickly came up with an even better idea. Then we can pick up Xiao Yi and bring him over to the shop. I can play with him while we wait for mommy to get off work. Yan Shuyu. The little kiddo even took things another step further by suggesting, let's bring him with us tomorrow. What do you say? Chapter 199 Arranging for a Playdate 1. Under little kiddo Zhang Yuanbao's persistent whining, Yan Shuyu finally gave in to his unreasonable request. When she nodded her agreement, she had found herself a few great excuses such as the little kiddo was particularly stubborn and refused to go to bed if she didn't agree. The closer her son was to the little male lead, the better it was. In comparison, what's hurting her reputation a little bit? Not to mention that time would prove the rumors wrong anyway. So on and so forth. All in all, she refused to admit that she has a soft spot and that she can turn down her young son. As usual, Yan Shuyu was not one who dwelled on things that were in the past. Once she had promised her instant son, she stopped dwelling on it. Patted the little kiddo on his head, she said to him, Are you happy now? Can we go to bed now? Zhang Yuanjia looked up and smiled. Yan Shuyu said again, As you have not been a good boy tonight, we are cancelling storytelling. Now close your eyes and go to sleep. Zhang Yuanjia was pretty sleepy after the whole fiasco. He didn't object much to his mother's punishment and just closed his eyes docilely. Seeing how cooperative he was, Yan Shuyu felt a sense of achievement as well. She felt that she was a good parent who used a good balance between rewards and punishments. She, too, quickly turned the lights off and happily went to sleep. When the mother and son duo was sound asleep, Zhou Qinhei, who was waiting in the VIP lounge, never received a reply on WeChat. He couldn't even get upset anymore but just shook his head and smiled. Then he sent over 2 more texts. I'm boarding now. Estimated arrival time is tomorrow afternoon. Sleep tight. As usual, Yan Shuyu didn't see the WeChat text till the next morning. At least she docilely checked her cell phone first thing in the morning. Sure enough, she saw that the boss had sent her quite a few messages. Yan Shuyu smiled sweetly. She could feel her head getting bigger and bigger. The boss had never texted her so much at one go before. Now that she was appeased, it was necessary for her to appease the boss as well. Yan Shuyu quickly typed up the content. I accidentally fell asleep last night again. Do remember to give me a call after you have landed. Whether she looked too smug or that Zhang Yuanjia was a very sensitive boy, the little kiddo pitter-patted in front of Yan Shuyu immediately after she sent out the texts and asked in anticipation, Mommy, are you chatting with Uncle Joe? I have just sent him a text on WeChat. Your Uncle Joe is still on the plane right now and can't chat. The little kiddo let out a disappointed, oh, then asked again, what time is Uncle Joe getting off the plane? When will Uncle Joe get off the plane, said Yan Shuyu as she mimicked her son's pronunciation in bad taste. Nevertheless, Jun Yuhun was already used to his mother making fun of him and only looked at her calmly, showing no signs that he was being made fun of. Not getting the reaction that she had anticipated, Yan Shuyu gave up and switched back to her normal self. I heard in the afternoon. The flight is over 10 hours long. TSK. That's such a tough trip. It wasn't easy being a domineering CEO, needing to fly all over the world on business trips. She felt compassion for the boss half-heartedly for about a second, but Zhang Yuanjia, on the other hand, chimed in sincerely, yeah. Uncle Joe works so hard. Yan Shuyu. He might work really hard, but he's still a domineering CEO who determined the fate of millions of yuan every second. Darling, you should save your compassion for your mother who has to work really hard for her money. Nevertheless, Yan Shuyu did not say that out loud. She worried that the little kiddo would, once again, take her rambling seriously. Chapter 200 Arranging for a Playdate 2. Jung Yuhuan's focus wasn't there anyway. After he was done lamenting, he asked again, will Mommy be chatting with Uncle Joe again this afternoon? Yan Shuyu had an idea of what he was trying to get at, so she gave him a very vague answer. It's not even noon yet. How'd Mommy know? That didn't bother Zhang Yuanjie much. He gave her a very serious look and said, if Mommy talks to Uncle Joe today, be sure to let him know that we want Xiao Yi to come play with us. Sure enough, he still remembered it. Yan Shuyu, unsurprised, said, okay. Probably feeling better after Yan Shuyu had nodded seriously, Zhang Yuanjie pitter-pattered back to the bathroom to finish getting ready. Nevertheless, the little kiddo only felt reassured for about an hour. When he was about to part with his mother at the kindergarten, he added again worriedly, Mom, don't forget to tell Uncle Joe that we want Xiao Yi to come play with us. Being reminded like that as though her reliability was being doubted, Yan Shuyu waved without wanting to dignify it. Okay, your mom is not that forgetful yet. Little kiddo Zhang Yuanbao, on the other hand, still didn't feel too overly reassured. He turned around several more times as he walked inside of the school structure. Then, by noon, he called Yan Shuyu up from his smartwatch. Sounding like a broken record, he said again, Mom. Don't forget to tell Uncle Joe, okay? Mom was very irritated and didn't want to respond to him at all. 3 times was a lot already, and this little kiddo had already nagged her 3 to 4 times. Yan Shuyu finally came to the realization of exactly how unreliable she was in the little kiddo's mind. Nevertheless, she refused to admit to the truth. She merely told herself that her instant son was persistent and had a good follow-through. That's a very important quality for a successful individual, and that she should be happy about it. From a certain perspective, Jung Yuhuan has chosen the correct strategy. Had he just waited quietly for good news from his mother, as much as Yan Shuyu wouldn't go back on her words, she wouldn't be too active about it either. It'd probably be a couple of days before she'd remember to mention it to the boss. But being nagged so much that she was irritated, Yan Shuyu couldn't wait to bring it up to the boss as soon as he contacted her after he had landed. After exchanging some pleasantries, she asked, ever since Yuanbao found out that you will be gone for several days leaving Xiao Yi home by himself, he has been very worried about him and wanted me to ask you if Xiao Yi can come play with us. For the sake of avoiding any unnecessary misunderstandings, Yan Shuyu made it very clear that it wasn't her idea at all. Zhou Qinhei had a pretty good idea about what kind of a person she was. Not only did he not overthink what she said, he even kindly said to her, both Yuanbao and Xiao Yi are young and need a lot of attention. Will it be tiring for you to watch over both of them? Yan Shuyu couldn't have agreed more. Yes, I would think so. It was hard enough to be watching over one rugrat. He had almost cured her of her cell phone addiction. Now there would be one more. Why was she doing that to herself? Her reaction was unexpected. The boss chuckled helplessly from the other end before asking tenderly, then what should we do? Thinking about how stubborn her little kiddo was, Yan Shuyu finally gave in and said, it'll be fine. I am very experienced with children. Besides, Xiao Yi is a very well-behaved kid as well. See how determined she was. Zhou Qinhei smiled and said, that works. When do you want to meet? How about for this afternoon? Yuanbao will be out of school and the 2 of them can hang out at the coffee shop. I'll try to get off earlier today and take them to the park or something. Zhou Qinhei was very agreeable. Okay, I will have them drop Xiao Yi off at Sunshine House after 4 then. Chapter 201 Arranging for a Playdate 3. Yan Shuyu and Zhang Yuanjie's plan was to go and pick up the little male lead from his place. After all, the boss wasn't home and the little male lead wouldn't be able to come out on his own. Hearing what the boss had said, Yan Shuyu realized that poverty had still limited her imagination. Just because the boss was out on a business trip didn't mean that the chauffeur wasn't around. There might even be bodyguards who'd follow too. She happily accepted the boss's arrangement. After she had nodded, she noticed that the boss's words sounded very autocratic, so she reminded him by saying, don't just drop him off. You should at least ask him if he wants to come first. Having said that, Yan Shuyu couldn't help but grumble to herself that with the boss's uncompromising style, even without the stepmom and the stepbrother in between, the father and son probably wouldn't have a very harmonious relationship with each other. A mountain can't hold 2 tigers, a household can't have 2 domineering CEOs. Zhou Qinhei didn't really know what she was trying to get at, but he laughed wholeheartedly. Then, in a somewhat indulging voice, he said, okay, I'll ask him how he feels first. That made Yan Shuyu feel better. As much as she felt that the little male lead loved both her and her son and most likely would not turn down their invitation, she still wanted to appear to be a liberal person. Okay, I'll wait for your good news then. Having said that, she recalled that the boss had just got off the flight and should be plenty tired. Feeling a stroke of conscience, she said to him, you can just text me through WeChat. No need to call me again. You should get some rest while you can. The boss was, obviously, appeased by her being consideration and his voice went a whole notch softer. All right. Shortly after they hung up the phone, Yan Shuyu received the WeChat message from the boss and more or less confirmed to her that the little male lead had accepted their invitation. She quickly responded with, got it. Now go get some rest. After receiving the confirmation, Yan Shuyu informed Manager Yang and her little buddies. Yuanbao had invited his little buddy Zhou Yi to come play at the shop. They might have to take over Manager Yang's office again. Yang Zifeng knew that his buddy was already a couple with Boss Zhou, but he hadn't expected her to be able to bring over his prince in such a short time. He raised his brows and said with admiration, Zhou Yi, right. Yan Shuyu didn't catch the meaning behind his look and was just about to nod when the others already started asking, who is Zhou Yi? Manager Yang replied for her, he's Boss Zhou's son. You guys have seen him before. The crowd had met the wealthy young master before and had a lasting impression of him, but it was today that they found out his actual name. That being said, the crowd turned their attention onto Yan Shuyu's and Boss Zhou's relationship once again. Sherry was the first who put her arm in Yan Shuyu's and asked her with a smile. Okay, now spill, little Yanyan. What is your relationship with Boss Zhou now? Yan Shuyu knew there would be all kinds of speculation, so she wasn't surprised by it. She pulled out the excuse that she had prepared ahead of time and said, "We are just friends. Boss Joe went on a business trip and will be gone for a few days." Yuanbao was worried about his little buddy after he found out and insisted on asking him out. Naturally, her little buddies didn't buy that. He's the young master who's worth hundreds of billions. How's Boss Joe feel comfortable enough to let you take him out? Maybe Boss Joe is just a very trusting person. Yan Shuyu made up stuff without even thinking. Plus, I am his young master's future cello instructor. They have already signed the contract over at the musical institution. Why wouldn't he trust me? The others didn't know much about music, but thinking that the musical institution decided to hire her after watching her performance, they figured she was good at it. Which would make sense that Boss Joe would have her teach his child. Her little buddies were half convinced by her and all expressed their enthusiasm. Okay, we will help take care of them when Yuanbao and the little young master are over. Chapter 202 The Male Lead's Special Treatment 1. Yan Shuyu had a performance at night and that was her busiest time in the day. Her son and the little male lead would, indeed, need a lot of attention at the shop from everyone. Manager Yang stood around and observed how Yan Shuyu lied through her teeth the entire time. He finally took a step up and said, "Okay, why don't you take off early today then?" That was Yan Shuyu's plan as well. She smiled and nodded at him. "Thank you then, boss." Once everything was settled, Yan Shuyu started waiting for the time to come to go pick her son up. She figured the little male lead wouldn't be here until after her son got out of school. To her surprise, it wasn't even 4 o'clock yet and the little kiddo had arrived. All by himself, he climbed up the stairs huffing and puffing. All of her little buddies inside the shop were shocked. Yan Shuyu, too, was dumbfounded. "Xiao Yi, how come you are here so early? And by yourself too?" The little kiddo, who was still panting from climbing the stairs, simply flung himself at her and threw his arms around her leg. "Auntie Yan." His pretty white face had already turned pink and made him look even cuter than he usually was. As a true fan of the physical appearance, Yan Shuyu couldn't help but bend down and picked him up. Zhou Yi was 6 months younger than Zhang Yuanjie and also a bit lighter. Used to carrying her instant son, Yan Shuyu felt that it wasn't difficult to pick him up at all. She carried him with one arm and accepted the glass of warm water that her little buddy had brought her with her other hand and fed him a couple sips of water. The little male lead didn't seem to mind that the two of them weren't that close. After he finished drinking the water, he wrapped both arms around her neck and said, "Thank you, Auntie Yan." "You are welcome." Yan Shuyu had planned on putting him down after giving him a hug, but she hadn't expected Iceberg Face to be so passionate and forward, so she carried him to the couch, sat down on it, and asked caringly, "Who brought you here?" Zhou Yi responded in his milky voice, "Uncle Zhang." Yan Shuyu felt better after she found out that someone brought him there. As for why Zhang Yang didn't come upstairs, perhaps the little male lead wanted to stay low-key and not want others to know that he was the heir of a prestigious family. Yan Shuyu took out her cell phone and said, "Well, in that case, why don't you let your daddy know?" Considering the fact that the boss might still be catching up on his sleep, Yan Shuyu only sent a voice message from WeChat. The little male lead docilely stuck his head over and said, "Daddy, I am over at Auntie Yan's now." "Good boy." Yan Shuyu praised him. She was going to pull out the Rubik's Cube that she always had with her for her instant son to play with for the little male lead, but as soon as she stood up, the little male lead slipped off of the couch and followed closely behind her. Yan Shuyu brought him to the manager's office with her and said to him, "You are here so early that Yuanbao Gege hasn't got out of school yet. Can you play here by yourself for a little bit?" The little male lead asked curiously, "What time will Yuanbao get off?" "Another half an hour or so from now." Yang Zifeng was bored in his office, so he walked up to the little male lead passionately and said to him, "Hi kid, I'll play the Rubik's Cube with you." Manager Yang was friendly, but unfortunately, the young master from the prestigious family only gave special treatment toward his Auntie Yan. When it came to anyone else, he only had his straight face no matter who it was. Hearing that Auntie Yan was going to pick up Zhang Yuanbao, the little male lead shoved the Rubik's Cube into Manager Yang's hands with no hesitation, stood up, and said, "I'll go with." Yan Shuyu knew that he was bored without his little buddy, so she decided to have him go with her. She slowly walked down the stairs holding the little male lead's hand. Her original plan was to walk over to Yuanbao's school, but she didn't know that Zhang Yang was still waiting downstairs. He got out of the car eagerly when he saw them and asked, "Miss Yan, are you going to pick up your kid?" "Let me take you." "That was some pageantry," lamented Yan Shuyu. Zhang Yang even knew that she was going to go pick up her son, so he probably heard that from the boss. Yan Shuyu took a look at Zhou Yi, who looked back at her docilely. She didn't feel bad anymore but just picked him up and put him inside of the car. "Okay, then we will take the car there Tilda." Came to think about it, the boss was pretty attentive. With 2 little buns in tow, it'd be a hassle whether she was going to walk or take the subway. Much better if she has a chauffeur with her. And Yan Shuyu, too, would have special treatment for once. Things just couldn't be any better. Chapter 203 The Male Lead's Special Treatment 2. It was 4:20 p.m., and outside of the kindergarten's front door was already jam-packed with all sorts of cars here to pick up the children. Yan Shuyu, who usually walked or rode one of her little buddy's scooter over to pick up Yuanbao, was finally able to experience what it was like to be taken there by a chauffeur. Mr. Chauffeur even opened up the door for her respectfully. Yan Shuyu got out of the car feeling very bubbly. That being said, as much as the boss's car was very luxurious, there were other parents who were picking up their kids in Ferrari or Lamborghini. As there were other luxurious cars around, she wasn't really too stuck up about it but just stood there next to the car like normal. Seeing her standing outside, the little male lead, who had been sitting quietly in his child's seat, couldn't hold still anymore. He passed up on his beloved Uncle Zhang and called out toward the outside of the car. "Auntie Yan, Auntie Yan." Auntie Yan turned around and immediately understood what it was that he wanted. "You want to come out too?" Zhou Yi nodded forcefully, so Yan Shuyu opened up the car door to help him. Even though her instant son and the little male lead had used these child seats plenty of times already, up until now, it had always been the boss who had been unbuckling them. Yan Shuyu had always just stood around and watched. Now that she was trying to do it on her own, she realized that it was more difficult than it looked. Well, it was also possible that she was just clumsy. She struggled with it for almost half a minute, and Zhou Yi was very patient as well. He was almost holding his breath when he watched Auntie Yan finally succeed. He let out a long sigh of relief before he looked up and gave her a sweet smile, showing her his two cute and delicate dimples. Yan Shuyu, too, felt very accomplished as she carried the little male lead out of the car. Yan Shuyu was stunningly beautiful and was always the center of attention no matter where she was, but the little male lead wasn't half bad either. His face, where gender wasn't obvious at first glance, always attracted the attention of many strange aunties and uncles no matter where he went. When the two of them stood in front of the kindergarten holding hands, all the bystanders who didn't know better thought they were mother and son. Zhang Yuanjia's class teacher, Teacher Xiao Lin, was one of them. Yan Shuyu would run into her almost every time she came to drop off or pick up Zhang Yuanjia. They would always exchange some pleasantries and liked each other's posts in their friends' circles. They were well acquainted with each other by now. Teacher Xiao Lin walked over from afar to greet her. Mother Yuanbao, this is. I didn't know you have two children. Yan Shuyu didn't expect that anyone would think that the little male lead was her child. Amused, she decided to play along. Yeah, does he look like me? Teacher Xiao Lin studied the two of them seriously. As though she was lost in thought, she nodded and said, yeah, you two do look alike. Neither one of the two boys looked particularly like Yan Shuyu, but compared with Zhang Yuanjia, who was more handsome, this little boy, who was so pretty that he almost didn't look like a boy, obviously looked like he had more of his mother's beauty. Yes, even though the little male lead was so pretty that he was gender obscured, as an experienced kindergarten teacher, Teacher Xiao Lin could still tell that he was a boy. Yan Shuyu. She was just kidding and hadn't expected that Teacher Xiao Lin would have agreed with her so seriously. Now she felt awkward. When Yan Shuyu noticed that the little male lead, standing next to her, was staring at her with his mouth propped open as if he was questioning about the meaning of life, the awkwardness that she was feeling turned into panic instantly. Yan Shuyu quickly said, no, no, no. I was just kidding. This is my friend's child and a friend of Yuanbao. He is here to pick up Yuanbao with me today. There was no need to question the meaning of life, dear. I really am not your mother. That was what Yan Shuyu really wanted to say to the little male lead. Chapter 204 The Male Lead's Special Treatment 3. Teacher Xiao Lin gave Yan Shuyu an uncertain look. Then she looked down at the little kiddo again. Yan Shuyu was probably telling the truth. The little kiddo was pretty, but he didn't look too much like Yan Shuyu. She apologized. I'm sorry. I think I have misunderstood. Yan Shuyu shook her head immediately. No, no, I was the one who joked about it first. She regretted a lot about what she had said. Luckily, she caught herself fast enough. What if she hadn't noticed and the little male lead really thought she was his mother? Then her lovely life would be ruined just like that. Yan Shuyu, feeling that she had lucked out, chit-chatted with Teacher Xiao Lin and failed to notice the thoughts that had flashed past the little male lead's eyes, as though a whole new world had just been opened up in front of him. After the misunderstanding was clarified, Yan Shuyu and Teacher Xiao Lin continued to chat away happily and parents of other students gathered around gradually as well. As they have waited all the time at the front of the kindergarten to pick up the children, Yan Shuyu could recognize most of these other parents and most likely they feel the same way about her. Yan Shuyu, on the other hand, never became a part of the parent group. In fact, they barely even have the relationship of nodding at each other. After all, not everyone was able to see through someone's appearance to their true qualities, and Yan Shuyu wasn't exactly showing her goofy personality to everyone. As such, from her outer appearance alone, her look was of the very threatening type. People saw what they wanted with her. A decent person would see her as someone who was very stuck up and would not want to approach her. The not so decent ones, on the other hand, would feel that her look was of the flirtatious kind. She must, therefore, love flirting with men and probably didn't have a very respectable career. They'd want to stay as far away from her as possible, let alone befriending her. In this circle, the staff members of the kindergarten were the only ones who had no conflict of interest with Yan Shuyu. They were not worried that Yan Shuyu would flirt with their husbands or their older children. Quite the contrary, they liked Zhang Yuanjia, who was smart and pretty. So by proxy, they also liked Yan Shuyu more and more as days went on. As such, when all the other parents greeted each other, Yan Shuyu only had the teachers to talk to every time. That being said, Yan Shuyu didn't care much about this. She didn't care that the other parents didn't care for her nor how they looked at her behind her back. Today, on the other hand, with the little male lead holding her hand, the parents also greeted her when they came to greet Teacher Xiao Lin and even asked to add her on WeChat in order to keep in touch. Yan Shuyu was a little shocked by this change. Could this also be the charm of the little male lead? If that was the case, then it was certainly a crazy ability that he possessed. Had Yan Shuyu actually asked Zhang Yang, who was with them, she would never have come to such a wild conclusion. Sitting in the driver's seat, Zhang Yang clearly saw how everyone's eyes lit up when they saw the boss's beloved car. Apparently, not everyone was as clueless as this Miss Yan. Not all luxurious cars were made equally. Yan Shuyu didn't care too much about what the others were thinking. After lamenting for a little bit, she proceeded to accept the friend's request from everyone. One of the parents in a mink coat and drove a red sports car also invited Yan Shuyu into the group chat. Not the kindergarten parents one, but the VIP parents one. Unfortunately, Yan Shuyu was oblivious to the difference between the two and only went in and posted an intro of herself before she turned off the notifications for this group. Immediately after that, kids' cheerful noises could be heard coming from inside of the kindergarten. The noise came closer and closer, and the kindergarten was officially over for the day. Chapter 205 Hot Pot with Kids 1. The parents all stopped talking and reached over to look. Teacher Xiao Lin told Yan Shuyu, Yuanbao's class is more toward the back today. He should be out in the 5th or 6th batch. Yes, kids at the kindergarten lined up by class when they left school at the end of the day. It was important to start young when it came to teaching kids to follow orders. Yan Shuyu, with reminder, stopped rushing. She casually watched kiddo after kiddo running out of the kindergarten. Efficiency was high when everybody lined up properly. It was Zhang Yuanjia's class before long. Little kiddo Zhang Yuanbao was so excited when he saw his mother with his little buddy, whom he had missed so much, he had to pick him up. Unlike his usual steady and reliable self at school, he ran all the way up to them. His eyes beamed as he ran toward his mother. Mom, you've picked Xiaoyi up so early. Was it just so you can pick me up together? As much as Yan Shuyu enjoyed taking credit, she wasn't about to take the boss's credit. She told him honestly, no, my plan was to go pick up Xiaoyi with you, but Uncle Joe had it all planned out and had Xiaoyi dropped off at the coffee shop. Zhang Yuanjia didn't say anything else as he ran straight toward his little buddy and gave him a big hug. Thank you, Xiaoyi. Judging from the little male lead's iceberg style, it wasn't difficult to figure out that he didn't have a lot of friends, much less close physical contacts with those of similar age. Even though he still has his normal expressionless look, his cheeks had turned pink and he tried very hard to shake his head calmly. No problem. The two cute little boys held hands and attracted a lot of attention from the parents around them. Yan Shuyu's head got even bigger. She clapped her hands proudly and said, all right, get inside the car, boys. Let's head back to Sunshine House. Yan Shuyu walked back toward the boss's luxurious car with the two kids in tow. Seeing the car from afar and the strange uncle who was smiling at them next to the car, Zhang Yuanjia looked surprised and his steps became hesitant. Who's that? Xiao Yi was very concise. Uncle Zhang. Yan Shuyu didn't turn around to look at him, but she did add, do you have any idea how difficult it will be for me to take care of both of you at the same time? Luckily, Uncle Joe had it all thought out and sent the car. That made my life much easier. Zhang Yuanjia felt much better after hearing that from his mother. When he got closer to the car, sure enough, he saw the two familiar-looking children's car seats and felt even happier. Uncle Joe had, indeed, arranged it so that they could hang out together. Satisfied, Zhang Yuanbao thrusted out his chest and took the lead in climbing into his own seat. Now that the two kiddos had gotten together, Yan Shuyu's job was done. She was popular among the kids and they enjoyed being around her, but it was also important for them to have friends of their own age. The two kids were quite content being in the backseat, talking in their kids' language, and playing silly little games. Yan Shuyu was happy that she didn't need to do much. When they got back to the coffee shop, she dropped the two off into the office and changed back into her work clothes, feeling carefree. Perhaps he was doing it for the little male lead or the manager Yang was just a nice guy through and through. When they were about to have the shop-provided dinner, he said to Yan Shuyu, don't bother having the shop-provided dinner today. Stay at the front today. When the rest of them are finished eating, you can take off early and get some good food with the kids. Yan Shuyu looked at the time. It would take her buddies another half an hour or so to finish eating. That would mean that she could take off around 6 p.m. There was nothing to complain about. Oh, okay, I will take off early today then. Yang Zifeng teased her with a smile. If you can kidnap the little young master every day, I'll let you get off early every day. In your dreams, Yan Shuyu sneered proudly. Chapter 206 Hot Pot with Kids, 2. Manager Yang didn't normally eat at the shop. He was, after all, a second-generation rich who has many friends and families and all sorts of banquets to attend. Even though it was not a holiday today, his family had still booked a banquet at a restaurant for the relatives to get together. He didn't need to head over till after 6 p.m., so he had free time to chit-chat and gossip with Yan Shuyu in the meantime. With someone yakking with her and tending to a customer from time to time flew past quickly. Yan Shuyu felt that it had only been a blink of an eye when her little buddies came out to take over the shift. She went into the back happily to change out of her work clothes before she said to the two kids who were having fun on the couch, I'm off work now. Let's go get dinner. The two little carrots jeered and hopped off the couch, each of them holding onto one of her legs. Yan Shuyu, pleased, asked, what do you want for dinner? Anything goes, my treat. The little male lead, after all, was not his father. He thoroughly enjoyed the dessert in the coffee shop. Yan Shuyu could still afford to treat him to dinner. Zhang Yuanjia and Zhou Yi exchanged a look. The prestigious family's little young master obviously hadn't been eating out a lot. With a blank look on the little male lead's little face, Zhang Yuanjia took over the responsibility and suggested, how about hot pot? We haven't had that in a while. He then turned to his little buddy and asked, do you like hot pot? His little buddy asked with a blank look on him, what is hot pot? Yan Shuyu and Zhang Yuanjia. They weren't sure whether they should feel bad for the prestigious family's little young master who has never even had this peasant's delicacy or to first hug their own cubby selves. After some dubious silence, finally Zhang Yuanjia, with his intelligence, or perhaps his stubbornness towards hot pot, convinced the little male lead with just one line. It's delicious, you will see. Little Zhou Yi nodded agreeably. Okay. And then, they headed toward the usual hot pot restaurant. Zhang Yang was still waiting downstairs. He looked up abruptly when Yan Shuyu told him the destination, probably from surprise. Right when Yan Shuyu was starting to get nervous, he started the car with no hesitation. Okay, sure. Yan Shuyu thought she heard a long sigh. She figured the boss had probably told him something in advance, most likely something along the line of following her orders. She didn't think that the boss would be so trusting of her with his son. The boss's faith in her made her feel very content. Thinking about the boss, she couldn't help but glance over at WeChat. She hasn't heard anything back from him yet. It was probably almost 1 o'clock when he landed, and it probably took another 1 to 2 hours to settle down in the hotel. He'd just have 3 to 4 hours sleep right about now, so it'd make sense that he was still sleeping. Yan Shuyu didn't dwell on it too much and happily surfed the web on their way to dinner. Her action of browsing the web obviously caught the attention of the two little kiddos. Zhang Yuanjia was the first to ask, Mommy, are you chatting with Uncle Joe? No. Yan Shuyu, browsing through Weibo, explained without even looking up. Uncle Joe had been on the plane for over 10 hours. That was a long journey and he's still resting right now. I figured he'd probably be up by around 8 to 9 o'clock. She didn't just make up the 8 to 9 o'clock. According to studies on the internet, accomplished individuals, unlike peasants like Yan Shuyu who just tried to get by, only need about 6 hours of sleep a day to feel rested and energetic. The boss, too, was an accomplished individual, so that would most likely apply to him. Besides, she has the little male lead with her and they would be done before 9 o'clock and have taken home. If the boss hasn't contacted her by then, she'd consider giving him a long-distance call as well. Of course, if it's too expensive, then never mind. 3. Chapter 207 Hot Pot with Kids, 3. With her providing such specific time, the two kiddos accepted her explanation and stopped asking to chat with the boss. Another 30 minutes or so later, all of the little male lead's attention was attracted by the hot pot in front of him radiating a thick, milky smell. The hot pot shop was still the same one as before, but they had rolled out new flavors as of late. Seeing that Yan Shuyu had 2 kids with her, the familiar server recommended a cheese hot pot, aka fondue. Allegedly, it was very popular among kids, and all of them loved it after they had tried it. Cheese was strength. Yan Shuyu had always enjoyed all sorts of cheese but has yet to try cheese hot pot. Being curious about it and after receiving the blessing from the kids, she ordered the cheese set. When the server brought it, she realized that it was a Korean-style hot pot. The pot was filled with meat, vegetables, and ramen, with a lot of cheese sprinkled on top of the ramen. As the pot started to heat up, the cheese started to melt bit by bit, and the cheesy smell started to radiate out. The very unenlightened adult and 2 children were mesmerized immediately, and all 3 of them sat up straight as they waited for the hot pot to come to a boil. Finally, the hot pot started to bubble and the cheese had melted into the broth. As the cheesy smell got stronger and stronger, the color of the broth also started to change. It started to turn a slight yellowish color, and the smell became even more tempting. Yan Shuyu picked up the tools and announced, "Okay, ready to eat." As soon as she finished saying that, she started fishing out the now ready meatballs of every sort and divided them out. First, she'd give one to the youngest Zhou Yi, then Zhang Yuanjia, and finally, herself. Even though both her son and the little male lead were pretty independent children, Yan Shuyu didn't dare to let them be too independent when it came to hot pot. It would be no joke if they had accidentally burned themselves. It wasn't easy to be a mother. Zhang Yuanjia was already being a good host to his little buddy, and the 2 of them were already covered in grease. Yan Shuyu even added her favorite beef, fatty lamb, and shrimp before she started to enjoy the delicacies happily. Less than 2 minutes later, her cell phone rang. She picked it up and saw that it was a video chat request from the boss. By now, both Zhang Yuanbao and the little male lead were so absorbed in indulging in their food that they no longer cared about the call. Yan Shuyu felt blue for a few seconds before she finally resigned for accepting the video chat request. Yan Shuyu, who had picked up the call extremely reluctantly, stared straight at the screen as soon as the boss appeared in the video. She even voluntarily looked for her Bluetooth earpiece as she greeted him. She could have hot pot any day, but it wasn't every day when she could see a handsome man coming out of the shower. From the other end of the video, Zhou Qinhei had just finished showering and his bathrobe was tied loosely around his waist, making his flat and pale chest very visible. His hair was only patted lightly and water was still dripping from it. Pea-sized water droplets ran down the side of his cheeks, down his neck, down his chest, and disappeared into the robe. If Yan Shuyu had to describe how he looked right now, she said, delectable. He had always been the restrained kind of man who'd dress himself up properly and buttoned up even the very top button on his shirt. Him suddenly appearing like this without warning made Yan Shuyu give up her favorite hot pot. That ought to demonstrate the impact he had on her. Zhou Qinhei didn't seem to realize how seductive he was, or that he didn't mind her staring at him. He watched the woman on the other end staring at him for a few seconds, then frantically looking for her earpiece and grinning happily. He chuckled heartily and asked, "Yanyan, what are you doing right now?" Chapter 208 Seems like you have a lasting impression then, 1. Any other time, Yan Shuyu would have told him with grievance that they had just sat down to eat and made him feel that his interrupting her having dinner was a heinous act. Now that she was reeled in by the boss's charm, her attitude was excellent. She voluntarily spun her phone around and let him see the 2 kids sitting in front of the hot pot, their faces covered in grease. After showing that to him for a few seconds, miser Yan Shuyu quickly turned the screen back to herself. Her eyes beamed when she looked at the boss on the screen. "We are having dinner right now, Tilda." "I saw." Zhou Qinhei smiled and nodded. Xiao Yi and Yuanbao look like they're enjoying it a lot. Exactly. Hot pot was so good that even his son had forgotten about him. His loyal fan Zhang Yuanbao also did not react to Uncle Joe's video chat today. Nevertheless, given that the boss was a whole new level of handsome today, Yan Shuyu decided against teasing him about it. Instead, she said, "Oh so righteously, poor Xiao Yi, when we decided to come for hot pot, he didn't even know what hot pot is. He has never had something so delicious before. How awful is that?" The boss hasn't even commented on her giving the prestigious young master junk food. Yan Shuyu was the first to brag about her accomplishment. That being said, Boss Joe was already used to her braggy nature. Instead of being petty with her, he nodded agreeably, "You are right. That is awful. Luckily, he has you to take him out for good food." Yan Shuyu's tail stuck straight up, and she nodded with a strong sense of responsibility, thinking that she was the only savior for the little male lead. Her next thought was, if the younger one was so pitiful, the older one couldn't be much better. She asked him directly, "Have you had hot pot before?" "Once or twice when I was going to school." "I knew it," said Yan Shuyu in complacency. "I will take you to the best hot pot when you are back. I guarantee that you will fall in love with it instantly." Boss Joe, with a very appreciative look, said, "Well, I thank you in advance then." Yan Shuyu stuck out her chest proudly and felt very good about herself for being the savior for both the boss and his son. Her newfound sense of responsibility did not let her forget about the kiddos in front of her. During her video chat with the boss, she still occasionally scooped out cooked meat and vegetables and divided them up equally between the 2 kiddos. Naturally, she would also scoop some meat for herself in between appreciating the boss. Even as they were chatting and eating at the same time, Yan Shuyu was eventually full. It had been a whole hour since they had been there. Key was, she was already full, but Zhang Yuanjia and Zhou Yi, who had been eating non-stop the entire time, were still working on their food. Yup, kids were trouble. That being said, now that Yan Shuyu was done eating, she could focus on chatting with the boss instead of multitasking. That's when she noticed that the furniture and decor over at the boss's side looked very familiar. That was odd. She had never been to the US before, so why would the background look familiar to her? Yan Shuyu couldn't help but ask curiously. Zhou Qinhei went along and probably recalling how she did it earlier, he, too, spun the phone around the room. Then, looking at her casually, he asked, do you recall now? Yan Shuyu was baffled by what the boss had just said. She had never been there before. What did he mean by, do you recall now? She started speculating. Did the boss have properties in Texas also and he had it decorated the same way as his mansion here in China? But the boss just shook his head when she said that. No, keep thinking. Yan Shuyu. She really wanted to say that it wasn't something that was worth mulling over, but seeing the very suggestive look on the boss, a thought occurred to her suddenly. She blurted out, I get it. This room is identical to the one in Dorset. Chapter 209 Seems like you have a lasting impression then, too. At this time, Yan Shuyu only felt that it was funny. There was an internal rumor at Dorset that the secret boss has his own room at every major hotel worldwide. Not only the furniture and decors in these rooms were identical, even the locations of the vases were identical. Even if the boss had not been to all of these locations, they were still prepared for him. As much as everybody had heard about it, nobody had actually seen him before with their own eyes. It was but a rumor within the hotel staff. Now that she had seen it with her own eyes, Yan Shuyu couldn't help but feel the novelty of just witnessing a miracle. Her thought process might have been healthy and straightforward, but the boss, from the other end, was pleased. He smiled and said, seems like you have a lasting impression then. Why was he so pleased about that? Yan Shuyu hesitated for a second then, she finally got what the boss was getting at. His room, Dorset, that night. Yan Shuyu, who had always bragged to be an experienced driver, suddenly blushed disappointingly. After all, taking advantage of someone when they were incapacitated was probably the darkest history in her life that she would never be able to get rid of. Yan Shuyu's eyes flickered madly for a while. Embarrassed, she changed the subject. Oh yeah, how come you are already awake? How much sleep did you get? About 4.5 hours. I rested on the plane as well, said Zhou Qinhei nonchalantly. He was obviously already used to this kind of schedule. It's about time to take care of some of the work that has been piling up. I have a meeting at 9 a.m. Boss Zhou didn't feel there was anything wrong with that. Yan Shuyu, on the other hand, felt her heart ache as she looked at that jade-like elegant face. Not getting enough rest was very detrimental for someone as attractive as him. It pained her so just thinking about the boss having pimples or wrinkles for working too much or worse, male pattern baldness or a beer gut. You need more rest. The boss, naturally, had no idea what had gone through her mind but was very appreciative of her extreme reaction. The corners of his lips rose up and a very soothing smile appeared on him. Yan. Ha, replied Yan Shuyu, baffled. Do you want to see sunrise in Texas? Yes. Yan Shuyu nodded decisively. Never mind about sunrise, she had never even seen the moon from the US before. Zhou Qinhei adjusted the camera and disappeared from the screen. He was replaced by a large floor-to-ceiling window. The camera moved outward gradually, moving from ground with some shadows to a fountain in a plaza not too far away. Then, there was a woody forest. The camera continued to move higher and higher, and as it got closer to the top of the mountain, she could somewhat make out the pink morning clouds behind the forest with their color becoming darker and brighter. Finally, the camera went beyond the peak of the mountain and half a sun appeared within her sight. The scene was stunning at first glance and Yan Shuyu let out an ignorant cry. Wow, this is way too pretty. Zhou Qinhei did not rotate the camera back around. Leaning against the window as though they were watching the sunrise together romantically, he chuckled and said, too bad you are not here with me. Yan Shuyu nodded. She couldn't have agreed more. It was a bummer that she couldn't go see the sunrise with the boss. Then again, it wasn't like she could afford to go anyway. She was able to calm herself right away, then she realized that it was wrong for her to appreciate the scene all by herself. She turned to the two kiddos and asked, do you two want to see the sunrise? It's very pretty. After over an hour, Zhang Yuanjie and Zhou Yi were both full. They both rubbed their round bellies, exchanged a look, and slipped off of their seats. The seats were a bit on the tall side for their heights. Zhang Yuanjie even acted like a big brother and gave his little buddy a hand. The two cuties went over to Yan Shuyu and flanked her on both sides, gluing onto her affectionately. Chapter 210 Seems like you have a lasting impression then, 3. Yan Shuyu hadn't expected the two kiddos would come over together. She took off her earpiece and switched to the speaker. Okay, now say hi. The little kiddos looked into the phone. All they could see was the colorful clouds and had no idea where Daddy, Uncle Joe was. While they were hesitating, Zhou Qinhei's gentle voice came over the phone. Xiao Yi, Yuanbao, how was dinner? Zhang Yuanjie and Zhou Yi both nodded at the same time. Yummy. Zhou Yi couldn't help but lower his head. Daddy, where are you? I am showing you the sunrise right now. Zhou Qinhei smiled and said, you don't need to come so close. I can see you. The little male lead lifted his head back up docilely. Together with his little buddy, he video chatted with his father for a little while. Yan Shuyu's job was done, and she asked for the check. After they had finished chatting and watching the sunrise, Zhou Qinhei adjusted the camera back to the front, and his handsome and elegant face appeared in front of everyone again. Smiling, he asked, where are you going after dinner? He was, obviously, asking Yan Shuyu. She replied happily, to go see the water fountain. Timing is perfect right now. Zhou Qinhei nodded slightly and said, all right, I should get some work done as well. Little Zhou Yi seemed to be very familiar with that saying. Before Yan Shuyu and Zhang Yuanjie finished processing what was the meaning of that, he already waved his little hand. Okay, bye, Dad. Yan Shuyu also said to him, don't worry. After we went to look at the fountain, we will go and play with bumper cars on the plaza. Xiao Yi will be home around 8 p.m. at the latest. Zhou Qinhei answered, a little bit later than that will be fine too. As long as you have fun. The boss was right. After visiting the fountain, she happily took the two kids to the bumper cars. Mostly because she wanted to play as well. She had her fix after half an hour, but the two kids didn't want to leave at all. Yan Shuyu. She suddenly wanted to ask online what it was like to dig one's own grave. Equals. Even the most well-behaved kids have their moments. There was nothing that Yan Shuyu could do if they didn't want to listen to her except to keep on playing with them. By 9 p.m., the two very energetic boys looked like they could still keep going. Yan Shuyu, on the other hand, was so tired that she was about to drop down onto her knees. She tried coaxing and threatening them at the same time. Are you two done yet? Many little kids have gone home obediently already. I am about to die from exhaustion. If we stay any longer, there will be no one to take you home. She figured that if that failed, she might have to ask for the boss's long-distance help and have him make a call to hand down the ultimatum. Luckily, Zhang Yuanjie and Zhou Yi weren't that bad. Quite the contrary, their reactions were very heartwarming. When Zhang Yuanjie heard the die from exhaustion part, he quickly abandoned the steering wheel, rushed over, put his arms around her, and started blowing at her. Foo foo foo. Foo foo will take the pain away Tilda. Zhou Yi had no idea what was going on, but kids were very good at imitating. Hearing what his little buddy was saying, he, too, had come over quickly. Foo foo. Yan Shuyu wasn't sure if she should laugh or cry. Foo foo can only make pain go away. I am worn out by the two of you. I won't recover so quickly. Even though she was saying that, the two little kiddos were still blowing at her stubbornly. Neither one of them would stop. Yan Shuyu felt both helpless and touched. Okay, let's go home now. We will come again next time. Okay. Zhang Yuanjie and Zhou Yi didn't want to leave but still let her pick them out of the cars. Yan Shuyu paid for the rides and texted Zhang Yang on their way out. On their way to the plaza, Zhang Yang had already told her that the parking lot was a bit far from there and added her on WeChat. She just needed to text him when they were done and he'd bring the car around. Chapter 211 To make the point that she didn't want to become the little male lead's stepmother. 1. The chauffeur of someone like the boss, who was born standing at the apex of the pyramid and very particular about details, was naturally also the best in his field. By the time Yan Shuyu walked out after sending her text through WeChat, Zhang Yang was already pulling up in front of them. They didn't need to have to look for the car at all. Stopping in front of them, Zhang Yang got out of the car with a professional smile and said, "Little young master, Miss Yan, little young master Zhang, did you all have fun?" The little male lead had always been quiet in front of others and perhaps little kiddo Zhang Yuanbao was mimicking him. He, too, was being cold and quiet. So Yan Shuyu was the only one conversing with Mr. Chauffeur. It was fun. Sorry to have you wait for us all night long. Don't mention it. It is my job. Zhang Yang opened up the back door first and asked mindfully, should I take you and little young master Zhang home first? Yan Shuyu was about to nod, but seeing the little male lead's eager look out of the corners of her eyes, she asked, is it convenient? We can take Xiao Yi back first. If he dropped them off first, the little male lead would be all alone in the back seat. That'd be so pitiful. Zhang Yang opened his mouth. He was just about to say that he lived close by and it'd save him a trip to drop them all first then take the little young master home. But before he was able to say anything, his little young master had already thrown his arms around Miss Yan's leg affectionately. Auntie Yan. Even though the little young master did not say another word beside that, his soft and somewhat whiny tone made Zhang Yang shut his mouth quietly. Even though the little young master didn't say anything else, his little buddy, on the other hand, totally got what he meant. Little kiddo Zhang Yuanbao, too, threw his arms around Yan Shuyu's other leg and whined in a carefree way, Mom, Xiao Yi is only going to be home by himself anyway. Why don't we bring him home with us? I can share half of my bed with him Tilda. The little male lead blinked at Yan Shuyu. That was obviously what he was trying to say. Yan Shuyu was baffled. When did the two come up with this? Ever since she started raising a child, Yan Shuyu had paid a lot more attention to the news. She knew that kidnapping was a big issue and had read about some of the commonly used methods. When she was out with them this time, she was extremely careful the entire time. The workers at the plaza were very cautious as well. Every 10 minutes or so, there'd be an announcement asking the parents to keep an eye out on their children, etc. Every time there was an announcement, Yan Shuyu would look at the two kiddos, who were gluing onto her. She was 100% certain that they were with her the entire time. Even when they went to the bathroom, she took them to the bathroom back at the hot pot restaurant. They have a common bathroom and she was there helping them. So, the question was, how were the two of them able to discuss this with her around the entire time? The little male lead, after all, had not spent that much time with Yan Shuyu and didn't quite get her sense of humor. While the little male lead looked baffled, Zhang Yuanbao, on the other hand, got it right away. He shook his head and said, no, we didn't talk about it. Yan Shuyu rumphed. If you didn't talk about it in advance, how are the two of you trying to trick me at the same time? We are not trying to trick you, rebutted Zhang Yuanjie articulately. Xiao Yi happened to want to come to our place and Yuanbao also wants him to come to our place. It's called a coincidence. Not only did he excel in articulating, he was also very logical. Not only was he not influenced by Yan Shuyu, he almost convinced Yan Shuyu. Was she being unreasonable about a coincidence? Chapter 212 To make the point that she didn't want to become the little male lead's stepmother, too. But, it was still a bad idea. Taking the boss's son out for fun was one thing. Bringing him home with them was definitely the precursor to becoming the little male lead's stepmother. She couldn't take that risk even for the brotherly love between her son and the little male lead. Yan Shuyu, having recollected herself, rejected the idea adamantly. No, we can't do that. Why not? Both little kids blinked and looked at her. If she looked carefully, Yan Shuyu could also see that the little male lead looked like he was about to start crying, which softened the heart of the old Auntie Yan, who was a fan of good looks. She may not be able to accept the proposition, but she needed to come up with a good reason to placate them. Thinking about it for a few seconds, Yan Shuyu said with most seriousness, even though it's pretty cold today, you two are both good little kids who like to be clean, right? We all sweated when we had hot pot, so we need to go home and shower. Xiao Yi didn't bring any clothes with him. What is he going to change into? Zhang Yuanjie replied immediately, I can lend him my clothes. Yan Shuyu gave him a look. Her son's response was startlingly fast. But, no worries, she went on, but you don't have brand new clothes either. Are you asking Xiao Yi to wear your old underwear? Having said that, Yan Shuyu looked over at little Zhou Yi confidently. She figured that as particular as the boss was, the little male lead probably wouldn't be too different from him. He was, after all, a little young master born into a prestigious family. That'd be the bare minimum, right? Sure enough, after she had said that, there was hesitation on Zhou Yi's look. Zhang Yuanjie, too, was a bit embarrassed. He did say that his little buddy could borrow his clothes, but he couldn't possibly lend him his underwear. The teacher at his school had also said that personal hygiene was important. The smart little boys were speechless all of a sudden. Yan Shuyu was happy about their responses, but she didn't stop there. She continued, besides, Yuanbao and Xiao Yi are not the same size. Your clothes will be too big on Xiao Yi, and they won't be comfortable for him. That being said, even at Zhou Yi's age, all of his clothes were custom made. A few sets every month and more every quarter. He didn't need to wear the same set of clothes a second time if he didn't want to. It had never ever occurred to him to wear something that didn't fit him. Even Zhang Yuanjie had never experienced that. His parents were not wealthy, but they weren't so poor that he'd need to wear used clothes from others that didn't fit him. Let it be the original owner or Yan Shuyu, who came later, they have always bought him clothes that fit him. As such, the two little boys who had never experienced any hardship were easily intimidated by Yan Shuyu and exchanged a look with each other. After a little while, the little male lead backed off and let go of Auntie Yan's leg as he said with a stutter, perhaps, maybe next time. Yan Shuyu didn't pay too much attention to what he said, but she'd need to act disappointed when he gave up so easily. She hasn't even used her ultimate move yet. The little male lead had never seen an apartment that was smaller than a bathroom in his house. After all, even the very experienced boss was shocked when he reached the front door the first time he was there. Had the little boy insisted, she'd have told him that not only was her apartment small and old, but they only had one bed. If he came over, he'd have to share a bed with them. There was no way the little young master, growing up pampered, could handle that. Yan Shuyu was very proud that she was able to deter the two super intelligent little boys all by herself. She proudly patted both boys with both hands and said to them, okay, we will take Xiao Yi home first today. Let's stop blocking the road. Chapter 213 To make the point that she didn't want to become the little male lead stepmother, 3. After witnessing the defeat on his little young master, Zhang Yang finally shared the fact that he lived with the little young master. Yan Shuyu looked at the little male lead regretfully and said, then maybe we shouldn't make Uncle Zhang make 2 trips. It's a waste of time and not environmentally conscious. How about he takes Yuanbao and I home first? The little male lead was much more agreeable now. He nodded and said lightly, okay. They all piled into the car and went back to their respective places. After she had successfully handled 2 very intelligent little kids, Yan Shuyu was still very excited mentally despite being tired physically. After little kiddo Zhang Yuanbao had showered and climbed into bed, it was already 9:30 p.m., but Yan Shuyu wasn't tired at all. She was humming when she went into the bathroom with her change of clothes in hand, and her performance never stopped through her entire shower. The boss timed it perfectly. Yan Shuyu's phone that was sitting on top of the sink rang right after she had finished showering and put her clothes on. Yan Shuyu picked up the phone as she walked out and took a look. She saw that her son didn't even wait for her to be done and his little body was already rising and falling rhythmically. She turned off the lamp by the bed, covered her own mouth with her hand, and went back inside the bathroom. Yuanbao is already asleep. They've both had so much fun today. I just called home and Xiao Yi had already fallen asleep in the car. He didn't even wake up when they carried him inside the house and bathed him, said Boss Zhou gently. Thank you for your hard work today, Yanyan. Yan Shuyu indeed felt that she had put in a lot of hard work tonight, so she accepted his gratitude freely. Leaning against the bathroom door, she smiled and asked him, I thought you went to take care of work. How come you have time to call me? Zhou Qinhei smiled and said, I squeezed some time out. I'm heading into the office right now. Yan Shuyu remembered the boss had mentioned an important meeting at 9 o'clock. It's probably almost time to start the workday. Granted, the boss squeezing out time to call her long distance amidst his busy schedule made her feel very flattered. Pleased, Yan Shuyu shared with him in a complacent tone, I almost had to call you up for some extra help earlier. Zhou Qinhei played along with her, oh really? What happened? Yan Shuyu told him the entire incident of how the two kids were having so much fun with the bumper cars that they refused to leave and how when they finally agreed to leave, they wanted Xiao Yi to come stay over at her place. Naturally, during her recount of the incident, she emphasized on how smart she was when she went against the two kids. Sure enough, after listening to her, the boss praised her, they can be very difficult to handle. Yanyan is so smart. Before her tail could stick straight up, the boss followed up with, but why didn't you want to take Xiao Yi with you? Does he fuss a lot? Of course not. Yan Shuyu shook her head reflexively. She didn't just say that to be nice to the boss. The little male lead was not a troublesome child, and even if he was to come over to her place, there would be little kiddo Zhang Yuanbao who'd help out in hosting him. Meaning, having to take care of the both of them at the same time really wasn't a problem. Boss Zhou's tone was cheerful but also very persistent. Chuckling, he asked again, then what is it? Yan Shuyu was speechless all of a sudden. To keep a distance, of course. To make the point that she didn't want to become the little male lead's stepmother. But what could she say? Dating the boss wasn't bad. The fact that they were calling each other multiple times daily truly felt like they were in a relationship. Even though they both knew full well that their relationship wouldn't end in marriage, that was more, understood but not stated. It would not be the same when said out loud. More likely than not, it'd even affect the current relationship. Chapter 214 Who'd be able to resist that? 1. Yan Shuyu couldn't very well say that out loud. She racked her brain and suddenly recalled that there was still one more reason that she had not used with the little male lead. She immediately embellished it some in her mind and used it with the boss. I also feel that our place is too simple and crude and has only one bed. It's fine if Xiao Yi comes over for a playdate, but if he's going to spend the night, he'd have to share the same bed with Yuanbao and I don't think he'd be comfortable with that. Won't you say? Her reasoning sounded so grandeur that Zhou Qinhei chuckled and said, that's very thoughtful of you. Yan Shuyu took that as he had accepted her reason and smiled with even more complacency. Awesome. She had successfully handled the little male lead and his villain stepbrother, and now, she even took care of the boss. She was such a genius in the making. Yan Shuyu, whose tail was sticking straight up toward the sky by now, chatted with the boss on and off for the next few minutes before the boss arrived at the office and was ready to start his day. Yan Shuyu was starting to get sleepy, and she yawned. Okay, you go take care of work. Have a nice day. I'm turning in. Zhou Qinhei smiled and said to her, good night. Sweet dreams. There was a hint of magnetism within his lowered voice and he sounded extremely sxy. Yan Shuyu bathed in his S-shiness for a few seconds and did, indeed, have a sweet dream with his sweet dreams. The dream was sweet but the reality, not so much. Yan Shuyu was only complacent for 2 days. By the afternoon of the third day, she suddenly received a call from Zhang Yang without her initiating it. It was the little male lead's milky voice that came over the phone. Auntie Yan, can I go play with you today? Yan Shuyu was stunned silent immediately. She hadn't expected the conservative and distant little male lead would be so forward and called to ask to come over. Seeing how he was still young and she was dating his dad, Yan Shuyu couldn't really deny him. She smiled and said, sure, come on over. Okay, see you in a bit. The little male lead hung up after he formally ended the phone call with her. Yan Shuyu sought out manager Yan and her little buddies and told them what had happened only to have her little buddies gossip and tease her about it. It wasn't a weekend plus there was a visit from a prestigious family's little young master. Manager Yang was as nice as usual. Why don't you take off at 6 today then? Yan Shuyu, naturally, did not object to taking off early without having her pay docked. Not too long after that, the little young master arrived at Sunshine House, over an hour before her son would be getting out of school. Yan Shuyu had no idea why he came over so early, but she didn't ask out loud. She was distracted by the backpack in Zhang Yang's hand. He brought so much stuff with him. Even though Zhang Yang was the one carrying the backpack, Yan Shuyu was pretty sure the content inside of it belonged to the little male lead. This was the backpack that she bought at the amusement park the other day. One for her son and one for the little male lead. Little Zhou Yi climbed up the stairs and panted while holding onto a chair before he took the backpack over and carried it in his own arms. He looked up and told his Auntie Yan happily, this is my clothes, toothbrush, and towel. Can I go over to Auntie Yan's today? Yan Shuyu. The smile on Yan Shuyu froze all of a sudden. Darn, who taught him this trick? Regardless of whether the little young master was enlightened by someone else, his action caught Yan Shuyu off guard. It was impossible for her to decline. After all, at his young age, he already knew to bring with him his own clothes and toiletries with him to her place. Not to mention the way he was looking at her with his puppy eyes on his delicate face. Who'd be able to resist that? Chapter 215 Who'd be able to resist that? 2. Yan Shuyu had no choice but to put on a smile and said, of course it's okay. You are always welcomed. Yan Shuyu regretted so much that her guts were twisted together. How could she have treated the little male lead like a normal child? She should have been alerted when she heard, next time, coming out of him last time and nipped it in the bud right away. The little male lead excelled in persistence and perseverance. She had only let her guard down for 2 days and he had already followed through with his plans and brought his luggage with him to go to her place. Well, it's useless to feel regretful now. Yan Shuyu could do nothing but tell herself to let the lesson be learned and when faced with similar situations in the future, to be more mindful and try to nip all possibilities in the bud immediately. As for now, she had no choice but to be the passionate and hospitable Auntie Yan. Zhou Yi was still young after all and not too experienced. He couldn't tell how forced the smile was on Auntie Yan's face. Or that he might have noticed but pretended that he didn't. There was a happy look on his delicate face. Thank you, Auntie Yan. You are welcome. Having said that, the little kiddo handed over the backpack that he had treated like treasure just a minute ago to Yan Shuyu and said, can I leave this with Auntie Yan? We are going to go pick up Yuanbao. It's a hassle to lug it around. Well, you sure weren't shy at all and had everything planned out on your own already, thought Yan Shuyu to herself. But she took the backpack from him with a smile on her face nonetheless. Okay, why don't you go rest in the office? I will place this in the cabinet for you. Now that she had already agreed to him coming over to her place, what's putting away his backpack for him? Okay, albeit that's what he had said, he followed behind Yan Shuyu. All the way from the dressing room to Manager Yang's office. Even Yang Zifeng noticed it and teased. Yanyan, you seem to be getting along better and better with the little young master, hey. Yan Shuyu waved her hand as though she didn't want to talk about this anymore. Such is the problem of being too charming. Unfortunately, her little buddy not understanding her difficulty wasn't all of her problem. Even her own son didn't get it. Little kiddo Zhang Yuanbao met up with his little buddy outside of his school and learned immediately that his little buddy was going to go over to their house today and rejoiced right away. Oh yay, we can go home together today. Zhou Yi, too, was very happy. So much that he even showed his little dimples in public. Yan Shuyu seemed to be the only one outside of the family who knew that the little male lead had dimples as he seemed to smile in front of her more than in front of anyone else. She had known it all along, but it was Zhang Yuanji's first time seeing it. He poked it curiously with his finger and said, hey, you have a dip right here. The little male lead stopped smiling immediately and tried his best to make himself look solemn. It was only that his little ears turned red uncontrollably. He said softly, be nice, Yuanbao. Yan Shuyu, who had witnessed the entire exchange. Would it be wrong if she said she felt that the relationship between the two of them has a very Brokeback Mountain feel to it? She was baffled on how quickly they had gotten close to each other in the last few days. In the midst of all of Yan Shuyu's crazy thoughts, the little buddies held hands and happily went back to Sunshine House with Yan Shuyu. Once the two of them had met up, Yan Shuyu's job was done. The two of them could talk to each other all day long. After getting back to the shop, Yan Shuyu's other little buddies were also very passionate. They have always had interest in this little young master from the prestigious family, but as the little young master has always had a sullen look, they were intimidated. Now they have seen that even though the little young master was still quiet and expressionless, he has been coming over quite often to play with Yan Shuyu and her son. They figured that was just his personality and he didn't really look down on the peasants. They had become braver. Throughout their work, They would sometimes bring over a plate of nuts or 2 glasses of freshly squeezed orange juice and took turns going to engage with the 2 kids. Chapter 216. Who'd be able to resist that? 3. If Manager Yang wasn't doing anything to stop the others, all the more reason for Yan Shuyu to do nothing. She didn't even need to do anything other than watching her little buddies taking turns entertaining the 2 children who were originally her responsibility and goofed until it was time to get off work. After work, Yan Shuyu changed out of her uniform right away and only went into the office after she had her own purse and the little male lead's backpack in her hand. She wasn't eager to leave immediately and asked, "Why don't you 2 talk between yourself and figure out what you want to eat tonight?" The little male lead looked up at him and never once blinked his big eyes but did not say a word. Yan Shuyu was baffled by his look. What was going through the little male lead's mind? Either Zhang Yuanjie wanted to have it himself or that he truly was able to decipher his little buddy's look. He said, "Mommy, Xiao Yi wants hot pot." Zhou Yi still didn't say anything, but he didn't deny it either. Yan Shuyu was a bit hesitant. "We just had it 2 days ago. It seems unhealthy to have it so often." Even though she was a strong believer of being plentiful in food and clothes without having to lift a finger, but now that she was raising a child, she would need to be mindful of certain things. At the very minimum, she couldn't take Zhang Yuanjie to hot pot every few days. It was also that hot pot was quite expensive, and the 2 of them could eat a lot. Each time it would cost them 100 to 200 yuan. Once a week was already plenty. Granted, that wasn't the reason why she didn't want to take the little male lead to hot pot today. When the boss took her out to eat, it was always over hundreds or even thousands of yuan. She could afford to take his son out to hot pot a couple of times. She mostly worried that too much junk food, like hot pot, might upset the little male lead's sensitive stomach. He was, after all, a little young master from a prestigious family who has been pampered his entire life. Hearing that, both little boys looked a bit disappointed. Right then, Manager Yang, who had refused to leave, walked over and volunteered, "Why don't we go for bone marrow hot pot then? It's much more nutritious. My treat." Zhang Yuanjie's eyes lit up. Seeing the hesitant look on his little buddy, he held his hand and said, "Xiao Yi, big brother Yang is a good friend of me and my mom. You don't need to be shy. We have dinner together all the time." Yang Zifeng hadn't expected that even little kiddo Zhang Yuanbao had lumped him into the good friend category. That made him happy. "Exactly, we are all good friends. Don't be shy, Xiao Yi. You can call me big brother Yang too." Whether he was being nice to his little buddy or that he really wanted to have hot pot, the little young master really called him big brother Yang. Manager Yang smiled so happily that his eyes turned into a slit. He was finally able to get close to the little young master from a prestigious family, even though with his new title he had just become a generation lower than Boss Zhou, making Boss Zhou going from the same generation as him to the uncle generation. But that's quite alright. With someone like Boss Zhou, never mind about referring to him as uncle, he'd be okay with daddy. After happily accepting his new title, Yang Zifeng grabbed his car key right away and said, "Alright, little kiddos. I'll take you to hot pot now." Both Zhang Yuanjie and Zhou Yi looked excited, but they knew better than to say anything other than looking up at Yan Shuyu. Only idiots would turn down free dinner. Yan Shuyu smiled and waved her hand. "Let's go get hot pot." And the 4 of them walked out happily. Zhang Yang was still waiting faithfully under Sunshine House. When Yan Shuyu saw him, she said to him nicely, "We are going to go to dinner with Manager Yang. He has a car as well and will be dropping us off tonight. Why don't you take an early night?" Chapter 217. The delicate little male lead was dumbfounded. 1. As an exceptional chauffeur, Zhang Yang did not let his happiness show when he found out that he could get off early today. Naturally, he didn't decline it either. He merely smiled casually and said, "Sure, Miss Yan. May I ask whether Manager Yang has car seats in his car? I can remove the ones from ours." With Zhang Yang being so careful and thorough, Yan Shuyu and Yang Zifeng were a little speechless. Yang Zifeng was single with no kids. Even though he'd drive his little niece around for his sister from time to time, he never had the need to have a car seat in his car. Looking at each other for a few seconds, Yang Zifeng said decisively, "Nah, that's too much trouble. Yanyan, why don't you take brother Zhang's car? Just follow my car." Zhang Yang didn't look particularly disappointed about not being able to get off early. He attentively opened the backseat door for the 2 little young masters. Zhang Yuanjie and Zhou Yi didn't care much when the adults were discussing whose car to take and only started moving after the adults had reached a decision. Perhaps somewhat influenced by his little buddy, the little male lead has been livelier than he used to be. He used to wait for someone else to pick him up and put him inside of the car. Now he was trying to climb inside of the car like Zhang Yuanjie. The 2 cars headed toward the mall next door. Manager Yang, who was always on top of what's the trendiest, took them to a newly opened hot pot restaurant. A chain that has restaurants all over the country. The bone broth, which was cooked to a milky white color, started to boil in front of them. The server came over and sprinkled green onions on top of the soup. They then brought over straws attentively and showed them how to eat the marrow out of the bones. This hot pot restaurant was slightly more expensive than the other ones. In her previous life, when Yan Shuyu wasn't as poor, she had it a few times and liked it quite a bit. It was definitely novel to the 2 kids and both of them relished the bones that were the size of half their faces while holding them up with both hands. While the 2 of them were slurping the bone marrow at a moderate pace, Yan Shuyu and Yang Zifeng started cooking other ingredients. Yan Shuyu was much more relaxed today with someone helping her out today. She even had time to chit-chat with Manager Yang in between. Yang Zifeng, on the other hand, felt quite uncomfortable. He asked Yan Shuyu softly, "That brother Zhang, shouldn't we invite him to eat with us?" Yang Zifeng was sort of a second-generation rich himself and has a few maids at home. His parents' company has a few chauffeurs as well, but Yang Zifeng never thought that was a big deal. Their maids always ate with them. He felt bad when he invited Boss Zhou's chauffeur to dine with them and was denied adamantly. He was also surprised by that. Perhaps, the kind of prestigious families that Boss Zhou came from had a set of different rules than normal folks. Yan Shuyu, on the other hand, felt quite relaxed. She had been through this a few times by now. When they video chatted with the boss a couple of days ago, she mentioned that it felt inhumane to have Zhang Yang wait for them, hungry, in the car when they were having hot pot inside. The boss had smiled and reassured her that Zhang Yang wouldn't really stay in the car the entire time. He'd go get his own food, expense it, and would also receive overtime pay. And then Yan Shuyu didn't feel bad for him anymore. In fact, she thought it was sweet that Zhang Yang could go look for good food himself, expense the entire amount, and have additional subsidy on the side. What a deal. When she repeated that to Manager Yang, even Manager Yang became envious of him. He must make pretty good money to be Boss Joe's chauffeur. He's wearing an Armani suit. Chapter 218. The delicate little male lead was dumbfounded, too. Yan Shuyu didn't pay much attention to suits before. She asked curiosity, is it very expensive? His suit isn't too bad. It costs less than 20,000 yuan. Oh shoot, almost 20,000 yuan and you told me it isn't bad. Yan Shuyu looked at her little buddy in shock and suspected that she was too poor and all those around her were disgustingly rich. In both of her lifetime combined, she had never worn anything that was over 2,000 yuan, her winter down jacket notwithstanding. Yet, at this very moment, Yan Shuyu had the exact same thought as Manager Yang. Both of them wanted to become the boss's chauffeur immediately. Speaking of the devil, the two of them were just done being envious of Mr. Chauffeur when the video chat request from the boss came. Yan Shuyu already had one round of food, and it had hit the spot. She accepted the video chat request without hesitation. Putting her headphones on, she smiled at the boss. How come you are still up? Isn't it the middle of the night where you are right now? She remembered that they had video chatted a couple of days ago and that it was 4 to 5 a.m. where the boss was. It made sense the other day when he was still jet-lagging, but it was a bit odd that he'd contact her at this hour today. Yanyan, said Zhou Qinhe slowly after raising his brows. I remember telling you yesterday that I am going to swing over to Washington overnight after my meeting. Yeah, you did. Yan Shuyu nodded without understanding why he mentioned that. The boss didn't say anything else, but she seemed to hear the sound of curtains being pulled open, and then the background was bright in the video chat. It's already 7 a.m. in Washington. Yan Shuyu. Oops, that was embarrassing. She had never been to US before and had no idea about the different time zones there. Judging from the boss's tone, he probably wouldn't believe her even if she explained that to him truthfully and would still think that she was just looking for excuses because she didn't care enough about him. To show that she did care about him, Yan Shuyu quickly said, oh yeah, didn't you mention that you will be going to New York after this? The camera had rotated back onto the boss. Zhou Qinhe said in an indifferent tone, I can head to New York after work tomorrow. Does that mean you will be back soon? Asked Yan Shuyu with anticipation. Boss Zhou paused for a little. He had a pretty good idea she had been having a lot of fun the last few days and had never occurred to her to ask about him had he not contacted her. It was impossible for her to miss him so much all of a sudden. He studied her for a few seconds with his piercing gaze. Yan Shuyu, with her skin so thick, was of course not bothered by it. She smiled and dragged out her tone, so I it. Seeing the effort that she had put into faking it, Boss Zhou finally nodded. More or less. Another 3 days or so. It was sort of fast. Yang Zifeng, who had witnessed the entire process quietly. He had overestimated Boss Zhou. Boss Zhou's resilience was even worse than his and couldn't even withstand this level. Manager Yang judged Boss Zhou quietly. That being said, he himself did know his own little buddy quite well. Yan Shuyu quickly took the opportunity and changed the subject entirely. She said excitedly to the boss's son. Daddy will be coming home soon. Are you looking forward to that, Xiao Yi? Would you like to talk to Daddy? Zhou Qinhe. Zhou Yi, who was very focused on chewing on the bone, heard Yan Shuyu's question. He had no choice but to voluntarily wipe his mouth and his little head. Yan Shuyu couldn't have shoved her cell phone into his hand any faster. Perhaps, all kids love actions. Zhang Yuanjia, seeing that his little buddy was talking to his dad, also wiped his mouth and injected himself to greet Uncle Joe. Chapter 219. The delicate little male lead was dumbfounded. 3. Boss Joe was a very experienced man. As much as he was stunned for a whole 2 seconds, he was able to control his look and turn back into the usual unruffled Boss Joe before the little kiddos stuck their faces in front of the camera. He greeted the two of them, Xiao Yi, Yuanbao. How are you two tonight? What are you eating? Seeing that they were already engaged in a conversation, Yan Shuyu wiped away the non-existing sweat on her forehead and picked back up her bowl with her half-eaten food. She was also very complacent at how effortlessly she was able to get rid of the boss. Even her little buddy leaned into her and gave her a thumbs up. I'm impressed, Yanyan. Manager Yang would never have guessed that his little buddy, who looked to be a foolish, white, and sweet, would be able to get the upper hand when faced with someone like Boss Joe. Even though most likely Boss Joe just let her have that was even more incredible. Which was why Yang Zifeng was looking at Yan Shuyu with the respect he would give to a fox demon. Being able to let Boss Joe be so muddle-headed, she was practically the reincarnation of Daji. Yan Shuyu didn't think much of it. She thought Manager Yang was praising her for her ability to change the subject and said to him humbly, oh, it's nothing. Yang Zifeng stuck up his thumb firmly. No, you are mighty, all right. Since he insisted on it, Yan Shuyu accepted his compliment quietly and immediately became more complacent. Yan Shuyu's diversion technique was very successful except her failure was finally brought about by her own complacency. She started devouring her food with no restraint once she had successfully given the boss to the two children. This hot pot place's shrimp paste was exceptionally good and much spongier than any other place. Never mind that it had opened up a whole new world for Zhou Yi, even Zhang Yuanjie loved it so much that he couldn't stop eating it. Yet, when they were on the video chat, Mom, Auntie Yan waved her hand and half of the shrimp paste went inside the pot. And, in 2 minutes or less, they watched more than half of that go inside of her own bowl. Truth was, from Yan Shuyu's perspective, the portion of shrimp paste from this shop was very small. The two of them have already eaten almost half of it earlier, so she had already refrained herself by taking only 1/4 of it, but the two little kiddos, who loved this dish, did not see it that way. They were shocked by her gluttony. Anxious, the two kiddos exchanged a look and Zhang Yuanjia decisively gave up on his beloved Uncle Joe. Picking up his little bowl, he pushed it over to his mother and said to her, "Mommy, I want some shrimpies too." You don't want to chat with Uncle Joe anymore." Yan Shuyu took a look at him. Seeing that he was her son, she painfully gave him two of hers and said in a righteous tone, "You need to cook more for yourself if you want more. Don't take any more from Mommy." Yang Zifeng, who was witnessing this. Zhang Yuanjia, on the other hand, was not surprised by how stingy his mother was. With the little bowl in his hands, his eyes curled, and he said to her, "Thank you, Mommy." Manager Yang, on the other hand, couldn't stand watching this anymore. He put the remaining shrimp paste into the pot and smiled. "Yuanbao likes the shrimp paste. I'll cook them for you. They will be done soon." Zhang Yuanjia was very happy with Manager Yang's enthusiasm, but Zhou Yi was stunned. His little buddy had abandoned him and whatever shrimp paste that was remaining was gone. The delicate little male lead was dumbfounded. Zhou Qinhei has no way of seeing what was going on the other side of the phone. He was baffled by the sadness that appeared on his son all of a sudden. He called out to him gently, "Xiao Yi." Chapter 220. Why can she ask him today? 1. There was no such thing as father and son in front of good food. The little male lead, after he had recollected himself, looked at Auntie Yan and then at his own dad in the cell phone and made a split-second decision. He did a very good job applying Yan Shuyu's trick from just a while earlier. "Daddy, would you like to speak to Auntie Yan?" Yan, being put on the spot all of a sudden, looked up abruptly. Before she could say anything, she heard the boss's chirpy voice from the phone, "Sure." And then, the little male lead couldn't wait to give the cell phone back to her as quickly as possible. He could barely keep his lips from curling upward as he did that. Yan Shuyu, who was dumbfounded as she got her phone back, meow meow meow. The timing was perfect for Zhou Yi. Manager Yang just lifted up the scoop with the shrimp paste inside of it. Zhou Yi, who had just gotten rid of the heavy burden, mimicked his little buddy and held out his little bowl as he said shyly, "I would like some too." Yang Zifeng fairly divided the cooked shrimp paste between the two of them and couldn't help but chuckle. "If you two like, we can place another order of the shrimp paste." Although Yang Zifeng was dumbfounded, he saw it clearly. The little young master did that just to have some shrimp paste. Anyway he looked at it, the little young master's style of sacrificing even his blood relatives for just a few bites of food looked just like something that Yan Shuyu would do. Yang Zifeng trusted that the prestigious family's little young master was definitely not like this before. He wondered what Boss Zhou thought of this right now. Would he still be okay with letting his son hang out with Yanyan? Boss Zhou was very calm right now. Even when the person he was chatting with had switched, he still maintained a very comfortable smile. Yan Shuyu quickly recollected herself and chatted happily with him, and the call went on and on. Mengji Yan took up the job of feeding the three of them. Zhang Yuanbao and the little young master were easy to take care of. Surprisingly, they seemed to like the exact same things, or that they were influenced by each other. Yan Shuyu, as an adult, was even easier to take care of. Knowing her for so long, Yang Zifeng had learned that she liked her meats a lot. All he needed to do was to drop some meat into her bowl, and she wouldn't look up again. Now that Yan Shuyu was being taken care of as well and the video chatting with the boss was not interfering with her eating, she thoroughly enjoyed the call and no longer wanted to end it too soon. The boss also seemed to be quite relaxed tonight and went on chatting with her as she never suggested hanging up the phone. The two of them chatted all the way to the end of dinner. After everybody was full, Yang Zifeng went over to pay, leaving one adult and two kids at the seat. Now that hot pot was over, Boss Zhou's charm has also returned. The two kiddos went docilely over to both sides of Yan Shuyu and passionately started talking to him again. The private chat turned into group chat. Yan Shuyu was no longer only chatting with the boss. She also occasionally chatted with the children next to her. For example, right now she was asking him, "Where do you want to go next?" The two boys exchanged a look and started mulling it over. The boss, from the other end, casually brought it up, "By the way, there was someone else there other than you." "Yeah, Manager Yang," said Yan Shuyu with a smile. It was his treat. Manager Yang, returning from taking care of the bill, suddenly stopped in his steps. He had a bad feeling all of a sudden for some odd reasons. He was sitting there the entire time. Even if Boss Zhou didn't know it ahead of time, how would it be possible that he didn't notice the entire time he was chatting with Yanyan? He only asked about it after dinner was over. Was Boss Zhou really slow, or that there were other reasons behind it? Yang Zifeng felt that there was no way someone as observant as Boss Zhou would be the first case. Chapter 221. Why couldn't she ask him today? 2. Sure enough, the boss asked gently the next minute, "So Manager Yang will be joining you after dinner?" Manager Yang couldn't quite hear what the boss was saying from a distance, but he could see his little buddy nodding heartlessly. Probably, asked the boss caringly. "You made plans?" "No, not really," Yan Shuyu explained, "but Manager Yang didn't mention that he has other plans tonight, so I am guessing he will be hanging out with us." "Oh, so you two had been together for so long that there was already tacit understanding between the two of you." Nevertheless, the boss smiled and asked, "Isn't it better if you ask him his opinion before making that decision for him?" "Is it?" Yan Shuyu was never a stubborn person. The serious look on the boss had her convinced. Lamenting about how thorough a person the boss was, she nodded her understanding and said, "Okay, let me ask him then." As soon as she had finished saying that, she saw her little buddy standing not too far away from her out of the corners of her eyes. She quickly waved at him and asked, "Manager Yang, are you coming with us?" Manager Yang originally felt that his little buddy's question was very unnecessary. But, thinking about Boss Zhou, he suddenly got it. How did Boss Zhou have so much free time today? To a point that he started video chatting with Yan Shuyu as soon as they sat down and the call lasted all the way till the end of dinner, leaving no time for Yanyan to eat. So, all in all, Boss Zhou just didn't want him to be too close with Yanyan while he was away. Granted, with Boss Zhou's intelligence, he must know that there was nothing more than friendship between the two of them. Meaning, Boss Zhou's jealousy wasn't directed toward him, it was directed at any adult male around Yanyan. Yang Zifeng, having arrived at the conclusion, must have meant how someone as carefree as Boss Joe was such a jealous man deep down inside. And this was just the beginning of their relationship. Manager Yang wondered how his little buddy was confident that she could break up with someone as domineering as Boss Joe amicably. Lamenting in his mind was one thing, Manager Yang would not have the guts to remind his little buddy about that. Saving himself would be the right thing to do in this situation. He immediately shook his head, smiled, and said, "Nah, I'll pass. I am going to meet up with a few friends online to play games. You have fun." Yan Shuyu, who was only asking for formality, was really surprised. "You hadn't mentioned earlier." Yang Zifeng walked up and continued to lie through his teeth. "Oh yeah, I made plans over dinner. You were on the call with Boss Joe so I didn't mention." Yan Shuyu didn't pay attention to whether Manager Yang had made plans with his friends over dinner, so she nodded unsuspectingly and said, "Okay, hurry back then. We will go by ourselves." She admired the boss even more now. He was so right about it. The boss, in the video chat, did not take any credit. Seeing that they have arrived at an agreement, he said, "Okay, you have fun. I am heading into work now." Yan Shuyu put away her cell phone, and they all went to the underground parking lot. They got into their respective cars and headed their own ways. Distracted by the boss, Yan Shuyu finally remembered to ask the kiddos after they had gotten inside of the car. "You haven't told me where you want to go yet." The little kiddos had reached an agreement earlier already. Both of them said at the same time, "Bumper cars." Learning her lesson, Yan Shuyu turned around and said solemnly, "Okay. We can go for bumper cars, but only for 1 hour. Then we will head home. No disagreements." Both little kiddos nodded docilely, but Yan Shuyu, feeling that wasn't good enough, made him pinky promise her before she had Zhang Yang take them to the plaza. The little kiddos played happily for an hour, and then, as though there was a timer going off, they told Yan Shuyu exactly at 8:40 p.m. together, "Mommy, Auntie Yan, time is up." Both Zhang Yuanjia and Zhou Yi have watches. Yan Shuyu, on the other hand, was the one who didn't have one. She couldn't possibly have her cell phone in hand when she was playing bumper cars, so she had the two kids be mindful of the time and have them oversee each other. That technique seemed to have worked very well. Yan Shuyu got off the bumper car, pleased. "Okay, time is up. Let's head home, Tilda." Chapter 222. Why couldn't she ask him today? 3. The two little boys, who were true to their words, agreeably let Yan Shuyu carry them out of the cars. Except that there was a lot of longing on the little male lead's face on their way back. Zhang Yuanjia may not have been to many places when he was a child, but ever since the fun-loving Yan Shuyu had transmigrated over, she had been taking him to all sorts of places. As such, he was less bummed on their way back. Compared to him, this was like a whole new world to the little male lead of the prestigious family. Being able to play games at a public place with his favorite little buddy and Auntie Yan, it was difficult for him to leave, especially since he didn't know when would be the next time he could come out to play with them again. Zhang Yuanjia, as though reading his little friend's mind, suddenly grabbed his hand and asked, "Have you been to the amusement park before?" Little Zhou Yi blinked his eyes blankly. "Amusement park? The little backpack that you have been using the last few days. Mommy bought it when she went to the amusement park before. I have the exact same one as well, Tilda." Being reminded by Zhang Yuanjia, the little male lead said as if at a loss, "No, I have never been." "Me neither. Mommy said I was too young before and can't go on many of the rides." Zhang Yuanjia nicely comforted his little friend and then asked, "But Mommy said she'd bring me there this week. Would you like to come with us?" Zhou Yi's eyes beamed. It was obvious that he really wanted to say yes right away, but then he looked docilely at Yan Shuyu and asked, "Auntie Yan, may I come with?" Yan Shuyu thought about it in her head. The boss should be back before the weekend and he would be able to take care of his son. It shouldn't be too much work for he, so she smiled and nodded. Of course. The two boys quickly talked about what amusement parks were like in their imagination excitedly. One of them said there were big tigers that they could ride on. The other one said they could befriend Peppa Pig there. All sorts of kids talk and crazy ideas. As a mature adult, Yan Shuyu couldn't join into their conversation. Nevertheless, she was not bored. She had excitedly pulled out her cell phone and texted the boss, informing him that the two boys had already agreed upon themselves of going to the amusement park this coming weekend. As the boss, Boss Joe would not chat on the phone during work meetings, but taking a short break and texting his girlfriend was okay. As such, Yan Shuyu quickly received his response. Just as she had expected, the boss said that he'd be back into the country by then and they could all go together. Yan Shuyu gave him an, "Okay," then she texted him again, "I need to go into work tomorrow and Yuanban needs to go to school. What about Xiao Yi? Will someone be picking him up?" This time the boss didn't respond for 2 whole minutes. Ask him what he wants to do tomorrow. Yan Shuyu felt a bit odd. Did the authoritarian boss listen to her advice and had become more liberal? That wasn't a bad thing. Surely, she felt quite proud of her own achievement, but why did she need to ask the little male lead tomorrow? Why couldn't she ask him today? Unfortunately, the car had already pulled up in front of her building before she could raise any objection. Yan Shuyu knew that the time between now and getting the boys into bed would be very busy. The two kids were already excited from their conversation in the car. She couldn't even imagine how they'd be running around in excitement after they had gotten home. Plus, the pampered little young master was way less independent than her son. She doubted she could expect him to do much by himself. Yan Shuyu, having a pretty good idea about this, quickly responded, "That works," back to the boss before she put her cell phone away and got out of the car. Right when she was about to thank Zhang Yang for having already gotten the two boys out of the car, she heard him saying enthusiastically, "Miss Yan, let me walk up with you." "No need, we can go back by ourselves. You can take off now." Chapter 223. The Two Little Dinosaurs. 1. As soon as she had finished saying that, Yan Shuyu saw Zhang Yang pull out a fairly sizable suitcase from the trunk of the car. He smiled at her and said, "I have the little young master's luggage here. It's quite heavy, let me bring it up for you." Yan Shuyu looked at the kid's backpack in her hand and was dumbfounded. Isn't this his luggage? Why did he need such a big suitcase for just one night? Wasn't that a bit of an overkill? The butler worried that the little young master did not grab everything on his own, so he packed some more, explained Zhang Yang with a smile. He also prepared some for young Master Yuanbao as well. After the last few times, Zhang Yuanbao had also gone from young Master Zhang to the affectionate young Master Yuanbao with Uncle Zhang. He seemed to like that title a lot and smiled at Uncle Zhang with his eyes curved. Yan Shuyu had no choice but to nod wordlessly. Okay, thanks for your help then. She was too silly. How could she really think that a small backpack would be enough for the little young master to come over and be a house guest at her place? Come to think about it, of course a large suitcase like the one that Zhang Yang was carrying would be good enough for the little young master. Boss Zhou was such a particular person that anyone who could work with him long term would also be impeccable in their work. Zhang Yang carried the suitcase to the front door. Before Yan Shuyu said a word, he immediately expressed that, Miss Yang, two young masters. I am going to head out now. Even if Yan Shuyu had felt that she should share some pleasantries and offer him a cup of tea or something, she wouldn't be able to when he seemed like he was in such a hurry. She waved and smiled at him. Have a safe trip back then. Zhang Yang nodded and left in brisk steps. Yan Shuyu watched him walk away for a bit before she turned back around and opened up her front door. The two boys next to her had already been waiting the entire time, especially the little male lead. As soon as the front door was opened up, his mouth propped open and he let out an ignorant exclamation. It's so mini. The little young master looked at this apartment that was smaller than the bathroom in his house. There was no resentment or discomfort in his eyes. Quite the contrary, his eyes were filled with amazement. That was not a reaction that Yan Shuyu had expected, but she didn't dwell on that too much. She just felt that the little male lead had amazing adaptability and along with that, a bit of a heartache. The wealthy, sure enough, had a very interesting perspective on things. Her noble apartment, that costs her thousands of yuan a month turned into a nostalgia thing in the eyes of the prestigious family little young master. Ouch. Even Yan Shuyu almost started hating the wealthy. Zhang Yuanjia's mood, on the other hand, was very well balanced. He took his little buddy's marvel as a praise and held his hand in excitement as he spoke. Yes. Do you like it? Let me show you around. Zhou Yi nodded seriously. All right. As excited as Zhang Yuanjia was with his little buddy coming over as a guest for the first time, he did not forget the rules. Holding his little buddy's hand, he said to him, let's go. Let's change out of our shoes first. Mommy spends a lot of time mopping the floor so we shouldn't get the floor dirty. The very next second, the very passionate little host went quiet as he looked at their shoe rack. It doesn't look like we have slippers for you. Yan Shuyu saw the two of them standing from the front door and wanted to rush them inside as well. She suggested casually, why don't the two of you decide which one of you will wear the slippers and the other one can just walk inside in their socks. I just mopped the floor yesterday, it's still pretty clean. Chapter 224 The Two Little Dinosaurs, 2. Zhou Yi expressed in a very mature fashion to let Yuanbao have the slippers before he squatted down to take off his own shoes. It was only that he was a bit rushed and fell and landed on his bottom. It probably didn't hurt. He only rubbed his bottom and continued to take his shoes off. Zhang Yuanjia, as though making a point, squatted down to take his shoes off as well. Him being 6 months older, he quickly caught up to his little buddy. Since the little young master would fall onto the floor when trying to squat, it was obvious that he was pampered most of the time. Zhang Yuanjia, on the other hand, had been very independent since he was a young kid and was naturally more efficient than his little buddy. Yan Shuyu didn't pay too much attention to the other details. When she noticed it, the two boys were already standing next to each other in their socks. Zhou Yi saw Zhang Yuanjia putting the shoes that he had taken off into the simple shoe rack and mimicked him and placed his own leather shoes on there as well. And then, neither one of them paid the fuzzy pair of little slippers any attention before they ran off into the apartment holding hands. They were so excited that Yan Shuyu didn't want to remind them that they had forgotten their slippers. She merely said to them, now that your socks are on the floor, don't climb into bed before you shower. Do you hear me? Both Zhang Yuanbao and little Zhou Yi acknowledged her and then Zhang Yuanjia, like a good host, started introducing the items in the house to his little buddy. This is the electrical piano given to me by Tong Tong. It's a little smaller than a real piano, which is why we are able to have it inside of our apartment. This is the cello given to my mom by instructor Lu. I am taking cello lessons as well. It's too late tonight and mommy said we can't disturb our neighbors. We can practice together tomorrow. This was probably the first time the little young master, with his custom-made, top-to-the-line piano, has seen such a mini, little piano. He gave a, oh me, as a response and Zhang Yuanjia was pleased. He was even more passionate than before when he took his little buddy over to the bay window and shared with him, this is the storybook that mommy reads to me before I go to bed. And then this the toy that you have given me. I play with it every day. Zhang Yuanbao was perfectly fine taking care of his little house guest all by himself. Yan Shuyu wasn't going to complain about that. She changed out of her own shoes and boiled some drinking water for later before she dragged the little male lead's suitcase next to the bed. There was more room there, and she'd be able to open the suitcase. Zhou Yi's cartoon backpack was sitting on top of the little nightstand. He didn't trouble his auntie Yan for that. He carried it all by himself when he walked inside of the house. Yan Shuyu, too, casually sat down on the floor as she consulted the little male lead. Xiao Yi, you two have fun. Would you like me to organize your suitcase for you? It wasn't that she really wanted to do that, but there were only the three of them inside of the apartment. She couldn't possibly count on Zhang Yuanjia or Zhou Yi for that. Yan Shuyu knew full well that she wouldn't be able to dodge this bullet. She might as well get this straightened out so she could go to bed earlier. Thank you, Auntie Yan, said Zhou Yi courteously as he slid down from the bay window and pitter-patted in front of Yan Shuyu. It almost seemed that he realized that this was a hassle. Unfortunately, as soon as he came over, Zhang Yuanjia came over as well. The little area wasn't even enough to put the suitcase down. Yan Shuyu waved at the two of them impatiently and said, I will organize this slowly. You two go and entertain yourselves. Chapter 225 The Two Little Dinosaurs, 3. The little kiddos were sent a few steps away from her. Then, with a roll of his eyes, Zhang Yuanjia said proudly to his little buddy, Xiao Yi, I'll treat you to some cookies. He then pitter-patted over to the refrigerator. This was the refrigerator that the landlord had prepared for them. It was half a meter tall and only had one compartment. Yan Shuyu usually kept some ice cream or snacks inside of it. The size of the compartment was about the same as that of a regular refrigerator. The size was plenty as they didn't cook at home. Most importantly, it wasn't very tall, so Zhang Yuanjie was able to get to most of the items inside without the help from Yan Shuyu. The cookies he was referring to were cookies with nuts made by a pastry chef at Sunshine House. Ever since Yan Shuyu had joined Sunshine House, it had become more and more well known. Now that a few months had passed, it had already gone from a small viral coffee shop to just a viral coffee shop. They had a constant stream of healthy traffic every day. Words had it that a lot of out-of-town visitors would look for their place specifically. The coffee shop has 2 stories and the area was big enough. Expansion would not be necessary. Manager Yang had, however, hired more help to accommodate the increase in traffic. He even recruited a pastry chef at the end of last month for a handsome amount. As a coffee shop, cakes and other pastries were necessary. They were also not cheap, but when they were ordered externally, they merely tasted all right. There was nothing special to speak of. With the arrival of the new pastry chef, they were able to offer new products every few days in addition to their regular menu. Their revenue from pastries also increased accordingly. That was not the main point. The main point was that the little big sister pastry chef was a single female in her 30s. Words had it that she has been in this field for over 10 years. Manager Yang was only able to recruit her after a referral from a friend. Once she started working there, she hit it off with Zhang Yuanjie right away and she was in love with him. Single women like her had no resistance toward little boys like Zhang Yuanjie with his clean and handsome little face and personality like a little prince. The way pastry chef Han Ji showed her fondness toward Zhang Yuanjie was to make him delicious pastries from time to time. She'd custom make him little bunny cookies, nut cookies, etc. with unique designs and ingredients. Which was why Zhang Yuanjie gloated proudly about treating Zhou Yi to his cookies. As much as Zhang Yuanjie enjoyed the cookies baked for him by Auntie Han, he also followed his mother's no more than 2 a day rule strictly. He'd get cavities if he has more, so said Mommy. He was a little kid with very good self-control. He kept to his words and never tried to have more than he was allowed. That meant Yan Shuyu had no need to worry about it. Zhang Yuanjie would keep them where he wanted to keep them and eat them whenever he wanted to. Naturally, he preferred leaving them on the bottom shelf inside the refrigerator where he could get to easily. Pulling out the cute cookie box, little kiddo Zhang Yuanbao shared his cookies with his little buddy in a cherishing manner. 2 for you and 2 for me. Just in case that his little buddy thought he was being stingy, he even added, Mommy said having too much would give us cavities. That means getting bugs inside of our teeth and it is very painful. The little kiddo gestured it with his hands as he talked, the kind of long and dark bugs. Zhou Yi shuddered from his description, and he almost didn't even want to eat any of the cookies. Zhang Yuanjie, who had tried too hard, quickly patted him on his shoulder and comforted him, it's fine if we have no more than 2 a day. Then, he laid out plans like an adult. We have 2 tonight and 2 in the morning. That'd make 4, right? Chapter 226 The 2 Little Dinosaurs, 4. Zhou Yi nodded hesitantly. He watched as Yuanbao placed the finger-shaped one into his mouth and chewed it loudly before he, too, tried a small bite. His eyes lit up. Oh, it's delicious, and not too sweet. You like it too, right? Zhang Yuanjie happily shared. These were made by Auntie Han. I said I didn't like them too sweet so she put very little sugar in them. As though he had suddenly thought about something, before Zhou Yi said anything else, he shoved the remaining cookies into his hand and said, Xiao Yi, hang on to these for a second. Let me bring a couple to Mom as well. Having said that, Zhang Yuanbao ran over to Yan Shuyu with the cookie box in hand and shoved a cookie into her mouth. Yan Shuyu opened up her mouth. She didn't savor it as much as the children did and finished one in a few bites. Then, she opened up her mouth at her son again and said, Thanks son. Give me another one. Zhang Yuanjie fed her another one before he happily put the lid back on and lectured his mother, You can't have more, Mommy. You will have cavities. Yan Shuyu. After he was done feeding his mother, Zhang Yuanjie put the box carefully back into the refrigerator. He went back over to his little buddy and resumed eating. It so happened that the glass of water that Yan Shuyu had poured for them was cooling down in temperature. With the closeness between the two growing quickly, the 2 of them ate the cookies and took turns drinking from the glass one after another without any second thoughts. Yan Shuyu, sitting on the floor and organizing the little male lead's items from his backpack, fell silent when she saw the 2 to 3 items she had laid out on top of the bed, a traveling mug for brushing his teeth, a pair of underwear, and fuzzy dinosaur towels. That was everything that the little young master had packed for himself. No wonder their butler had packed an extra case. Yan Shuyu, once again, felt ashamed of herself for trusting the little young master. Equals. Just when she was questioning the meaning of life, Zhang Yuanjie and Zhou Yi had finished their snacks and happily walked over to where she was. Zhang Yuanjie was pleasantly surprised when he saw the bath towel on the bed. Dinosaur, I have the same one. He pitter-patted over to the bathroom and brought his own towel over to show it to his little buddy. See, they are the same, right? The little kiddo let out an exclamation cooperatively. Oh yeah, you were right. Yan Shuyu rolled her eyes and started on the large suitcase as she commented, Of course they are the same. I was the one who bought both of them. Although the boss was the one who paid for them. But there was no reason to dwell on minor details. Even though she had shuttered the well-kept secret, Zhang Yuanjie and Zhou Yi were still very excited. Zhang Yuanjie stroked the claw on the dinosaur towel and said, Let's put him on after taking a bath and pretend that we are dinosaurs. Exactly, there are fuzzy dinosaur paws on the bath towels along with a green hat and a tail. All they had to do was to be wrapped in the towel and immediately cosplay as little dinosaurs. Zhang Yuanjie had already been losing interest in cosplay, but he was excited all over again in his little buddy's company. Zhou Yi was probably in the same boat as him. He was excited about just about anything when he has a partner in crime. His little face lit up when he said, Okay. While they were discussing, Auntie Yan continued to pull out all the other items from the suitcase one by one. The butler had been very thorough. There were 2 coats, 1 set of suits, a down jacket, along with sweaters, shirts, pants, shoes, socks, etc. Suddenly, as though he had spotted something, Zhou Yi forced his way in all of a sudden and pulled out a set of clothes from the bottom of the suitcase that Yan Shuyu has yet to get to. It was a striped suit. He then said to both Auntie Yan and his little buddy, "This set is for you, Anbao." Chapter 227. Perhaps he felt that this way he had completely blended in with them. 1. Both the mother and son were stunned, especially Jung Yuhuan. He had been going on and on until he saw the gift from his little buddy and all of a sudden had no idea how to behave. Coming from a single-parent family had made him a more sensitive person. Zhang Yuanjie might seem outgoing and optimistic and was also spoiled and praised wherever he went, but he was still not used to this kind of mild kindness, especially when they came from someone his age. He stuttered, "That is so sudden. Did you prepare it? Is this a good idea?" Yan Shuyu was a little stunned before she had it figured out. She saw that the suit in her hand has the same type of striped pattern and teased, "You want to be dressed like brothers." As soon as she finished saying that, Zhou Yi's face reddened. The two of them looked like there was some Brokeback Mountain going on. But her words made the two of them become more comfortable. Zhang Yuanjie even took the suit over. Like an adult would do, he held it in front of himself to check out the size. Nobody could tell what was his conclusion on it, but he said happily to his little buddy, "Thank you, Xiao Yi." Zhou Yi pursed his lips happily and his dimples were somewhat visible. "You are welcome." Zhang Yuanjie stroked the suit admiringly. He looked over at Zhou Yi's suit, then at his own. His lips curved upward. He, too, has a suit now. Yan Shuyu had one custom made for him for his birthday and spent several hundreds of yuan. The style and materials were decent, but now he has two sets. The reason that he liked the gift from his little buddy so much wasn't because he was materialistic or that he was able to tell the value of the suit at his early age. He had wanted a suit because he saw how good his little buddy looked in them. Even though his mother had one custom made for him, it just wasn't the same. He was very pleasantly surprised because Zhou Yi gave him a new set that was identical to his own. When the two little boys were done talking about suits, they became very curious with all the items that Yan Shuyu had pulled out from the suitcase like magic. They both decided to squat there and watch her. That's when they found out that there were more gifts than just the suit. There was also an identical set of pajamas. Both of them hanged onto their pajamas as they continued to watch Yan Shuyu emptied out the suitcase. Finally, Yan Shuyu, finally finishing up her task, looked at the two kiddos squatting there absorbed at watching her, raised her eyebrows, and said, "Are you two done playing? Then go shower. We even have the pajamas readied already." This time though, Zhang Yuanjie, who had always been very obedient, didn't move. Zhou Yi gave him a look and also remained squatting where he was. Zhang Yuanjie blinked his eyes and asked curiously, "Did Xiao Yi need that many clothes for just tomorrow?" That made sense, thought Yan Shuyu. The little male lead brought a formal set and a casual set of clothes. He didn't have 3 heads and 6 pairs of arms, so naturally, he could only wear one of the 2 sets. She opened up the suitcase and asked, "Okay, which set would you like to wear tomorrow? We can put the other one back into the suitcase. And it'd go home with him tomorrow." Chapter 228. Perhaps he felt that this way he had completely blended in with them. 2. The little male lead looked up at her with his cute face and asked, "Can we not put it back into the suitcase?" Yan Shuyu had a bad feeling. "Where do you want it then?" The little kiddo pointed at their closet. He might look shy, but he was bold. Leaving his clothes here meant he could come over whenever from now on. Yan Shuyu. She finally realized her mistake of inviting the wolf into her house, but why was the wolf that she drew the little male lead and not the boss? If it was the boss, she could at least devour him and be comforted. Now that it was the little male lead, she couldn't do anything to him except wait on him. What a bummer. Yan Shuyu thought about it some more. Even luring the boss over to her place was pointless. It wasn't like the environment at her place would allow it. Wasn't it even more upsetting if she could only look but not touch? The little male lead was arguably the better option here. She felt better and happily accepted reality. "Okay, I will put it into the closet for you. You two go take a bath after I put things away, alright?" The two boys repeatedly nodded, each nod more enthusiastic than the last. Yan Shuyu walked over to the closet with a pile of clothes in her hand. Yan Shuyu and her instant son didn't have a lot of clothes, but the closet wasn't all that big either. There was no way she would empty out an entire drawer for the little male lead. The best she could do was to organize hers and her son's clothes and place the little male lead's coat with hers and his shirts and pants with her son's. When she felt that she had completed her mission, she clapped her hands and said, "Will that work?" The very particular little young master did not express any unpleasantness. Quite the contrary, he smiled a happy smile. Perhaps he felt that this way he had completely blended in with them. The little young master gave a satisfied smile and said, "Thank you, Auntie Yan." "You are welcome." Yan Shuyu closed the closet tempestuously and patted them on their heads. "Now go bathe." Time had flashed by. It was already 9 p.m. Yan Shuyu really wanted to hurry up, but the two little boys were very courteous toward each other. "Does Xiao Yi want to go bathe first? How about you, Anbao goes first?" Yan Shuyu, looking at the time, just said, "Why don't the both of you go together?" Zhang Yuanjie and Zhou Yi turned and looked at her at the same time. Yan Shuyu felt that her idea was wonderful. The little young master had been very pampered, and she was already mentally prepared that she'd have to help him bathe. As for her own son, even though he knew how to do everything himself from a very early age, the price she had to pay was that he was very slow at it. As such, she might as well bathe them both together, that way it'd only be half the work. Yan Shuyu, who had happily made up her mind, decided against giving them the chance to reject her suggestion. She picked up one little carrot with each arm and brought them into the bathroom. As they have mentioned that they wanted to put on the bath towels and be little dinosaurs, she didn't bring any pajamas in there with her. She hung the 2 identical bath towels on the hook, locked the bathroom door, and said forcefully, "Okay, start stripping. I want to see which one of you can do it faster." Affected by her aggressiveness, the little kiddos dare not complain and started stripping quietly. Yan Shuyu did not just sit around. She scrubbed out her son's designated bathtub and added hot water and bubble bath inside of it. Just a little bit of it made it foam up. Zhang Yuanjie nicely exclaimed from behind her, "Mom, the bubbles are blue." Yan Shuyu, "So jump in quickly then. Zhang Yuanjia being slow was all relative. By the time Yan Shuyu finished talking and turned around, he had already stripped down to his underwear and socks. Zhou Yi, next to him, was still struggling with his buttons. Yan Shuyu felt helpless for 2 seconds, pulled over her son, quickly stripped him of the rest of his clothes and said to him, "Darling, you soak in here first. I'll go help Xiao Yi get undressed." A few seconds later, Zhou Yi, too, was naked. He even knew that boys and girls are different and tried very hard to keep his underwear on but failed. He finally climbed into the bathtub with his cheeks red. The weather was turning cold. Yan Shuyu had been worried that her son was slow when he bathed himself and would get sick, so she bought him a new bathtub that was twice the size of his old one. That way it could hold more hot water and she wouldn't have to worry about the water getting cold. Because of this new bathtub, she was able to have the 2 of them bathe together. When Zhou Yi got inside the bathtub, the water was up to his chest and the bubbles reached his chin. He was truly having a bubble bath. Zhang Yuanjia was slightly taller than him, but the bubbles were also up to his shoulders. Chapter 229. Perhaps he felt that this way he had completely blended in with them. 3. It was the first time for the both of them to bathe with someone else. The 2 of them sat across from each other and, naturally, their legs touched. The 2 little kiddos looked at each other back and forth. Suddenly, both of them started to giggle. The giggling had very much wiped away all of the tension. Zhang Yuanjia was much more relaxed and Zhou Yi's cheeks were less red. The both of them started to enjoy the bath despite being crammed inside the same tub. Yan Shuyu had already walked over with a washcloth. The bathroom was filled by the bathtub and she had nowhere to even stand. She could only stand right by the door. As such, little Zhou Yi, who was the closer one to her, was grabbed as she started to scrub him down from head to toe. Zhou Yi was relaxed after he had giggled and wasn't too shy when he was grabbed by Auntie Yan even though the temperature in his cheeks had gone up again. By the time Auntie Yan got to his armpits and the bottom of his feet, he was giggling all over again. Every time he giggled, Zhang Yuanjia would laugh with him. The laughter of the 2 boys resounded inside of the bathroom. Even Yan Shuyu's lips couldn't help but start to curve upward. Her motion was even smoother, and she was done with one child in 2 minutes. Pushing the little male lead aside, she said, "Okay, you are done, Xiao Yi. Go soak on the side. It's now Yuan Bao's turn." She wasn't sure whether Zhang Yuanjia was jealous or enjoying the atmosphere when his mother was scrubbing down his little body, but instead of being his usual efficient self, he was very focused on playing with the bubbles. He eagerly swam toward his mother when he heard his name and was also scrubbed down from head to toe by his mother. Now that she had been rearing a child for a while, Yan Shuyu started to get the hang of it. She scrubbed the both of them down first, then rinsed them both at the same time. Once the bubbles were all rinsed off, her job was done and it was much easier to just carry them out that way. Plus, they both wanted to wear their bath towels, which made it even easier on her part. She dried them, wrapped them in the big bath towel, carried them directly onto bed before she told them, "Don't run around now that you don't have slippers on. Call me if you want to get out of the bed, alright?" Okay. The 2 little kiddos nodded one after the other before they put on the dinosaur hood and started cosplaying like they had wanted to all along. Yan Shuyu did not wait around for them. She still needed to clean up the bathroom and get herself ready for bed, so she quickly returned to the bathroom. The truth had proven that with more kids, even a normally well-behaved one would become rambunctious. Yan Shuyu had just pulled the bathtub out, put it away, and tossed the little kiddos' clothes into the washing machine when she heard them calling out to her. "Mom, Mom, Mom. Auntie Yan." Yan Shuyu, very worried that the neighbors would complain, resorted to walking over to them. "Shush, can you keep your voice level down?" As such, Zhang Yuanjia leaned in and whispered to her, "Mom, we want to video chat with Uncle Joe. Can you connect us with him?" Zhou Yi looked at her with anticipation. Video chat with Uncle Joe. Yan Shuyu looked at the 2 cute little things and chuckled. "You 2 are full of ideas for sure." She didn't turn them down but picked up her cell phone and sent the boss a text via WeChat as she explained to the kids, "Uncle Joe is at work right now. Let me check with him and see if this is a good time for him first." And the 2 little kids blinked and stared at her cell phone, waiting for a reply. Chapter 230. He really wanted to ask his girlfriend whether she got the key takeaway. 1. The WeChat from Yan Shuyu to the boss was simple and crude. It simply stated that the 2 little dinosaurs wanted to video chat with him and asked whether he was available. She had already had her share of chatting with the boss over dinner and now the draw of the boss was way less than that of removing her makeup and showering. She connected the phone, handed it to the 2 boys waiting next to her, and walked inside the bathroom with her pajamas. The bathroom was still reasonably soundproof. Once the door was closed, one could barely hear what was going on outside. Yan Shuyu quickly remembered that she had forgotten to remind them to not talk for too long. It was already bedtime. But then she realized that the boss was a very busy man. Even if he had time to chat with them, he'd at most have about 2 minutes or so. They shouldn't be on the phone for too long. It would not be necessary for her to remind them. She then settled for happily removing her makeup and giving herself a massage. She had underestimated Boss Joe's patience with the little kids. Yan Shuyu busied herself for 10 minutes and even finished her skincare routine. When she finally cheerfully walked out of the bathroom, the 2 little dinosaurs were still squeezed together and rambling on with their arms and legs waving in the air. Surprised, Yan Shuyu stopped on her tracks and remained where she was. She didn't make a sound, but Zhang Yuanjia and Zhou Yi did not overlook her. They both looked up at the same time and waved at her happily. "Mom, Auntie Yan, come on over." Yan Shuyu walked over there but only sat down on the bed and asked gently, "It's getting so late already. Aren't you too tired?" The little kiddos were quite tired, especially Zhang Yuanjia. If Yan Shuyu was to look close enough, she would see that his eyes were already turning red. As such, he took a look at the cell phone and asked docilely, "Mom, do you want to say goodnight to Uncle Joe?" Yan Shuyu wanted to say that would not be necessary when the boss's melodious voice came over the phone after hearing their conversation. "Yan." Zhou Yi nicely handed the cell phone over to Yan Shuyu. Yan Shuyu couldn't possibly turn him down, so she stroked his face and took the cell phone from him. Yan Shuyu didn't want to video chat with the boss without makeup on, but she was very confident with her current look. That being said, as far as looks were concerned, the boss wasn't half bad himself either. Not only was he so handsome that made others have a hard time keeping their knees together, his natural-born noble temperament made it look like he had halos on all the time. His entire person was out of this world. So, if only looks were considered, it was difficult to say who was the reacher here. With such an amazing boyfriend, Yan Shuyu had to always shoot for her best and hope that she was very pretty every time the two of them met up. Unfortunately, both the kiddos wanted to watch her chat with the boss, so Yan Shuyu would have to go along with them. She found the best angle of herself and the first thing that she did was to ask the boss, "Do I look different today?" She figured the boss was the kind of straight male who can tell whether a woman has makeup on anyway, so it really wouldn't matter if she did have it on or not. Unfortunately, she had underestimated the boss. He noticed it right away and pointed it out. "You've just showered and removed your makeup." The boss' look was gentle, but Yan Shuyu was still unhappy about it. Pointing with disappointment, she said, "You are good." Whatever happened to the innocent straight male? It was obvious. Without giving Yan Shuyu a chance to get upset, Boss Joe looked at her tenderly and caringly. "You look 4 to 5 years younger. Even younger than some college students. You are very pretty." Joe Chinhee's voice became deeper and deeper. The last 2 words sounded like they had rolled around in his mouth before he enunciated them and also sounded very suggestive. Chapter 231. He really wanted to ask his girlfriend whether she got the key takeaway, too. Nevertheless, Yan Shuyu failed to get his sense of romance. She was ecstatic as soon as she heard the "few years younger" part. Stroking her own cheek, she asked happily, "Do you really think that I look younger and prettier without makeup on?" Truth was, if it wasn't for her instant son, she felt that she could totally look like she was still 18 years old without a problem. But it was very conceited for her to think that. It was much more reliable when that came from the boss. Boss Joe in the video chat. He really wanted to ask his girlfriend whether she got the key takeaway. But, looking at her beaming face, he nodded cooperatively and said, "Yes, very pretty. I hope I am the only one who sees this side of you." Yan Shuyu, whose confidence had well exceeded what it should be from the praises, naturally agreed to his little request. She nodded without hesitation. "Okay. I promise, seeing how sincere you were when you groveled." Joe Chinhee. "Thank you." "No problem." Yan Shuyu, very pleased, pushed her face close to the camera in an effort to increase the impact from her beauty. Unfortunately, she was not able to keep that up for too long. She started yawning despite her best effort and remembered that she was just trying to get the kids into bed. Standing up, she said, "It's getting late. We should go to bed. Bye Tilda." Joe Chinhee maintained his quiet smile and said, "Sleep tight, Yanyan." With the boss's blessing, Yan Shuyu slept in between 2 handsome little boys. That's right, she showed no comity toward the little boys but took the middle spot on the bed. Well, alright, she didn't really do that on purpose. But there were 3 of them and only one of them could take the middle spot. The 2 kids who had been courteous to each other this entire time suddenly became very persistent on this point and neither one would back down. After a few seconds of deadlock, Yan Shuyu finally yawned and suggested irresponsibly, "Why don't I take the middle spot then?" Surprisingly, as soon as she said that, both Zhang Yuanjie and Zhou Yi nodded in synchrony, "Alright." And that's how she ended up sleeping between the 2 boys. Albeit it wasn't Yan Shuyu's original intention, but she adapted to it very well. With her son snuggled up against her tightly on her right and the little male lead snuggled up to her also with a look of trust on his face, the 2 little bodies worked like 2 super efficient heaters and kept Yan Shuyu very warm the entire night. After a good night's sleep, she was very reluctant to leave the bed after she woke up. She wanted to stay in bed for longer, but unfortunately, Zhang Yuanjie and Zhou Yi would not work with her on that one. Zhang Yuanjie woke up per his biological clock. He was going to get up and get ready by himself just like he normally does, but after he rolled over, he recalled that his little buddy had stayed over at his place last night and was sleeping on the other side of his mother. He worried that he'd wake up, so he laid back down stiffly before he laid there and quietly waited for his mother and his little buddy to wake up. He didn't have to wait too long before Yan Shuyu also woke up on her own. She had just stretched comfortably when she heard her son eagerly asking her, "Mom, are you awake? Is Xiao Yi awake?" Yan Shuyu, who wanted to stay in bed for longer, kept her eyes closely shut pretending that she was still asleep. Unexpectedly, Zhou Yi, lying on her left side, had also awoke. Hearing his little buddy's voice, he also said softly, "Yuanbao, I am awake too." As the 2 children had already started talking to each other, it no longer mattered whether Yan Shuyu feigned sleeping or not. Zhang Yuanjie asked softly, "Do you want to get up, Xiao Yi? I can take you to get freshened up." Zhou Yi was tempted but asked considerately, "Would we wake up Auntie Yan though?" Zhang Yuanjie chuckled and said, "Don't worry about it. Mom's already awake. She's just pretending that she's still asleep." Yan Shuyu. That's her own son all right. Yan Shuyu, being called out, rolled over, her arms around the pillow and her eyes squinting, said, "Okay, you 2 can get up if you want. You can open up the curtains as well. As long as you don't bother me, you 2 can do whatever you want." Chapter 232. He really wanted to ask his girlfriend whether she got the key takeaway, 3. Zhou Yi was finally reassured. He rolled out of bed with his friend, and the 2 of them walked into the bathroom while holding hands. To Zhang Yuanbao and the little young master, brushing their teeth and washing their faces were no big deal. Even though it took way longer than doing it by themselves, the 2 of them were able to help each other out and finally completed the tasks. But changing afterward was proven to be much more of a challenge. The little kiddos stood in front of the closet and discussed with each other, "Xiao Yi, what are you going to be wearing today?" "What about you, Yuanbao?" Zhang Yuanbao said with slight embarrassment, "I want to wear the suit that you have given me." The little young master said immediately, "Okay, then I will wear the suit too." "Okay, we will dress like brothers," said Zhang Yuanjie as he had happily come to a decision. He pulled out their suits on his tiptoes and carried them over to the bay window. Placing the suits neatly on the bay window, the excited Zhang Yuanjie suddenly asked, "Xiao Yi, do you know how to put this on yourself?" "I have never put it on by myself before," replied Zhou Yi, feeling slightly embarrassed. Zhang Yuanjie was baffled as well. I have never put a suit on by myself either. Both the mother and son duo felt that the custom-made suit that Yan Shuyu had ordered for Zhang Yuanjie was too formal and didn't have a lot of opportunities to put it on. As such, Zhang Yuanjie had only worn it once on his birthday. Zhang Yuanjie had a big 6-year-old birthday party. As he was everybody's favorite at Sunshine House, when Manager Yang and the other little buddies found out that it was his birthday, they decorated the coffee shop with ribbons and balloons. Manager Yang had further paid for a fondant cake out of his own pocket. Yan Shuyu had invited some kids from the kindergarten, Instructor Lin and Instructor Lu, and also Teacher Xiao Lin from the kindergarten to celebrate with him. That was Zhang Yuanjie's most memorable birthday, and he had dressed up as grand as a little prince. He was very passive the entire day. His mother had taken care of everything for him, including his hair and his outfit. He had paid no attention to any of those. As such, he could do nothing but to stare at his very fancy suits right now. That being said, Zhang Yuanjie was not one to give up when faced with a challenge. He thought about it quietly for a little bit and finally, clenching his fist, came up with an idea. My teacher had always said strength by the numbers. We will just do it one at a time. Zhou Yi, being the gentleman that he always was, said, you first. Okay. Zhang Yuanjie also agreed with alacrity. Let me put mine on first, then I will help you with yours. And the kids got into action. Hearing every word that they have exchanged, Yan Shuyu still stubbornly buried her face in the pillow and pretended that she was still asleep. She was, however, quite pleased. It was alright that they torture their new clothes, as long as they were not torturing her. Nevertheless, that did not work out the way that she had hoped. Surely, they did not go and torture her voluntarily, but their conversation and noises that would drive her insane kept on coming. Xiao Yi, is this how you button this up? Yeah, that's how the adults do it. Why did it look off to me? It looks like you've done it incorrectly. What do I do now? Unbutton it and start over. This shirt is so difficult. Yeah. She didn't even look up but was able to tell how clumsy, confused, and desperate they were just from their tone. Yan Shuyu was still laughing inside at the beginning. Never mind about the little male lead, he came with gold fingers. Her son, as the major cannon fodder, has just about as many gold fingers as the male lead at the beginning. These two mischievous kids together were torturous to her. She was quite enjoying the moment with the two of them in distress. A few minutes later, Yan Shuyu no longer found it funny. Their troubled voices became irritating after a while. She finally crawled out of bed and the two kiddos, as though they had rehearsed it previously, turned and looked at her in synchrony as though they were looking at their savior. Mom. Auntie Yan. Chapter 233 Yan Shuyu felt that she might never be able to get out of the shadow of the little male lead and his dad. 1. Their voice could bring tears to anyone who heard them. Yan Shuyu stretched, scooted over to the edge of the bed, and gave in. Bring your clothes over. I'll help you put 'em on. Zhang Yuanjie and Zhou Yi pitter-pattered over to Yan Shuyu with their clothes that they couldn't figure out how to put on. Yan Shuyu put 'em on in 2 minutes or less. After all, she had already been an instant mother for months. And that was how two identical-looking little princes came about. Yan Shuyu clapped her hands together with a sense of accomplishment and said, okay, now go and have fun. Yan Shuyu had given up on lazing in the bed after all the ruckus. She got up to get ready to start her day and Zhang Yuanjie, much like he had promised the night before, took his little buddy to start practicing on the piano. After Yan Shuyu was all dressed up, it was already almost 8:30 a.m. Normally, she'd be taking her son to school and the two of them would grab something for breakfast on their way. She suddenly recalled what the boss said the night before and hesitantly asked the little male lead, Xiao Yi, what is your plan now? Should we have Uncle Zhang come pick you up? The little male lead looked up and said with self-awareness, I promised Yuanbao that I will take him to school. Zhang Yuanjie, too, went along heartlessly. Yeah, and we will visit the place that we normally go for breakfast. Looking at the time, Yan Shuyu did not object to their suggestions. Had the little young master chose to stay and wait for Zhang Yang, her son would probably be late for school. What she didn't know was what would happen after that. What are we doing after we have dropped Yuanbao off? Are you coming with me to the coffee shop to wait for Uncle Zhang? Sure, little Zhou Yi nodded without hesitation. Yan Shuyu never thought that she'd one day take the little male lead to work with her, but it wasn't like she has a lot of options right now. She left with both children nonchalantly. Zhang Yuanbao had on his little backpack. Little Zhou Yi wasn't going to school, but he had his favorite backpack on as well. When they arrived at the kindergarten, Teacher Xiao Lin praised, I see that Yuanbao's good friend is also here to drop Yuanbao off today. What a nice kid. Seeing how Teacher Xiao Lin wasn't surprised by this at all, Yan Shuyu felt that she might never be able to get out of the shadow of the little male lead and his dad. No, that couldn't be right. Yan Shuyu shook her head decisively before watching the back of her instant son disappear into the school and headed into work with the little male lead in tow. This time, Yan Shuyu knew better. She texted Zhang Yang directly and let him know that the little young master would be heading to the coffee shop with her and that he could pick him up from the coffee shop directly. Yet, she waited for over an hour but still had not heard back from Zhang Yang nor did he show up. She finally realized that someone wasn't right. There was no way Zhang Yang would just ignore his little young master like this. Yan Shuyu thought about reaching out to Zhang Yang one more time, but once she picked up her cell phone, she felt that she shouldn't do that. She was neither Zhang Yang's employer nor was she close to him. It wasn't right for her to rush him like so. She reached out to the boss for the first time since she had gotten up. The process was smooth as usual and the boss picked the phone up quickly. He never knew that she didn't call him at this hour because she missed him, but for another reason. He asked gently, what's the matter, Yanyan? Yan Shuyu told him point blank that nobody was there to pick his son up and asked him what she should do. Boss Zhou smiled nonchalantly and said, I think Zhang Yang has the day off today. That was probably why he never got back to you. His day off. Yan Shuyu was baffled. So nobody is coming to pick your son up. Chapter 234 Yan Shuyu felt that she might never be able to get out of the shadow of the little male lead and his dad, too. Of course there is someone. Zhou Qinhei acted like he had heard a very funny joke. Clutching the cell phone for a while, he finally said, "There's a relief chauffeur." "Oh, there's a relief chauffeur," said Yan Shuyu, looking embarrassed. "These wicked wealthy people," she thought to herself. She quickly added, "Who is his relief then? Can you have him come and pick Xiao Yi up soon?" Yan Shuyu didn't think there was anything wrong with what she had said, but the boss, who had been easygoing this entire time, suddenly refused to play along anymore. He asked her abruptly, "Are you rushing to send Xiao Yi off?" Naturally, Yan Shuyu immediately got the subtle accusation in his tone. The boss used to use this tone with her all the time a while back, but he had fixed this issue ever since the two of them have been together, and he pretty much let her have her ways all the time. As someone who was very good at pushing her luck, Yan Shuyu had long forgotten the days when the boss would always make her knees feel weak from her fear of him. Hearing his accusation all of a sudden, she reflexively reflected upon herself. Was it that obvious? Yan Shuyu could swear that even though she was anxious to send the little male lead home, it was not because she resented him. He's the male lead of this book, the chosen one. As the cannon fodder stepmother, who was she to resent him? She wanted to send him on his way as soon as possible because of some uneasy feelings that she had. After all, being close with the male lead and avoiding her fate as a cannon fodder was one thing, but she also didn't want to be too close to him as she didn't have the intention to become his stepmother. Besides, Yan Shuyu never intended to have the little male lead stay over at her home. He invited himself. She had already let him spend the night, and now he didn't even want to leave. Thinking of that, Yan Shuyu straightened up her back again. She couldn't be straightforward and crude with the boss, but she could at least subtly express her thoughts. I only have Xiao Yi's best interest in mind. My place is so small and the three of us shared one bed together last night. What if Xiao Yi didn't have a good night's sleep? I figured once he gets home, he can take a nap or something if he wants to. Finally, Yan Shuyu stressed that, besides, we have already reached an agreement this morning. The little male lead did not object when she suggested having Uncle Zhang pick him up and take him home. Yan Shuyu assumed he had agreed to that arrangement. The more she talked, the more confident she felt. The boss, on the other hand, only chuckled inexplicably and said, "Perhaps we should ask Xiao Yi again what he wants to do." Yan Shuyu had a bad feeling all of a sudden. The boss was not the kind who would suggest anything that he didn't already know the answer to. Something must be going on there. She shook her head reflexively. "No, I am not asking him that." Zhou Qinhe merely gave a nonchalant, Yan Shuyu, who was just shaking her head, was intimidated immediately. She immediately gave in and said, "Hey, okay, let me go ask him right now." "You are right, we should find out what it is that he wants to do." Having said that, Yan Shuyu went over to Manager Yang's office to look for the little male lead. She comforted herself on her way. As scheming as the boss was, he could not see into the future. And she did confirm with the little male lead this morning, so her odds were still very good. Nevertheless, when she squatted in front of the little young master, who was playing the Rubik's Cube by himself, and asked him with a smile, he gave her a cute look and said to her, "Auntie Yan, can I stay with you?" Yan Shuyu felt that she could only see darkness in front of her. She wasn't going to give in just like that. What do you mean by that? Zhou Yi put down the Rubik's Cube, slid off the couch, looked at Yan Shuyu eagerly and said, "I want to stay over at Auntie Yan's today also." As he had gotten closer, Zhou Qinhe had also heard his answer. He smiled calmly and said, "Thank you in advance for taking care of him then, Yanyan." Yan Shuyu. Chapter 235. Yan Shuyu felt that she might never be able to get out of the shadow of the little male lead and his dad. 3. She was now sure that she had invited a wolf into her house. The little male lead had brought plenty of clothes with him, let alone other necessary items. He even brought with him an extra set of change of clothes. He'd be able to stay whenever he wanted to and for as long as he wanted to. Yan Shuyu couldn't even come up with an excuse to turn him down. And just like that, Yan Shuyu underwent 2 more awful days of not only taking care of her own child but also someone else's. Yup, once the little young master started staying over at her place, he continued staying over at her place. Not only did the father and son duo have a very good tacit understanding and were able to come up with all sorts of reasons to delay his departure, even her son was heartlessly helping the outsiders. He said that since they would be going to the amusement park over the weekend anyway, might as well have Xiao Yi leave after that. Yan Shuyu. With someone like that on her side, how could she not give up any thoughts to resist? Yan Shuyu had never missed the boss more than she did in the last few days, during this period where she was babysitting for him. After all, had he been around, he wouldn't have her take care of his kid for him. By Thursday of the week, she finally couldn't help but eagerly ask the boss for his flight information and what time he'd be arriving the next day. The boss told her apologetically that there had been a change of plans and that he would be taking a trip to Paris. Yan Shuyu was stunned. She asked reflexively, "Then when will you be back? Will you be able to make it back this weekend?" "I'll be spending a day or 2 in Paris." Seeing that his girlfriend was missing him so much, Zhou Qinhe contemplated seriously over this and said, "I'll see what I can do. With my private plane, I should be able to get back by Sunday night." If it was any other day, Yan Shuyu would for sure be envious of the boss for having a private plane, but that was not her main focus right now. She simply blurted out, "By then everything will be done and over with. Aren't you going to take your son to the amusement park?" The sooner they head to the amusement park, the sooner he could bring the prince home. Joke. Boss Zhou, who thought she was missing him deeply. "Well, we can always take him out the week after." As such, Yan Shuyu had no choice but to accept the boss's suggestion. What other choices did she have? The boss was already in Paris. 3. That being said, she knew full well that the 2 kids who had become more and more wild when they were together would probably not be as understanding as she was, so she wisely handed the issue over to the boss. "This was all because of you. You tell them yourself." Boss Zhou was an excellent schemer. He even used his good look just to get out of it this time. He said to her in his deep and magnetic voice, "You won't help me this time, Yanyan." Yan Shuyu already had PTSD from being around the 2 smart boys. As such, the boss's charm failed miserably. "Sorry, not much I can do here. You made the bed, now you laid in it too." That was what was going through Yan Shuyu's mind. She was going to start watching out for it now, so that the little kids can latch onto her. Yet, things did not work out the way she had hoped. After Daddy, Uncle Joe had explained that he would not be able to make it back this weekend to accompany them to the amusement park and that they'd have to postpone it by a week, Zhang Yuanjia and Zhou Yi looked at each other for 2 seconds and looked back over at Yan Shuyu. Her real son suggested happily, "We can wait for Uncle Joe for next week, but Mommy can take us this weekend." Zhou Yi, too, chimed in happily. Auntie Shuyu promised to take us to the amusement park over the weekend. He didn't seem to care too much whether his own father would be back in time. Yan Shuyu, WTF. Chapter 236, 1. Losing the battle, Yan Shuyu finally resigned her fate and took the 2 children to the amusement park that Saturday. The other chauffeur, who was relieving Zhang Yang, finally showed up and waited for them downstairs early that Saturday morning. Yan Shuyu assumed the chauffeur would be the same one that she had seen before, on the day when the boss happened to run into her when she was out shopping. Once again, the wealthiness of the boss had exceeded her expectations. The one that showed up today was chauffeur number 3 inches, whom she had never seen before. Oh, wealthy people could be so excessive. Even though she and chauffeur number 3 had never met, he was, after all, on the boss's payroll and would naturally recognize his own young master. Which was how when Yan Shuyu showed up on the street with one child in her left hand and one in her right, he quickly walked up to her passionately and said, "Good morning, Miss Yan and the 2 young masters. Are we going to head straight to the amusement park?" The answer was obvious. The 2 kiddos had talked about the amusement park all night long before they went to bed the night before. They couldn't wait any longer. So, naturally, they were to head straight to the amusement park that was on their minds this entire time. Just like usual, the little kiddos have their own designated child seats. While the little kiddos were sitting next to each other and continuing chatting about the amusement park, Yan Shuyu could finally, at least for the time being, happily surf the web. Nevertheless, the boss knew exactly when to call. "Have you guys left yet? Did you meet up with my chauffeur?" Yan Shuyu let him know that they were already inside of the car and finally, couldn't help but ask the boss, "Exactly how many chauffeurs do you have?" As much as the boss could navigate around WeChat expertly, internet slangs were not his strong suit. After all, as busy as he was every day, when will he have the time to surf the web? That being said, it did not hinder his ability to get that Yan Shuyu was mocking him. He remained silent for a little bit and finally gave her a very good answer. "All I want is you." Yan Shuyu typed quickly on her phone, and just when she was about to say, "Hey, who wants to drive with you?" the boss had quickly sent over another message, "Do you know how to drive?" TN. To see what driving means in Chinese internet slang. Yan Shuyu fell into a mysterious silence for a few seconds before she realized that there was no innuendo when the boss mentioned driving. It was all in her mind. She finally replied with uncertainty, "I guess so." If it was the driver's license that they were talking about, then the original owner has one. She had gotten hers before her late husband had passed away. He had eloped with his little girlfriend before the 2 had even graduated senior high school back in the days. After they had made some money, he knew to go and have theirs and their son's household register taken care of. He also got their marriage certificate and took his wife with him to get the driver's licenses. He surely was one with a plan. If he hadn't died so early and the original owner stuck it out with him for a few more years, she just might be able to live a wealthy life too. But that was beside the point. The point was that the boss was asking her whether she has a driver's license. That she wasn't quite sure how to answer him. She, herself, could drive. After all, her family has a car and her dad has been letting her drive before she even had her driver's license. Once she has received her driver's license, her dad had bought himself a new car, and she has been driving the older one. She wouldn't say she was a very experienced driver, but she could at least back the car into a parking spot with no problem. Unfortunately, the original owner had never touched a car since she had received her driver's license. As much as Yan Shuyu was confident in herself, she couldn't make any guarantee. Chapter 237, 2. Boss Joe, as a man of great importance, couldn't be bothered by these minor details and asked her directly, "Should we have Xiao Fang just hand you the key later? Even if you aren't taking out Xiao Yi and Yuanbao, it will be easier for you to drive when you are dropping off and picking up Yuanbao or going to and from work." At this point in time, Yan Shuyu was not aware of how out of place that sounded coming from a boss with chauffeur numbers 1, 2, 3. She was too ecstatic and couldn't help but start glancing over at the steering wheel that Xiao Fang was holding right now. She could recognize the brands of some of the boss's cars now. Ones such as Rolls-Royce, Bentley, Lamborghini, Mercedes, etc. Manager Yang had given her a crash course on them. Any of these boss's cars was almost the price of an apartment in this area. Yan Shuyu, who wanted to be rich even in her dreams, was hopelessly excited when she heard these words. It sounded like the boss was about to give her this car. That being said, she did not accept it right away after her excitement had subsided. Whether she had lost her mind or just confused, she had no idea. But she declined the boss's kindness with an impeccable excuse. "Let it be downstairs of my apartment or my workplace, there's nowhere to park. It'd be more of a hassle, so I don't think I should take the car." Watching her WeChat message being sent, Yan Shuyu continued thinking along the same line. She was so poor right now that she wouldn't even be able to afford the car even after the boss had given her one. There would still be gas and maintenance. And, God forbid, if she ever scratched it even just a little bit, she definitely could not afford to have it fixed. What a pity. Guess she just wasn't meant for this lifestyle. Yan Shuyu couldn't help but start feeling sorry for herself. The boss replied quickly and did not insist on his offer. He merely expressed that they'd go with her preference. Yan Shuyu was a little bit disappointed but quickly moved on from that. Looking outside of the window, she saw the sign of the amusement park had appeared in front of them. Yan Shuyu recollected herself and said excitedly to the little kiddos, "Kiddos, we are here at Fantasyland. Follow me." Both Zhang Yuanjia and Zhou Yi got out of the car, dumbfounded. Yan Shuyu had already mentally prepared herself. Having 2 kids with her would definitely not be as fun as coming here with the boss, just the 2 of them, but the physical exertion of bringing 2 kids with her had exceeded her expectations. By the time they walked out of the amusement park in the evening, she practically crawled into the car and felt that her body had been emptied out. Xiao Fang, who was picking them up, was praising her for how tender and patient she was. You were so awesome, Miss Yan. I thought you'd be done in the afternoon at the very latest. Boy oh boy, you lasted all day with just yourself and the two young masters. Zhang Yuanjie and Zhou Yi both sat up straight inside the car with my mom. Auntie Yan was the mightiest pride. Yan Shuyu, nevertheless, was no longer able to feel complacent. She reclined the seat all the way back and couldn't wait to shut her eyes to get some rest. Naturally, she did not forget to tell Xiao Fang, just take us home directly. Xiao Fang was still a bit curious. Miss Yan, don't you want to grab some dinner on the way back? Yan Shuyu had already put the blindfold on herself. No need, we will order delivery when we get back. Xiao Fang was about to say something else, but he had inadvertently seen the two excited faces of his own young master and that of young master Zhang and decided against it. If neither the boss nor the young master commented on it, it was definitely not his place to comment on it. He should just follow the order given to him and take them back as soon as possible. Miss Yan looked exhausted. As much as chauffeur Xiao Fang wanted to get Miss Yan back to get some rest as soon as possible, they had, unfortunately, ran into a lot of traffic. The trip back took almost 90 minutes. Yan Shuyu had already woken up from her nap, pulled off her blindfold, and happily asked the little kiddos what they wanted to get for dinner. Chapter 238 An Exhausting 3 Days, 3. Yan Shuyu was too tired to have an appetite and Zhang Yuanjie and Zhou Yi had too many snacks at the amusement park, so they weren't very hungry either. All three of them agreed on having porridge for dinner. Yan Shuyu ordered Chaoshan clay pot porridge for dinner. She also ordered 2 orders of salt and pepper duck chins in addition to that. I can have an entire order of duck chins on my own. You two are to share the second order. No fighting over my share. The wealthy little young master had never had duck chins before and had no idea that they were even edible. There was a lot of hesitation on his face. Zhang Yuanjie took his hand in his and explained it to him. This really is very good. You need to trust mom in her taste in food. Everything that she says is good, is good. Her son was short of saying that she was a foodie and that all they needed to do was to listen to her. But that did not bother Yan Shuyu one bit. She nodded complacently and said, exactly. There will always be good food when you are with me. The adult and 2 children rested for several minutes at home before the little delivery brother brought the dinner up. Yan Shuyu picked up the dinner table briskly before she sat down on the chair. The 2 little kiddos stood on the side and the 3 of them finished the entire bucket of clay pot porridge and the duck chins. Zhou Yi, who had no idea how to eat them at the beginning, finally started clutching them with both hands and gnawing on them. Now he was even licking his own fingers just like how his Auntie Yan and his little buddy did. Savoring the taste that was still lingering on her tongue, Yan Shuyu took the little carrot heads to have their mouths wiped clean and their hands washed. They couldn't bath immediately after they ate, so she turned the television on for them. You get to watch cartoons for half an hour before you go take your baths. Yan Shuyu took the opportunity to remove her makeup and washed her own hair. Just 6 months ago, she was still a delicate girl who would not even leave the house without washing her hair first. Now that she had become an instant mother, she'd wash her hair at most 3 times a week as her hair was thick and long and each time after she had washed it, it'd take half an hour to dry. That was more time than she could afford. And ever since the little male lead had invited himself to her place, she hadn't washed her hair in 3 days. She was about to go insane should she let it go any longer. Yan Shuyu felt revitalized after she had washed her hair. She then chased the 2 children to bathe. She would need to bathe them and blow dry their hair. It was, again, almost 9 p.m. when all was said and done and time for bed. The boss's comforting call finally came and Yan Shuyu couldn't help but whine to him. I am so tired today. Poor thing, Yan. Take a day off tomorrow and get some much needed rest, said the boss gently. I think it'd be more relaxing if I go into work. Yan Shuyu had it all planned out already. I will drop him off the musical institution early tomorrow morning. Instructor Lu will drop him off at the coffee shop in the afternoon, and they can wait for me to get off work there. She wouldn't even take off work early anymore. She could get off at 8 p.m. and just tuck the 2 little kiddos in when they get home. That way she wouldn't need to play with them and wear them out. Perfect. Boss Joe gave her a thumbs up secretly and gave her a very loaded smile. That is a good plan. Yan Shuyu did not pick up the subtext in his words. She merely hid inside of the bathroom and complained. When you return tomorrow, you really need to pick up Xiao Yi. When him and Yuanbao are together, they're too rambunctious. Boss Joe smiled good-temperedly. Okay, whatever you say. Yan Shuyu, still a bit worried, asked, are you sure you are returning tomorrow? Something else seemed to have crossed the boss's mind and his smile became even more tender. Yes, come hell or high water, okay. Yan Shuyu harumphed a couple of times. That's better. At this point, Yan Shuyu was ready to end the conversation and go to bed. The boss suddenly asked, you promised to come and pick me up from the airport before. Are you still coming? Yan Shuyu didn't think he'd still remember that, but she did promise it and had no intention of going back on her words. Of course, what time tomorrow? I don't know yet, my time is pretty flexible given that it's my private plane. The boss explained patiently, I'll let you know when I take off. Yan Shuyu couldn't help but thought enviously to herself, aha, private plane. Woo, big deal, but she finally nodded, okay, I am turning in now. I will see you tomorrow. Chapter 239, 1. Sunday morning, just as she had planned ahead of time, Yan Shuyu sent the little kiddos over so they'd become male god Lu's problems. She had planned to get up half an hour earlier than usual as Fengyu Musical Institution was a bit of a distance from them and they'd need to start 30 minutes earlier to take the subway. That way they should be able to arrive by 9 a.m., just when Fengyu Musical Institution was opening. Even so, Yan Shuyu would still be half an hour late by the time she got to her work. That being said, Yan Shuyu was, after all, someone who was about to leave and that she was about to become the best of buds with her boss. As long as she didn't just not show up for no reason, being a little bit late occasionally wouldn't be a big deal. Before Yan Shuyu could even set her alarm clock, she got a text from Xiao Fang, the chauffeur. Miss Yan, should I pick you up at 9 a.m. tomorrow? Should be enough time to drop you off at work first. Yan Shuyu was enlightened as soon as she received the text. That's right, the boss still has a chauffeur. The chauffeur could totally drop the kids off and relieve her of her duties. That way she could even gain an extra half an hour of sleep on Sunday. At that moment in time, Yan Shuyu felt the joy of being the girlfriend of a rich man. She replied back to Xiao Fang delightfully. Okay, thank you then. Then, she turned off her cell phone and went to bed. She had a good night's sleep and the next morning, Yan Shuyu rode the luxurious car and arrived on time at Sunshine House. After she got out of the car with her purse, she waved at the little kiddos heartlessly. Bye tilde. See you this afternoon. And that was how she got rid of the two naughty kids. The two little kiddos could do nothing but eagerly stared onto the window and watched her walk away without looking back even once. But Yan Shuyu was only able to remain carefree for that one morning. She received a call from the boss before lunchtime telling her that he was about to board and the trip would be about 10 hours or so. As such, he would be arriving at around 11 p.m. His voice sounded guilty as he said to her, I'm sorry. This is the earliest time I can get back. He had his own private plane, which allowed him to set his own time. Otherwise, it might take him even longer. You will be arriving that late. Yan Shuyu was dumbfounded when she heard it. Stuttering a little, she asked, do I still need to go pick you up? She really wanted to keep her words, but his arrival time was so unreasonable. Besides, the boss had always been gentle and caring. That had left Yan Shuyu hoping that as the boss declined to have her see him off at the airport before because the time was late, perhaps he'd also voluntarily let her off the hook this time too. Unfortunately, she was disappointed this time. The boss, obviously getting her subtext, merely asked gently, we haven't seen each other in a week. Don't you want to see me sooner, Yanyan? Listening to his deep and tender voice, Yan Shuyu nodded and said, but it's so late. She even wisely used Zhang Yuanjia and Zhou Yi as an excuse. But Yuanbao and Xiao Yi would be scared if I leave them home by themselves to go to the airport to pick you up. You said last time that you can put Yuanbao to sleep first before you head to the airport with me. How come that's a problem today? Asked Boss Zhou nonchalantly. He was teasing her, but sadly, she wasn't able to laugh at that. Those were, indeed, her words from before. Yan Shuyu was speechless. Zhou Qinhei, again, said tenderly, they're both good kids. I trust that they will understand if we explain it to them patiently. I'll also give the musical institution a call in a little bit and explain to them in person. Yan Shuyu continued to remain silent. Of course the little kiddos would be understanding. They had been eagerly looking forward to his return. Chapter 240 Why don't we get a hotel room nearby? 2. Yanyan, said Zhou Qinhei in a different tone. His voice was so tender that water could drip from it. I've missed you and wanted to see you as soon as I land. Oh darn, so that was how he was going to play his cards. The disappointing Yan Shuyu felt her knees weaken from his words. She had no choice but to reply docilely, okay, I will go pick you up. QAQ. See you tonight then. Boss Zhou, his purpose fulfilled, chuckled lightly before he hung up on the phone. Yan Shuyu, staring at her own phone, was disappointed at herself. It was 4 p.m. and chauffeur Xiao Fang had delivered his little young master and the little young master's little buddy over to the coffee shop without having to bother Lucy or the others. The two little kiddos had already forgotten all about the unpleasantness of being ditched by Yan Shuyu that morning. Once they arrived at Sunshine House, they happily threw their arms around Yan Shuyu's thighs all over again as they looked up at her eagerly. Mommy, is Uncle Joe coming back today? The little male lead was eagerly anticipating it as well. Auntie Yan, are you going to pick Daddy up? Yan Shuyu was still mad at herself for being an idiot and the children were poking at where it hurt most. Abandoning all hope, Yan Shuyu nodded. As a result of that, the little kiddos were looking at her with envy. Zhang Yuanbao couldn't help but say to her, I want to go pick up Uncle Joe too. Zhou Yi didn't say anything but, judging from the frequency of his nods, they've said it all. Looking at the two little kiddos who had no idea how lucky they were, Yan Shuyu grumbled, okay, let's see if you can stay up that late then. Yan Shuyu was certain that they would be very tired before it was time to go pick up Zhou Qinhei, so there was no need to bring them with her. Zhang Yuanjia and Zhou Yi, naturally, were extremely confident in their ability to stay up and started defending themselves. Yan Shuyu argued with the children seriously for a few minutes and that even ended up in a bet, that if they were able to stay awake until then, she'd bring them to the airport with her. The one adult and two children all believed that they were right and that the outcome couldn't be more obvious, and that was what was on their minds when they headed home. Yan Shuyu did not leave work early today. The baggage that came with her, naturally, also had dinner at the shop with her. After dinner, the pastry chef Hanji took the liberty to bake 2 boxes of little bunny crackers for Zhang Yuanjia and Zhou Yi. As such, on their way home, the two little kiddos each had a box of crackers in their hands as they bounced up and down and turned around to wait for Yan Shuyu from time to time. Bet or no bet, the little kiddos did not get upset at Yan Shuyu. They were very reasonable and did not let the bet affect them. As such, the three of them went home hand in hand as though they were one big happy family. Zhang Yuanjia and Zhou Yi's plan was to play until past 10 p.m., then leave with Mommy, Auntie Yan to the airport. Unfortunately, Yan Shuyu had forced them to bathe as soon as they'd gotten home before she placed them onto the bed, in their pajamas. Play on the bed and don't come down. We haven't mopped in days. The little kiddos liked to remain clean as well. They all nodded in agreement after what Yan Shuyu had said. As they could not play with their toys on the ground, they started watching cartoons in bed. To be fair, Yan Shuyu, too, went to bathe and remove her makeup after she was done taking care of the two children. She had already video chatted with the boss without makeup on and he had praised her for her young look. Yan Shuyu now has a bizarre confidence about herself. She felt that even if she went to pick the boss up with messy hair and a dirty face, he'd still find her charming. It was still 2 hours before time to leave to pick up the boss. Shu Yan laid down in bed to rest with no hesitation after she had cleaned up. This way, she could go right back to sleep after she had picked the boss up. How wonderful was that? As such, Yan Shuyu, in her pajamas, laid down comfortably in bed. Chapter 241 Why don't we get a hotel room nearby? 3. Yan Shuyu climbed out of bed extremely reluctantly at 10 p.m., changed, and stepped out of her apartment at the last possible minute. Xiao Fang was already waiting for her downstairs. Zhou Qinhei only had one secretary with him when he left. It was much livelier on his way back. In addition to Secretary Liu, he has 3 other male elites around him. The original owner had no recollection of any of these individuals, neither had Yan Shuyu met them before. Seeing them surrounding the boss and chatting with him, Yan Shuyu paused in her tracks and wondered if it was appropriate for her to just walk up to him like that. Right when she was hesitating, the boss glanced over at her casually and waved at her. Come here. The casual look on the man along with his motion made him look like he was waving at a dog. Yet he was just standing there, looking handsome and charismatic. The long-distance flight did not make him appear haggard at all. His suit was still straight with no folds whatsoever. Seeing a boss like that, Yan Shuyu didn't care at all that he was waving at her like she was a puppy. Her little girl's heart was filled to the brim and she pitter-pattered over to him. Those who were surrounding Boss Zhou stepped aside to make room for Yan Shuyu when they saw that. When Yan Shuyu got closer, Zhou Qinhei reached out his arm and brought her over to him. His long and slender arm wrapped around her waist. Her 2 lifetimes combined, Yan Shuyu had never had this many audiences. A boss was a boss, she thought to herself. He was surely domineering, all right. She was hopelessly excited and shy at the same time. Yan Shuyu didn't even apply foundation when she left her house and now her blushing was there for all to see. Her pink cheeks along with her sparkling eyes, even Zhou Qinhei couldn't help but curve his lips. His arm around her tightened and he rubbed her on her head with his other hand as he asked affectionately, "You didn't just wake up, did you?" The boss might not care about being touchy-feely in front of everyone else, but Yan Shuyu felt very awkward about it. She couldn't help but rub her cheek on the boss's shoulder, trying to hide her blushing face. She was just a good driver verbally. She could say all sorts of things, but now she threw in her towel right away. She asked the boss weakly, "Aren't we going home?" "We are not in any rush. Let me introduce my colleagues to you," said Zhou Qinhei in a cheerful tone. As soon as he was finished talking, Secretary Liu, walking next to him quickly smiled and said, "Long time no see, Miss Yan. Let me introduce you. This one is Boss Lin, the director of the Europe region. This is Boss Liu, the general manager of one of our subsidiaries." Yan Shuyu looked up and also stopped blushing as Secretary Liu introduced her. Instead, she was baffled as much as she was curious. These were all bosses around the boss. That wasn't surprising judging from the way they were dressed, but what did they have to do with her and why did she need to be introduced? Each person whom Secretary Liu had introduced would reach out their hand eagerly at her as though she was some celebrity as they said to her, "Hi, Miss Yan. How are you this fine evening?" They also praised her look, her temperament, and how she and Boss Zhou made a good couple together. Yan Shuyu passively shook hands with all of them. At the same time, she was very delighted by the praises. She couldn't figure out why the boss did what he did, not even after they had gotten inside of their car. When she recollected herself, she suddenly noticed that it was just the 2 of them in the car. Zhou Qinhei reached his arm around her caringly and asked, "Are you very tired?" Even though Yan Shuyu had resigned to come to pick him up, seeing how the boss was asking her casually whether she was tired, she was still a little disgruntled. "What do you think?" Zhou Qinhei was not bothered by the disgruntlement in her voice. Instead, he reached up and brushed away the hair that had been blown onto her face. He caringly asked, "Why don't we get a hotel room nearby and let you get some rest earlier then?" Yan Shuyu was very dumbfounded right away. Why do we need a hotel room? Yan Shuyu, who was feeling groggy, was still wondering. She was there to pick him up. Why was he talking about a hotel room? Zhou Qinhei gave her a smile that wasn't a smile and didn't answer her question. Yan Shuyu, after being dumbfounded for a few seconds, finally figured out what he was saying. "Woo, kkk, that kind of, getting a hotel room. Underscore. TN, starting from this chapter part, we will be cutting out the filler content in RAW to improve the story." Translator, Fringe Capybara. 12:30 a.m., Yan Shuyu was sitting inside an unfamiliar hotel room, blushing. She was no longer a pure and innocent little flower. Way before she was officially dating the boss, she had already been drooling over the boss's body and technique. How lucky would she be if she could experience that a few more times? So, naturally, she nodded without hesitation at the boss's subtle hint. The sound from the shower was very suggestive inside the room. Yan Shuyu couldn't help but picture what the boss looked like inside of the shower. How the water was dripping down from his neck down to his abdomen. All of a sudden, her face became even hotter than before. She couldn't stop herself anymore once she thought about the boss's abdomen. Yan Shuyu suddenly recalled something even more important and leapt up from the couch. The boss had said he'd bring her gift from the trip. So where was this gift? Yan Shuyu squatted in front of the suitcase, drooling. When Boss Zhou walked out in his bathrobe with his hair wet and saw her in her loser pose, even the very worldly boss was so shocked that he almost broke the sash to the robe. Yet he remained calm outwardly and asked softly, "Yan, what are you looking at?" Yan Shuyu turned around and looked at him with her beaming eyes as she replied to him truthfully, "I am seriously considering whether my gift is in here." Zhou Qinhei. He walked out feeling resigned. "And, what was your conclusion?" "That I'll have to ask you." "How'd I know?" "Boss Zhou." Zhou Qinhei, noticing that he was being slightly infected by her, quickly regained his rationality and pulled up the person who was squatting there without a single care to her appearance. He did not tell her where he put the gift that was on her mind but chuckled slightly and said, "You are not CP anymore." Yan Shuyu looked at the closely shut suitcase, then at the very delectable boss and made the easy decision of picking the latter. The boss had promised her the gift so she'd for sure receive it. It's getting later into the night. Best to start tending to some serious business. Just like that, she happily chose to pounce onto the boss and push him down. "Of course I am sleeping. Let's turn the lights off." Zhou Qinhei, not prepared for that, was pushed onto the bed by her followed by a soft body that stacked onto him. A pleasant surprise flashed past his eyes, and he wrapped his arm around the body above him in the next second and the two of them rolled on the bed. The experience was, naturally, beyond words. It was as dreamy as her previous time when she thought she was dreaming, perhaps with even more sparks. Over and over again until she was so exhausted that she just wanted to go straight to bed without taking a shower. Just when she was about to fall asleep, something occurred to her suddenly. She struggled to sit up. Yuan Bao and Xiao Yi were still home. "I need to rush back." Technically speaking, they never should have left the kids at home by themselves. It was easy to have an accident. That being said, certain things were unavoidable when one was a single mother. Never mind Yan Shuyu, even the original owner had left Zhang Yuanjia home alone frequently when she worked night shifts at the hotel and no accident had ever happened. That being said, it was always better safe than sorry. Yan Shuyu had completely taken up the role of an old mother and was quite responsible at that. Plus, now that the aha asterisk was over, her rationality had returned and Yan Shuyu now anxiously wanted to get home. She didn't even turn and look when she picked up all of her clothes from the floor and put them back on. Boss Joe didn't even have a chance to have a cigarette. She left his arms right after doing their business. Watching how she had jumped up with no regret, one could only imagine the defeat and unpleasantness that he was experiencing right now. As she had already wiped away all the mood to cuddle, Zhou Qinhei only remained silent for a little bit before he got up and turned the light on. Chapter 243, 2. Yan Shuyu turned around and said happily, "Are you going back too?" "That's great." She didn't think that much earlier, but now that she saw the boss getting up with her, it suddenly dawned on her that she needed a ride back in the boss's car. Things would be much easier if the boss was leaving with her. Zhou Qinhei was experiencing very complicated emotions right now. He didn't want to talk, so he just grunted lowly. Yan Shuyu was so delighted that nothing bothered her right now. She put her clothes on with a smile on her face. After being busy for a few minutes in the silence, both of them returned to their nicely dressed state as though nothing had happened. Nevertheless, if one was to look careful enough, they would be able to see the added intimacy and lingering feelings in their eyes whenever their eyes met. At 2 a.m., Yan Shuyu walked up to the front desk of the hotel with the boss in her arm to check out. The satisfying look on her immediately turned into shame under the curious look from the girls at the front desk. Even though she knew that they were an official couple, but checking out just 2 hours after they have checked in made her feel a lot like this was but a friends with benefit relationship. Walking outside of the hotel, Yan Shuyu couldn't help but share her thoughts with the boss. Even though Zhou Qinhei had already returned to his usual calm self, seeing how familiar she was with this still bothered him. He gave her a deep look and said, "You seem very experienced in this." Yan Shuyu shook her head madly. "Nar, I am not." But her denial was weak, as she had created a very wild persona from herself when she tried to turn the boss down previously. Under the boss's distrusting look, Yan Shuyu had no choice but to keep her mouth shut. Ah well, what's done was done. Boss Joe had already returned to his usual gentlemanly self. He opened up the car door and helped her into the passenger side seat. Then, he flicked her on her forehead as soon as she sat down and chuckled, "Okay, stop frowning already. I was just kidding." "You were just kidding." Yan Shuyu looked up at him, pleasantly surprised. "You believe me?" Boss Joe didn't respond, but he lowered his head and gave her a kiss. The answer was very obvious. Yan Shuyu felt like spring had blossomed. Zhou Qinhei watched on as Yan Shuyu gently opened up the door and an array of light spilled out from inside of the house. He asked, worried, "Are they up?" "I don't think so." Yan Shuyu waited for a few seconds before she shook her head and opened up the door the rest of the way as she explained to him, "I left the foyer light on purpose when I left. That way even if they wake up in the middle of the night, they wouldn't be scared that it was dark in the house." She left the light on even though she knew that her son was a sound sleeper and the little male lead was not that much worse than him. Ever since the first day he was over, he adopted quickly and would sleep through the night. He never overslept either and was not a handful at all. Zhou Qinhei nodded and said gently, "That's very thoughtful of you." Yan Shuyu smiled with complacency. The two walked inside of the apartment one after the other and their movements were very gentle. They could hear the breathing from the two little kids in bed. Zhou Qinhei walked over to the bed and saw the two kids sleeping next to each other. The smile on him deepened, and he leaned down and kissed them both. Boss Joe, unlike Yan Shuyu, who enjoyed sleeping in, had very good self-control. No matter how tired he was, his biological clock would always wake him up at the same time. Today, however, was a little bit different. Boss Joe, who had been single for many years, suddenly noticed how lively it was around him when he woke up. Not to mention that he had woken up somewhere unfamiliar. It took him a few seconds to recall where he was, and his motion of getting out of bed slowed. After remaining silent for a little while, Boss Joe decided to lay back down and close his eyes. When he opened up his eyes again, the situation had changed drastically from before. Two delicate little faces were in front of him with the same silly look on both of them. Chapter 244. Does that mean I can date in primary school, Mommy? 3. "Good morning, Xiao Yuanbao," said Zhou Qinhei softly. Looking at the two kid faces, even someone as distant as him had softened up a little. He reached out and patted both of them on their heads. This was Zhou Yi's first time waking up and finding his daddy sleeping next to him. Not to mention that he was snuggled right up next to him. He was very emotional and a bit embarrassed. He hid his face back under the blanket. While he was busy being shy, his friend, on the other hand, stuck his head over unabashedly and asked softly, "How come you are over at my place, Uncle Joe?" "Your mommy invited me, of course." But why did mommy invite Uncle Joe? As much as Zhang Yuanjia was a big fan of Uncle Joe, he still needed to ask this question on principle. Uncle Joe wasn't fazed at all. Smiling calmly, he said to him, "It was too late to go home last night so I stayed over at Yuanbao's place." That was a very reasonable excuse. Yet Zhang Yuanjia was a very mature little boy. Partly happy and partly worried, he asked, "But my teacher at school had said that boys and girls are not the same. So why did mommy invite Uncle Joe to stay over at our place and even sleep in the same bed as us?" Zhou Qinhei raised his brows. He hadn't expected this kid to be that mature at his age. Even so, he smiled again without a worry and teased, "Didn't you invite Xiao Yi as well? He's a boy too." That wasn't going to work for Zhang Yuanjia. He shook his head seriously and said, "Xiao Yi is still a little buddy. He's not the same as Uncle Joe." This kid was not only mature, he was also very logical. Gauging from his intelligent and emotional quotients alone, it was hard to think that he was Yan Shuyu's real child. Thought Boss Joe to himself in a joking way. He looked at the little boy who was still trying to get to the bottom of this. He used a tone that sounded both like compromising and slightly tempting. Why does Yuanbao think that is then? Zhang Yuanjie, indeed, has an idea in his head. Is it because Mommy and Uncle Joe are dating? Now Zhou Qinhe was really surprised. Then, his mouth cracked open and he chuckled happily. Zhang Yuanjie asked again with uncertainty, was I right, Uncle Joe? Uncle Joe only smiled at him and said, I'm afraid you will have to ask your mother. When Yan Shuyu woke up, she got to enjoy the same unique service that the boss had received. Two little cuties leaning on her, eagerly waiting for her to wake up. Before Yan Shuyu even had time to appreciate the special moment, her son, with a face full of anticipation, had already asked her, Mommy, are you dating Uncle Joe right now? Da, dating. Zhang Yuanbao explained it to her as though he was an expert in this subject. That means you are Uncle Joe's girlfriend. The little male lead, whose head was right next to Yuanbao's, also nodded silently. He looked like he fully comprehended this subject. Yan Shuyu was even more dumbfounded. As mature as her son was for his age, there was no way that he'd understand the concept of romance. So did the boss say something to them while she was sleeping? Would the boss do such a thing? Ha, do you two even know what a girlfriend is? Little Zhou Yi was baffled, but her son nodded with experience. Of course I do. A girlfriend will go to class with me, we'll walk home together, play together. Wonwen, who is new to our school, wants to be my girlfriend but I turned her down. Baby, Yan Shuyu started to panic. Do you know what you were talking about? You were going to date before you even start primary school. I turned her down. Zhang Yuanjie stressed the last part before he asked again, does that mean I can date in primary school, Mommy? Chapter 245 Is Mommy swindling Uncle Joe's emotions? 1. Of course not, said Yan Shuyu with a very solemn look. This was the first time she had spoken like a true parent. No dating when you are still going to school. Maybe when you go to college. Zhang Yuanjie nodded in agreement to her statement, then switched the subject back. So Mommy hasn't answered our question yet. Are you and Uncle Joe dating right now? Yes. The little kiddo's sparkling eyes made Yan Shuyu feel a little bit embarrassed. Yan Shuyu, with all of her attention on the little kiddos, did not notice that Boss Joe, who was seemingly very focused on his work on his laptop, also looked up and gave her a look of surprise. He didn't think she'd admit to it with such alacrity. After glancing over at her, Boss Joe looked back down to his emails. It didn't seem like he cared much about it, but the rising of the corners of his mouth had already betrayed his emotions. Zhang Yuanjie and Zhou Yi were every bit as happy as Zhou Qinhe. They cheered openly and threw themselves into Yan Shuyu's arms. Awesome. The kids were excited and the next thing out of Zhang Yuanjie was shocking. That means that Uncle Joe will be my daddy in the future and Mommy will be Xiao Yi's mommy, right? Hearing her son's question, Yan Shuyu stiffened up a bit. She almost tossed the kids out. Her face straight, she asked, why? Why do you think that? Zhang Yuanjie was still immersed in his own fantasy right now. His eyes curved, he said, Mommy and Uncle Joe are dating, so you will get married in the future. Then Uncle Joe will become my daddy and Mommy will become Xiao Yi's mommy. Isn't that how it works? Zhou Yi didn't say anything, but he was nodding vigorously to one side and it was obvious that he was equally excited to have Auntie Yan as his mommy. Yan Shuyu, on the other hand, was about to start crying from the kid's imagination. She would not become the little male lead stepmother, so she had no choice but to try to reason with them. Well, dating doesn't necessarily mean we will get married, darlings. She had barely started talking when she was stopped by her own son. Zhang Yuanbao, distressed, pulled his head out of her arms and asked with his head cocked, but Wonwen said those who only want to date but not get married are swindlers. Is Mommy swindling Uncle Joe's emotions? Yan Shuyu thought she could puke out blood right about now. What did it mean she was swindling Uncle Joe's emotions? At most they were swindling each other's emotions. Zhou Qinhe was no innocent little white flower. How could he be swindled? Yet, her son looked down and the little male lead, leaning on her shoulder, looked listless. Both of them looked like they were crushed by her saying that she would not be marrying Boss Joe. Feeling somewhat guilty, Yan Shuyu said softly, Mommy is seriously dating Boss Joe. It's just that dating and getting married are two different things. You shouldn't have the two confused. Never mind about Zhang Yuanjie, not even little Zhou Yi fell for that one. The little male lead looked up at Yan Shuyu and asked point blank, then will Auntie Yan be marrying Daddy? Yan Shuyu. Auntie Yan was very confused right now and needed some time to sort out what was on her mind. How was a child with his golden finger so difficult to fool? The pair of kiddos were still looking at her with their eyes that were filled with the desires to be educated. Yan Shuyu had no choice but focus on fielding their questions. Getting married will be something that's way into the future. We don't really know that right now. Right now we are just dating. Why is it that getting married is something in the future? Because once we made the decision to get married, we will all be living together, for the rest of our lives and that could be tens of years. We will never be apart again, so we will need a lot of time to observe before we make the decision. Chapter 246 Is Mommy swindling Uncle Joe's emotions? 2. How long will that take? At least 3 to give years. We must take this seriously. She would be broken up with the boss way before then and the little kiddos wouldn't be obsessed about them getting married. Yan Shuyu was trying her best to muddle it through with the children. At some point in time, Zhou Qinhe had stopped working and sat on the chair with his arms crossed looking at them. When someone who was always expressionless, whose emotions were always unreadable from his eyes, and always smiling at everyone, he was the scariest when he was not smiling. Yan Shuyu, finally finished placating the kiddos and before she could even wipe away the cold sweat on her forehead, looked up and met with the boss's look. She almost burst out in tears. Bo, darling, what is the matter now? Nothing. Zhou Qinhe's look was calm and did not betray any sign that he was dazed just a little while ago. He reminded her, it's already 8:20. Shouldn't you be getting up? I'll go get some breakfast and wait for you guys in the car. We'll be able to save a few minutes that way. Xiao Yi and Yuanbao were kids after all. As smart as they weren't as scheming as an adult and finally let Yan Shuyu muddle it through. Zhou Qinhe, on the other hand, could tell that it wasn't that she had never given marrying him a thought, it was that she never wanted to marry him. There was a big difference between the two. Granted, Zhou Qinhei had never thought that far either. After all, it was better to live in the moment when it came to dating. Yet her not giving the possibility any thought at all still bothered him. Did she truly feel that he was someone who is not worthy of a long-term commitment? Yan Shuyu, not getting his displeasure, stood up on her tippy toes after she heard the boss's words, put her arms around his neck, and gave him a big kiss. None of the breakfast shops around here have opened yet. You can just grab us some milk and bread. It was like spring had arrived on Zhou Qinhei's face all of a sudden. He didn't let go of Yan Shuyu but wrapped his arm around her waist and gave her a lingering morning kiss. Oh me tilde tilde, the little kiddos both covered their eyes with their little paws at the same time. As the kids were being so cooperative, Zhou Qinhei took the opportunity to kiss her for a full half-minute before he let go of Yan Shuyu, whose knees were now weak, and walked out of the apartment with his suitcase. When Yan Shuyu had just closed the passenger side door, Zhou Qinhei had already carried the two kiddos out with one of the mini charm. Zhang Yuanjia had been carried by many but this was his first time being so intimate with his beloved Uncle Zhou. He was so excited that his little face had turned red. He was all over his Uncle Zhou when he left the car and was reluctant to get go of him. Perhaps affected by Yuanbao, Zhou Yi, too, was stuck onto his father tightly. Sensing the enthusiasm from the two kiddos, Zhou Qinhei did not let him down. He continued to carry both of them and didn't put him down. The two meaty piles came out to be dozens of pounds together. The weight that was enough to bring Yan Shuyu down to her knees was nothing to Boss Zhou, who worked out periodically. He walked toward the front of the school. Teacher Xiao Lin did not recognize Boss Zhou but she recognized the little kiddo Zhang Yuanbao that he was carrying. Could this be the boy's father? She recalled how Yuanbao's mother had two kids with her when she dropped off and picked up Yuanbao lately. She figured that someone normally wouldn't watch over someone else's child for so long, so the two of them must be getting ready to get married. Teacher Xiao Lin's normally bright smile became even more warm. She greeted them from afar. Yuanbao, I see that your little buddy is dropping you off school again, huh? Zhang Yuanjia was already placed on the floor by now. Holding onto his little buddy's hand, he said docilely, good morning, teacher. Good morning, said Teacher Xiao Lin as she stroked Yuanbao on his head. Then, looking up at the two parents, she said, hi, Yuanbao's mother, and this one is. Chapter 247 Is Mommy Swindling Uncle Zhou's Emotions? 3. Boss Zhou introduced himself. Hi, Teacher Lin, my surname is Zhou. Nice to meet you. Him being so friendly and even knowing of her last name, Teacher Xiao Lin felt even more certain about her speculation and shook hands with him even more passionately. Hi, Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou too returned a friendly smile. Thank you for taking care of Yuanbao. Now that he had put up the front as a parent, naturally Teacher Xiao Lin also responded expertly, you are too kind, Mr. Zhou. This is what is expected of me. Seeing how the two were interacting with each other enthusiastically, Yan Shuyu, as the real parent standing next to the boss, wondered whether she should interrupt them. After all, the bell that signaled that class was starting had already rang. By now, Teacher Xiao Lin had also heard the bell. She quickly pulled Yuanbao over, nodded at the parents, and said, class is about to start. I'll bring Yuanbao inside. When she looked over at Yan Shuyu, she said randomly, congratulations. Thank you. Teacher Xiao Lin had already walked inside of the school with Yuanbao in tow. Yan Shuyu recollected herself and looked at the boss, dumbfounded. Why did she say, congratulations, to me? Is it because we are not single anymore? Zhou Qinhei gave her a surprised look. Once he made sure that she was genuinely baffled, he couldn't help but smile and said, perhaps. Yan Shuyu did not notice the boss's look. She was still lamenting, well, she's certain an observant one, being able to tell that I am no longer a single dog. Boss Zhou. He didn't respond to that one but Zhou Yi looked up curiously and asked, what kind of a dog is a single dog? Yan Shuyu was just about to patiently explain to the little male lead about how he was a single dog etc., etc. But she was a little too late. The boss had already covered up Zhou Yi's ears and said, nothing. Yan Shuyu was just rambling. Don't listen to her. Hey, Yan Shuyu couldn't help but complain. There was nothing wrong with my word choice, okay? Why did he have to make it look like she had used some very inappropriate terms? That afternoon, when Manager Yang arrived at the shop, Yan Shuyu followed him into the office and grumbled the entire way. How does he have such a severe case of idol syndrome? Is an underground love affair too insulting for his classy status? Manager Yang almost slipped and fell on his back when he heard that. He turned around, startled. Is that truly what you think? What else could it be? Why else would he purposely make their relationship known to everyone? She wasn't that much of a foolish, white, and sweet that she couldn't tell the boss had exposed their relationship purposefully today. Yang Zifeng stared at her with a very complicated look for a while and thought to himself that Boss Zhou had better things to do than that. As someone who would see 10 steps ahead at all times, every move of his had a reason behind it. His little buddy was still too sweet. Mulling over it for a few seconds, Yang Zifeng finally decided to save himself. He nodded decisively and agreed with her, you are right. That's so terrible that he'd do such a thing. When the weekend came along, Yan Shuyu needed to go take her examination at the musical institution. Zhou Qinhei had been extremely productive in the last few days. Not only did he catch up with all the work from when he was on his business trip, but he also completed some of his work in advance so he could free up his weekend. He finally told Yan Shuyu on Friday night that he would be available to go with her to the examination during the next 2 days. Really, Yan Shuyu was genuinely surprised. So that's why you worked so much overtime the last few days? Just so you can free up the weekend to come with me? Yan Shuyu felt a little bit lack of confidence right now. If she had the boss accompany her everywhere, would that make him feel that she wasn't a very independent person? Or, to take things a step further, would he feel that she was somewhat childish even and that being with her was like playing house? She felt that mature men would be more into women who were pretty and smart, considerate, and with high emotional quotient. Probably not the childish type who made him feel like they were just playing house. Yan Shuyu hoped that she was that type as well, but seeing how busy the boss had been lately, she suppressed her little ideas and decided to be a little fairy who's good at what she did and not clingy. Zhou Qinhei did not deny it but chuckled lightly. I can't keep anything from you, can't I? Chapter 248, 1. Yan Shuyu was already proud of herself, and the hint of praise in Boss Joe's voice further made her tail stuck straight up into the air. Yep, that was right, she was certainly a smart one. After being prideful of herself for a little bit, Yan Shuyu seemed to recall something else. Why don't you stay with Yuanbao outside of the examination room tomorrow? That way you two can keep each other company. Zhou Qinhei asked casually, were you planning on having Yuanbao wait outside for you had I not said I am going with? Oh, I will probably drop him off the musical institution first. Boss Joe sounded somewhat disapproving. Wouldn't that mess up his learning schedule? Not that serious, I don't think. Yan Shuyu had no idea, but this was not exactly the studying time before the college entrance examination. As though hearing her subtext, Zhou Qinhei expressed how serious that was. It is precisely because he is young that we need to train him to follow through with plans and have good self-control. Kids who can complete what they have planned for independently will excel both academically and in their careers later on in life. So we don't want him to think that he can just take time off if he's tired. He'll get lazy once he gets used to it. Baffled, Yan Shuyu asked, so your point is? We should just have him stick to his schedule, said Boss Joe casually. I'll have Xiao Yi join him as well. Xiao Yi likes attending classes with Yuanbao. Yan Shuyu looked up to the boss when it came to child rearing. In the original novel, both the male lead and the stepbrother were raised and trained by him. Judging from how the two were fighting with their lives, it was easy to see how successful the boss's upbringing was. Yan Shuyu hesitated for only 2 seconds before she happily accepted his suggestion. All right, tomorrow, we will drop the two of them off at the musical institution first. Yan Shuyu received the call from the boss the next day right after she had finished applying her makeup. He was already waiting downstairs and brought their breakfast with him. Yan Shuyu quickly walked downstairs with Yuanbao in tow. She thought the boss had stopped by somewhere and bought them breakfast, but instead, there was a thermos there waiting for her in the car. Might be hot. Be careful, said Zhou Qinhei. You didn't bring this from home, did you? Yan Shuyu picked up the thermos curiously, and she could smell the wonderful aroma of thick porridge when she twisted it open. Zhou Qinhei had already started the car. Smiling, he said to her, it seemed you quite enjoy porridge. I had our housekeeper auntie make it at home ahead of time. The smell had already made Yan Shuyu hungry. She scooped some out with the long-handled spoon, gnawed it till it cooled down and tried it. She exclaimed right then and there, oh, my god, this is so good. Why do you still have porridge outside all the time when your housekeeper auntie's cooking is so good at home? This is such a waste. Yan Shuyu genuinely felt that her cooking was about as good as the pricey seafood place that they had been to twice. Hearing her words, Boss Joe turned and, with a smile that wasn't a smile, he asked, you want to come and have it at my place next time? Yan Shuyu, ugh. That wasn't a simple question to answer, not to mention she was the one who brought it up first. Yan Shuyu resorted to lowering her head and continued on with her porridge. Zhou Qinhei wasn't surprised by her reaction at all. He pursed his lips and refocused on driving. His look was nonchalant, and there was no way to tell whether he was happy or not. Yan Shuyu dared not spend too much time studying him but slowly placed all her focus on her breakfast. She was enjoying her delicacy with no distraction, but Zhang Yuanbao, who was also hungry, started to complain. He had been reaching out his neck for a while now, but his mommy never remembered to turn around and feed him. The little kid was both hungry and gluttonous. He finally licked his lips and asked, Mommy, is the porridge tasty? Yes. Yan Shuyu turned around reflexively, and seeing that her son was drooling behind her, she finally remembered and gave him a spoonful that she had just called. Zhang Yuanjia had a spoonful. Mimicking how her eyes were curved into moon shapes, he nodded forcefully and said, it's yummy. Right. Yan Shuyu, too, was excited. After scooping another spoonful for her son, just when she was about to have some herself, another little mouth appeared next to her abruptly, tilde. She turned and saw the little male lead looking at her with his mouth wide open. Yan Shuyu found that amusing. This little kiddo was getting more and more familiar with her. She had no choice but to give him a spoonful as well as she asked, have you not had breakfast before you left the house this morning? The little young master did not respond to her but curved his eyes and nodded. Yummy. Yan Shuyu turned to look at the boss. Hey. The boss, focused on his driving, said simply, he did. Chapter 249, 2. Once Yan Shuyu found out about it, she was less willing to feed the little male lead. She was splitting it with her instant son for the most part and would feed Zhou Yi occasionally when his, tilde, was particularly eager. With the three of them and only one thermos inside the car with very limited space, breakfast took them almost half an hour to finish. Once they were done, Yan Shuyu wiped the faces of the two kiddos with wet napkins before she pulled her foundation out to repowder herself. She barely finished applying her lipstick when the car pulled up in front of the musical institution. By the time she put away her lipstick, Zhang Yuanjia and Zhou Yi had already been carried out of the car by Zhou Qinhei and were saying goodbye to Yan Shuyu while holding hands with each other. Bye, Mom. We are going inside now. Yan Shuyu waved her hand at them from inside of the car. The two of them were perfectly capable of going inside by themselves, so she had no intention of getting out of the car. Be good boys and listen to your teachers. We will be here to pick you up in the afternoon. Boss Joe was slightly more responsible than her. He waited outside until the kids had walked inside and met up with some workers before he got back inside of the car. A familiar person walked out from the inside holding one kid in each hand and greeted him from afar. Boss Joe, are you the only one here to drop him off today? Ever since Yan Shuyu's relationship had been exposed at Sunshine House, Yan Shuyu already realized that she would not be able to keep the secret at the musical institution. She had given up even trying and just waved at him from inside of the car. I'm here. Ah, that's what I thought. Lucy didn't even bother pretending to be surprised. Boss Joe will be accompanying you to your examination. Yan Shuyu nodded and Lucy teased, you must be well prepared for today then. Yan Shuyu got what he was insinuating but said pridefully, I feel very confident even if he isn't coming with me. Lucy didn't rush out just to tease her. He mainly wanted to remind her of what she needed to pay attention to. Then, he saw him off after checking with her to make sure that she had all of her aids with her, etc. Good luck, I will be waiting for your good news. Under the encouragement of both her boyfriend and her future boss, Yan Shuyu finished the examination under her best condition. It would be a few days before she found out the result, so Yan Shuyu didn't pay it too much attention and went on with her normal life. Winter vacation was getting close for Zhang Yuanjia, and the teachers had started organizing the kids for rehearsals for their performances before the vacation. They have further notified Yan Shuyu to have her attend the rehearsals as much as she could, and she could even bring a friend or two with her. Yan Shuyu replied that she would. Christmas would come immediately before the performances, and Yan Shuyu, recalling the bracelet that the boss had given her, went to discuss with manager Yang with her bank deposit. Christmas gift, hey, her little buddy, as a second-generation rich, asked her point blank. Why don't you first tell me what your budget is? Yan Shuyu reached out her shivering hand and finally gave him a number. Manager Yang was shocked speechless. Your budget is 10,000 yuan. Yang Zifeng was shocked by her generosity. He gave her a very suspicious look and asked, you came into some money recently or something? How are you so generous? Yan Shuyu couldn't help but chuckle. She then rolled up her sleeves mysteriously and showed him the bracelet on her wrist. The gift from the boss was an astronomical piece of jewelry, and also the first gift after they have started dating. Yang Zifeng was from an okay family, but he wasn't so rich that he could spend money without even thinking about it. He was still surprised by the bracelet after he had seen it. This is from Boss Joe. He sure is a generous one. Is that for your birthday or something? No, this is a gift that he brought back for me after his business trip, said Yan Shuyu happily as she lowered her sleeve and shook her head. Wow, that's what he brought back from a business trip. Yang Zifeng couldn't help but make fun of her. I guess you didn't come across some amount of money but hit the royal jackpot. As busy as Boss Joe is, he must travel easily over 100 times a year. Yan Shuyu thought about his words and finally lamented, I wish he will go on 365 business trips a year. Yang Zifeng. Chapter 250. I wish he will go on 365 business trips a year. 3. Manager Yang finally couldn't help but say straight out, you truly have no shame. Why should I worry so much when I am daydreaming? What's the point of that? Said Yan Shuyu unapologetically. After he was done teasing Yan Shuyu, Yang Zifeng said in all seriousness, well, this will be challenging. Your 10,000 yuan budget is a pretty good amount for a regular person, but this is Boss Joe we are talking about. Yan Shuyu knew that as well. That's why I need your help. Yang Zifeng thought about it for a few seconds and gave her his honest opinion. Well, don't think along the line of something big. Go for something small and delicate like a tie clip, cufflinks, or cologne. After thinking about it for a little bit, Yan Shuyu also expressed her own thought. Maybe I should start with tie clips. Cologne would be difficult to pick out as well. His taste is going to be up there. Yang Zifeng grinned at her. This probably won't be your only time getting him something. You can rotate through these ideas. Yan Shuyu gave him a thumbs up. Good idea, Tilda. Once they had made a decision, Yang Zifeng decided to go with her to the shopping mall. He had met Boss Joe a few times by now and remembered the few brands that Boss Joe would normally wear. Once they arrived at the mall, he took Yan Shuyu straight to the specific counters. Yan Shuyu finally decided on a tie with a burgundy-colored pattern that cost her a total of 15,000 yuan. She was still pained by the amount that she had spent when manager Yang asked, with doubt, are you sure this is going to be the one? Yan Shuyu nodded with confidence. Yup, his skin tone is pale. A red tie will make him look even more handsome than he already is. Having said that, Yan Shuyu could already see in front of her eyes how the boss would be so handsome that he could make others' knees weak. All of a sudden, she stopped grieving over her money. With a wave of her hand, she told the salesgirl, I'll take this one. Wrap it up, thanks. Yang Zifeng's lips twitched. It wasn't that he didn't trust Boss Joe's look, but he was one who'd attend all sorts of high-end banquets with other successful entrepreneurs. Would he truly use a tie that's so showy? Nevertheless, looking at how confident and excited his little buddy was, he finally decided against saying anything. Carrying the expensive Christmas present with both hands and clutching her wallet that was now half emptied, Yan Shuyu planned to return home with her little buddy. She suddenly paused as she walked away from the counter and looked thoughtfully at a certain direction. Yang Zifeng asked with curiosity, what is it? I think I've seen someone familiar. Yan Shuyu thought about it for a second, then quickly dismissed the thought. I must be seeing things. Let's go. Yang Zifeng, too, dropped the subject and the two of them went to the underground garage for his car. Shortly after, Yan Shuyu found out that the familiar silhouette that she saw in the afternoon wasn't just her imagination. After she returned to the coffee shop, Yan Shuyu changed back into her uniform to finish up her day. Now that her relationship with the boss had started to stabilize, in the event that they did not make plans ahead of time, she'd continue to have dinner with her little buddies at work and work till 8 p.m. And today was one of those days. After dinner, she saw the familiar car parked outside of the coffee shop. She wasn't surprised but got inside of the car with a smile. You are done for the day. Have you had dinner yet? Zhou Qinhei nodded gently, started the car, and headed toward her place as he casually asked, you went shopping this afternoon? Yeah, Yan Shuyu had just finished up with buckling herself. She looked up at him when she heard his words and asked, I thought I have seen someone familiar in the afternoon but that didn't look too much like you. Boss Joe glanced over at her and said nonchalantly, it wasn't me. Who was it then? Chapter 251, 1. Robin, my assistant, do you still remember him? Sure, Yan Shuyu nodded happily. The boss's two assistants were very memorable, more so than Secretary Liu whom she had met a couple of times. The reason being that both of the male elites were very handsome. Louis, in particular, with his golden-framed spectacles and suit, was so outstanding. Even though she was already in a committed relationship, she still appreciated ogling handsome men. She was still asking happily, so Robin saw me. Why didn't he say hi? As observant as Boss Joe was, he would not have missed the happiness in her voice. He pursed his lips immediately and stopped talking. Yan Shuyu didn't notice anything at first. A few minutes later, the car stopped in front of her place. The boss, whose left hand was still resting on the steering wheel, lifted his chin at her casually and said, "Now go home." Yan Shuyu, who was very slow, finally noticed that something wasn't right. She pulled her hand back from the door handle and asked him, "Aren't you going to come upstairs with me?" Zhou Qinhei didn't say anything. Even though she couldn't really tell his emotions from his look, she could sense that he was upset. But she wasn't worried. If the boss was jealous, she would be lighting fireworks to celebrate. What was there to worry about? The fearless Yan Shuyu took the boss's right hand and laced her fingers with his. The two hands joined together tightly, and she shook his hand slightly and said, "Walk me up, please." Boss Zhou pursed his lips and finally showed a sign of a smile, an indication that he was softening up. But this time, he didn't grant her wish immediately. He looked down at her and asked out of the blue, "You were shopping at the men's stores?" That Robin sure has good eyes. She wondered how long he had been watching her. She looked up at the boss, and her smile was even sweeter than before. "Yes, I bought you a Christmas gift." Zhou Qinhei's eyes flickered, and his look softened completely. "What did you get?" "I can't tell you now," said Yan Shuyu shamelessly. "It's a surprise." "That's secretive." Zhou Qinhei chuckled, then he rained on her parade. "What if I don't like it?" Yan Shuyu was a little shocked. "Then, I am still not taking it back." Then, there was peck on her lips. Zhou Qinhei, looking at her tenderly, said, "I mean, you are not allowed to prepare surprises like that in the future. We will go pick him out together." Yan Shuyu retorted, "But you prepared a surprise as well." "That was because I was on a business trip and you weren't around." Zhou Qinhei paused and smiled. "So we are even now. Why don't we go shopping on Christmas Day so you can pick your own gift? What do you say?" Yan Shuyu really wanted to nod, but she was a little bit embarrassed. "But you have just bought me a gift." Boss Zhou had already made arrangements on his own. "We will spend Christmas Eve with the kids and take them to the musical institution on Christmas Day." Yan Shuyu nodded reflexively. "Okay." The next day, her instant son also happily brought up Christmas to Yan Shuyu. He said that their class had already started preparing for the Christmas tree etc. and that many of his classmates were also decorating at home. The little boy looked up at his mother and asked naturally, "Mom, are we going to celebrate Christmas?" Yan Shuyu didn't notice that the question was loaded and nodded casually. "Sure, if that's what you want to do." The little kiddo smiled immediately and asked with anticipation, "Then can I invite Xiaoyi over for Christmas?" Yan Shuyu gave him a surprised look. "Since when are you two that close? It's only been a few days and you miss him already." Zhang Yuanbao smiled so much that all one could see were his teeth but not his eyes, as though he had silently admitted to the fact that he missed his little buddy a lot. Yan Shuyu thought to herself that if the two of them could always be so close with each other, she would have nothing to worry about for the rest of her life. She told him the truth. "I have already made plans with Uncle Joe. We will be spending Christmas Eve together." "Yay, Mommy is the best," Zhang Yuanjia exclaimed happily and threw his arms around his mommy's thigh. Then, he asked with all of his cuteness, "So, will Xiaoyi be staying over at our place too?" Chapter 252. In the heat of the moment, she volunteered herself, too. Yan Shuyu was going to say no, but a look at the hopeful face on the little kiddo and she couldn't help but nod. All right. Zhang Yuanjia had already bounced up and down 3 times in front of her to express his excitement. Her instant son cocked his little head and pondered aloud, "How are we going to decorate our house?" Yan Shuyu finally looked at him. "You want to decorate our house too?" This little kiddo was not deterred at all by hassle. Zhang Yuanjia said to her matter-of-factly, "Of course we need to decorate for a holiday. Many of our classmates had already started doing that." After Yan Shuyu heard that, she lamented how fortunate kids nowadays were. Back when she was going to school, the parents didn't even know what Christmas was. But as her son had already told her that other kiddos were decorating for Christmas at home, then they probably should do the same as well. Yan Shuyu finally agreed to it. "Okay, you can decorate however you want." Yan Shuyu had given her blessing generously, but little kiddo Zhang Yuanbao looked at her blankly. Yuanbao doesn't know either. This is also Yuanbao's first time celebrating Christmas. Zhang Yuanbao wasn't going to have a Christmas until this year, at 6 years old. That was somewhat sad compared to the other kids his age. Yan Shuyu could understand the reason behind that. Her instant son had lost his father when he was just 3 or 4 years old, and his birth mother wasn't someone very resourceful. With the exception of some difficult days when she first eloped, she was kept home by her little husband afterward. Life wasn't exactly grand, but at least, she didn't have to worry about food or clothing. As such, when she lost the backbone of the family, the two of them quickly became down on their luck and fell into poverty. The original owner, with no skills to speak of but had to prop up the family, finally decided to do something with her looks. Even though the original owner made fairly decent income during the 2 years that she was working in the night scene, that must have been difficult. She wanted to wait for the right person to show up, but she looked down on those less refined bosses that usually visited her workplace. Yan Shuyu could only imagine how exhausting it was to deal with those bosses without letting them take advantage of her. Naturally, she would not have the time to tend to other unnecessary details in life. When the original owner decided to quit her job as the model of the night scene, and got her much more tall, big, and classy job at a high-end hotel, the mother and son could finally enjoy a more peaceful life. But, that didn't last too long before she had transmigrated over. All in all, it wasn't easy to be the adult and being the child was no better. As she thought about all the hardships that her instant son had been through with his mother, Yan Shuyu's compassion overflowed. In the heat of the moment, she volunteered herself. "Okay, I will decorate for you." Christmas this year fell on a Sunday. The boss had already called dibs and made plans to spend Christmas with Yan Shuyu, just the two of them. On Christmas Eve, she was decorating the apartment with the little kiddo. The mother and son kept themselves busy until after 10 a.m. before they were done with wrapping ribbons and balloons. They haven't even put on the lights yet when they heard knocking at the door. Yan Shuyu opened the door and looked at the father and son in surprise. "How come you two are here already?" The boss had not contacted her today, so she just assumed that he'd be working overtime as usual and only come over to join them in the evening. Zhou Qinhei smiled. Before he could say anything, his son squeezed over very familiarly and greeted Yan Shuyu sweetly. Good morning, Auntie Yan. Hearing the familiar voice, Zhang Yuanjie, who had been running around the house like a chicken with its head cut off to decorate the house, came running over. Xiao Yi, Uncle Zhou. When he squeezed his way to the front door, he saw the mini Christmas tree sitting next to Uncle Zhou. He was pleasantly surprised. This Christmas tree is so pretty. Did you bring it, Uncle Zhou? Uncle Zhou smiled and nodded. Your mom told me that the two of you are decorating the apartment, so I thought this might be helpful. Chapter 253. In the heat of the moment, she volunteered herself. 3. Boss Zhou was a very thoughtful person. Knowing that their house was not that big, he prepared a mini Christmas tree instead of a full-size one. Yan Shuyu could tell that it was probably a custom-made size. The more he looked at it, the more Zhang Yuanjie liked it. The Christmas tree prepared by Uncle Zhou looked cute and fun. Then, hand in hand, they walked over to find out if they were taller than the tree. Thinking that the boss had kept it in mind after she had only mentioned decorating their house in passing and even bringing such an appropriate present with him, Yan Shuyu, too, felt very pleased. She smiled and greeted the two of them. Come on in, it's cold outside. Zhang Yuanjie and Zhou Yi were very obedient. The two of them worked together to carry the tree that was the same height as them inside the house. Zhou Qinhei even made way for them purposefully and watched his son change into fuzzy cartoon slippers without hesitation and walked inside the apartment with his little buddy. The boys happily discussed where to place the Christmas tree as Zhou Qinhei slowly walked inside the apartment and changed out of his shoes into the men's slippers that Yan Shuyu had bought for him from a supermarket nearby. Once he was inside and closed the door behind him, he felt a warm air hitting him. The heater inside the apartment was on and both Zhang Yuanjie and Yan Shuyu were wearing just a thin layer of clothes. Boss Zhou also casually removed his suit jacket. The boss came over and took over Yan Shuyu's job. He let the two boys boss him around on how to put the lights on the tree. The two boys weren't shy at all when they both threw out random instructions on what they wanted done. The boss only smiled patiently the entire time. Yan Shuyu stood around and watched them for a little while. Once she noticed that she was no longer needed, she quickly finished applying her makeup. By then, the boss was also more or less done decorating under the commands of the little boys. Once the decoration was done, the slightly crowded apartment seemed less clutter and had an added feel of hominess and delicacy. Zhang Yuanbao even closed the curtains so they could better experience it. Under the colorful ribbons and blinking lights, the apartment has a very festive atmosphere. Zhang Yuanjie and his little kiddo friend clapped as they exclaimed, "This is too pretty." As they were the one who decorated the place, they felt an even stronger sense of accomplishment. Compared to the ribbons and the balloons, the kids were fonder of the Christmas tree with its blinking lights. That was especially so when Zhou Qinhei grinned and told them that Santa Claus will visit the homes of good little kids on Christmas Eve and put gifts under the tree. The story was so childish that even Zhang Yuanjie didn't believe it. Even so, the two boys still looked at Zhou Qinhei with anticipation. Are there really going to be Christmas gifts? Of course, said Zhou Qinhei to them relaxingly. As long as you are a good kid, you will find your gift tomorrow morning when you wake up. Even though Santa Claus was just a myth, the kids were still pleased when they found out that the Christmas tree had the ability to help them earn gifts. They now enjoyed the tree that they had decorated even more. Yan Shuyu, noticing that her son already knew how to scam himself more gifts at this age, complimented him in her head. She figured that she had already bought the little male leader fancy gifts, so the boss must reciprocate as well. Chapter 254. Wrapping up the year. 1. On Christmas Day, Zhang Yuanjie and Zhou Yi went to pick their Christmas presents from the tree happily. Yan Shuyu got him toys as did the boss. Even though both of them got him toys, the boss's presents were much more generous than Yan Shuyu's. Not only were the two kids excited over the two sets of Lego, even Yan Shuyu was a little bit envious. She, too, was just a baby and she wanted Lego also. As such, when she was on a date with the boss later on, she couldn't help but linger in front of the Legos. She finally gave up on that as she recalled her earlier bold determination to get the boss good in presents. Yan Shuyu, who was always true to her words, dragged the boss with her to the purse counter. She finally carefully picked out a Fendi purse which cost just a tad over 10,000 yuan after discount. Boss Zhou even asked her caringly, "Is this all you want?" Yan Shuyu held onto the purse and nodded with a very satisfied look on her. She knew that the purse she picked wouldn't even make the boss blink an eye, let alone making him hurt. But that would be alright, she liked it a lot. She had never owned a purse that cost more than 4 digits her entire life. Now that she could have a purse that cost more than 5 digits, it was for sure a big upgrade. Zhou Qinhei smiled when he paid and asked her gently, "Want to look around some more?" Yan Shuyu was already very pleased with her new purse. With her arm in the boss's, she said, "Nah, let's go watch our movie." After Christmas came her son's performance. As instructor Lin had made a point to let her know that she could invite friends and relatives so it would be livelier in the audience stance, Yan Shuyu casually asked the boss after giving it some thought. Just like Yan Shuyu, Zhang Yuanjie, too, had extended his invitation to his little buddy Zhou Yi. As such, it was the four of them together again on the day of. The boss had become more and more down to earth as of late. Not only did he find time to attend these events with them, he also brought along his camera and said that he'd take a lot of pictures of Yuanbao when he was on stage. Yan Shuyu was pleasantly surprised at how caring the boss was. "You were so considerate, you even brought the camera." Boss Zhou smiled humbly. "A coworker reminded me." Now Yan Shuyu was curious. "You talk about this with your coworkers?" "We all have kids at home. So, yes, we talk about it occasionally." Yan Shuyu hadn't expected that even elites like the boss would talk about something like that privately. She suddenly felt that the difference between elites and regular people might not be as big as she had initially thought. What she didn't know was that the side effect of Boss Zhou's little chit-chat was rumors going around the headquarters that the boss's relationship was getting serious. Some of them even reached out to Louis, their CEO's assistant, for more details. That, of course, didn't have much to do with Yan Shuyu. Her main focus lied with her instant son. The camera did, indeed, prove to be very useful. When Yuan Bao was performing on stage, they would be filming in the audience, the boss being responsible for taking pictures and Yan Shuyu and the little young master for cheering him on. After the performance was over, the parents and the children had free time to wander around and tour the school ground. The four of them took even more pictures, some portrait ones, some of the two boys holding hands. If they were to print out all of the pictures, it would fill way more than one album. And then the performance was over. Yan Shuyu had a lot of fun taking pictures and had a great time. She also hadn't expected that there would be more to this. 2 weeks later, she received the boss's invitation to the little male lead's activities at his school. The little young master's kindergarten was much classier and more elegant than Yuan Bao's. They even received an actual invitation and a classy one at that. Chapter 255 Wrapping up the year, 2. Yan Shuyu was dumbfounded when she saw that. Then, she questioned it from the bottom of her soul. Xiao Yi had been attending kindergarten this entire time. Did that mean he skipped school the 1 week that he was over at my place? To think that she had slaved over it. The boss acted even more innocent than she did when he was confronted. We didn't tell you that he was in school. No, you didn't. Yan Shuyu was very distressed. Well, I didn't think Yan Yan asked either, did you? Said Boss Joe with a smile. Besides, Xiao Yi was only 6 months younger than Yuan Bao. Isn't it normal that he is attending kindergarten? There didn't seem to be a point of bringing that up, am I right? Yan Shuyu. That seemed somewhat reasonable. Now she was the one who was speechless. The little male lead was not her son and it didn't seem like it was her place to opine on whether he was attending kindergarten. That being said, Yan Shuyu still felt a bit unjust. As such, the boss provided her with a better explanation. Xiao Yi doesn't make friends as easily as Yuan Bao does. He is always bored at school. Seeing how he likes being with you two so much, I figured I'd just go along with what he wanted. It's just kindergarten after all, it will be alright to skip a few days of it. Yan Shuyu's lips twitched. She really wanted to mock the boss. She would have bought what he said had she not read the original novel. In the novel, the male lead might not have a lot of friends, but he was, for sure, not the one with no friends. The male lead's stepbrother and stepmother, with all their plotting and flattering might have made it seem like that, but in reality, they were the ones without any real friends. Which was why once things started to come tumbling down, everybody that they knew disappeared immediately. The male lead, on the other hand, had friends who'd stand by him and also the female lead who was by his side the entire time. He was arguably a very lucky man. That was why Yan Shuyu instinctively rejected the boss's reason that the little male lead liked to be around them because he didn't have any friends at school. That being said, lowering her head and taking a look at the little male lead with his iceberg face, she wasn't so certain anymore. Could it be that his good friends have not yet showed up and the little kiddo didn't have friends for the time being? That new thought made it easier for her to accept the reason that the boss had provided. Struggling for a bit, Yan Shuyu finally accepted the little male lead's kindergarten invitation. The superb busy boss had taken time out to their activities, she can possibly not reciprocate when it came to the little male lead. On the day of the activity, Yan Shuyu wore her same dress again and went downstairs with Yuan Bao in his suit and tie to wait for the boss downstairs. After this activity, they'd probably need more than 2 photo albums to hold all of the pictures. When both little kiddos' activities were over, Yan Shuyu had also received her certification from her examination earlier and resigned from Sunshine House. Manager Yang, the nice and understanding man that he was, paid her on her last day. In theory, now that she had left her old job and that Zhang Yuanjia was on his winter break, they could go on a trip for a few days before she started her new job. But as Yan Shuyu had decided to move to a bigger place, money was a bit tight for her so she decided against a relaxing trip or anything along that line. She started her job over at male god Lu's place the day after she left Sunshine House. After Yan Shuyu had departed Sunshine House, she did not grow apart from her little buddy Yang Zifeng, but the two of them had become closer to each other. When she was working at the coffee shop, manager Yang didn't really have a lot of time to chat with Yan Shuyu while she was at work. Now things were different. Fangyu Musical Institution was very close to Yang Zifeng's house and Yan Shuyu's new job was much more relaxed, and the two of them could meet up whenever both of them were free. In addition, Tong Tong, Yang Zifeng's little niece, had always been attending Fangyu for lessons. Yang Zifeng, as the one in his family with the most free time, was responsible for picking up and dropping off his little niece. He'd usually just plop down on the couch when he was over and the two of them would jump into a game right away. All in all, with her little buddy to hang out with from time to time, all the new co-workers were friendly, and her new boss being very nice to her as well, Yan Shuyu adapted very well to her new work environment. Chapter 256, 1. As the newest staff member of the musical institution and the one lightest in experience, Yan Shuyu's sales were pathetic. Luckily, she had the little male lead, her built-in customer, who had wanted to learn cello from her since way back when, on her first day of work. After such a long wait, not only did the little male lead not lose his patience, he was even more enthusiastic about it and asked to go to the institution for lessons with her daily, possibly because he was too bored over the winter vacation. Zhou Yi was only taking cello lessons with his Auntie Yan and at most practicing his piano from time to time accompanied by Auntie Yan. Even so, he still expressed that he'd be a team player and wait for them to take off together. As he insisted on hanging out at the musical institution, Yan Shuyu would be responsible for taking care of him. Nevertheless, Yan Shuyu did not complain too much this time. In addition to being compensated for it, she also noticed that as long as the little young master was with her, the boss would not only pick him up and drop him off at work every morning, but would also pick him up after work and drop him off home after dinner. With all the fringe benefits, Yan Shuyu now willingly babysit for the boss. Their new lifestyle quickly fell into a routine, and the next order of things would be to look for a new place. Looking for places was a very physically demanding activity. Yan Shuyu had experienced that with her friends before graduation. With too little baggage in tow, the challenge would at least be increased by multiple folds. She decided to drag Yang Zifeng along to help with some physical labor. Nevertheless, Zhang Yuanjia and Zhou Yi truly surprised her. After they had walked around most of the little district and both Yan Shuyu and Yang Zifeng were already out of breath, the two little brothers with the short little legs had never asked for a break or to be carried. In fact, they were happily discussing the move. The little kiddos are so full of energy. Even Yang Zifeng was amazed. Zhang Yuanjie was very excited about their new place, with Zhou Yi almost being as excited. When they went to tour the first place, Zhang Yuanjie pointed at the smaller bedroom and shared with his little buddy, "Mom said that when we move to a bigger place, I'll have my own room. So this one will be mine." The little young master quickly added after him, "Then I can sleep with you and Daddy can sleep with Auntie Yan. That way we won't have to fight over the blanket." The quiet little male lead rarely talked so much. As such, it was obvious to see how excited he was. Zhang Yuanjie, too, nodded non-stop happily. "That's what I am thinking too." And that was how the two boys had it all figured out. Yang Zifeng, after hearing all of the gossip, finally couldn't help but give his little buddy a profound look and said, "No wonder you are rushing to look for a new place. Your old place is kind of challenging." The smile froze on Yan Shuyu's face. She shook her hands frantically at her little buddy. "No, not true, we didn't." What she really wanted to tell the little male lead was that, "Baby, you are overthinking this." She would only be spending more time keeping the father and son away from them. After all, just like he had pointed out, it had become much more convenient with more rooms. If she had inadvertently let them in, they'd be very difficult to get rid of. The boss might appear to be gentle and approachable, but Yan Shuyu had it figured out a long time ago. He was everything but gentle and approachable. He may seem like he was well adjusted to the lifestyle of a normal peasant, but after a while, Yan Shuyu had picked up some hints here and there. Take the other night when the boss had stayed over, for example. The boss seemed perfectly okay with staying over at her place and had someone bring over a hot and steamy breakfast the next day, as though he was very accustomed to this. But Yan Shuyu noticed that the boss had changed into new clothes without a word. The boss, as someone who paid so much attention to the details in life, would he really be okay with her kind of simple lifestyle? Of course not. With the difference in their intelligence, if the boss truly enjoyed being over at her place as much as his son did, would she have been able to stop him? No. Yet, she was able to somehow. That could only mean one thing. The boss was not serious in this relationship. Chapter 257, 2. They were looking at the area that Yang Zifeng lived in. That was his suggestion, his reason being that if they were going to move, might as well move to the same area as him. It'd make it easier for them to help out each other. Yan Shuyu agreed with him wholeheartedly, but unfortunately, the two-bedroom places that they have looked at were not suitable. This area was already expensive and the district that Yang Zifeng resided in was the worst of it all. The rent there was higher than the other districts around. The rent there was higher than what Yan Shuyu was comfortable with. Yang Zifeng understood her situation and also agreed with her assessment. "You are right, this area does have a lower benefit-cost ratio. Even at ATSF you still only get 2 bedrooms. That's excessive for you. We should look at something smaller." Checking out the time, Yan Shuyu said regretfully, "It's getting late. I don't think we have enough time to check out the district next to here. Maybe tomorrow." "Sure. I am free tomorrow as well," said Yang Zifeng before he warmly extended an invitation to her. "My place is right ahead. Why don't you come on up and have some water?" Yuanbao and Xiao Yi's faces are red from all the walking. As energetic as Zhang Yuanbao and Zhou Yi were, they were still tired from all the walking. Yan Shuyu gave it some thought. The boss said he was very busy today and wouldn't be able to come over till around 6 o'clock. Lucy had some personal matters today, so Yuanbao was done by 4 o'clock and Yan Shuyu got to take off earlier as well. She had declined the boss's offer to send his chauffeur over to pick him up as she figured she'd use the extra time to look at apartments. It was already 5:30 p.m. Yan Shuyu figured that she could go and hang out with her little buddy for about half an hour. She accepted Yang Zifeng's invitation and walked forward with 1 kilo in each hand. The upper head, mentioned by Yang Zifeng, was still a bit of distance away. They walked through a garden and then there was a lake. There were many beautiful structures surrounding the lake, including rock gardens. The buildings were farther apart from each other, allowing for better lights and privacy. These apartments were almost like single-family houses, except that they could have more floors. As there was more space around the single-family homes, there were also more parking spots. Yan Shuyu could see Manager Yang's car parked outside from afar, and there was a white BMW parked next to it. "My place is right over there. Lower floor," said Yang Zifeng as he pointed at the building across from his car. He then studied the BMW for a few seconds. It wasn't that he was envious of it. His family has a few BMWs and Mercedes as well, but they were meant for business use, so he much preferred to drive his own little beat-up car. He looked at the BMW some more and said definitively, "I don't think I have seen this car before. The license plate is unfamiliar as well. Am I about to get a new neighbor?" Yan Shuyu was thoroughly impressed. "You could tell that too. Bro, you surely are awesome." And his mightiness did not stop there. He could further deduct more information from the color and accessories from the car. "I am guessing that the owner of this car is a female, in her mid-30s. Most likely a Korean woman." What he said earlier was at least sensible and logical. When it came to the car owner, Yan Shuyu just assumed that he was rambling now. Anyways, she was bored, so she entertained him by going along with it. Lo and behold, Yang Zifeng wasn't even done talking when the car owner walked out of the building. Exactly like Yang Zifeng had predicted, she was an elite Korean woman in her 30s. And just how did Yan Shuyu know that? Because, coincidentally, this was Secretary Lu. Naturally, the secretary of the boss would doubtless be an elite. Chapter 258, A Surprise from the Boss, 3. Yan Shuyu, being caught red-handed checking out her car with her little buddy, felt slightly embarrassed. She held on to her son and the little young master's hands tighter and pretended to greet her as nonchalantly as possible. "Hi, Secretary Lu. What a coincidence. Do you live here as well?" Secretary Lu seemed to feel slightly awkward as well. She looked over at Yan Shuyu, then at their little young master before she smiled and said, "This is a coincidence, indeed. What are you doing over here, Miss Yan?" Yan Shuyu had already been embarrassed in front of Secretary Lu in the past, and now, looking at her BMW and living at luxurious places, and that Yan Shuyu couldn't even afford a 2-bedroom place, she was too embarrassed to tell the truth. Finally, she pointed at her little buddy and said, "I'm here to visit." That's when Secretary Lu gave Yang Zifeng a smile. It was a polite smile, and she showed no intention of getting to know her new neighbor better. At the same time, she studied him a little and thought to herself that this man looked young and handsome, but if Miss Yan could bring 2 children with her to visit him, they must be close friends. That thought made her feel better, and she said politely to Yan Shuyu, "Then you have fun. I have something else to take care of." Yan Shuyu, too, smiled politely. "It's fine, by then." After Secretary Lu took off in her car, Yan Shuyu and her little buddy walked inside of the elevator. The curious Yang Zifeng stuck his head over and asked, "That's Boss Zhou's secretary?" Yan Shuyu nodded. Yang Zifeng commented in a low voice, "That's truly high and mighty. Shouldn't she try to kiss up when she ran into her boss's girlfriend?" Truth was, Yan Shuyu had picked up on that as well. She whispered to him softly, "She was quite enthusiastic the last couple times that we met. You think she didn't bother trying too hard because Boss Zhou wasn't around?" Yan Shuyu thought about it for a little bit and shook her head. She was quite fond of Secretary Lu. One is always envious of what one doesn't have. Yan Shuyu has already been a pretty girl, born into a decent family, and things have always gone smoothly for her. The only thing that she lacked was ambition. Nor was she particularly outstanding and knew that she would never be a career woman. As such, she was particularly envious of these female elites. She had a very good first impression of Secretary Lu, so she was also a bit bothered by this. I'd say her being irked by us checking out her car was more likely. Aren't there men who think of the cars like their lovers? Perhaps Secretary Lu, too, does not like others talking about her lover. Yang Zifeng tried to put himself in her shoes and could relate to that. I guess that makes sense. As this wasn't a big deal, the two of them immediately put that behind them. Most likely, Secretary Lu would move on. In the unlikely event that it still bothered her, they could always apologize next time they ran into her. Yan Shuyu didn't give it too much thought after that. As such, when the boss came to pick her up and brought up the fact that they had ran into Secretary Lu, she was a little surprised. Really, she needed to report that up to you as well. She was still a little bit worried. She wasn't sure whether Secretary Lu was complaining behind her back or voluntarily mentioned it to the boss. She felt embarrassed in either case. Equals. When she was thinking about all sorts of random things, the boss smiled helplessly. That was very unfortunate. I meant that to be a surprise for you. Yan Shuyu was baffled. Say what? The boss explained nonchalantly. You mentioned that you wanted to live in that area, so I had Secretary Lu keep an eye out. She had already found a unit in that district. The remodeling was completed last month and we are working on the furniture right now. I am just about to take you there to check it out. Chapter 259. Only she could take advantage of the boss. She couldn't possibly let anyone else take advantage of him. 1. Yan Shuyu did not expect such a twist in the plot. She was the one who was going to move into the fancy apartment. She must say, the boss's suggestion was very tempting. This time, poverty did not limit Yan Shuyu's imagination, as she had just gotten a tour of Manager Yang's place and knew how high class and poised the layout was. Manager Yang's place was very lively. He lived with his parents, his sister, and other elderlies. She heard that there were also nannies and maids, totaling over 10 people. But when they toured his place, Manager Yang even showed her his game room and home theater room. His niece, Tong Tong, also had her own princess room and piano room. That ought to tell her how big the place was. Never mind that Yan Shuyu had never seen such a luxurious house in her 2 lives combined. Nobody had in the 3 generations above her. She couldn't help but fantasize how wonderful it'd be to wake up in the 660 square meter bed every day. She thought she'd laugh in her dreams. After her fantasy, she finally declined the boss's offer. Her bottom line was clear and had never changed. She would do anything other than being the male lead stepmother. Nevertheless, the boss's intention was very suspicious. It made her wonder whether he wanted her and her instant son to move into his house first. Based on the theory that it's easier to go from rags to riches rather than the other way round, once the two of them had gotten used to the corrupt lifestyle of the riches, he'd bring up marriage. By then she'd have no choice but to accept her fate of becoming his son's stepmother. That was a scary thought. For the sake of maintaining her bottom line and not to fall for the boss's trap, she had no choice but to crush her dream of living in a fancy place. That being said, Yan Shuyu thought about it some more, and the boss's reason that he had prepared a surprise for her was very loving. On the surface, it sounded like he had only arranged for it behind her back to save her the hassle. She has no proof of what she had speculated, so she didn't want to sound too ungrateful. Based on the other possibility, Yan Shuyu tried to choose her words carefully when she nicely turned down his offer. I have already toured Manager Yang's place. The place was very big and had a lot of rooms. It would be very wasteful for Yuan Bao and I to live in a place that size. Besides, I can't afford the rent here either. Perhaps her last line sounded too disgruntled. Boss Zhou glanced over and smiled at her. You know the rent here. I've checked them out this afternoon, replied Yan Shuyu truthfully. In this same district, a 200 square meter, 2-bedroom place costs 9,000 yuan. So a multi-level, single-family place will run around 30,000 50,000 a month. A little on the low side, 80,000 yuan, said Zhou Qinhei nonchalantly. 80,000 yuan a month. Yan Shuyu struggled to sit up. She knew that houses like these could cost upward of tens of millions, but she hadn't expected their rent to be so ridiculous. Poverty had, after all, limited her imagination. That being said, while she was shocked by the pricing, she noticed something else from the boss's words and asked, "Are you renting this place?" She had assumed that when the boss said, "Secretary Lu helped me find this place," meant she helped him find the best one from his list of properties. After all, the boss was so busy all the time that he couldn't possibly keep track of all of his assets. But if that was the case, how would he know the rent for this place off the top of his head? Sure enough, her speculation was correct and Zhou Qinhei confirmed her thought. As much as she had guessed it, now she felt even more complicated. How did a domineering CEO stoop to the level of renting a place for his girlfriend? Why did you rent the place already? Asked Yan Shuyu reflexively. Chapter 260. Only she could take advantage of the boss. She couldn't possibly let anyone else take advantage of him. 2. You wish that I will buy it straight out. Her reaction didn't seem to bother the boss. It had, in fact, prompted him with new ideas. I didn't do that previously because I worry that that would take more time. Buying a house, after all, entails more than just renting. But that's fine. I trust that the owner wouldn't mind expanding his business. He still looked very casual, as though all he needed to do was just to say the words to buy a place like this. Yan Shuyu, on the other hand, was startled. Shaking her hands frantically, she said, "No, that's not what I am saying at all." After a short awkward silence, she finally asked another key question: "How much rent have you paid already?" The boss had already mentioned remodeling and picking out furniture, so she skipped the stupid question of whether rent had been paid. Zhou Qinhei, his hands still resting on the steering wheel, replied nonchalantly, "I think a year in advance." A whole year. Yan Shuyu was stunned all over again. She felt deeply pained by the boss's wastefulness. A whole year's rent came out to be close to 1 million yuan. And he just spent it silently the way that he did. Did money grow on trees for him? Granted, with the boss's assets, 1 million yuan probably wasn't a lot of money to him. But it still bothered her. She couldn't just sit around and watch her boyfriend being taken for an idiot and just let the landlord make the money. She asked quickly, "Can you still get a refund from the landlord?" The boss replied nonchalantly, "The contract has been signed. That will be considered a breach of contract. If we don't stay there, the landlord could very well find a different renter. Push comes to shove, we can always pay for a month of rent or two. Why would he refuse to refund us the remaining amount?" Yan Shuyu felt that it was unjust and suggested, "If the landlord is being so unreasonable, we can always sue." The way she looked at it, all CEOs have a team of lawyers that followed him around all the time. Naturally, this boss would have one of his own as well. Any lawyer on this team would be able to complete this assignment. All the boss needed to do was to say the word. Her idea might be sound, but the boss remained silent except for looking at her with a smile that wasn't a smile. Being looked at like that, Yan Shuyu slowly gave up on her thought. She got it now. It might be an easy task as far as the boss was concerned, but it wasn't his style to take someone to court for a measly 1 million yuan. That would just be bad for his reputation. Now Yan Shuyu felt helpless. Then what should we do? Are you sure that you don't want to stay there? Zhou Qinhei was particularly agreeable today. It seemed he'd go with whatever she wanted to do. He even comforted her gently. "It's okay if you don't want to stay here. That's not a problem at all." Any other time, Yan Shuyu would find his mannerism very suspicious. But she was now blinded by the 1 million yuan. She thought to herself painfully, the rent had already been paid. If she refused to live there and the boss refused to ask for a refund, that's just money under the bridge. How could that be? The more she thought about it, the more unjust she felt. Finally, she blurted out, "No way. If rent has already been paid, we have to at least stay there for the year." Only she could take advantage of the boss. She couldn't possibly let anyone else take advantage of him. Once Yan Shuyu had it all figured out, her confidence had returned. Boss Zhou, too, gave her a look of approval and smiled reassured. "All right." Yan Shuyu felt even better with his approval. She even added, "You've already paid for the rent. For sure I will not be able to repay you. 80,000 yuan a month. There was no way she could come up with that. She might as well be straightforward up front." Boss Zhou's reaction was to pat her on her head helplessly and chuckled. "I've arranged this. All you need to worry about is to move in and nothing else." Chapter 261. Only she could take advantage of the boss. She couldn't possibly let anyone else take advantage of him. 3. With that, Yan Shuyu felt much reassured. She propped her feet up and started daydreaming about life inside of the luxurious apartment. Even just for 1 year was a good deal for her. Before she could finish with her daydreaming, she was smacked not too hard on her knee. The boss had to watch her mannerism even as he was driving. "Put your leg down." Oh, Yan Shuyu, being lectured, quickly put down her leg and sat up properly. She could hear Zhang Yuanjia and Zhou Yi's giggling coming from behind her, but that didn't bother her. So what if the boss had lectured her some now that she was about to move into the luxurious place? Yan Shuyu, who was already completely distracted by the luxurious place, suggested out of the blue, "Can we go look at the place after dinner? I really want to see how you have it remodeled." Even though the layout would be very similar to her little buddy's, each place had its own style. Yan Shuyu couldn't wait to check out the place that she would be staying at for the coming year. She would love to move in there tomorrow if only she could tilde. Today, the boss was thrown off by her abrupt change in attitude. "Resigned," he said. "Secretary Liu has the key." Yan Shuyu understood that her request was very abrupt, so she nodded very understandably. "Okay, then we go check it out tomorrow." "I probably won't have time tomorrow." Yan Shuyu was not distressed but still very excited. "Can I get the key from Secretary Liu tomorrow so I can go take a look by myself?" The boss gave her a tender look and said, "I have put a lot of work into preparing this gift for you. I'd like to go look at it with you." Yan Shuyu pursed her lips silently. She thought Secretary Liu was the one who did all of the heavy lifting. How was it a lot of work on his part now? That being said, she was very appreciative of the boss's gesture and she had no resistance toward that loving look of his. Finally Yan Shuyu nodded happily, albeit a little disappointed, and said, "All right." In the next few days that followed, Yan Shuyu did not go look at places again. She had a lot of faith in the boss. Even though she has yet to move in and hasn't even seen the place yet, the boss had already reassured her that rent had already been paid. All she needed to do was wait to move in. As such, when her little buddy expressed his concerns, Yan Shuyu told him the truth. Yan Shuyu glossed over the details but just told her little buddy that the boss had already rented a place for her and paid for 1 year of rent in advance. She felt that the reason was very compelling, but Manager Yang, upon hearing what she told him, had a peculiar look on him. "Rented it? For a year?" "Yeah," said Yan Shuyu. "What's wrong with that? Did you see the rental agreement?" "Oh, Secretary Liu was the one who took care of it so she has the rental agreement. I can't possibly ask her for it," said Yan Shuyu. Then, after a little bit more thought, she said, "He has no reason to lie to me anyway." Manager Yang thought that as much as she said she didn't want a long-term relationship with Boss Zhou, her trust in him had been growing stronger every day. Woman, huh? As much as he thought that, he still agreed with her superficially. "That's what I thought as well. I'm just a little bit surprised that someone as rich as Boss Zhou would rent a place. Yan Shuyu had no idea what was on her little buddy's mind and agreed with him wholeheartedly. I thought so too initially, but he told me that buying a place entails a lot of steps and with limited time, it was easier to rent the place first. Yang Zifeng. Only his little buddy would believe in an excuse like that. If Boss Joe could have his secretary rent a place for him, needless to say, he wouldn't need to lift a finger to buy a place either. He felt that the boss was planning something big. That being said, as much as he had his suspicion, he dared not point it out. Mainly he could tell that his little buddy was very happy, so he changed the subject without too much worry. Awesome. You will be living upstairs of me from now on. We can hang out all the time and will never be bored. Now Yan Shuyu was able to fantasy about her luxurious new place with her little buddy as she waited for the boss to take her to check the place out. The wait lasted all the way until the end of the month. The boss finally freed up and got the key from Secretary Liu. As such, the four of them headed straight toward the high-end mansion district at 4 p.m. that day. Being influenced by Yan Shuyu's emotions, both Zhang Yuanjie and Zhou Yi had been looking forward to this event. Chapter 262 The New Place 1. In Yan Shuyu's mind, as the place that the boss has rented for her was similar to that of manager Yang's, naturally their remodeling would be similar except that the boss's taste might be more refined and the furniture and decor more luxurious. She hadn't expected that the home would be so unique. They arrived at the new place at around 4:30 p.m., and it was already starting to get dark outside. Even though the place was naturally well lit, the boss still turned on the lights immediately. The moment that Yan Shuyu stepped inside, she immediately felt that the decor of the place was particularly delicate and warm. Under the glow of the fancy chandelier, the bling-bling made her eyes beam immediately. She had no idea how such a luxurious house could radiate such a girly feel to it. Yan Shuyu was not disappointed at all that the luxurious mansion in her mind was nowhere to be seen. She had never lived in a luxurious mansion before, but neither had she ever lived in a bling-bling princess castle. And the latter was the one that every girl would find irresistible. Yan Shuyu, looking up with her girly heart, stared at the crystal chandelier for a while before she lamented from the bottom of her heart, "This is gorgeous. Secretary Liu's taste is so impeccable." As the boss had told her that this place was prepared by Secretary Liu, Yan Shuyu naturally gave Secretary Liu all the credits. She even thought to herself that only a girl could understand another girl. Boss Zhou, who was standing behind Yan Shuyu and watching her reaction quietly, took a look at her and asked tenderly, "Do you like this place?" Yan Shuyu nodded with no hesitation, and Zhou Qinhei chuckled with contentment. "Good, if you like this place, then all the work was not in vain." The boss sounded very nonchalant, nor did he show any particular emotions, but Yan Shuyu oddly got the feeling that the boss was fishing for credit. He didn't need to compete with his secretary, did he? Suppressing the logical thought, Yan Shuyu gave the boss a hesitant look. Didn't you say this was all Secretary Liu's doing?" "Yes, she was the one who handled the nitty-gritty details and the day-to-days," explained Boss Zhou casually. "But I was the one who communicated with the design team." Yan Shuyu was now enlightened. So it was the boss's idea to decorate this place to her liking. Pleasantly surprised, she threw her arms around the boss and asked, "So it was your idea? What prompted you to use this design?" Looking at the bling-bling style, Yan Shuyu couldn't help but wonder if there was also a little princess residing inside of the boss. As though he could read her mind, Zhou Qinhei gave her a glance and said nonchalantly, "I figured this is what you'd like after I have seen your place." Yan Shuyu blinked in surprise. "You have someone designed this place based on my old place?" She still couldn't quite figure it out. There was nothing similar between her last place and this one. But the boss had already confirmed it, so Yan Shuyu bought into it. She appreciated it even more. Rocking the boss's arm back and forth, her voice was sweet like it had been coated with honey. "I've read online that it's very tedious and painful to communicate with the designers. Thank you so much." Now she understood how much work the boss had put into this. He could be completely hands-off, but he insisted on being an active participant. Knowing that he had put so much thought into it made Yan Shuyu even happier. Boss Zhou, as much as he looked as indifferent as he could be, was secretly enjoying her admiration for him. He smiled and said, "Oh yeah, how are you going to thank me then?" "I can give you an award," replied Yan Shuyu without giving it much thought. "Friend of girls." She felt for sure that the boss would understand what she meant by that. Nevertheless, Boss Zhou, who had always been nonchalant, twitched his life. He gave her a mortified look. "Who is this girl?" Yan Shuyu stuck out her chest proudly. She was so young and pretty. Not only was she a girl, she's a pretty girl at that. Boss Zhou. Even his eyelids twitched this time, and he quietly switched the subject. "Never mind about the award. Your appreciation will have to do." "Oh, don't worry about it." Yan Shuyu was still pressing for it. "I can order it from Taobao. It can be a badge, a trophy, or a flag and be mailed to your doorstep. It's very convenient." Chapter 263 The New Place 2. As soon as she was done talking, Boss Zhou had held her by her hand and started up the stairs. "Don't you want to check out the bedrooms upstairs first? Weren't you envious of the home theater that manager Yang has? I've put one in our place as well." Yan Shuyu, whose attention had already been drawn to the bedrooms and home theater, did not notice the boss's word choice. Yes, in just a few minutes' time, she still figured out what he meant to tell her. Once they were upstairs, Yan Shuyu and the two little kiddos followed the boss and checked out the rooms one by one. According to the boss, there was a piano room, kids' bedroom, animation room, etc. and a few guest rooms, just in case. The upstairs was relatively quieter. Going down the hallway in order was the home theater, study, and bedrooms. Her bedroom was the one located at the very end with the best lights. The master bedroom was huge, almost the size of a suite in a hotel. There was a retreat inside of it along with a huge walk-in closet. The bathtub inside the bathroom was double-sized, the kind that the little male lead could easily swim inside of it. The patio was amazing as well. Its size notwithstanding, there were already flowers and other leafy plants there. There was a set of tables and chairs in the middle along with a smart sun umbrella. It looked more like a terrace than a patio. This was 100 times fancier than her little buddy's place. Yan Shuyu was stunned, but just when she was swallowed by joy, she noticed that something was wrong. Secretary Lu had very good attention to details. Even when they were touring downstairs, Yan Shuyu had already noticed that not only was the remodeling brand new along with new furniture, all of the daily essentials were also complete. From kitchenware to utensils to towels in the bathrooms, etc. etc. The bedrooms were even more so. Never mind the bedsheets and blankets, there were also all sorts of cosmetics and skincare products on the vanity table. The collection was more complete than a counter at a department store. Particularly the skincare products, they were all of the brands that she couldn't afford in the past. Yan Shuyu was mostly excited when she saw all these personal items. As much as she already owed the boss, she had stopped worrying about it. She was already going to live in the luxurious mansion that the boss has rented for her, so what's some makeup and skincare products? Secretary Lu was such a thoughtful person, or that it was all the boss's idea for her to do so. Anyways, perhaps even her clothes would be ready for her and all she needed to do was to move in here with just her purse. Yan Shuyu was stunned when she went over to the walk-in closet. The walk-in closet was as complete as the rest of the house. There were clothes, shoes, and purses. Yan Shuyu was startled when she noticed that other than the pretty clothes and accessories, half of the closet was occupied by men's clothing. Why were there men's clothing? Yan Shuyu had a bad feeling all of a sudden. She turned and looked at the boss. Do you plan on staying here as well? The two of them were the only ones inside of the bedroom right now. Zhang Yuanjia and Zhou Yi were happily rolling around on the soft carpet of the kids' bedroom, not wanting to leave. As Yan Shuyu gave the boss the look of her questioning not wanting to leave. As Yan Shuyu gave the boss the look of her questioning the meaning of life, the boss merely nodded nonchalantly. Just like that, he had admitted to it shamelessly. Yan Shuyu couldn't help but ask again, why? Why do you mean why? She had wanted to confront the boss about why he said he had rented this place for her if he really rented it for himself. But, right before she said anything, she realized that when she had questioned about this place being too big for just her and her son, the boss did not respond. He may have misled her on purpose, but mostly she was tricked because she had filled in too much of the details herself. The boss didn't really do that much to fool her. She had focused so much on being able to take advantage of the boss that she never stopped to think how it could be so easy. The words were at the tip of her tongue when she realized that she didn't have the ground to stand on. Her stance weakened, she asked softly, well, if you are going to stay here yourself, I guess it won't be wasteful after all. Do I still need to move here? Chapter 264 The New Place, 3. Zhou Qinhe finally had a change of tune. With his brows raised, he gave her a smile that wasn't quite a smile and said, is that a problem? In the last few months that they have been dating, the boss was like a different person and extremely agreeable when it came to Yan Shuyu. He had never once said a mean word to her, let alone being unhappy with her. Even so, his temperament as someone at the apex of the hierarchy was not something that could be concealed. That, along with her wariness from knowing the plotline, meant that Yan Shuyu had never acted freely with no regards to the consequences of her actions no matter how agreeable he had been. She had always maintained a baseline of respect for the boss. As such, when he seemed minorly displeased, she gave in immediately, no, of course not. At this very critical moment, Yan Shuyu immediately found an excuse for herself. It was so sudden that I'm just a bit shy. Seeing the blush that she had forced onto herself, Boss Zhou finally stopped giving her his piercing look and went back to his tender self. He even took a step forward and put his arms around her lovingly. He said to her gently, it's all right. You will get used to it. Yan Shuyu got it right away that there was no room for negotiation. This was when she finally figured out that the boss hasn't been too busy to show her this place all along, but that he had intentionally waited until this entire place was move-in ready before he showed it to her. After days of anticipation and her excitement of moving into a luxurious house was at its all-time high, once she looked at this place that had already been cleaned up and ready to move in, how would she be able to resist that temptation? Of course she wouldn't. With a slight threat from the boss, she had given in entirely. And that was how Yan Shuyu had agreed to cohabiting with the boss. A luxurious mansion for two had immediately turned into cohabitation of four. Yan Shuyu started packing that same day even though there was still a month left on her own rental contract. The boss was truly busy this time and went overseas for work again, leaving the little young master and the chauffeur to Yan Shuyu. Yan Shuyu was a frugal one. As such, there was still a lot to move between herself and her son. She had to even utilize child labors. The two child laborers were quite excited. Even with their cheeks flushed from the work, they didn't complain about being tired. With her two little child laborers in tow, Yan Shuyu ran into Manager Yan in the elevator lobby of her new place. Oh, you are moving in already? Yang Zifeng greeted her excitedly. I thought you were going to have me give you a hand. Yan Shuyu said to him shyly, we are already done with the moving. Yang Zifeng had been to her place and had a pretty good idea that their possession was way more than that. He only took a couple looks over at the bags on the floor and suddenly smiled as though he had something figured out. Smiling, he asked, then can I go upstairs with you and take a tour? Yan Shuyu smiled too. Please do. So you guys are staying over here starting tonight. Yang Zifeng stroked the head of both of the child laborers and said with a smile, I'll take you all out to Hot Pot tonight as a celebration then. Yan Shuyu was even happier now. The little child laborers, too, looked up and smiled at him sweetly. Thank you, big brother Yang. With the new place being so spacious, Zhang Yuanjia and Zhou Yi no longer need to squeeze together and each of them had their own bedroom and a spacious bed. Their two bedrooms were attached and they could be together for all times other than when they went to bed. The two of them even shared a large walk-in closet and both of them were very pleased with the arrangement that they were close together but still able to have their own space. After the two boys ran into their respective bedrooms, they both ran back out cutely with their pajamas in their arms and said that they wanted to bath in Yan Shuyu's room. They had been eyeing her bathtub that was big enough for them to swim in for a while now. Shortly, the two naked boys were splashing water at each other happily inside of the large bathtub that Yan Shuyu was supposed to be the first to enjoy. Chapter 265 Are You Jealous? 1. The two kids had a lot of fun in the bathtub. Bored, Yan Shuyu picked up the phone and called up the boss via video chat. Unfortunately, the boss seemed to be working. When Yan Shuyu saw the boss put down his pen, stood up, looked outside of the window, and got ready to relax, she felt very comfortable. Let me show you the two happy ducklings. Ta da da tilde tilde. The camera angle changed and the two boys having mad fun in the bathtub abruptly appeared on the screen. The ducklings. They might be very comfortable being the true selves in front of Yan Shuyu, but being seen to be so childish in front of Uncle Joe, Daddy, was very embarrassing. Both of them blushed and buried their heads into the bubbles. The two who were causing a ruckus just a minute ago had, all of a sudden, turning into little pitiful boys. Feeling unjust, Yan Shuyu said from behind her cell phone, "Why did you stop? Keep battling each other. Don't you want to say hi to Uncle Joe?" Even as she said that, the little kiddos still pretended to be good little boys in front of the boss. Yan Shuyu was speechless and Joe Chinhei, on the end hand, even more so. Stroking his own forehead, he finally said, "Yan, the temperature is cold. Don't let them spend too much time in the bathtub. They will catch a cold." Yan Shuyu must lament that the boss was much sterner when it came to child rearing. He'd even noticed such minor details. She agreed with him nevertheless, so she gave the kids the ultimatum. "Did you hear that? You have 5 more minutes to get out of the tub." Even without that ultimatum, the little kiddos would have started seriously scrubbing themselves in order to maintain the nice image in Uncle Joe, Daddy's mind. Seeing that her son was the first to get out of the tub, Yan Shuyu quickly hung up with the boss and helped with drying and clothing her son. She quickly dried her son and put him in a new set of fuzzy pajamas. Much like the situation of her closet, little kiddo Zhang Yuanbao, too, has half a closet full of new clothes. The other half was occupied by his little brother's new clothes. Zhang Yuanjia stood next to his mother and waited after he was done. The little young master, who had been squatting down in the water, stood up as well. He reached out his arms as though he had been waiting for a long time. Yan Shuyu grabbed another towel and quickly got him out of the tub. Before long, a fuzzy little male lead was also standing next to her. After they had finished bathing, the two little kiddos still didn't want to leave the bathroom. Their hair was wet when the two were playing in the bathtub. Yan Shuyu had no choice but to pull out the hairdryer and had the two children sit side by side so she could dry their hair for them. After they have bathed and their hair dried, Yan Shuyu could finally send them back to their rooms. Their 2 rooms were adjourned and there was even a little living room inside that had been converted into a children's room. It was thickly carpeted and filled with toys and comic books. Both Zhang Yuanjia and Yue Juo expressed that they were not tired and wanted to stay there and play. Yan Shuyu agreed to their request. "Your beds are ready. Go to bed when you are done playing. If you are afraid, you two can sleep together." "Okay." Zhang Yuanjia and Zhou Yi exchanged a look and both said at the same time, "Okay." Yan Shuyu happily went back to her bathroom. She enjoyed a nice and long bath and even used the jets on the tub. By the time she came out of the bathroom, the kiddos were already rolling in her bed yawning while holding onto their respective little pillows. When they saw her, they immediately went up and grabbed her arms. "Mommy, Auntie Yan, we want to sleep with you." As surprised as she was, looking at the two delicate little faces and the very big and wide new bed, Yan Shuyu finally nodded and said, "Okay, but just this one time." The little kiddos immediately put down their own pillows. This was not the first time the 3 of them slept together and they have both placed the pillows on each side of the big pillow. Their intention was obvious, both of them wanted to sleep next to Yan Shuyu. Once they had secured their spots, the 2 boys couldn't wait to climb inside the bed. After a little while longer, Yan Shuyu, too, put down her cell phone and crawled into the blanket, yawning. Such was the benefit of sleeping with the kids. By the time she went to bed, it was already toasty. It was said that each kid was like their own little furnace. And she had 2 of them. Such was the first night in their new house. Yan Shuyu thought she'd roll around excitedly in the large bed and not be able to fall asleep, but as soon as she climbed inside the blanket and with the 2 soft and warm little bodies habitually snuggled up to her with their milky smell, Yan Shuyu quickly fell asleep deeply. Chapter 266 Are You Jealous? 2. After Yan Shuyu had gotten out of bed, she started getting ready slowly and contemplated which new dress she should wear today. And the little boys, too, started working on getting themselves ready. Zhang Yuanjia was getting more and more familiar with getting dressed on his own, which has, subsequently, put quite a bit of pressure on the little young master. He, too, could dress himself somewhat, but a proper outfit was still difficult for him. As such, the 2 bros had swapped their styles noticeably, with Zhang Yuanjia in a suit more and more often resembling his Uncle Joe and the little young master more and more being seen in his casual clothes. When the 2 brothers finished getting ready, Yan Shuyu was almost done as well. She walked downstairs holding the 2 boys' hands and smelled food. Another auntie that they had never seen before poked her head out. "Good morning, Miss Yan, little young masters. Breakfast is ready. Should I serve it now?" Yan Shuyu was very delighted. The boss had mentioned that there would be aunties over to prepare 3 meals a day, but she didn't think that they'd start today. She sat down with the little boys and enjoyed the delectable and familiar breakfast. The breakfast tasted exactly the same as the ones that the boss used to bring them. After a good night's sleep and a delectable breakfast, Yan Shuyu went to work happily. The day went by quickly while she felt like she was walking on clouds. After dinner, Yan Shuyu even watched a classic animation with the little kiddos inside their home theater. The experience there was no worse than at a real theater. It was already past 9 p.m. after they had finished their movie. Just like the night before, Yan Shuyu urged the 2 boys to bath but declined their requests to sleep with her. It wasn't so much that she had said, just this one time only, yesterday, but that she had to go pick up Uncle Joe, Daddy later tonight and that they would be woken up. The little kiddos quickly switched their requests from wanting to go to bed with her to wanting to go pick up Uncle Joe, Daddy with her. And, just like last time, by the time Yan Shuyu was getting ready to leave at 10 p.m., the 2 of them were already sound asleep on the bed. Yan Shuyu didn't bother putting them back to their own respective beds but shoved them together into one bed and took off. It had been 6 months since her transmigration and Yan Shuyu had never ridden on the plane yet. That being said, she was quite familiar about the route to the airport. She drove to the airport from her memory from the last time she picked the boss up. Sure enough, she saw another familiar silhouette. This time it wasn't Secretary Liu who went on the trip with the boss, but Robin, another one of the boss's elite assistants. The two tall and handsome men walking side by side was a great scene. After she had parked and just when Yan Shuyu was about to come down and greet them, the boss had already pulled open the passenger side door and sat down. The small area was quickly filled with the boss's presence. Caught off guard, Yan Shuyu heard the boss told Robin, still outside of the car, "You should head home as well." Robin smiled and said, "All right. Good night, Boss Joe and Miss Yan. Have a safe drive back." From the not-so-good angle, Yan Shuyu could barely see the side profile of the elite assistant and heard his voice. She responded with a, "You too," reflexively and saw him quickly walking toward the car parked across from them. Surprised, she said, "He's leaving just like that." While she was in a trance, the boss had already buckled himself up and gave her a leisurely look. "Oh, you don't want him to leave just yet. Should we invite him back to chat some more?" Yan Shuyu's immediate response was to shake her head. Then, all of a sudden, she noticed the boss's interesting word choice. She didn't want him to leave just yet. Just why would she feel that way? Once that thought had dawned on her, Yan Shuyu's look lit up. She teased the boss boldly, "What's going on here? Are you jealous?" Chapter 267 Are You Jealous? 3. The thought of someone as mighty as the boss feeling jealous over her made Yan Shuyu want to laugh out loud complacently, so she believed in what she wanted to believe. In order to not give the boss a chance to explain himself, she immediately explained herself, "Don't be upset. I just thought you'd introduce the two of us was all. Didn't you introduce me last time also?" What Yan Shuyu was trying to suggest was that she had never been introduced to Robin as Boss Joe's girlfriend. The boss didn't seem to care about her twisting her words purposefully but focused on the details. Giving her a meaningful look, he said to her, "Introduce the two of you. Don't you know Robin from back when you were at Hotel Dorset?" When Hotel Dorset was brought up, the fact that she had bedded the boss the night he was drunk when she was still a server at the hotel would also be dredged up. That was the night that Yan Shuyu had transmigrated over and got the benefit of the outcome, but that was also a black smudge in her history that she couldn't get over. As soon as the boss had brought that up, she blushed immediately and dared not make fun of him anymore. "Oh yeah, we have met before." Ho ho. Blushing, Yan Shuyu started the car with a guilty conscience. Zhou Qinhei didn't say anything else but just watched her driving on the street. She was way below the speed limit as car after car passed them by. That didn't seem to bother him at all. After a little while, Yan Shuyu finally came to, pulled the car over, and said to the boss, "I am driving too slowly. Do you want to take over the driving so we can get home sooner?" The boss had been resting with his eyes closed. He opened up his eyes when he heard her. "Are you sleepy?" "I'm fine." Yan Shuyu shook her head. "I'm just worried that you are tired. After all, it was a long flight back for you." She meant what she said. Truth was, she felt that this was so unnecessary. Had he had the chauffeur came to pick him up, the time spent on their way home would have shortened by half. She had no idea what was going through the boss's head. Hearing that she wasn't tired, Boss Joe calmly rubbed her head and said definitively, "You are doing great. Carry on." The boss praised her driving. Yan Shuyu felt delighted all of a sudden and started driving again. She drove for a while longer before she suddenly noticed that the boss had mucked things up with her again. Plus, it did seem that her initial thought was correct. The boss must want to train her up as his personal driver, and that was why he was so adamant about her working on her driving skill. An even more scary fact was that she no longer wanted to fight him. She felt prideful just to be able to drive for the boss. Equals. One way or another, the middle of the night was perfect for a new driver to practice. The streets were wide, there were barely any cars, and mostly green lights. After a little while, Yan Shuyu started to get the hang on it and she brought the speed up to normal. They finally made it back to their little district before midnight. Parking took another 2 extra minutes. When she was finally done parking, Yan Shuyu pushed open the door feeling accomplished, jumped onto the boss, and gave him a big kiss. Then she asked shamelessly, "Did you see how well I did? I backed the car into the spot so smoothly. You are a natural at this." There was no one else downstairs at this time of the night, plus separations made the hearts grow fonder. Boss Joe did not object to her intimate acts. He even pinned her against the car door and gave her a deep, long kiss. The kiss made Yan Shuyu feel weak and all the more refused to get off of him. Her body was well maintained. At 1.6 approximately 1.7 meter height and barely over 100 in weight, Zhou Qinhei could barely feel her even with her hanging on him. He couldn't help but say softly, "You are so light." Woo, that's the boss saying that she was skinny. Even more pleased, Yan Shuyu hung onto him even tighter and all the more had no intention of getting back onto her feet. Zhou Qinhei didn't feel tired at all. With his extra large body ornament still attached to him, he went to pick up his suitcase from the trunk. Then, carrying Yan Shuyu with one hand and his suitcase in the other, he walked toward the building. Chapter 268, 1. Yan Shuyu was only bold in the dark. She still had a pretty good idea that they looked pretty obscene to a bystander. As soon as they walked into the area lit from the streetlights, she scrambled off of the boss. The boss didn't say much but wrapped his arm around her, and the two walked inside of the elevator intimately. If she was to ignore the plotline of the novel, the boss was acting quite like a loving father. He just got home from a business trip and hadn't even washed up yet before he went into the kids' room to check on the two kids. Zhang Yuanjia and Zhou Yi had already fallen asleep with their heads pressed together and their little stomachs rising and falling rhythmically. Boss Zhou couldn't help but smile. They're sleeping so soundly. This is the first time that Yuanbao is not sleeping with you, right? He has adapted well. That was when Yan Shuyu was reminded that while she was immersed in the joy of living in a luxurious house, she had forgotten that it was her son's very first time having his own room and whether he'd be afraid. No wonder he was so clingy last night. She felt relieved that she did not turn down their request to sleep with her last night. Looking again at her instant son who was sound asleep, she had a moment of weakness. Should we bring him over to sleep with us? She worried that he'd wake up and be frightened when he noticed that Mommy wasn't in the room with him. The boss didn't respond to her. He only leaned over, straightened out the blanket for his son, gave him a goodnight kiss, and also gave one to her son to be fair before he stood back up, turned the light off, and walked out with Yan Shuyu. Yuanbao is a big boy now. He should start learning to be more independent. It was just the heat of the moment thing for Yan Shuyu. Once she walked outside, she had regained her rationality. Looking at the boss's handsome face, she thought to herself, son, I hope you'd understand, mommy is an adult and should have her nightlife as well tilde. Yan Shuyu and the boss exchanged a look with tacit understanding, smiled, and took their matters into their bedroom. With the new environment and new mood, Yan Shuyu couldn't help but be a little bit excited. The bed in their master bedroom was king size and could easily accommodate several of herself and Boss Joe rolling around on it. In addition, this was their new house going forward and there was no limitation on time and location. They no longer needed to refrain themselves. As such, Yan Shuyu could experience the night she had transmigrated all over again. In fact, so much that when she woke up at noon the next day and rolled onto her side groggily, her body felt all sorts of aches and soreness like it had been run over by a truck. It wasn't unlike the feeling after one had overexercised. She did kind of overexercised, sort of. After a short pause, Yan Shuyu finally noticed that there seemed to be a large arm wrapped around her waist. It didn't even move away even after she had rolled over. Startled, she looked up and what she saw was the boss's languid and handsome face. After dating with him for so long, the boss had always been well dressed in front of her. Even the few times that he had stayed over at her place, he had been sitting up, well dressed, and working. This was the very first time that Yan Shuyu saw the boss with sleepy eyes and completely relaxed. Even a mighty boss looked just like a normal man when he was asleep, thought Yan Shuyu to herself. His clothes were messy as well as his hair. Granted, life was never fair and a handsome man did not look disheveled even in this state. His messy hair only made him look even more delicate. His features softened up and he almost resembled his son. Yan Shuyu studied the boss's face that resembled a sleeping prince. The little male lead's unrivaled delicate look came partly from his father after all. The boss had always seemed so profound and difficult to read that rarely would anyone have the courage to look at him directly, which was how it took her that long to notice that. Chapter 269 Guess his half day off won't have much to do with romance, too. The little male lead practiced to be expressionless at his young age in order to downplay his prettiness. The boss, on the other hand, was even more intimidating when he was smiling at you. Immediately one could tell which one of them was mightier. No wonder the male lead plus the cannon fodder stepbrother together was still no match for the dad. Yan Shuyu was staring straight at the boss as all the random thoughts went through her mind. Being stared at by her, Boss Joe couldn't sleep anymore. His eyelashes fluttered a little, and he opened up his eyes slowly. There was a little bit of grogginess in his eyes, but he was mostly awake. His hand moved from his waist behind her head, and he stroked her lovingly. His voice, lowered deliberately, was languid and sounded particularly SXY. Yan, are you done sleeping? I can nap whenever. Yan Shuyu had already put aside all of her random thoughts as they had been replaced by another thought. All of a sudden, her waist and legs were no longer sore. Looking at the boss with her eyes lit and her head rested on his chest, she asked, how come you are not yet up and working at this hour? The boss had never taken a day off whether there was typhoon, thunderstorm, during national holidays, or on vacations. Even when he didn't go into work, he'd at least check his email or look through some documents from home. It seemed this emperor had omitted his duties this morning. Yan Shuyu, being the evil concubine for once, was very emotional. The boss, naturally, could not possibly guess the crazy thoughts in her head. But being off for half a day, he felt very relaxed both physically and mentally. His arm around her, he said relaxingly, you didn't go into work either. It's my day off. Well, I am off today as well. Yan Shuyu ignored his explanation and insisted that the emperor had omitted his duties, skip work for her. That was so lewd, but she liked it. KKK tilde basking in that thought for a while, Yan Shuyu snuggled back up with the boss and expressed that she was going to sleep in. This was also the first time ever that Zhou Qinhei felt that cuddling was worth wasting half of his morning. He had been too tense before and some relaxing wouldn't hurt. As such, even though he wasn't sleepy, he still closed his eyes with Yan Shuyu in his arm. Nevertheless, the person who claimed she was going to go back to sleep wasn't able to stay still at all. She grabbed and played with his hand. She laid on his chest and counted his heartbeat. Finally, she was so bored that she was competing with him to see who has longer eyelashes. She had never run into a woman as pretty as her since she had transmigrated, but, now, not only did the boss have longer eyelashes than her, his was also denser and curlier. Yan Shuyu was very jealous of it. You are not even a girl, what's the point of having long eyelashes? Before she was done talking, she could hear pitter-patter noises made by little kids coming from the hallway. That wasn't surprising. This was already late for the hard-working little boys with very good self-discipline. What Yan Shuyu hadn't expected was that they'd come running over and shouted outside of the door as soon as they got up. Mommy, Uncle Joe, can we come in and play? Yan Shuyu and the boss exchanged a look. They both felt helpless but also could not let their sons in. Finally, resigned to her fate, Yan Shuyu said, come on in then. The doors unlocked. The two little boys broke in the next second and both of them in their fuzzy pajamas. As such, the two boys had no hesitation when they immediately started climbing onto the large bed. And then, there were cheerful giggling from the girl and the two boys. Boss Joe. Guess his half day off won't have much to do with romance. Chapter 270 Guess his half day off won't have much to do with romance, 3. This was Yan Shuyu's first time cohabiting with anyone and she was adjusting well. Mainly because of the people she was cohabiting with. As much as they have simplified as much as they could, it was still a big upgrade in quality of life for Yan Shuyu. Before she had transmigrated, Yan Shuyu was already a little princess who can tell vegetables apart at home, but that was nothing compared to how pampered she was right now. After all, her mother did not cook as good as the boss's domestic help. Her mom would also boss her around to mop the floor or hang the clothes up to dry when she was in a bad mood. In the Joes, on the other hand, the domestic help would make her anything that she desired to eat or fetch her whatever she wanted. They would not turn down her requests and complain that she was lazy and useless. The boss even said that there were plenty of rooms in the house and if she liked, the domestic helpers could stay there and wait on them 24/7. Meaning, she would be able to eat in the middle of the night she wanted. The idea was fantastic. Yan Shuyu finally resisted the temptation and declined the offer so as not to let herself fall too deep into this trap. Had Yan Shuyu wanted to marry into the prominent family like the original owner did, for sure she'd have pretended to be tender, virtuous, and a girl who'd make a good wife. Preferably, she was perfect and the boss would not be able to find any fault with her. Problem was, she did not want to marry the boss. As such, she has no need to pretend and could just comfortably be her own self. As such, Yan Shuyu got used to the lifestyle of the wealthy, of cohabitation. Apparently, the boss's ability to adapt was way above that of Yan Shuyu. He had no qualms about using her as a chauffeur since day one. As the situation of their cohabitation started to settle down, Yan Shuyu, with her relaxing work schedule, had also become the de facto delivery girl when the boss had, on occasion, left some documents at home. Yan Shuyu's first assignment came when she was watching a television show at home. Her work was cozy. The musical institution required neither clocking in nor being present. The instructors were free to leave if they had no classes. Yan Shuyu lived farther away in the past, so she'd wait around for her son to get off. She no longer needed to do that, so she'd wait at home while she played video games or watched television. Surely, she had a lot of free time, but she hadn't expected assignments like that from the boss. She was dazed for a while there. Bring the documents over to you. The boss did not acknowledge her question. Are you busy right now? Yan Shuyu put down the sunflower seeds in her hand and explained weakly, yeah, but I have never been to your office before. Can you have Secretary Liu or someone else come and pick him up instead? They're all busy. You'll have to make a trip. I'll send you the location via WeChat. Just follow the GPS. It's not that far away. The boss left no room for her to object. He even added tenderly at the end. It's not that urgent. Take your time. Your safety is more important. Yan Shuyu felt better when she heard the last thing that he said. At least she was more important than the document in the boss's eyes. Otherwise, she just might need to throw a fit. Granted, she figured it out quickly that the boss was for sure surrounded by more than enough workers. He only insisted on her delivering the document because she was there in the most time-consuming way to have it done. That was to show that her status wasn't all that high after all. Equals. Yan Shuyu accepted the assignment nevertheless. Chapter 271, You Are My Girlfriend. No need to be shy. 1. After all, she had just said not too long ago how much she appreciated the boss allowing her to stay at such a luxurious place. It'd sound way too ungrateful if she refused to do such a small favor after just a few days. In order to prove that she wasn't an ungrateful person, Yan Shuyu hung up on the phone, ran all the way upstairs to the study, located the documents that the boss had described, grabbed her purse, and was about to take off. Her son was in school right now. The little young master was very clingy to her during the winter break, but now that they are living together, or more precisely, the day after the boss's return, the little boy's life returned to normal overnight. He had multiple private tutors lined up every day, comprehensive curriculum covering all areas, moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetics, and labor, at that. His pressure was no less than her son's. As both kids were busying with their school, Yan Shuyu would have to go deliver the boss's document by herself. Yes, her driving was getting better and better and she had lost her rights to the boss's chauffeur. Equals. Tis was Yan Shuyu's first time to the Joe's building. Standing inside the lobby with walls that were so polished that they could be used as mirrors, Yan Shuyu was a little bit nervous. There were many visitors visiting the boss's building, coming and going non-stop. The pretty girls at the front desk were asking the visitors in front of her for the names and companies' names and whether they have appointments. If so, to have a seat, otherwise, to register their information. It was so professional that Yan Shuyu started getting worried. Would she need to state her identity and purpose as well? It wasn't a big deal, but the thought of stating that she was the boss's girlfriend in front of so many people was somewhat embarrassing. Nevertheless, what she worried about did not happen. The girls at the front desk caught sight of her and the document pouch in her hand. They exchanged some words with each other, and the two of them stopped what they were doing and walked over to her, both smiling. Are you Miss Yan? Yan Shuyu nodded in a trance. She didn't understand why the boss's employees seemed to recognize her even though this was her first time there. She didn't think she was that famous. As she was still baffled, she heard the other girl say to her, Secretary Liu had already informed us about you. Right this way. This is where Boss Joe's office is. She followed the girl reflexively. There weren't a lot going on around them at first. There were lots of people coming and going inside the lobby but all busy with their own purpose and nobody paid her much attention. Nevertheless, when they arrived in front of the elevator at the very end, Yan Shuyu felt that all of the eyes suddenly focused around them. Or more specifically, on her as though everyone had just noticed her beauty. How could the boss's employees be so slow? Yan Shuyu was even more baffled. Before she could figure it out, she had already walked inside of the elevator. The girl from the front desk helped her push the button before walking back out of the elevator. She even stood there and smiled at her while the elevator doors closed. Yan Shuyu lamented at her impeccable attitude. The elevator arrived at the top floor quickly, and Secretary Liu was already waiting for her outside. Secretary Liu was no longer that person who was eager to get out as fast as she could the one time that Yan Shuyu ran into her in the little district. She was back to her friendly self and walked up to Yan Shuyu with a friendly smile. Thank you so much, Miss Yan. Boss Joe's office is right this way. Just running an errand for him. It's not a big deal. She was a bit disgruntled when the boss called, but he was right that his office wasn't too far away. Secretary Liu asked caringly again, I've heard that you and Boss Joe had moved already. How are you liking your new place? As Secretary Liu was the one who found the place, it wasn't unusual that she'd ask about it. Yan Shuyu nodded and said, the place is very nice. Thank you for your hard work. You are welcome. Having said that, Secretary Liu explained herself seemingly casually, speaking of, I was startled when I ran into you downstairs the other day. I thought I was being sloppy at my job and revealed the surprise that Boss Joe had prepared for you. Her words had enlightened Yan Shuyu. So the reason that Secretary Liu seemed very dodgy that day was because she didn't want her to ask more questions. And now she was explaining it to her purposefully. Truth was, she didn't think much of it, but as Secretary Lu was the one who started with the chit-chatting, she thought she could ask her a question as well. Secretary Lu, how was it that the girls at the front desk recognized me right away? How did they do that? Have they seen a picture of me? Chapter 272, You are my... Chapter 272, You are my girlfriend. No need to be shy. 2. How would they be able to see a picture of yours? Secretary Lu went on to explain, I described you to them as someone just over 20 years old, prettier than an actress, and would make your eyes beam when you see her. Looks like they did the job well. Yan Shuyu nodded reflexively. Secretary Lu was basically saying that her beauty was unrivaled. She was only too happy with that description and forgot what else she wanted to ask, but just followed happily behind Secretary Lu all the way into the boss's office. It was her first time coming to the boss's office, but she was quite familiar with the decor. She had already seen them quite a few times in their video chats. As such, she reflexively sat down on the couch when Boss Joe looked up from his documents, nodded at her, and told her to sit. Luckily Secretary Lu had quickly taken the document from Yan Shuyu and placed it on top of the boss's desk. Anything else that I can get for you, Boss Joe? The document in the boss's hand seemed to be particularly importantly. He only looked up quickly from it to Yan Shuyu before he looked back down and said to his secretary, she doesn't like tea. Is there any other beverages? Naturally, everybody knew who this, she, was referring to. As professional as Secretary Lu was, she still couldn't help but turn and gave Yan Shuyu a look. It was truly surprisingly that she was able to have the boss remember her preference in the middle of his very important work. That was not the only reason for her surprise. Years of working with Boss Joe, Miss Yan was the first woman that Boss Joe had cohabited with. Not to mention the first one who was welcomed into his office as the boss lady. Even the little young master's mother, before the divorce and was the official Mrs. Joe, had never set foot in the office as the boss lady. Granted, the boss Joe was in an alliance marriage with the now ex-Mrs. Joe, but free love between him and Miss Yan. How could they be the same? Secretary Lu knew very well that there would be more special treatment for this Miss Yan in the future. There would be no need to be so surprised by anything right now. She stopped herself from turning around and asked, showing no particular emotions, we have coffee and orange juice. Which would Miss Yan prefer? If she was asking Yan Shuyu directly, Yan Shuyu felt like coffee right now. She had been watching a modern-day office drama as of late and had developed strong interest in freshly grounded coffee. Granted, she had learned how to brew coffee when she worked at Sunshine House, but how was that the same as having a freshly brewed cup of coffee in an office? Unfortunately, Secretary Lu did not ask her opinion at all and Boss Joe picked orange juice with no hesitation. A few minutes later, a freshly juiced glass of orange juice was placed in Yan Shuyu's hand and Yan Shuyu slowly recollected herself and suddenly had no idea what she was doing. Wasn't she just here to run an errand and deliver a document to the boss? How did she end up drinking a beverage in the boss's office? After 2 sips of the orange juice, Yan Shuyu decisively put down the glass and walked behind the boss. As soon as she got close to him, her hand was grabbed. Boss Joe, signing with his right hand, grabbed Yan Shuyu's hand with his left one. He didn't even look up when he asked, bored. MMMHMM. Yan Shuyu was just about to say that she was going to head home first if there was nothing else when the boss started talking. I will be another half an hour or so. If you are bored, have Secretary Lu give you a tour of the place. Why would I want a tour of your office? Yan Shuyu opened her mouth and immediately saw that the boss had already let go of her and was reaching for the phone. She quickly added, I'm not bored. I want to watch you work. Really? The boss finally looked up again. His lips curved upward and he smiled and said, okay, bring that chair over then. Yan Shuyu wanted to say that she wasn't so bored that she wanted to just sit there and watch him work, but, one look at his extremely handsome side profile, she gave in, moved the chair over and sat down next to the boss. Chapter 273, You are my girlfriend. No need to be shy. 3. When Robin came rushing over to pick up the document, he saw his boss's girlfriend resting her head on his shoulder, her arm around his, playing some mobile game on her cell phone. On a corner of the boss's desk that was covered in paperwork was a glass of orange juice that was almost empty. That had clearly demonstrated how comfortable Miss Yan was in his boss's office and possibly even more comfortable than Boss Joe himself. Robin, witnessing that, reflexively exchanged a look with Secretary Lu and both of them felt goosebumps on themselves. Neither one of them had expected their boss to be so touchy-feely with his girlfriend in private. Wasn't he a workaholic? That being said, if that wasn't Boss Joe's preference, Miss Yan wouldn't have come over out of the blue in the middle of a workday. As elites of the company, Robin and Secretary Lu have very intact professionalism. No matter what kind of crazy thoughts were going through their heads, they could still maintain their very solemn and focused looks. Walking over to the boss's desk professionally, Robin said, Boss Joe, I am here to pick up the document. They were cutting very close in time and, luckily, Boss Joe did not let the beauty distract him. He put down his final signature and handed the document over to Robin. All set, here you go. Yan Shuyu, who just finished a round of her game, looked up and waved at the two of them. Hi Tilda. Robin, who now had the document in hand, felt much relieved and smiled back at Yan Shuyu. He didn't say anything to her as Secretary Lu was talking to the boss about something else. When Secretary Lu finished with her report, the two of them left together, leaving not a trace that they were ever there earlier. Seeing that the office door was closed again, Yan Shuyu was done playing her mobile game as well. She pulled back her arm, stood up, and said, okay, you got your document. I am going to head out now. Unexpectedly, Boss Joe stood up with her, took a look at his watch, and said, I have a meeting at 4, that's half an hour from now. Perfect timing to go get afternoon tea with you first. It wasn't like Yan Shuyu didn't want to spend time with the boss, she was just bored earlier when the boss was working. Going to afternoon tea together was much more fun. She quickly abandoned the idea of going home and wrapped her arm around his with a smile. Sure, is the food there tasty? I have never been. Others in the office said they're good though. You poor thing, you have never even been to the coffee shop next to your office. As much as Yan Shuyu was looking forward to it, she shamelessly said, I guess I'll just have to accompany you there. The boss played along and showed his gratitude. Why, thank you, Yan. While talking, Boss Joe had already picked up his coat and put it over his arm. He then walked over to the couch and picked up Yan Shuyu's purse. The two of them then walked out of the office affectionately just like that. Boss Joe's office was the furthest one and it was both luxurious and quiet. There was even a partition that allowed him to wash up and rest. It very much met the standard of a 5-star hotel. That being said, the standard outside of his office wasn't half bad either. Secretary Liu had given Yan Shuyu a quick introduction on their way in. The large office outside was the secretary room. Boss Joe had quite a few secretaries and, at a glance, even the desks were very grand. The best of it all was that right around the corner from the boss's office was a front desk for the secretary's office. When they walked out of his office, all the boss needed to do was to tell the secretary at the front desk, I am going out for afternoon tea. I will be back for my 4 o'clock. This secretary was a boy barely over the age of 20, seemingly straight out of college. He has yet to master the ability to cover up the surprise in his eyes. Nevertheless, he still said very professionally, sure, Boss Joe. Even Yan Shuyu, as a foolish, white, and sweet, could read the look on the boy's face. It seemed not all white collars were as professional as they were portrayed in the television shows. Once they had stepped inside of the elevator, Yan Shuyu, both surprised and curious, asked, we are just going for an afternoon tea. Why was he so surprised? Boss Joe gave her a look and said with a smile, probably because you were too pretty and he didn't know what to make of that. Yan Shuyu. Chapter 274, You Are My Girlfriend. No need to be shy. 4. The boss was the boss after all. His flattery skill could easily put Secretary Liu to shame. Yan Shuyu felt delightful immediately and rested her head happily on the boss's shoulder and asked pridefully, I didn't embarrass you, did I? As much as the boss was flattering her, she still needed to ask what she wanted to ask. The thought of the critical question made her look turn serious again. So why did you insist on me bringing the document over today anyway? Could none of your employees make a trip for you? It wasn't like they lived very far from the office. They were so close that it was probably just a matter of a 15-minute subway ride. The boss answered her question with a question, do you not like coming to the office? No, that's not it. She was well taken care of today so there was nothing for her to be unhappy about. That being said, she wasn't entirely a willing participant either. Stuttering a little, she said, I just felt that it was too showy and therefore a little embarrassing was all. You are my girlfriend. It's not an underground relationship. What is there to feel embarrassed about? That made Yan Shuyu happy. Their relationship was out in the open. They were not having an affair and there was no need to hide it. She was able to find another excuse though. Everybody in the lobby turned to look at me when I walked inside of the elevator. That was a little embarrassing. The boss chuckled and teased, are you sure they weren't looking at you because you were so pretty? The one who just said she was shy immediately thrust her chest out and said pridefully, well, if that was the case, they should have been looking at me when I walked inside of the lobby. Why would they all look over at the same time when I was about to walk inside of the elevator? Zhou Qinhei nodded thoughtfully, agreeing with her that what she said made sense. He then said, all right then, if you don't like it, I will try not to trouble you next time. Yan Shuyu was just about to nod in agreement when she heard the boss's explanation. I just thought I'll have you familiarize yourself with the route, in case you need to come look for me in the future. As much as Yan Shuyu felt that there wouldn't be a situation where she'd need to come looking for the boss at his office, she understood that he meant well. As such, she expressed generously, all right. All is forgiven then. Afternoon tea is on me. Feel free to order away Tilda. Yan Shuyu quickly got used to her new life after the move and she was also getting more and more familiar with her new job. The first few days after she had joined the musical institution and, as a new instructor with 0 experiences, she had no inquiries at all. Any parents who had looked into her experiences had ruled her out. As such, for the first 2 weeks that she was there, all of Yan Shuyu's income came from Xiao Zhouyi, her only student. Given the situation, Yan Shuyu could only comfort herself by reassuring herself that she has at least one long-term source of income. Lo and behold, the turning point in her newfound career came earlier than expected. As winter vacation had started for all high schools and grade schools, more and more students headed to the musical institution to explore a new hobby. Yan Shuyu, without warning, had become a big high among these high school and grade school students. Such was the benefits of being attractive. Even the little male lead at his age knew to ask for the tender and pretty Auntie Yan to be his instructors. The same was definitely true little boys attending high schools and grade schools. By that age, many of their parents would be willing to listen to their kids' opinion. After all, if they were just starting piano lesson at that age, their parents were not exactly expecting them to become professionals in this area. It was just a hobby and something to do during the winter vacation. Anything was better than them holing up at home playing mobile games on their cell phones. As such, the quality of the instructor was relatively unimportant. The parents were just happy as long as their children were willing to attend. And that was how Yan Shuyu had unexpectedly become the most popular instructor at the institution. Her weekly schedule was filled all of a sudden and she no longer had any free time in the morning or the afternoon. She even had classes at night sometimes. In fact, she was so busy that she barely had time to play her mobile games or watch her television shows. That being said, Yan Shuyu was still quite happy when she thought about her income this month. Chapter 275, How long is Auntie Yan going to hibernate for? 1. With some money in hand, Yan Shuyu no longer felt panicky. She still had to work on the regular workdays but she refused to work overtime and insisted on having her weekends off. At most she would go to her part-time gig for an hour at night on Saturdays and Sundays at Sunshine House. When her new profession going up and money kept on rolling in, Yan Shuyu didn't really need to keep this part-time gig anymore. She was merely kept on going owing to her relationship with manager Yang. It was, after all, something that they had agreed upon in the past and that she got along nicely with her buddies at the coffee shop so her going there would also double as meeting up with them once in a while. The boss was the exactly opposite of her. Yan Shuyu was not an ambitious one. She was very pleased and contented with her current income. The boss, on the other hand, had money enough to last him a few lifetimes, and yet he still worked very hard. It seemed he would only be happy if he had worked for half a day over the weekends. As such, on this in the bitter cold Saturday morning in the middle of winter, while Yan Shuyu was still sound asleep in bed, the boss was already full dressed and said to her while sitting next on the bed, "I have a meeting in the morning and meeting with some customers in the afternoon. I might be home late. You should have lunch at home without me." Yawning, Yan Shuyu pulled her head out from under the blanket but otherwise showed no signs of wanting to get out of bed. "What time are you leaving?" 9:30. Without her asking again, Boss Joe looked at the time on his watch and said, "It's almost 9 now." He needed to go eat breakfast and head out. And that was exactly what Yan Shuyu was waiting for. She quickly said cheerfully, "Yuanbao has a class at 9:30 as well. Can you drop him off on your way out?" "Zhou Qinhe. What about you?" "I have no class today. I am going to go back to sleep," said Yan Shuyu very matter-of-factly. "Speaking of, come with me to the coffee shop tonight." Her love life with the boss was no longer a secret, so Yan Shuyu no longer bothered trying to hide it. She had been going to Sunshine House with her entire family the last few times. To a point that she felt sad when the boss and the kids didn't accompany her. To think that she was so independent when she first transmigrated over. Equals. All right. Zhou Qinhe paused and agreed to both of her requests. Seeing how she was about to tuck her head under the blanket once again, he pulled the blanket over and said to her gently, "At least eat breakfast first before you go back to sleep." The boss's voice might be gentle but his tone allowed no room for disagreement. Yan Shuyu, too, was starting to get hungry. Her routine had been set ever since she had been raising a child and had always had her 3 meals a day. It was only natural for her to feel hungry at this hour. She grabbed onto the hand in front of her decisively and said, "Can you please have the auntie bring my food into the room? I don't want to go downstairs." "Zhou Qinhe, it's only a few steps." Yan Shuyu blinked and gave him the perfect reason, "It's snowing outside. I'm cold." Truth was, the heater worked very well even in her original little apartment. The heating in this new and luxurious mansion would only be better. Surely it was snowing outside and snowing heavily at that. Nevertheless, that had absolutely nothing to do with the temperature indoor. The indoor maintained a very comfortable temperature year-round. Zhou Qinhe, after looking at her for a while, finally nodded. The very next second, Yan Shuyu happily curled up under her blanket once again. "Boss Joe." Boss Joe had a seriously look on him when he walked over to the kid's bedroom next door. He probably felt that the older one was already beyond help, so the best he could do was to stop her from rubbing off on the 2 little boys. Chapter 276, How long is Auntie Yan going to hibernate for? 2. The 2 children at home were perfectly fine taking care of themselves. By the time Zhou Qinhe walked inside, they have already bathed and dressed themselves. In fact, the 2 of them were straightening out each other's collars. Zhang Yuanjie and Zhou Yi no longer got up as early as they used to, but Zhou Qinhe was very pleased that the 2 of them, being just 5 to 6 years old, were able to get up on their own and get ready and get dressed without needed to be waken up by their parents. As much as Boss Joe was someone who set the bar very high, he still felt that the 2 boys were very mature. Having a bad example at home made Zhou Qinhe appreciate their effort that much more. Walking inside of the room, Zhou Qinhe straightened out the 2 little boys' collars in person. Yan Shuyu felt that the current lives couldn't be any better. Boss Joe, on the other hand, felt a lot of inconvenience. He used to be somebody who did no work at home. It had barely been a month and he was already very familiar with dressing and undressing the children. In fact, he was very skilled with it by now. Once he was done with them, Zhou Qinhe stood up, held their hands, and said, "Let's go have breakfast. Yuanbao, Mommy is still sleeping. I'll drop you off the musical institution on my way." He didn't not mention the little male lead because he was already starting with his evil plan, but that his son had tutors coming in-house. There was no need to drop him off anywhere. As such, neither one of the little boys thought too much about Zhou Qinhe dropping off Zhang Yuanjie. In fact, the 2 little boys exchanged a look and giggles when they heard that Yan Shuyu had refused to get up. When he was done laughing, Zhang Yuanjie said seriously, "Mommy had been saying that she is going to hibernate for a few days now. I guess she is finally going to start today." The little male lead had always been respectful toward Yan Shuyu, but, even so, he couldn't help but ask, "How long is she going to hibernate for?" Boss Joe did not want to respond to that question, so he finally said what was really on his mind, "Don't learn from her." And that was probably as blunt as Boss Joe had ever been. Yan Shuyu, who said she was going to hibernate, was actually already awake. It was just so cold outside that she decided to play on her cell phone under the blanket. The boss kept to his words and brought breakfast upstairs shortly thereafter. That was right, he brought it in person instead of having the domestic help did it. By then, Yan Shuyu had already washed up and even finished applying her lotion. She was, after all, going to be a delicate stay-at-home girl. When Zhou Qinhe placed the breakfast down on the end table, Yan Shuyu had already bounced over at him. Dangling from the boss familiarly, she was going to give him a peck. But he blocked her with his hand as soon as her head got close to him. With hesitation, he asked, "You haven't washed up yet?" Yan Shuyu had, indeed, already washed up. Yan Shuyu, who always thought of herself as a little fairy, was immediately annoyed by the boss's resentfulness toward her. With both of her hands gripping the boss tightly, she was going to kiss him by force as she said, "Oh yeah. Take this." Unfortunately, she had just planted her kiss when the boss took the lead and kissed her back. Along with that, a pair of arms also wrapped around her waist, rendering her helpless immediately. By the time Yan Shuyu realized that she had been tricked by the boss again, her knees were already weak from the kiss. By the time the boss let go of her, she collapsed straight into the couch, sitting across from her steaming breakfast. Yan Shuyu, who didn't want to appear weak, decided to start eating her breakfast. Chapter 277, How long is Auntie Yan going to hibernate for? 3. When it came to faking, Yan Shuyu was at most a newbie at it. The boss, on the other hand, was the Grand Master. He could return to his ascetic self in 0 second flat. There the sparks and fireworks from the kiss just a moment ago never happened. Straightening himself out, he said to her, "Eat slowly. I told Auntie to come pick up the bowls and utensils in half an hour." The boss was still very attentive after all. Yan Shuyu waved at him, gesturing to him that she got it and that he could go. But, before the boss took off, they heard a familiar knocking sound. The knocking was very unique in that it was made from a few little hands at the same time. The knocking sound wasn't very sound but was definitely very lively. Sure enough, the little kiddos' voices came from outside of the door, "Mommy, Auntie Yan." Yan Shuyu responded to them, "Come on in." The little kiddos bounced inside and went straight over to her. Zhang Yuanbao gave her a very enthusiastic hug and said, "I am going to class now. Bye, Mommy." As though they were standing in line, little Zhou Yi, after seeing that his little buddy was done hugging Auntie Yan, also threw himself into her arms as he said to her, "Auntie Yan, I am going to my class too. Bye." Looking at him with her eyes bright, Yan Shuyu thought to herself, "Darling, your little big brother Yuanbao is leaving home to go to a class. Your class is right here at home. Is it really necessary to say goodbye to me?" She was, however, able to stop herself from saying that out loud. Like a mature elder, she stroked both of them on their heads and said to them, "Okay. All right, study hard." And the boss left with one boy in each hand. Yan Shuyu quickly finished her breakfast, placed her dishes in the little living room area outside and happily crawled back into bed to play on her cell phone. With Yan Shuyu's hard work, she finally got paid at her new job. She had made a shocking total of 40,000 yuan in the first month. Even though that included her previous 20,000 yuan bonus, it was still an amount that well exceeded her expectation. She never expected that she would, one day, become a high-earning person herself. She felt that, at this current rate, she wouldn't even need to wait for her son to get rich and benefit from him. She could become a rich woman and keep little fresh meats all on her own. With her current class load, her income would at least be doubled on the next payday. Yan Shuyu wasn't one who was good with planning. With her financial pressure being lifted, she immediately tried to come up with ideas to spend this large sum that had just come into her possession. She had initially thought about buying a more presentable gift for the boss, but she was more hesitant about that idea now. It wasn't so much that she was being frugal but that she knew whatever amount she could spend on the boss would not remotely measure up to what he had spent on her and her son. Came to think about it, it had already been a month into the winter vacation and all other kids were probably fully enjoying themselves, but her son's schedule was even more packed during his winter vacation, having both academic and piano classes lined up every day from morning till night. And still have homework on the weekends. She felt bad for him just thinking about it. It would be New Year in another 2 weeks, so Yan Shuyu thought about taking him on a vacation with her newfound wealth. With this amount, they could afford to head to one of the tropical islands for a few days. Then she thought about it some more. She couldn't possibly just bring her so along. She would need to take the little young master along as well, in the name of being fair. She had totally learned that from the boss. When they had first moved in together, Yan Shuyu was still a little worried that the boss would behave like how it was described in the novel, play the game of praising one while knocking down on the other, so make the two boys more competition in order to achieve his goal of nurturing his son. Truth was, she had overthought it. The boss was much better than her when it came to raising the two boys. He had always been fair to the both of them and never favored one over the other. She was the one who'd occasionally favor one of them, not that she did it on purpose, but more that she wasn't one who'd pay close attention to details and would sometimes overlook certain facts. Chapter 278. Okay, I will owe you for now. 1. It stood to reason that the boss would never make a mistake like that. The more Yan Shuyu paid attention to it, the more she noticed that the boss's performance was impeccable. Over time, she was even able to learn of her own mistake through observing the boss. As such, she made the boss her goal and wanted to be as fair as possible to the two boys. With that in mind, the minute that she thought about going on a vacation, she immediately thought to herself that she couldn't leave the little male lead behind. And, if she wanted to bring him with her, she'd need to first have a conversation with the boss. He is, after all, his father. And that was also why when she was already excitedly researching plane tickets to the different islands and lodging information, she still held off telling the little boys. She wanted to communicate with the boss first before she gave them the good news. Once she had gotten home, it wasn't easy to find an opportunity to talk to the boss without the two kiddos around. The two of them were very clingy and they specifically enjoyed clinging onto her. As they were now living with the very disciplined boss, dinner at their place was set at 6:30 p.m. every day. The children had about an hour of free time before dinner. Naturally, they would just sit around and wait idly for that. They utilized their time to play with the Lego that was a gift from the boss. Toys like Lego had no age limitations. Yan Shuyu happened to be envious of their Lego, so she would usually join and play with them. Over time, this had turned into their parent-child bonding time. The boss didn't usually join them in this activity. It wasn't so much that he thought it was too childish, but that it was difficult enough for him to get off by 5:30 p.m. and be home before 6 p.m. to have dinner with them. As such, he would not have the time and energy to play with the kids like Yan Shuyu could. That being said, when he had time, he, too, would roll on the floor and join in with them. Just like today, the boss had completed all his work and rightfully took off early and arrived home just after Yan Shuyu. As soon as he walked inside of the house, he heard the kids cheered that they were going to run back and finish their Lego in their kids' room. Boss Joe, who was in a pretty good mood, took off his jacket and asked loudly, "Can I join you guys?" Of course. The little kiddos, after hearing his voice, ran back down excitedly and grabbed Uncle Joe, Daddy to head to their happy Lego base camp. Seeing that, even if Yan Shuyu wanted to have the discussion with the boss, it was difficult for her to say anything at this point. And, just like that, the two adults and the two children walked into the very colorful children room. With the thick carpet in the room, never mind about getting down on one's belly, they could even roll around on it. As such, Yan Shuyu and the children were quickly laying all over the floor. There wasn't much image to speak of, but the happiness was real. Shortly thereafter, Yan Shuyu was so happy that she couldn't think of anything else. There would always be time to discuss what was truly important. What was the rush? As they were all having fun together, little kiddo Zhang Yuanbao happily shared the good news with the rest of them. I ran into Tong Tong over at teacher Seo Lin's. Tong Tong said her mother has recently got a puppy and it is very cute. She also said that we are welcome to go over to play with the puppy when we have time. Tong Tong was manager Yang's niece and had always gotten along well with Zhang Yuanjie. Now that they were neighbors, it was even easier for them to see each other. Zhang Yuanjie had even introduced his little buddy Zhou Yi to Tong Tong. Naturally, when the little girl invited them, she was referring to both Zhang Yuanjie and Zhou Yi. Chapter 279, okay, I will owe you for now. 2. Yan Shuyu wasn't sure if she should be surprised that the little male lead's interest in the puppy was nowhere near that of her son's. He didn't react too much to it. In fact, he even looked up and exchanged a look with his dad. Except that, Yan Shuyu, whose attention was focused on the puppy much like her son, failed to notice it. She asked her son excitedly, really? How big is Tong Tong's dog? What breed is it? With someone sharing his excitement, Zhang Yuanjie shared happily, it's a Samoyed. It's 3 months old and Tong Tong said it was pretty and white like a cloud. Samoyeds are beautiful, Yan Shuyu said with a longing look, I'll go with you to play with the puppy. The puppy was all the mother and son duo, who had never had pets before, could think about. They had even lost interest in the Lego. They got more and more excited as they chatted and only wished they could go downstairs immediately to see the dog. Zhou Qinhe was the one who finally stopped them. This is dinner hours and they might be eating. Why don't you go later? Yan Shuyu had always listened to the boss. She immediately said, okay, let's go after dinner then. Boss Zhou shook his head helplessly. What if they're still eating? The boss made a good point there. They have no idea what time the Yangs have dinner and when they would be done. Regardless of whether they have already had dinner, it would still be rude to go over when the host is having dinner. That still wasn't an issue for Yan Shuyu though. With her relationship with manager Yang, all she needed to do was to message him on WeChat and find out whether now was a good time to go over. Yan Shuyu was just about to go get her cell phone from the living room when the boss made the final decision. Why don't we go together after piano practice? That way it will be bedtime by the time we get back. Yan Shuyu would rather go immediately after dinner. She wanted to see the dog sooner rather than later, but both Zhang Yuanjie and Zhou Yi had agreed. She didn't want to come across as even more impatient than the little kiddos. As such, she had given up on her idea of contacting her little buddy and returned to the Lego. After dinner was piano practice time as mentioned by the boss. Zhang Yuanjie was slowly going onto the right track on his path. He was a lucky one, having so many good teachers at his young age. He must be truly talented to be picked by Lu Kui and the others. But, hard work was still very necessary even when one was talented. Lu Kui has had a conversation with Yan Shuyu on Zhang Yuanjie's education when she first started working there to give her an idea about it. Her son had just started out and was still young, so he must start from the basics. But if he truly wanted to have accomplishment in this field, he would need to practice for at least 8 to 9 hours a day. Yan Shuyu was shocked when she heard that, even a little regretful. She felt that it was too much to ask for her son to spend every single free minute in practicing. Perhaps picking this path for him was a mistake. The mother might have wanted to backpedal, but the son was more determined than ever. She had no idea what kind of chicken soup for the soul had instructor Lu been giving them, but the little kiddo never complained about it being difficult. He'd practice for 3 to 5 hours at the musical institution, then another 1.5 hours at home. Under his influence, Zhou Yi, too, would practice voluntarily every night. He never said it out loud, but, truth was, he didn't want to fall behind his little buddy. This being Yan Shuyu's new career path, and with the 2 kids at home, each of them practicing harder than the other, naturally she had become the de facto instructor at home. Equals. Yan Shuyu, who was dying to go visit the puppy, finally made it till when the little boys finished with their practices. It was already 8 p.m. and she couldn't wait to hold their hands and headed out. The boss, who had been working in the living room, had also put down his laptop and followed behind them quietly. The 4 of them shameless went to knock on Manager Yang's door. Manager Yang and little Tong Tong were very friendly, and, not only did they let them see the puppy, they even let them pet and hold it. They played with the dog for a good half an hour. By the time they went home, Yan Shuyu was still speechless from the cuteness of the dog, and all she could think about was how soft and fluffy it was. She didn't even notice that the boss had already sent the boys to bathe and to bed. When she recollected herself, she saw the boss standing in front of her, looking at her helplessly. If you like dogs so much, I can bring my dog over from my old place. What kind of a dog? Yan Shuyu blurted out, you have a dog behind my back. Zhou Qinhe. Chapter 280, okay, I will owe you for now. 3. Zhou Qinhe quietly omitted the very last thing that she had said and replied, it's a black dog. He's up there in age and the butler usually takes care of it. I worried that it'd be difficult for it to get used to a new environment, so I didn't bring it over. Besides, you've never mentioned that you like dogs. Yan Shuyu has always liked dogs, but she has never had a pet before, as she felt that she, too, was still a baby herself. It was difficult enough to support just herself, let alone an added pet. Now that she needn't worry about a thing in her new life and the place was big enough, she was very tempted by the boss's suggestion. Quickly, she realized that the problem right now wasn't whether to have a dog, but that she wanted to talk to him about taking the 2 boys out for a vacation. Remembering her original purpose, Yan Shuyu sat up straight and, with a very complacent look, said, I haven't mentioned this yet, but I got paid today. This much. She gestured to the boss as she said it, and the boss played along and teased her. Oh, that much, huh? So are you going to take us out to dinner? Yan Shuyu shook her head and confidently shared her plans. She was short of slapping on her chest and making promises. Don't worry, I am very experienced in taking care of kids now. I can totally take care of the both of them. Zhou Qinhe had been frowning ever since she had shared her serious idea. It wasn't so much that she wouldn't be able to take care of 2 children by herself though. He answered her question with a question, so, you were paid, and to celebrate, you want to take Yuan Bao and Xiao Yi on a trip. Yan Shuyu had no idea what the problem was with her statement. She nodded matter-of-factly. Yeah. What about me then? She said to him thoughtfully, I know you are busy with work, so it must be difficult for you to take time off. I won't give you a hard time, so don't worry, you can just stay home and work away. Boss Joe pointed it out bluntly, so you guys will go out to have fun and leaving me behind to work. Yan Shuyu, no, I am not, I didn't. I am just saying that you don't need to come along. The boss didn't even need to say another word, and Yan Shuyu already realized that no matter what she said, she would not be able to lose the leave the primary breadwinner at home and go out for fun label. That did sound quite heartless. At loss of words, she suddenly asked smartly, would you like to come with? Boss Joe gave it some serious thought and asked, when are we leaving? Either this week or next works, depending on your schedule. Yan Shuyu was very agreeable, as she really didn't think to ditch the boss and go out to have fun herself. Perhaps if she was to go alone there would still be a chance of a romantic encounter, but she was an inspired mother with 2 children. There would probably be no chance of a romantic encounter. And if she could run into some handsome little brothers, then having the attractive boss with her would be just as good too. Happy with her attitude, Joe Chinhei looked less annoyed. He chuckled and said, I happen to have a business trip to Northern Europe next week. Why don't we head over to Finland and Iceland? His tone was tender but his voice distinctly authoritative. Yan Shuyu was shocked beyond words. I thought we were going to an island close by. How did that turn into Northern Europe all of a sudden? That was a bit of a stretch, no. Boss Joe gave her a smile that wasn't a smile. Do you not want to go? I have never been to Northern Europe before. Of course I'd want to go when I have the chance to, said Yan Shuyu. Finally, she added, but I don't have visa or passport. She had heard in the past that visa to Northern Europe wasn't easy to get. Apparently, what she worried about was not a problem to the boss at all. He said nonchalantly, you don't have to worry about that. Secretary Liu will take care of that. Chapter 281, Yanyan, you are famed. 1. She had almost forgotten that the boss has a very competent and capable Secretary Liu. Yan Shuyu let out a sigh of relief and put her worries aside. Nevertheless, she quickly thought about something else and raised her hand weakly. I have one more question. Boss Joe raised his brows casually and said, speak. What's the level of expenditure like over there? I worry that I won't be able to afford it. Joe Chinhei chuckled, put his arm around her shoulder, sat down and said to her gently, going to Europe is my idea. I will pay for the trip, okay. Yan Shuyu really wanted to nod it. One should always live within one's means. With her means, she could treat everyone to a domestic trip and have a lot of fun. But when it comes to overseas, especially visiting somewhere like Europe, naturally what she made wouldn't be remotely enough for that. Neither were the boss and the little male lead the type who could do budgeted travel. The boss was the one who brought up the idea. She really didn't need to pretend that she could afford it. That being said, a person shall not be that shameless. She should still put up a nice front. She said to him very seriously, but I haven't done anything nice to you after I have been paid yet. That was not a problem for the boss at all. He smiled and said, that can wait till we come back from our vacation. Yan Shuyu liked the suggestion as well. That way she could at least repay him some. She nodded happily, okay. I owe you for now. Once again, the boss's very capable secretary Su handed Yan Shuyu she and her son's visa and IDs. She didn't have to worry about a thing. Yan Shuyu, after receiving her visa, did not waste anything. She immediately started packing with the kids. She had been transmigrated over for over 6 months and had been to the airport countless times, dropping off and picking up the boss. One could imagine how she felt when she could actually travel with the boss this time. She started packing days ahead of time and, at the same time, did not forget to tell all her close friends like Manager Yang, Lu Kui, and Instructor Lin that she wouldn't mind bringing anything back for them that they might need. Yan Shuyu only packed for herself and the kiddos. She figured that the boss was a mature adult and she never had to worry about packing for him when he went on his business trips in the past. They also weren't living together at the time, so she wouldn't have been able to even if she had wanted, so there was no reason why she'd need to worry about packing for him. By now, Zhang Yuanjia and Zhou Yi found out that they would be going on a trip as well. The little kiddos were eagerly anticipating for the day to come, but they did not slack on their studying. In fact, they still spent an hour practicing their piano, and only when they finished before they went to help Yan Shuyu. Boss Joe stayed inside his study and worked this entire time. It seemed to be very busy and only came back out after 9 p.m. The kids would normally already be in bed by now, but when Boss Joe opened up the door to the study, he immediately heard the 2 crisp voices from the 2 kids, his own child and Yuanbao. And their voices came not from their own bedroom, but the master bedroom. Curiously, Zhou Chinhei walked slowly over to the bedroom. The door to the bedroom was wide open right now, and the spacious room was now occupied by a few suitcases. Zhou Chinhei only stopped at the door for less than a second before he walked inside and asked them purposefully, what are you guys doing? The 2 little kids, each with their own clothes in their arms, looked up and said, packing up for our trip. Zhou Chinhei looked at the 1 large and 2 small suitcases on the ground and asked Yan Shuyu with a smile, Yanyan, where's mine? Chapter 282, Yanyan, you are famed. 2. Looking at the pile of clothes on the couch gave Yan Shuyu a headache. In the past, she had not enough clothes. Ever since she had moved in with the boss, she had so much clothes that she learned what was called a sweet burden. The boss had filled the closets with clothes before she even moved in. And, not only that, when Secretary Liu came over a few days ago bringing with her the boss's clothes for the new season, she also brought Yan Shuyu hers and the children's. There were only a few brands that was up to the boss's standard. Just the designs and their price tags alone were enough for Yan Shuyu to want to worship them. She liked each and every single one of them. Now that they were going on a trip, Yan Shuyu was having a hard time deciding which ones to bring with. When she heard the boss's voice while she was deep in her thought, she reflexively said to him, your suitcase is inside the closet. Zhou Chinhei. After a second of silence, he returned to his normal calm self. Walking over to Yan Shuyu, he said softly to her, what I meant was, isn't Yanyan going to pack for me too? Yan Shuyu looked up and was about to say something when the little male lead, who had been with the outgoing Yan Shuyu and her instant son for a while now and was no longer as quiet as he used to be, suddenly said to his father loudly and clearly, Dad, you should pack your own clothes. COE is exactly right. Yan Shuyu generously gave him a thumbs up. The little young master stuck his chest out with the compliment and returned to taking care of his own task. Unfortunately, an icy iron shirt was rubbed into a ball under his hard work. The boss just pretended that he didn't see that and, naturally, Yan Shuyu would not interrupt little kiddo who was hard at work either. As such, the two brothers thought they were doing a great job and carried on with what they were doing. Zhou Qinhe gave Yan Shuyu another look and said slowly, "Since we will be out of the country for a few days, I have a lot to take care of before our trip. I might not have the time for anything else. Why don't you pack for me as well?" Now Yan Shuyu got it. So all this talk was because he wanted her to pack for him. What was the big deal about it anyway? He could have just said it out loud. There really was no need to make it sound like such a serious matter. She didn't have too much problem with servicing the boss. She only agreed with the little male lead to see if she could get away with it. She didn't really object to helping out the boss if that was what he had wanted. It'd double as a gesture of appreciation for treating them to an overseas trip. Besides, the boss had already forced her to learn how to tie ties. No way this could be more difficult. Knowing that the boss was a very particular person, Yan Shuyu added wisely before she agreed to it, "I can pack for you but I don't know what you want to wear. Just don't blame me if I brought the wrong stuff." The boss smiled nonchalantly. "Of course you will be the one who make the calls on what I will be wearing." Really? Well, that she liked. Now Yan Shuyu's interest was piqued. "Does that mean you would even agree to putting on that red tie?" The red tie was her Christmas gift to the boss and what had prompted the boss to force her to learn how to tie a tie. Unfortunately, that was not a skill that she could utilize herself. The only one who could benefit from it was the boss. The boss was handsome and has good temperament. He could go with many different styles but anyone who half a brain could tell that red didn't really go with his classy and elegant style. That didn't seem to bother the boss, the recipient of the gift. The red tie was the one he had on when he went shopping with Yan Shuyu on Christmas Day. He didn't seem to mind being a little more high profile than he normally preferred. Yan Shuyu had further noticed that even though the boss had brought the red tie with him over here and even placed it somewhere easily seen but he didn't use it very often and definitely never on a workday. As such, Yan Shuyu figured out that the boss was very particular about what he wore to work versus casually. They were going on a vacation this time but the boss was going on a business trip and naturally would be attending many formal events. Yan Shuyu didn't think the boss would want the tie but, to her surprise, he nodded. "If you like me to, why not?" That was permission for her to do as she pleased. Yan Shuyu's eyes beamed right away. Dressing up dolls when she was a child and she got to dress up the boss as an adult. How interesting was that? She patted her own chest confidently and said, "No problem. You can count on me." Chapter 283, Yanyan, you are famed. 3. After 2 more days of packing, the day of departure had finally arrived. The 4 of them with their 4 suitcases left for the airport in a very grand manner. Naturally, more people would be joining them at their airport. Yan Shuyu was expecting that. The boss for sure would not be going on a business trip alone. There would at least be a secretary or an assistant of sort. But when she met the team, she was still surprised. In addition to both Secretary Liu and Louis, there were also a few other individuals obviously belonging to upper management. When they were introduced, they were all directors or above. After their friendly introduction, it was time to board. Even Yan Shuyu, who never cared about the boss's work at all, had learned from their conversations that the boss was invited by some northern European country this time to talk about some government-led projects. It had seemed that the president intended to meet up with the boss in person. It sounded so tall, big, and high-class that Yan Shuyu was stunned speechless. Ignoring the curious look coming from all the others, she whispered into the boss's ear, "Are you sure it is okay to have us with you? This sounds like very serious matter." A smile crossed the boss's eyes. He noticed that the look from the others became more passionate but he pretended that he didn't notice any of it. He played along with Yan Shuyu and also whispered into her ear, "It's fine. It only looks very solemn. We are mainly here to observe this time. It's really not that serious." Yan Shuyu had no understanding of the business world and the boss was able to calm her with just a few words. She was, nevertheless, still very emotionally from hearing about the northern European government. She had been a peasant in both of her lives and never thought she would have anything to do with someone like that. So, again, she asked carefully, "Still, it doesn't seem like a good idea." Looking at her being intimidated, the boss only had one thing to say, "I've already arranged for a chauffeur and a translator. You sure you don't want to go?" "Of course I do." Yan Shuyu paused for a second and announced very decisively, "We will entertain ourselves. You focus on your work. Don't let us distract you." Boss Joe just smiled at her comment. Through the 10 hours of flight, the boss did not chat much. He still had work from his laptop. Yan Shuyu, on the other hand, spent most of her energy on wooing the kids. They were not naughty children by any stretch of imagination but it was their first time traveling overseas with their loved ones so it was inevitable that they overly excited and had a lot of questions for Yan Shuyu. Yan Shuyu was bombarded by the little kids until, finally, when the boss was done with his work, he took both kids from her, smiled and said to them, "Okay, you two, let mommy rest for a little while. What say I play with you two?" Naturally Zhang Yuanbao and little young master did not object to that and immediately focused their energetic selves onto the boss. Sitting next to Boss Joe was Louis and the director with the surname Wang. Watching the scene unfolded, the two exchanged a look with each other secretly and both smiled at the same time. Yan Shuyu had no idea what had transpired. She did not notice how heads had turned when she whispered into the boss's ear when they first got onto the plane nor did she notice that everybody else was no longer fazed when the boss checked into the hotel with the 2 sound asleep kids in his arms. But she had stopped worrying after she had been assured by the boss. Once they had arrived in the world-renowned city Copenhagen, they immediately went out to tour the city. The 3 of them had so much fun they didn't even want to go back to the hotel at night. Boss Joe, who had been busy with work, would accompany them to sightsee when opportunities allowed and raiding the boats at night together was wonderful. They have traversed 3 countries in the course of 5 days and all of them unique in their own ways. Yan Shuyu had so much fun that she finally had time to sort out her loots on the very last night. Out of the blue, she received a text from her little buddy, Yanyan, "You are famed." The text was so random that Yan Shuyu was, naturally, baffled. What the heck? On Weibo, manager Yang seemed to be too emotional to even type. He sent her a voice message directly and his tone was a whole octave higher than normal. Someone posted a video of you playing the piano at our shop and it went on the most trending list. All the netizens are raving about your good look and even our shop is now famed. Chapter 284. Many called and said they want to invest in the expansion of our coffee shop. 1. Yang Zifeng didn't go into too much details probably because Yan Shuyu was on vacation overseas right now but Yan Shuyu's interest was piqued and she immediately went onto Weibo to check it out. She was startled when she looked. She was, indeed, quite famed by now. The trending search on her was under the title of #the fairy older sister who plays the piano #. And there were so many netizens referring to her as the fairy older sister. Yan Shuyu couldn't be happier. What even better than that was that the search about her was the second on the most trending list. In the lack of headline news, the top of the most trending list was usually occupied by all the stars. The fact that someone nameless such as Yan Shuyu was able to make her way to the top of the list perfectly demonstrated how crazy the netizens were about her look. And after Yan Shuyu had looked on the most trending list, she figured out how she had become famed. Her little buddy did not tell the entire story. Albeit the fact that her fame had come unexpectedly, there were rhymes and reasons for it. The video about her was recorded by a somewhat famed internet influencer. Without this explosive hot searches, Sunshine House was just a slightly well-known coffee shop on the internet. Up to the point when Yan Shuyu had resigned, there were still visitors from out of town checking out the shop from time to time. Manager Yang, their boss, however, was not a very ambitious person. He was a second-generation rich without a shred of worries. He was happy with the money just rolling in as is. Ergo, even though the coffee shop's business was getting better and better, he still had no intention to start marketing the place to take it from being slightly famed to highly famed and make globs of money from the fans. Manager Yang was lazy in nature. With the business getting better and better, the most he did is to hire a few extra employees and that was pretty much the extent of it. As such, Sunshine House was only known among a small group of enthusiasts. That being said, their lack of crazy marketing was well received by their regulars. Yet their shop was just one of many coffee shops that was known on the web. That being said, Manager Yang was just lazy, not foolish. He didn't need to do a lot of work but he wasn't going to turn any possible benefits. For example, in the event when internet influencers came to take pictures, videos, or whatnots, he would always play nice with them, possibly hoping for some publicity. Nevertheless, luck had not been on his side. Waves and waves of internet influencers had visited Sunshine House and many videos had been made there but they never stirred up any waves on the web. Instead, some of the lesser-known influencers ended up leeching off of their popularity. Well, when one spread a net wide enough, one would eventually catch something. So, this time, Manager Yan was finally able to land himself a big fish. It was 2 weeks ago and probably on a weekend when Yan Shuyu was performing. The servers all understood the mentality of their boss so, when they spotted people there with cameras who looked like they were there to make a video, all they did was remind them to remain quiet and not walk around and distract the other patrons. There was nothing else they needed to observe in addition to those. If the workers didn't care then for sure Yan Shuyu didn't care much about it either. It was her first rodeo anyway. She just carried on with her performance and, as such, her performance, along with the entire coffee shop, appeared on the internet influencer's latest video. The internet influencer observed some common courtesy and did not point the camera straight to her face. Most of them was of her side profile and her playing the piano. Yan Shuyu happened to have curled her hair that day so, naturally, she had her hair cascaded down her shoulder. While she was playing the piano, her hair was swaying next to her cheeks and even her side profile wasn't very clear. Chapter 285. Many called and said they want to invest in the expansion of our coffee shop. 2. Most of the time, it was a half-covered-up look that was the most attractive. Bragging aside, Yan Shuyu's features were what perfection would look like. Even though all the audiences were able to see were her brows, eyes, and nose occasionally, but that would enough for them to have an idea of how beautiful she was. As such, they would be attracted to keep on watching all the way to the end. When her piece was over, nobody knew whether Yan Shuyu knew that she was being recorded or that it was just a coincidence. Yan Shuyu turned, smiled slightly, and her frontal shot was on full display. With all the built-up and the exquisite face at the very end, everybody was rattled to their cause. Truth was, the internet influence was quite famed. He usually put a lot of work into his episodes and there was quite a bit of variety in his programs. Sunshine House was just the tail end and wasn't even the primary content of that episode. The influencer probably put her clip at the tail end purposefully with some expectations. The outcome probably exceeded his expectation. The very last half a minute of his episode was very popular. So popular, in fact, that many other influencers and media cropped it out specifically and played it day and night. After an entire time, its fame remained high and continued to trend upward. Among the youth nowadays, there were many loyal-faced dogs like Yan Shuyu. They were already glued to the screen. Yan Shuyu didn't think there was anything wrong with that. Even she had watched the clip over and over again on her cell phone and she felt like she was walking on clouds. Yan Shuyu didn't care about anything else but just focused on playing on her cell phone. Luckily, they were returning the next day and the boss was more or less done with his work already. He didn't disturb her but made sure the kids were bathed and tucked them in. Over the last month or so, the two brothers would sleep together occasionally. As such, Yan Shuyu had arranged for them to stay in the same room during their trip. Even though the boss had always booked luxury suites that had 2 to 3 bedrooms and the kids would be able to have their own rooms, Yan Shuyu figured that the kids might be scared being overseas for the first time and insisted that they sleep together. The two little brothers seemed to be pleased with the arrangement as well. They seemed to be even closer than they were back home. Specifically, they were much less clingy toward Yan Shuyu and, sometimes, when they saw something interesting, they would ditch her and went check it out while holding hands with each other. Take now, for example, they weren't even too bothered by the fact that Yan Shuyu didn't come in person to tuck them in. Zhang Yuanjia only asked what mommy was doing and nodded understandably when Zhou Qinhei vaguely told him that she was packing for their return trip. Good night. Zhou Qinhei turned the lights off after he watched the two boys laid down docilely and closed their eyes. He closed the door gently, went back into the master bedroom, and saw that Yan Shuyu was still sitting there tirelessly playing on her cell phone. Curious, he walked over and asked, "What are you looking at, Yan?" Yan Shuyu read another round of rainbow fart from the netizens and her head was as big as it could get. Proudly, she pulled the boss over to sit next to her. "Let me tell you, I am famed. You can find on the web." She went on and on about how she had become famed, and showed him all the colorful praises from the netizens. "Look, all of them are praises for me." It was so unexpected that even the boss seemed to be shocked. He even took the cell phone from Yan Shuyu and read on for a few minutes before he looked up at her. He seemed baffled. "You look to be very happy." Yan Shuyu nodded matter-of-factly. "I am so popular with so many people. Why shouldn't I be happy?" Boss Joe frowned slightly. "Aren't you worried?" "Worried about what?" Yan Shuyu felt that the question was so odd, but she quickly figured it out. She waved her hand casually and said, "Are you worried that after I am famed, our lives would be affected?" "Nah, many stars try all they might and still couldn't get to that point. My fame will be short-lived and will be all gone before you know it. Don't worry, there will be no impact on our lives whatsoever." Seeing that she showed no signs of worries or a guilty conscience, he finally smiled helplessly. He should have known. Given her personality, she would not have been able to think about all possible long-term effects. Naturally, there was no reason for him to spell them out for her either. Chapter 286. Many called and said they want to invest in the expansion of our coffee shop. 3. Boss Joe finally casually turned the cell phone off, gave her compliments, and pulled her up. "Let's go to bed. We need to get up early to catch our flight tomorrow morning." With her cell phone in the boss's hand, Yan Shuyu had no choice but to follow him to bed and did as she was told, her cell phone charging on the nightstand, and she laid down to go to bed. As usually, she fell asleep quickly and dreamed about her stardom. They headed over to the airport first thing the next morning, and it was still morning when they landed in the international airport back in China. The boss, who was always full of energy, took a quick shower and headed back to work in high spirit. Yan Shuyu, on the other hand, wasn't going to push herself that hard. She had been running around a lot in the last few days. It was fun, but also extremely tiring. She napped with the kiddos until the auntie woke him up for lunch. Yan Shuyu hadn't paid too much attention to what was going on the web ever since the boss had taken away her cell phone last night. In fact, she had only logged into WeChat when she was having lunch. As she was famed online, many friends had reached out to her on WeChat, but she only replied to Yang Zifeng as his was the most urgent of them all. He had already sent her over 10 messages since the night before, with the last few asking whether she was home yet, whether she was resting, and to get back to him once she was rested. She could feel his urgency even through the cell phone screen. As such, he was the first one that she responded back to. Yan Shuyu put down her cell phone and returned to eating after she had responded back to him. After she finished eating 10 or so minutes later, the doorbell rang. The auntie went over to check. Then, she smiled and turned around. It was Mr. Yang from downstairs. All of the aunties already knew that the downstairs neighbor was a good friend of Miss Yan, and most of them had seen manager Yang coming over with Tong Tong before. Yan Shuyu was more or less done eating, so she picked up a tissue and said, "Oh, let him in." Zhang Yuanjia and Zhou Yi, too, were done eating. Yan Shuyu figured that her little buddy must have rushed over because there was something specific that he wanted to talk about. As such, she sent the kids to their room to play games or watch cartoons, or even practice their piano together. For sure they would not need to nap this afternoon. The kiddos went upstairs docilely, and the auntie brought Yang Zifeng inside. When he saw Yan Shuyu, he let out a sigh. "Yan, you guys are back finally." Yan Shuyu was surprised he was over there as well. "Didn't you say our shop is famed now? Shouldn't you be super busy right now? How come you are over here?" Manager Yang plopped down on her couch like an old friend. Wiping away the non-existing sweat, he said, "It is very busy. That's why I come here to hide out." That sounded like there was more behind it. She sat down also and asked, "What's going on?" "You still don't know?" Yan Shuyu blinked blankly at him, and Manager Yang waved his hand. "We can talk about that later. All in all, your popularity still hasn't come down, and your name and our coffee shop are talked about all over the place. Customers come rushing in and lots of media as well. Many who I know or don't know called me and offered to invest and expand our shop." That sounds great. Yan Shuyu didn't have a lot of work experience, but she wasn't an idiot. She at least knew that having investors meant money rolling in. As such, her little buddy's reaction was confusing to her. "Why are you hiding out then?" But these people are not idiots. They have conditions for their investments. Bad terms. Many of them are negotiable, but key is they wanted me to keep you. They know that you are just a part-timer who can leave at any point and ask me to find a way to keep you. That's the condition for their investment. Manager Yang summarized it. To put it bluntly, they just want to leech off of your popularity. Yan Shuyu nodded. She finally understood why her little buddy was looking for her urgently. Too bad her job right now was so presentable with high pay. Naturally, she would not be returning to the coffee shop. Chapter 287. With a boyfriend like Boss Joe, she didn't need to worry about a thing. 1. Yang Zifeng more or less knew what was going through Yan Shuyu's mind, but he told her the truth away. "Truth is, if you are willing to come back, I don't even need their investment. Between my mom and my sister, I can do it on my own. I can offer you 15% shares. Do you want to give it a thought, Yan?" His suggestion was completely unexpected, and Yan Shuyu was a bit at loss. "Give me shares. Then what do I need to do?" "All you need to do is to perform. Granted, you will need to keep up with your visibility. And, when we open up chains, we will mostly be relying on your popularity." Yan Shuyu liked the idea a lot. She had been with Sunshine House long enough to know that the investment into the shop was at least in the hundreds of thousands range. Judging from that, if Manager Yang was to put in more capital from his family to expand, it would be upward of $1,000,000 yuan. Now she could be part owner without having to invest anything in it. It was a very good deal for her. Yan Shuyu, as the bargain hunter at all times, when faced with this win-win situation, hesitated. She felt that she could not do that to Manager Yang. Not only was Manager Yang a friend of hers, but he was also a nice guy who had took her and her son in when they could barely keep roof over their heads. Taking advantage of the boss was one thing. He did that willingly anyway. But could she really not feel guilty to take advantage of Manager Yang like that? Plus, she had always heard that friends should not go into business together as things could go south easily. It was one thing when she was working there, at least she was making a fixed salary. Once they have become business partners, what happens when they have a disagreement? Truth was, Yan Shu was at a good place right now. She made 40,000 yuan on her first paycheck at her new job. That had given her confidence and anticipation for the future. She trusted that her can gradually get to a better and better place in life on her own without having to take advantage of someone else. As such, after some considerations, she turned him down decisively. Oh, never mind. You said to give me shares, but you will be giving them for me to free. I don't think it'd be right for me to accept them. I figured you would say that. Manager Yang was a little bit disappointed, but he was still pretty calm. Mainly, he wasn't a very ambitious person to begin with. Now that his coffee shop was famed, he would be raking in money with or without expanding his business, so he accepted Yan Shuyu's decision fairly well. He then said to her, there is something else. There are also those who reached out to me asking if you want to become an actress as well. Become an actress? That surprised Yan Shuyu even more than asking her to become his business partner. Yang Zifeng looked at her. You didn't know. You really didn't get any calls. None whatsoever. She knew nothing about what he had just told her. Thinking about it some, she analyzed. Perhaps our networks are different. I have very limited friends and not even all of them have my contact information. Nor would they give them out to the media. Yang Zifeng thought that his network was quite simple as well. So how were these people able to find out his contact information so quickly? They even found out who his parents were, and some of them had even visited him at home. In today's society, personal information was not secured at all. Perhaps not just a regular Joe, but if someone wealthy or a reported wanted to find out her number, they could do it any time of the day. The boss was probably behind the fact that nobody had reached out to her yet. Chapter 288. With a boyfriend like Boss Joe, she didn't need to worry about a thing. 2. Yang Zifeng dared not joke about Boss Joe. Not even in his mind. Not even when Boss Joe was now his little buddy's boyfriend and they were now neighbors, and occasionally when he went to hang out with Yan Shuyu, he even had tea served by Boss Joe in person. Boss Joe was still the far-reached Boss Joe. He would never be a peer of Boss Joe, nor did he want to try. Looking away, Manager Yang said enviously, your life is so much quieter and more peaceful. Yan Shuyu, on the other hand, was envious of her little buddy's busy life. His life was happening and colorful. It was quiet around her. She couldn't even feel that she was now famed. Hearing what she had said, Yang Zifeng gave her a curious look. You want to become an actress? That had certainly crossed my mind, said Yan Shuyu with a smiley face. When she had first transmigrated over and saw how stunning original owner looked, she felt that it would be a waste not to become an actress. That being said, she had no connection and was also timid. The original owner, who was much mightier than her, didn't even choose that path. With her simple mind, going down that path could not end well for her. As such, she finally decided to just get a job that would allow her to support herself. Her life was not steady and well off, all the more she had no reason to do so. She just felt that back then she was a nobody and now there were all these entertainment companies begging her to join them. Her ego was stroked and her vanity satisfied. Naturally, that made her very happy. Hearing her reasons, Yang Zifeng let out a sigh of relief. Oh good, I was worried for a second there that you want to become an actress. It didn't seem like you want me to go down that path. Yan Shuyu asked curiously, why is that? Because of Boss Joe, of course. Boss Joe didn't even let any information regarding Yan Yan got out. It would stand to reason that he wouldn't want her to join the entertainment circle either. If his words were what put that idea into her head, he didn't want to even think about what Boss Joe would do to him. Yang Zifeng wanted to tell her the truth, but that would not be the wisest thing to do. So he said righteously, you are so naive and kind, the entertainment circle is not right for you. I worry that you would be eaten alive. When he put it in such a nice way and praised her son, Yan Shuyu bought it right away. She responded happily, that's what I thought too. I should just settle for being an outdated internet influencer. Mangy Yang teased, I wouldn't call you outdated. You are very much still in. Is that so? Let me go see. Yan Shuyu logged into Weibo excitedly and, sure enough, just like her little buddy had said, she was still very much talked about on the internet. Yan Shuyu was number 2 on the most trending list yesterday and number 3 today. The key search term had turned into hashtag fairy big sister Yan Shuyu hash. In addition to her, Sunshine House was still holding fast at around number 20. 2 days had passed and, without any kind of marketing or hype, they were still up there. That spoke for her potential. Yan Shuyu clicked onto the search with familiarity and read the comments from the netizens. The netizens were not idiots either. Now that they already learned her name, they also knew some basic information about her. What surprised her was that her being a server at Sunshine House was mentioned, but not a word about her being a former employee with Dorset Hotel. Contrarily, the fact that she worked at the musical institution was mentioned. And someone, who very well might be a parent of her student, had commented. Instructor Yan was very talented and also very nice in person. My son didn't even want to attend his piano classes in the past, but he had been much more proactive ever since he had signed up for classes with Instructor Yan. He even told me that he wanted to take cello classes with her in the future. I ran into this little big sister when I went to pick up my niece. She was 10,000 times prettier in person than in the video. Even my niece is now a fan of hers and only wishes that she could go to class every day. She read on for a little while, then looked up, baffled. Did Boss Lu paid for some water armies? Why else would the musical institution be mentioned so often? Manager Yang couldn't help but rebutted. Don't you think that could be the work of Boss Joe? Chapter 289. Year-End Party 1. Much like Yan Shuyu had anticipated, business at the musical institution went up and up since she had become famed. Truth was, it was already close to year-end. Most of the students who were interested in signing up would have done so at the beginning of the winter vacation instead of waiting until now. Yan Shuyu's musical institution did not let the opportunity slip them by either. They, too, had attracted a lot of students and opened up classes of all sizes and trying to rake in as much money as possible. As such, even the classrooms were at the musical institution were filled up. Teachers like Yan Shuyu had a strict schedule nowadays to follow because, if they missed their time slot, they very well might not be able to have a room to use. As busy as the musical institution was, there was no reason why there would be an uptick in sign-ups at this time. That was certain not a trend that would be normally seen. It was, for sure, the effect of the internet. Yan Shuyu became an instructor that was raved on the internet and all of these students rushed to Feng Yu because of her. As much as she had already stressed that her schedule was already quite full and she could take at most 2 additional sessions a day and that would be her limit, Boss Lu and the other handsome boy and pretty girl instructors were able to successfully convince most of the students and parents who came for fun to sign up and pay for their sessions. Yan Shuyu, too, had already received subtle hint from Boss Lu that she would not be disappointed at the amount of her year-end bonus. Naturally, she looked forward to her bonus. She knew that male god Lu was a generous man and if she said the amount would be high, it must be true. She was already planning how to spend the money before she received it. That being said, she felt that with the exception of her higher income and more students, there didn't seem to be much difference in her life before and after she became famed. Mainly she attributed her peace and quiet to manager Yang turning down all invitations from investors that wanted to sign contracts with her or wanted her to return to the coffee shop. At least that was what she insisted on believing. She felt that her little buddy had done her solid. As there hadn't been much changes in her life otherwise, Yan Shuyu started to cool down after being excited over this for a few days. Her attention had quickly turned to something else, the boss's sudden invitation for her to be his date and accompany him to the Zhou's year-end party. Yan Shuyu was very honored and surprised when she received the invitation. She had heard that many of these large companies had very impressive year-end party. Some of them were even hosted in a stadium with entertainment provided by stars. Yan Shuyu had never been to tall, big, and upscale events like these before and would very much like to experience it. After looking forward to it for a little while, something else had occurred to her. The boss was the president of the entire Zhou's corporation. He wasn't just anyone. She had attracted so much attention when she was just delivering a document to him and now she was going to attend an official event as the boss's girlfriend. What was the significance of that? Was she really going to become Mrs. Zhou and become the little male lead's stepmother? Yan Shuyu, who didn't want to cause any misunderstandings, finally turned down the boss painfully. I can't. I have never attended events like this and I'm nervous and intimidated. Don't worry about it. Just stand by me. You don't need to do a thing. Boss Zhou's tone was genuine and comforting. Yan Shuyu was very tempted but she continued to wave her hand frantically like a timid person. No, I can't. It was true that she had never attended events of this scale and the boss had a pretty good idea about what kind of a person he was, so she didn't worry about being with him. The boss was, after all, the boss. He quickly figured out that she was trying to weasel out of it. Raising his brows, he said, you didn't want to go. Yan Shuyu was just about to nod when he said in a moderate tone, I seem to recall that you said you owe me one before we went on our trip. He didn't finish his sentence but what he was suggesting was quite obvious. He wanted to use that as leverage. Chapter 290 Year-End Party 2. Yan Shuyu wasn't easily fooled. She immediately stood up for herself. What I meant was I owe you for an activity after I was paid. I didn't say I owe you one. They're two different things. I can take you out for a fancy meal, buy you a gift, but you can't use this as a leverage to force me into participating in an activity against my wish. I didn't use it as a leverage. I just would like you to spend more time with me is all. Sweet words coming suddenly from Boss Zhou had Yan Shuyu blushing right away. Even her chin that was held up high lowered a little. Having said that, Zhou Qinhe continued to make his point. You said you were going to take us on a vacation after you were paid but I ended up paying for the entire trip because an overseas trip was out of your budget. Then you said you owe me one. Was I not right? Yan Shuyu wasn't sure how to respond to that. She felt that the boss's logic was a little bit off but she couldn't quite put her fingers on it. She just looked at him wordlessly. The boss's aura grew as hers diminished. The boss became more confident. Crossing his arms in front of his chest, he said, I wanted to have you attend the annual party with me in return but you are making up all sorts of excuses. Are you trying to go back on your words? No, that's not true. I am not. Yan Shuyu denied frantically. Being true to her words, after all, was one of her very few positive character traits. She would not allow the boss to ruin her reputation that way. Zhou Qinhe stuck his head over happily, his cheek almost touching hers. Okay, it is decided then. Yan Shuyu opened up her mouth and was about to decline when the boss glanced over immediately. You have something else to add. Yan Shuyu. What else could she say? In order to prove that she was, indeed, a person who was true to her words, Yan Shuyu finally, while feeling being unfairly treated, mumbled and accepted the boss's invitation. Equals. That afternoon, she received ball gown and jewelry sent by the boss. He said to have her try out the size first and it could be switched out if it didn't fit. Even her entire ensemble was ready by now. The efficient of it all made Yan Shuyu wondered whether the boss had this planned all along. Nevertheless, Yan Shuyu didn't have much time to mull over that. Her attention had been drawn by the gown that was so dazzling that she could go blind. The boss was, after all, the boss. The gown that he sent over was a custom-made designer brand gown that only stars would wear when walking down the red carpet. And just who was she to be able to receive the same treatment? And, just like that, Yan Shuyu was completely mesmerized by her aura that rivals an actress self. Once she had accepted the fact that she was going to attend the annual party with the boss, not only did Yan Shuyu no longer resent that, she was looking forward to it more and more. Mainly she was very pleased by her all dolled up and adorned by jewelry self. The boss was not one to compromise for anything less than perfect. Now that both the gown and accompanying jewelries had been decided, Secretary Lu brought with her a team of makeup artists the next day to work on Yan Shuyu. As the saying goes, the clothes make the person. Yan Shuyu only had on light makeup when she tried to gown on previously. She was already so beautiful that she hardly wanted to take off her outfit when she tried them on. Now that she had the complete makeover, she finally knew what stunning meant. The rigged out Yan Shuyu was completely mesmerized the two little boys who were officially on vacation and didn't need to go to school and had been surrounding her the entire afternoon. The two brothers who had agreed to wait for them at home while they attended the annual party suddenly each grabbed onto one of her legs and wanted to tag along. That didn't bother Yan Shuyu, but Boss Joe wasn't one who'd change his mind once it was made. He had turned down the little kiddo's request using they were too young as a reason. And then, Yan Shuyu, who had never shined more in her life, left the house confidently with her arm in the boss's. Chapter 291 Year-End Party 3. Both Yan Shuyu and the boss were dressed up and, the way they were dressed, they could totally walk down a red carpet. Even so, Yan Shuyu was still surprised by the scale of the boss's company's annual party. Even the venue was more tall, large, and upscale than she had expected. The banquet hall was resplendent and the guests were well dressed. The guests were chatting elegantly. It was the live scene of the upper class. Yan Shuyu, who had never attended an event like this, was stunned by the scene that looked even more realistic than what she had seen on television. In her mind, an annual party would be like how they were described online by the netizens. The location would be a stadium that could hold up to tens of thousands of people. All employees, regardless of their levels, would be there together. There would be stars singing and dancing. The annual party would resemble a concert and everybody was excited. Was what she was seeing a little on the pretentious side. Walking inside of the magnificent banquet hall, Yan Shuyu finally couldn't help but whispered into the boss's ear, "How is it this kind of an annual party?" She wasn't too explicit with her words, but Zhou Qinhei had listened to her speculations at home before now. He didn't respond at the time, but he had an idea what she was talking about. Naturally, the kind and gentle boss Joe would not make fun of her. Instead, he leaned over to her and whispered into her ear nonchalantly. "This one is only for upper management. The one that you were thinking about was held last week." So a large company would hold a normal annual party and one for upper management. Yan Shuyu was enlightened and, when she saw the room full of upper management elites, she was surprised again. Were there a little too many elites at the boss's company? There were at least several hundreds if not over 1,000 people there. Yan Shuyu even spotted a few blonde-haired and blue-eyed foreigners, blacks even. She could hear Chinese spoken with all different accents. It was true that the whole world could speak Chinese. At that very moment, she felt that the boss next to her had just become even bigger and taller. Speaking of, Yan Shuyu was quite familiar with the venue of the Zhou's Corporation's upper management annual party. In fact, so familiar that she felt somewhat embarrassed. That's right, the location was Dorset Hotel. As the saying goes, one should not be afraid of a ghost knocking on the door at night if one has nothing to hide. The opposite is true too. Yan Shuyu had dark history that could not be erased associated with Dorset Hotel. To a point that she felt uneasy every time she walked past it, let alone walking inside of it openly. Unfortunately, by the time she realized it, she was already sitting inside of the luxury car on her way there. Her hand was grabbed by the boss gently that she wouldn't be able to run away even if she had wanted to. As such, she had no choice but to walk inside. Luckily, she had always been a lucky one. The headquarters upper management annual party was held in Dorset Hotel's largest banquet hall. The hotel was large and the guest rooms and the banquet halls were very far away. As much as the workers on both sides were colleagues, but they were never close with each other. In addition, the turnover rate in the hotel industry was high and in half a month's time, it was enough to have gone through several batches of employees. Yan Shuyu glanced around the venue and did not spot a single familiar face. She let out a sigh of relief immediately. If there was nobody there who recognized her, she could very well pretend that nothing has ever happened. What Yan Shuyu didn't notice was that even though none of the servers recognized her, someone among the guests immediately noticed the intimacy between her and Boss Joe. And that person was the original owner's previous boss, General Manager Han Yu of Dorset Hotel. Chapter 292 And the four of them wrapped dumplings on New Year's Eve like one big happy family. 1. Dorset Hotel never stood out within the headquarters. In the past, they would never be picked to host large-scale events such as the annual party. This had been a lucky year for Dorset Hotel, possibly because, earlier in the year, Boss Joe had decided on a whim to stay for over a month at their hotel and they had managed to leave him with a lasting impression and was therefore willing to let them handle a project of this magnitude. As half of a host, Boss Han had been chatting up with his colleague complacently with a wine glass in hand before the banquet had even started. Seeing the woman who was prettier than a movie star accompanying Boss Joe to the venue, Boss Han, much like his other colleague, was dazed for a little while. Nevertheless, he was greatly elated afterward. The fact that Boss Joe had a girlfriend was no longer a secret after she had brought him his document to the office once before. Truth was, even a few months ago, there had been rumors that Boss Joe was no longer single. Why else would a workaholic man suddenly started taking off on time? What other reasons could there be other than being in a romantic relationship? Under everyone's careful observation, the woman behind the boss was slowly being revealed. They only know that she was very private, or that Boss Joe was doing too good of a job hiding her from the public's eyes. After all sorts of digging, the only things that they had found out about her was her last name being Yan. She was very pretty but she was not a star, and she seemed to also be a single mother. And that was all that anyone was able to learn about her. Any more detailed information was probably limited to the few that were close to the boss. Boss Han, on the other hand, was an exception to the rule. He wasn't exactly a trusted employee of Boss Joe's, but he was particularly familiar with the boss's romance. In fact, he arguably knew more than Secretary Liu. After all, by the time that Secretary Liu found out, Yan Shuyu was already the boss's girlfriend. Robin and Louis could tell her about Yan Shuyu, but they wouldn't gossip about the romance part of it and definitely not oversharing anything that they shouldn't. Naturally, anything that had happened at Hotel Dorset, even if nobody else knew anything about the event but Han Yue was not one of them. Even though the surveillance video from that night had been erased quickly and everyone who knew of anything were told to not share a word, but Manager Han was finally about to find out the truth of that night. Precisely because he knew about the past, a lot more thoughts went through Boss Han's mind when he saw Yan Shuyu. Most others just thought that Boss Joe and this Miss Yan seemed to be very intimate with each other, but Han Yue wondered if there was other message that Boss Joe was trying to send by bringing Yan Shuyu with him as his date. In Han Yue's mind, Yan Shuyu stood out among other women. He had always thought of her as someone with nothing special about her other than her looks. Pretty girls like her were normally more prideful than their peers, and the same could be said about her. The ambitious in her eyes might fool others but not Han Yue. He never paid her a lot of attention, but what she had succeeded in had exceeded his expectation. This Miss Yan was truly ambitious and locked onto the big boss at first sight and acted upon it. When they've learned of the real reason of her departure from Hotel Dorset, Han Yue, along with Chen Jing, of the guest department, saw eye to eye. Good, the trouble was gone. Han Yue did find out that Boss Joe did develop some interest later on and asked Manager Chen for a small favor. Boss Han pretended that he knew nothing about it. Respecting the privacy of his boss aside, he also didn't have that much faith in Yan Shuyu. She was but a girl that was slightly prettier than her peers. Even if Boss Joe was interested in her, his interest would be short-lived. Never in a million years would he have expected that when he heard about her again, the girl was already the boss's official girlfriend. In fact, even the boss's number of after-hour meetings had gone down. That pleased many of his colleagues at the headquarters. In addition to that, Yan Shuyu had also gone in and out of the corporation's headquarters openly, rode in Boss Joe's private elevator, and even tagged along on his business trip. Having heard all these stories, Han Yue dared not underestimate Yan Shuyu anymore. He figured that there was more to this Miss Yan that she had been hiding. Boss Joe himself was already fairly unfathomable, and Yan Shuyu was able to be manipulative with him and succeeded. Had she placed her focus on work, she would probably already be his left or right-hand woman by now. After all, those in the hotel industry put more weight on ability rather than qualifications. Chapter 293. And the four of them wrapped dumplings on New Year's Eve like one big happy family, too. But that was alright, people aim for different things in life. It would arguably be faster for Miss Yan to become Mrs. Joe than becoming upper management at the hotel. Han Yue had only speculated it privately before today, but, seeing Yan Shuyu now, he had become more certain of it. Not only because she was accompanying Boss Joe to the annual party, but also from the change that he could see in her. The original owner had really only met Boss Han a few times when she was working at Hotel Dorset, and the two of them never even talked. She would, otherwise, not need to make Boss Joe her target. But she was pretty. As much Han Yue wasn't into relationships with employees working under him, he still remembered her. He didn't think much of her before because she was no different than any other pretty girls that he had seen in the past, pretty but shallow. And he didn't like that inappropriate ambition that he could see in her eyes. And yet, within a short few months, the Yan Shuyu tonight dazzled Han Yue. She was still the same pretty girl, but her look and aura had changed entirely. The fancy jewelries and outfit did not make her seem out of place. Quite the contrary, they complemented her perfectly and made her appear noble and classy. Standing next to Boss Joe with a slight smile on her, she looked nothing like that ambitious pitiful girl that she once was. The change in her has been so drastic that she was like a totally different person now. Had he not known Yan Shuyu from before, he would have thought she was some girl from some wealthy family. She would not have changed so much in such a short amount of time if Boss Joe gave her the amount of attention that he did. Granted, seeing how Yan Shuyu looked today, all his hard work had paid off. That was why Boss Han felt that they were about to have a new Mrs. Joe. The fact that Boss Joe brought her with him today might very well be a message. Most of his colleagues did not know Boss Joe's girlfriend and, in fact, this was the first time they had met her. They were still hesitating whether they should go up and greet her. Him, on the other hand, didn't have that problem. He knew Yan Shuyu from before and now he could use that to his advantage. A lot had crossed Boss Han's mind, but that didn't take too much time at all. He immediately swapped her a new glass of wine and walked up passionately and pleasantly. Boss Joe, Miss Yan. Seeing Boss Han all of a sudden gave Yan Shuyu guilty conscience all over again. The boss, on the other hand, toasted with him in a friendly manner. He even handed her a glass of red wine personally. Yan Shuyu had no choice but to take a sip awkwardly while plotting about looking for an opportunity to slip away. The boss had told her that she didn't need to do anything other than being there in person. So it shouldn't matter if she just want to hide out in a hidden corner somewhere. Yan Shuyu had yet to find that opportunity when Han Yue had started chatting him up. He didn't omit Yan Shuyu while chatting with Boss Joe, nor did he avoid the part that she used to work there. I only found out how talented Miss Yan is when I saw the news a few days ago. I was as good as spotting talent as Boss Joe and wasn't able to keep Miss Yan here. As Han Yue spoke so eloquently, Yan Shuyu started to feel less awkward. Looking at Boss Han's straight face, she started to think that she had overthought it all. Perhaps Boss Han had no idea what she had done. Anyone who knew about her dark history would have pretended that he didn't recognize her to avoid the awkwardness. It didn't make sense that he would bring that up purposefully. Thinking of that, Yan Shuyu stood up but much straighter than before. It so happened that Boss Joe had turned to look at her and, smiling, said, "She's not bad right now either." Yan Shuyu nodded reflexively. She was doing pretty good for herself right now. Being an instructor that was famed on the internet with high pay was 100 times better than working in a hotel. Han Yue interpreted that quite different than Yan Shuyu did. After finishing with his drink, he laughed wholeheartedly. Boss Joe and Miss Yan met at Hotel Dorset, right? That would make me a matchmaker of short. You are welcome, ha ha ha. Boss Joe didn't respond to that but poured him more wine in person and in a friendly manner. Boss Han downed the wine with alacrity and finally walked away after some more chit-chatting. After watching him walk away, Yan Shuyu finally had a relaxed smile on her. She thought she had it all figured out. Indeed, Boss Han had no idea what she had done to the boss. Back then, Boss Han had been staying at the hotel monitoring everything himself. If the general manager had no idea what had happened, then nobody else would. She was either very stealthy in her actions or that the boss had done something to help cover it up. Either way, she had nothing else to worry about. As such, when the annual party was over, Yan Shuyu could already walk out of there calmly and with her head held high. Chapter 294. And the four of them wrapped dumplings on New Year's Eve like one big happy family, 3. The Joe's annual party for upper management was held a week after their regular annual party. New Year was 2 days after the annual party. Naturally, Yan Shuyu would be spending New Year with the Zhou's father and son. Speaking of, Yan Shuyu was quite surprised as well. Her and her son had nowhere to go, but it would seem that the boss and the little young master didn't need to spend their New Year at the rental. As much as the rental was still luxurious and there was nothing shabby about, but it was still sad that they weren't going to go home for New Year. Yet that didn't bother the boss or the little young master at all. The four of them were putting up couplets and making dumplings on New Year's Eve. It was very festive. 332.jpg. Picture, couplet. Source, Sohu.com. Over the New Year's time frame, all four of the family members had different length of vacations. Zhang Yuanjia and Zhou Yi's kindergarten would not be resuming until the 20th on the lunar calendar. Yan Shuyu's musical institution was much earlier than theirs and would resume on the 8th. Nevertheless, when compared to her vacation, some others was mortifyingly short, such as the boss's. It'd make sense that the boss had very little time off. Chinese New Year were holidays in China, but the Zhou's corporation had businesses all over the world. Chinese New Year had no effect on the businesses overseas. The company was still running and, as such, Boss Zhou, as the big boss, was still busy as usual. He had a quiet New Year's Eve and New Year's Day at home and had to go on a business trip on the 2nd. Yan Shuyu was quite surprised at this situation as well. It was mentioned in passing in the novel that the boss had a very small family. There were no more on their main branch other than himself and the little male lead. Now that she had been with the boss for so long, she had learned some more about his family. The Zhous had only had one offspring each generation for a few generations until the boss. His father had no siblings and, as such, he was the only one left after they had passed away in a car accident. And the little male lead was the only one after him. When she found this out, Yan Shuyu had lamented about the boss's and the little male lead's rough life. This must be the challenges that were put on them by fate to prepare them for their responsibilities in life. And then it all made sense to her. She seemed to have figured out why the boss had to train his son in such an extreme way. The Zhous had no more relatives within 3 generations. If the male lead could not take on the responsibilities of the family business, then the throne would end up outside of the family. Then the boss would become the sinner of the royals, no, the Zhous. Granted, if there was even one more person remaining from the older generation, then the little male lead wouldn't have ended up with such a pitiful life in the novel. Even if his own father could train him the way that he did, his grandparents would not have let that happen. But she had digressed. Even learning some more about the boss's family, Yan Shuyu still didn't understand why he needed to go on a business trip on the 2nd. The boss's father and son looked to be just the two of them, much like she and her instant son, but that was still not the same as a single person. The Zhou was, after all, a prominent family for generations. Even without close relatives, wouldn't he still have some distant relatives or friends that he should be visiting over the new year? Even she was prepared to visit manager Yang and her boss Lu on the 4th. The boss, on the other hand, did not let these bog him down. He even brought with him Yan Shuyu and the two little kiddos with nothing better to do on his private plane and said he would take them to have fun. The boss went over to England this time. Yan Shuyu was not a well-traveled one and it was her first time to England. Zhang Yuanbao and the little male lead had a fabulous time there, going out with the chauffeur and the bodyguards every day. Yan Shuyu, on the other hand, did not experience the joy of traveling overseas. Perhaps her appearance at the annual party allowed the boss to see her potential as a vase. He solicited her help in all of the social events in England. Foreigners seemed to enjoy balls a lot. The few events that Yan Shuyu accompanied the boss to were all in the format of balls. Perhaps that was also the reason why he needed to bring her with. Chapter 295, Should I Call in Sick for You? 1. The balls were exactly the same as what she had seen on television before. The magnificent ballroom, the melodious live music, gentlemen and ladies all dressed up grandly, dancing. In order to rise up to their classiness, Yan Shuyu, too, dressed up like a butterfly in different gowns and adorned by different jewelries every day. The only thing in common between all of them was that they were all extravagant. Yan Shuyu wasn't exactly free labor during this time either. Ever since she attended the annual party with the boss had set the rule that any gowns that she had worn and jewelries that she had worn would become hers, no matter their costs. Yan Shuyu, too, was excited. But, owing to the downside of human nature, one never appreciated what one already possessed. All of Yan Shuyu's luxurious goods such as her purses and jewelries quickly filled all the closets at home and she cared less and less about them. She had so many diamonds that they were now just shiny rocks to her. She was way more excited when she received her paychecks. To date, the one that Yan Shuyu wore the most was still the Hermes bracelet that the boss had brought back for her during his business trip when they first became a couple. She had once thought that it was disgustingly expensive. Alas, it was always easier going from rags to riches. Now Yan Shuyu finally realized how plain and simple it was and she felt very comfortable wearing it. As the attraction of gowns and jewelries decreased gradually for Yan Shuyu, so was her interest in balls. Truth was, the banquets that the boss attended in England was much more tall, grand, and high class than the Zhou's annual party. Take one of them as an example. Yan Shuyu felt that the host looked somewhat familiar, so she looked him up on her cell phone on their way back home. She almost dropped her cell phone when she read that the man that she found familiar looking was a royalty. In fact, news about his family could be read on Weibo from time to time. Mommy, I have just attended a ball through by a prince. Yan Shuyu didn't just feel prideful, she felt that she had brought pride to her entire family and her ego expanded immediately. The boss had further received invitation from some politician after that event and they even had a pleasant conversation inside of a castle. After a few events like that, Yan Shuyu finally calmed down from her initial excitement. She wasn't the mighty one after all, even though she was lucky enough to stand next to the boss as a live human being, but her functionality was no different than that of a vase. She felt that she was lucky to have met all these big shots, but the day that she no longer stood next to the boss, none of these big shots would know her. All in all, attending all these grand and foreign balls and meeting all these big shots provided nothing more than conversation materials for Yan Shuyu. Really not all that meaningful. It wasn't in Yan Shuyu's nature to brag, so all the more she had lost interest in these events after a few times. Contrarily, looking at the two kiddos heading out for fun every day with the chauffeur and bodyguards and chatted about the fun parts of the days after they have returned and, looking at how she was in England but hadn't visited any of their landmark, Yan Shuyu felt that she got the short end of the stick. The more she thought about it, the shorter the stick seemed. The boss was good. He went on a business trip and took them to Northern Europe for a few days and traded her to attend his annual party in exchange. She, on the other hand, was dragged by the boss to multiple banquets and was so busy that she wasn't even able to experience London. Shouldn't she get some benefits out of that too? Yan Shuyu was slow to come to that conclusion. When she realized that she was SIFT, all of the activities were already over and they were to fly back the next day. It was meaningless to go barter with the boss at this point. Her mind was set, however, and went to address that with the boss. She had, after all, spent a lot of time with the boss by now and had picked up some art of talking from him. Yuan Bao and Xiao had a great time, but all I did was attended events with you and didn't even have the chance to sightsee. Chapter 296, Should I call in sick for you? 2. Yes, you have certainly worked very hard the last couple of days. Boss Joe nodded and pulled the one standing in front of him next to him and sat her down. He then asked her tenderly, should we change out the tickets and spend a few extra days here so you can do some sightseeing? Regardless of whether the boss meant what he said or not, Yan Shuyu was very tempted by his offer. Nevertheless, she replied, feeling blue, I need to go back to work day after tomorrow. If I take more time off, someone will have to stand in for me. Right now, everybody's schedule is packed. I don't think anyone will be able to cover me. Zhou Qinhe was aware of her situation, so he nodded and asked nicely, what would you like to do, then? Yan Shuyu's eyes lit up. Finally, something she liked to hear. She immediately expressed that, this is all because of you. So I say you owe me a few. Her idea was inspired by the boss. Zhou Qinhe raised his brows, a few. He didn't exactly say anything, but his eyes said she was being ridiculous. Yan Shuyu, nonetheless, was not intimidated by him at all. Sticking up 4 fingers, she said, I've attended 5 different events with you in total over the last few days. Giving our close relationship, I'll even give you a discount. The thought of being able to bring up 4 requests with the high and mighty boss was very exciting. The smile on Zhou Qinhe deepened. He stuck his face all over to her so his face was almost touching the tip of her nose. His smile seductive and his voice sexy, he said, perhaps Yan can give me an even bigger discount than that. Yan Shuyu, heartlessly and unreasonably, pushed the handsome face away from herself and said, emotionlessly, your good look is not going to work on me. Is that so? Yan Shuyu nodded with determination. Probably seeing that it really wasn't working, Zhou Qinhe, too, gave up on continuing down that path. He leaned softly in the couch and smiled nonchalantly and languidly. But, Yan, exactly what could you do if I say no to that? Yan Shuyu. The truth was, there was nothing she could do. She had already missed her best opportunity to barter with the boss. Now that all the events were already over, there was not much use for the vase anymore. That was probably why the boss wasn't worried at all. As though he was finally done appreciating how dumbfounded she looked, Zhou Qinhe's lips curved upward even more and, mimicking her words earlier, smiled and said, that being said, I can give you one request because of our relationship. Just one. Yan Shuyu was dumbfounded. Her request might have been highway robbery, but it was not remotely as ruthless as the boss's counter. Finally, Yan Shuyu decided to accept the truth. It wasn't like there was much she could do if the boss didn't even give her one request. At least one is better than none. She was happy all over again once she arrived at that conclusion, and she used up her opportunity shortly after they returned to China. It was a Sunday morning. Yan Shuyu, who had just woken up, noticed that something seemed off as she looked at the window. The light that was coming through between the curtains seemed just a little bit brighter than normal, but it was not the sun. Curiously, she opened up the curtain with the remote control and saw the snow coming down from the sky. With the heavy snow outside, all the more Yan Shuyu didn't want to get out of bed. She closed the curtains back and crawled back underneath the blanket. She was already feeling jaded beforehand. Of the 4 individuals in the house, both her instant son and the little male lead had the day off, and even the boss wasn't planning on going into the office. Why was she the only one who had class in the morning? Ever since the musical institution started back up on the 8th, all of the instructors there had been slammed. They all have classes from day till night, and, now, they have even lost their weekends. Chapter 297, Should I call in sick for you? 3. Yan Shuyu hadn't intended to work so hard. She didn't even want to go to her regular 9 a.m. classes, let alone on the weekends. But male god Lu said to her that netizens didn't have good memories, and that with her never keeping up with her exposure, the hype was already gone. Things would most likely return to normal after the winter sessions were over. What he more or less was saying was that just suck it up for the time being and she'd be able to cruise in the next few months that followed. Seeing that all of her colleagues were working hard, Yan Shuyu felt bad to become a burden for the others. Granted, she wasn't teaching the classes for free either. The more classes she taught, the more she would make. Male god Lu was a very generous boss and had paid her the bonus that he had promised her last year during the holidays. It came to over 50,000 yuan, an equivalent to 2-3 months of her normal salary, and she had only been working at the musical institution for barely 2 months. Yan Shuyu was touched by how generous male god Lu was and agreed to take on a few more classes a day. She still felt unfair sometimes, especially when everybody else at home was resting and she was the only one who needed to go into work on a weekend. That distressed Yan Shuyu, making her wanting to leave her warm blanket even less. Quickly, it was already after 8 a.m. and Zhou Qinhe had already finished exercising with his boys in the workout room. When he returned to the bedroom to shower before breakfast, he noticed that the one with the 9 a.m. class was still sleeping under the blanket. Naturally, the kind and gentle boss Zhou must ask caringly, Yan, are you awake? You have class in a little bit. Yan Shuyu flipped over the blanket some and stuck her head out. She grunted and remained motionless. Zhou Qinhe reflexively reached out to touch her forehead. Are you not feeling well? She was, after all, an adult and was above faking illness to skip class. She opened her eyes a little and quickly shut them again. As if exhausted, she asked, "Is it snowing outside?" "Yes, snowing," said Jo Chin-hye happily, his lips curving upward. "It started snowing the night before and the outside is a silver color right now. It's very pretty." That did not excite Yan Shuyu one bit. Shivering, she wrapped the blanket around herself even more and said, "I'm cold. We have heater in the house." "I mean it's cold outside." Yan Shuyu opened up her eyes a little again. "I'll freeze to death if I go outside." Jo Chin-hye finally figured out what she was trying to say. He chuckled and said, "So you don't want to go into work?" MMHMM. Boss Joe was a workaholic himself, but he never expected Yan Shuyu to work as hard as he did. After all, his girlfriend was different from his employee. He didn't have the same standards for them. Truth was, he could support her perfect had she decided to not work. That was not a problem at all. Nevertheless, he could tell that as much as she would complain occasionally about having too many classes or that she hated getting up early, she was happy at her job. Perhaps because they already had two young ones at home, getting along with children came nature to her and she enjoyed it. Seeing that she was happy, he would just listen to her occasional complaint and had never asked her to quit her job or switch to a different one. By this time, Yan Shuyu had more stunts. Grumbling, she refused to leave the bed. Not only did he not show any contempt, Boss Joe even asked her nicely, "Should I call in sick for you?" Yan Shuyu knew that Lu Kui never told anyone else about Boss Joe, but he knew full well himself. Had the boss called in sick for him, Boss Lu for sure would not object to that. But it wasn't right for her to play the boss's trump card. She said weakly, "Many of my colleagues had a fuller schedule than me. Even if they're free, who'd take such an early class for me?" "Then what do you want to do?" Jo Chin-hye took a look at his watch and it was almost 8:30 a.m. He had a bad feeling all of a sudden. Chapter 298. Manager Yang came looking for her with a very complicated look on him. 1. They lived very close to the musical institution. Rolling out of bed and having breakfast now was still not too late. Nevertheless, it wasn't just anybody they were talking about here. This was someone who cared a lot about her appearance and, no matter the weather, would at least spend 20 to 30 minutes on applying makeup before she would leave the house. Had she intended to go into work, the time was very tight for her. If she was still rolling and grumbling in bed, most likely she had something else on her mind. Sure enough, his inkling was proven to be accurate. Hearing his question, Yan Shuyu immediately looked up and said to him with a look filled with anticipation, "Why don't you take my class for me?" Boss Joe almost couldn't maintain his normal calm self when he heard that, "Me. You can play the piano better than I can and you don't have work today. All I am asking is for you to sit in for me just this once." Yan Shuyu didn't feel that there was anything wrong with that request. She picked up the boss's hand and shook it like a little girl. "Consider this making up for all the balls that I attended with you in England." Jo Chin-hye gave her a very peculiar look. "This is how you want to spend your favor?" Yan Shuyu didn't feel that she was throwing away her golden opportunity at all and was nodding away instead. That being said, she was aware that should the boss went into work, he could very likely be making several million yuan a minute. She did feel somewhat guilty to have someone like him to go and substitute for her and making just 200 or so yuan an hour. As such, she said voluntarily, "Just the morning classes. I'll do the afternoon ones myself. Can you do that for me?" Boss Joe. Boss Joe and Yan Shuyu had one thing in common. They were always true to their words. He had promised her one request with no questions asked, so, as much as this was very unexpected, he finally agreed to it. As soon as he finished nodding, he headed into the bathroom, showered, donned a suit, and left in his full suit. With nothing else to worry about, Yan Shuyu happily slept away the rest of the morning. That was, however, a side effect after the incident. When Yan Shuyu returned to the musical institution, the normally very serious Boss Lu circled her a few times and his look even gave Yan Shuyu the creeps. "What are you looking at?" she asked. Lu Kui said in a very serious tone, "I want to see where you hide your 9 tails." "What 9 tails?" Before Yan Shuyu could wrap her mind around what he was trying to get at, Lu Kui chuckled while rubbing his chin. "If you don't have 9 tails, how would the boss with all of his businesses came to substitute for you?" Now Yan Shuyu finally got his point. That is so not true. He had the day after day, alright. Even if she didn't hold him back on his real work, but Boss Joe willing to substitute for her just so she could sleep in was still very out there. As such, there were admiration in the way that Lu Kui looked at Yan Shuyu in the next few days that followed. A few days later, there was another person who was looking at Yan Shuyu in the exact same way as Lu Kui. Naturally, this person was Yang Zifeng. Yang Zifeng had also learned that Boss Joe, the highly valuable man, had stooped down and taught piano lesson for 200 yuan an hour. He did not find that out directly from Yan Shuyu, but all of Yan Shuyu's colleagues at the musical institution had been making fun of her for days. They had no idea exactly who Boss Joe was, but they did know that he was Yan Shuyu's boyfriend. With his look and aura, everybody had always saw the two of them as match made in heaven. And now this boyfriend was even willing to come substitute for her on a bitterly cold day. What kind of a fairy tale idol drama was this? Everybody was so touched that they had regained their confidence in love. As such, they couldn't help but to tease Yan Shuyu, the female lead of the story, from time to time. Chapter 299. Manager Yang came looking for her with a very complicated look on him. 2. When Yang Zifeng caught wind of that when he dropped his little niece off for her class, he felt uncomfortable all of a sudden. He looked at his little buddy long and hard. "What kind of spell have you cast on Boss Joe?" Yan Shuyu. Yan Shuyu wasn't exactly unhappy. Her colleagues were envious of her. The way that her little buddy and male god Lu looked at her was filled with admiration at all times. This had greatly satisfied her vanity. She even regretted not pushing harder with the boss back then to have him owe her a few more times. Had he substituted for her a few more times, it would definitely solidify the fact that she was irresistible. That was such an awesome thought, tilde. That being said, Yan Shuyu didn't spend too much time regretting about that. Once the grade and high schools had restarted and the winter vacation was officially over, she was immediately ecstatic and asked her boss to move all of her classes to the afternoon. Now that the kiddos at home had both returned to school, she could sleep in every morning in a carefree manner. Speaking of the start of school, Zhang Yuanjie had said goodbye to his little buddies and teachers from his past this semester and switched over to a new kindergarten. It, however, was not the one nearby their little distract that Yan Shuyu had in mind but the noble school that little male lead was attending. That was the boss's idea, nor did he let Yan Shuyu worry about the tuition. He had already paid for Yuan Bao's share when they registered the little young master at the school. One of the reasons was that the school was close and that the two boys could also watch out for each other. He covered Yuan Bao's tuition because it was the only way he could repay her hard work for taking care of the children at home every day. For sure Yan Shuyu would not have accepted the boss's offer had they not been living together. But the line certainly blurred when a couple moved in together, especially for someone like Yan Shuyu, who was never that firm on her principles to begin with. Besides, the two of them got along very well. They had almost never fought since they had been together and the boss never gave her attitudes. In fact, he gave in to her all the time. As such, Yan Shuyu had developed the what was the boss was also hers illusion. Besides, after accepted jewelries that were upward of millions of yuan, was there really a point in feeling uncomfortable over some tuition? Yan Shuyu was very nonchalant. She agreed to let her son attend the same school as the little male lead mainly because this was the kindergarten that was affiliated with an international school. Both the boss and male god Lu had mentioned before that it was best for her son to attend international school in the future. The quality of the education aside, the teachers and education at an international school tends to be more liberal and focus more on quality development than academic scores. Attending an international school would be good for his career path to becoming a piano prince. Even if his grades weren't top-notch, the teachers would still value and nurture him. Besides, those focusing on arts would study overseas in the future. Attending an international school would help pave the way for him. Yan Shuyu didn't know much in this area, but if both the boss and male god Lu said so, she trusted they weren't lying to her and, as such, was okay to send her son along with the little male lead. She was very relieved since the kids have resumed school. The boss would drop the kids off at school every day on his way to work and she would still until past 10 a.m. Life couldn't get better than that. She felt that she had made a very wise decision. Had her son not attend the same school as the little young master, she would feel bad to have the boss drop her son off at school every day. Right when Yan Shuyu was happily enjoying her life, her little buddy manager Yang came looking for her with a very complicated look. Chapter 300. Yes, I want to treasure you. 1. Yang Zifeng had a good relationship with Yan Shuyu and he was never one who liked to beat around the bush. He had always spoken his mind in front of her. This time, however, he was like a different person. He struggled with his words for a long while before he was finally able to get out what he had intended to under Yan Shuyu's encouraging look. What he had said, however, baffled Yan Shuyu. Yan, did you mention to Boss Joe that I asked if you wanted to become partners earlier in the year? Yan Shuyu was stunned a little. She had no idea why he brought that up out of the blue but nodded anyway. Yeah, I might have mentioned it to him in passing. You did. Yang Zifeng seemed to be somewhat excited. Yan Shuyu gave him an even odder look. I live with the man and, unless he was on a business trip, he is home every night. We're together day in and day out. It's only normal that we chit-chat occasionally. What's with your overreaction? If you were just yakking with him over minute stuff, I wouldn't be reacting this way. That being said, it was quite surprised a man of his caliber had time to chit-chat with you. Yang Zifeng explained, but, before Yan Shuyu could say anything, he carried on, but that wasn't why I am here. A few days ago, an elite-looking man came looking for me. According to his business card, he was a senior financial manager at some well-known finance company. He introduced himself as Boss Joe's personal financial consultant. As far as he had gotten, Yan Shuyu could tell that what her little buddy was about to share with her was something fairly serious. She couldn't help but interjected, what did the boss's personal financial consultant want to talk to you about? Yang Zifeng stopped abruptly and gave her a peculiar look. You call Boss Joe, boss, in private. How interesting. Yan Shuyu. She had always been referring to Zhou Qinhei as boss in her mind but she had never divulged it to anyone. She had not only sipped and let her little buddy find out about her term of endearment for Boss Joe but was also teased for it. Yan Shuyu suddenly blushed uncontrollably but said stubbornly, are you going to finish off what you were saying? After her multiple interruptions, Yang Zifeng had lost his interest to tease her. I'll make it simple. Naturally, this high and mighty financial guy came because his employer, your boss, asked him to. He said he likes my project and was willing to invest 20 million yuan for 40% ownership. Yan Shuyu didn't care about being teased by her little buddy. All of her attention was on the business end. Yan Shuyu knew nothing about business so she had no idea whether 20 million yuan for 40% ownership was a lot. She had, however, been with the boss long enough to go from the girl whose heart bled over the 2 million yuan check to the one who was not fazed by 20 million yuan. She even asked curiously, do you not like the offer? Of course I like it. I would never be able to get a better offer than this. Yang Zifeng figured that she probably didn't understand the nitty-gritty details so he explained to her in the simplest way possible. Boss Joe putting in 20 million but only asking for 40% ownership means that he would not be interfering with managerial decision in the future. That's not an investment. That is closer to a charity case, alright. Yan Shuyu sort of got it but not really. She asked again, so, did you accept the offer? Yang Zifeng shook his head and said, I told them I will need a couple days to think it over. Why? Because he wasn't asking for ownership for himself on his investment. Yang Zifeng stopped and looked at Yan Shuyu without blinking at this point. Stunned a little, Yan Shuyu asked uncertainly, don't tell me it's for me. Congratulations, you figured it out. Yan Shuyu was stunned speechless. She had an inkling earlier but was still stunned when she heard the answer. The boss was going to spend 20 million on an investment for her. That was a large amount and she had no idea about it at all. Yang Zifeng was still going on and on about it. For the gentleman, Boss Joe indicated that we don't need to let you know ahead of time. He has an authorization letter and we can just sign the contract. It looks like he was preparing for a surprise for you. Chapter 301, Yes, I want to treasure you. 2. Having said that, he rubbed his chin and abruptly leaned into Yan Shuyu and asked, is Boss Joe about to propose to you and wanted to have some premarital properties set up for you? Manager Yang's bold speculation was what Yan Shuyu heard when she recollected herself. She couldn't help but rolled her eyes. Why don't you say that he was preparing a lump sum so he can break up with me? Why would he prepare premarital properties? If they were to get married, what belonged to the boss would also be hers. Break up with you? Yang Zifeng rolled his eyes more so than she did. The boss Joe who would go substitute your class for you amidst his busy schedule wants to break up with you. You have got to be out of your mind. The two of them could not reach an agreement, so they had to shelf that discussion for the time being. Something occurred to Yan Shuyu and she asked. They said to do it on the down low. Are you telling me about it because you are not interested in his investment? If I am not interested in Boss Joe's investment, I would have turned him down when they approached me, replied Yang Zifeng honestly. But we are such good buddies, I can't possibly sell for you for 20 million yuan. If you like the idea, you can get a cut of my profit going forward. Everybody's happy. If you don't want the shares, can you talk to your boss and have him invest under his own name? It's not every day that I can run into a generous investor like that. The boss was so nice to her that even Yan Shuyu felt that she should defend him. She grumbled, he's not full with lots of money. I never said that he is. Yang Zifeng quickly clarified himself. He's my daddy now, my investor daddy. See that his little buddy's face relaxed, he couldn't help but tease her, and you just vowed that no way he is going to propose to you. Look here, you're already way over on his side. Yan Shuyu bickered with her little buddy a little bit more and time seemed to have slowed to a crawl while she waited for the boss to come home from work. As soon as he stepped inside the door, she grabbed onto him immediately and said, Manager Yan came looking for me in the daytime. Boss Joe, stepping inside, handed his coat over to her, chuckled, and asked, oh yeah. What did he say to you? Having something on her mind, Yan Shuyu docilely taken the coat from him and carried it behind him as he walked into the living room. She'd taken a few looks at him but, as usual, she couldn't read anything from his look. She brought the subject up to him point blank. He told me that he spoke with your personal financial manager a few days ago. Zhou Qinhei sat down on the couch and patted the spot next to him, gesturing Yan Shuyu to sit down as he smiled and said, he really shares everything with you, isn't he? A realization suddenly dawned on Yan Shuyu. She tossed his coat aside and sat down next to him with a bright smile. Are you jealous? Naturally, it would take a lot more for the boss to feel jealous. Stroking her long hair with his palm, he said in a reassured tone. I could tell that he truly has your best interest in mind and that would not change lightly. He is a good friend. Yan Shuyu felt the same way but, for some reason, she got a crazy idea when she heard the boss's words. Is that why you were testing him that way? Of course not. The boss busted out laughing. I am serious about investing in his business. Why? Sunshine House had earned its reputation online a while ago and had been holding its own. I've had someone looked into it and it will make a worthy investment. He omitted to tell her the fact that its ROI, nevertheless, was not great compared to his other projects. Zhou Qinhei paused and carried on. Besides, Sunshine House is a meaningful place for us. Don't you want to see it do better and better? Chapter 302, Yes, I want to treasure you. 3. She got it right away when the boss put it that way. It was during the time that she was working at Sunshine House when the two of them got closer and closer with each other and finally became a couple. They had a lot of memories there and it was where their relationship happened. Much like many artistic young people enjoyed revisiting the location of their first date from time to time, the boss's idea was very romantic as well. But the rich had a different idea of what was romantic. Yan Shuyu blushed uncontrollably and said softly, I am asking why you giving me the shares. She didn't have a problem with the boss turning their location into a hot dating site at all. In fact, she was somewhat happy about it. Zhou Qinhei chuckled again and said nonchalantly, I recall you regretted for a long time after turning down the shares from Manager Yang. I did. Yan Shuyu cocked her head as she tried to recall what she had told the boss but couldn't recall any details. Just like she had told Manager Yang, she had small talks with the boss every day. Even the very quiet little male lead started talking more under the influence of her and her instant son. That ought to show how much she enjoyed talking at home. It was only natural for someone who liked to talk so much to share what was bothering her on her mind. Being a shareholder sounded so tall, big, and classy. It sounded like a rich person. She never imagined that she would one day possess something so luxurious. She didn't accept the offer from Manager Yang because she didn't want to take advantage of her little buddy. It didn't mean she wasn't tempted. She probably brought it up to the boss in passing because she felt regretful about it. You want to give me shares because I regretted about it? Yan Shuyu never quite get the concept of subtlety. She looked at Zhou Qinhei with her sparkly eyes. Zhou Qinhei was already used to the way that she talked. Pausing for a little bit, he reached out his hand, stroked her hair, and nodded silently. Yan Shuyu was very touched but her mind always skipped around. Another idea occurred to her suddenly and she looked up at the boss and asked, I have also said that I regret turning down the opportunity to be a star. How come you didn't help me with that? Zhou Qinhei pursed his a little, almost looking villainous. There was undeniable aura in his very casual tone. That is not going to happen. The boss had, once again, exuded an aura that could keep one from keeping one's knees together. Yan Shuyu couldn't resist at all and couldn't help but scooted closer to him and looked at him with her eyes beaming. Are you worried that when I become very popular and have too many fans, I won't just belong to you? Zhou Qinhei lowered his head, chuckled, and actually admitted to it. Yes, I wanted to treasure you for myself. When Yan Shuyu caught the word, treasure, she smiled so much that her eyes turned into crescent moons. She felt as sweet as being coated by honey. Yan Shuyu finally decided on accepted the gift from the boss. On the front it was because of the romantic way that the boss had presented it. He had presented Sunshine House as the location where they had affirmed their love for each other. How could she possibly resist that? As such, when the boss explicitly stated that he would not be investing if she didn't want the shares, she had changed her mind. Truth was, being with the boss for so long, she had already been corrupted by sugar-coated capitalism. 20 million was no longer a lot of money in her eyes and, as such, she didn't feel too uncomfortable about accepting it either. Yan Shuyu, however, was not the happiest person in this. Yang Zifeng was the happiest one. Even though judging from the number of shares that Boss Zhou had requested, he showed no intention of interfering with management, but Manager Yang was much happier that the investor was Yan Shuyu, even if it was only in name. Boss Zhou's aura was too fierce. He might seem gentlemanly in front of others, but he only truly reigned them all in front of Yan Shuyu. He was still fairly intimidating when he was around others. Manager Yang knew that he would feel a lot of pressure if the major investor was Boss Zhou. It was much better now that his little buddy was the primary investor with Boss Zhou be their willing ATM. It was the best of both worlds. Yang Zifeng felt very happy and motivated. He started launching his grand plans as soon as he received the capital. Chapter 303. Suddenly, she seemed to see the beauty that she had run into 2 days ago. 1. As one of the major shareholders of Sunshine House, Yan Shuyu wasn't exactly just a mascot of the place. Occasionally, she would be dragged to check out the remodeling of the new locations or, when she had some free time, to go and perform at Sunshine House. After all, this was no longer her part-time gig, but her official side business. She was nowhere close to as actively involved as Manager Yang was, but she was still more engaged than she used to be. Time flew when one was busy. Summertime came before anyone realized. Yan Shuyu was much wealthier this year than she was previously. She was, after all, a high-income individual making over 10,000 yuan a month. As such, she had very generously expressed that she would be bringing the kids traveling overseas for a few days to celebrate the start of their vacation. This time, Yan Shuyu got her wish to take the 2 children with her alone, without having the boss with her. Boss Zhou was a very busy man and had very limited time to spare. He had to painfully choose accompanying them overseas for the competitions over traveling with them. That was right. In addition to traveling over the summertime, another major event over summer was that little kiddo Zhang Yuanbao was getting ready to participate in an overseas piano competition. He had only been learning to play the piano for barely 1 year on ends. Perhaps he was somewhat talented after all. That on top of hard work and surrounded by so many quality instructors, he had marked improvement over the last year. Lu Kui had already brought him to a few domestic competitions during the first half of the year. Winning was not the main point here. Mainly it was for him to gain some experiences. As such, Lu Kui did not hesitate to sign him up to this competition this time when he was able to get him slot through some connections. This was the first time Zhang Yuanjia was going to participate in a major competition. It was very different than the minor one that he had participated in before. Even the boss valued it a lot and freed up his schedule purposefully to accompany them overseas. The little kiddo held his own as well. He was able to pass the preliminaries, semi-finals, all the way into the final round and finally taking 3rd place and returned home with a golden, sparkly trophy cup. Zhang Yuanjia was one of the younger competitors in his group. During the final, the petite and delicate cute Asian doll mixed in with all the other blonde-haired blue-eyed competitor making him seem even more delicate and cute than he already was and also made him look even younger. Many had noticed him during the competition and many media covered him after the results were out and he had gained a quick moment of fame. All things considered, this was a competition that received some attention. News about it could be seen on social media from time to time. Yan Shuyu was, nevertheless, surprised that she saw a photo of herself when she was looking through Twitter, a social media outside of China. She wasn't a famous person, so it was probably just a coincidence that some netizen posted a photo of her on Twitter. Or, specifically, it had a lot to do with the geographical location. The competition was held in London, England. Yan Shuyu, as the family member, would have arranged seats from the organizer. It wouldn't be any particularly great seats, however. With the boss also tagging along, they had no need for the seats provided by the organizer. A word from the boss and they received the best spot at the venue. Surrounding them on all sides were all Caucasians, making them stood out even more. Let it be media or individuals, whenever they were taking photos, they'd include them for the sake of it. The picture of Yan Shuyu on Twitter, according to the poster, was also copied from some media. She was not in the center but was still pretty eye-catching. In particular, she had Zhou Yi on her lap at the time, who was completely absorbed in watching the game. The 2 not-so-similar Asian faces next to each other made all the foreigners shuddered, so cute. Such as the poster on Twitter. They posted it on the internet and asked whether they were celebrities in Asia and whether anyone had any information on them. Unfortunately, the post did not get a lot of attention and Yan Shuyu only ran into it by chance. Chapter 304. Suddenly, she seemed to see the beauty that she had run into 2 days ago. 2. One way or another, Yan Shuyu was fairly happy that her beauty was recognized by friends overseas. It didn't bother her at all that the poster assumed the little male lead was her son, mainly because it had happened so often that she was already used to it. Being praised by others, her son doing better than they had expected in the competition, and the event wrapping up smoothly, Yan Shuyu happily returned to China with the boss and the kids in tow. Little had she expected that the picture Twitter ended up causing a little bit of a ruckus. Time always flies during vacations and school started again shortly after the competition. Little kiddo Zhang Yuanbao had finally graduated kindergarten and entered into 1st grade. Truth was, he wouldn't be turning 7 until winter and, supposedly, he couldn't attend grade school till the next year. Of course, all the boss needed to do was to talk to someone and the criteria was waived and the little kiddo was able to sign up for grade school. It was an international grade school. He was no longer in the same school as Zhou Yi but the kindergarten and the grade school were in the same school district. The rich noble school was almost the same size as one of the prestigious universities. The campus was inclusive of kindergarten, grade school, junior and senior high schools. As such, Zhang Yuanjia and Zhou Yi went to school hand in hand every day. Just like before, the boss was responsible for dropping them off in the morning and Yan Shuyu for picking them up in the afternoon. The grade school and kindergarten did not let out at the same time but Zhang Yuanjia had piano practices and had already informed his teacher and was waived from attending the very last class. This after, just like normal, Yan Shuyu walked out with one little carrot in each hand and saw an extremely beautiful woman with long, black hair looking at them. Specifically, looking at the little boy that she was holding with her right hand. The weather was neither too cold nor too hot. The beauty was wearing a very well-fitted white dress and only looked too delicate for the gentle breeze. As a loyal dog for looks, Yan Shuyu naturally gave her a few extra looks. Suddenly, she noticed that the beauty and the little male lead were looking at each other as though there were deep emotions between them. Granted, the beauty looked very emotional even from a distance, whereas the little male lead was expressionless. Yan Shuyu still couldn't help but ask the little male lead, "Do you know the big sister?" The beauty looked to be a few years older than her, but her aura was so delicate that she couldn't even refer to her as auntie in front of the little kiddos. The little kiddo shook his head without hesitation. "No, I do not know her." Yan Shuyu nodded. After spending so much time together, she could confidently say that she knew the little male lead as much as his father did. Even though the little male lead had one expression on him all the time, but Yan Shuyu would still be able to tell his mood from just one look. For example, he might have been exchanging solemn looks with the beauty, but he looked at loss otherwise. He probably really didn't recognize her and only looked at her as she was looking at him. As curious as she was, Yan Shuyu did not ask the little male lead any more questions. In addition, the beauty standing there was only looking at him from afar and did not look like she intended to approach them. Yan Shuyu, as baffled as she was, just put the kids in the car and took off. She planned to ask the boss whether he knew this person at a later time. That being said, when the boss came home that evening and mentioned a wedding of some uncle this coming Sunday and they would be bringing the children, she was completely distracted. Ever since the annual party of his company, Yan Shuyu had walked down the path of being a vase, and the boss had been bringing her with him to any event that a date was needed. Perhaps because she was convenient and made him look good. It was so much that she never thought about rebelling, but she was, after all, living under his roof and there was the occasions that she was not able to turn down. As such, there would always been a couple of events every month and she was already used to it. This was, however, the first time that they would be bringing both children. Yan Shuyu felt awkward about that. Just bring Xiao Yi with you. Yuan Bao has class still. Class was just an excuse. Mainly felt awkward attending a wedding on the boss's side with her child. They were, after all, not related. She wouldn't want to go herself either had she not understood that the boss needed a date for the event. Hi everybody. Chapter 305. Suddenly, she seemed to see the beauty that she had run into 2 days ago. 3. Zhou Qinhei casted her a glance when he heard that. Don't you think he'll feel bad being left at home by himself when all of us were gone? As her son wasn't around, Yan Shuyu said freely and without pressure, "That's not a problem. We just have to sneak out." Boss Zhou. Boss Zhou went on to explain helplessly, "Uncle had said it himself that we will have Xiao Yi be the flower boy and Yuan Bao can perform." The little male lead was too pretty not to be the flower boy. As for her instant son, after he had won the award, he had been fairly famous in their immediate area. It was not uncommon when friends and relatives invited him to perform on stage. That Yan Shuyu was already used to. She was more curious how did a close family friend of the boss's family found out about it. Her son was not the boss's son. When Yan Shuyu asked her question, the boss smiled tenderly at her and said, "When Yuan Bao won the award, I posted it to my friend's circle as well. Is it that strange that they know?" For some inexplicable reasons, the more tender the boss's smile was, the more scared Yan Shuyu was. She could only nod docilely. "No, not strange at all." "Then do you have any more question?" Yan Shuyu replied weakly, "No, no more questions." The boss's smile was so scary that even if she did she wouldn't dare to say them out loud anymore. Boss Zhou was very pleased with her response. Curving his lips some, he said, "The event will be in a few days. We should prepare the outfit for the boys. It will, after all, be a formal setting." Yan Shuyu dared not rebel against the boss's decision. She docilely prepared the little kiddos' outfits in the next couple of days. Their closets were no less impressive than hers and have more clothes than they could wear at the young ages. Yan Shuyu had an evil thought all of a sudden and picked out a black and a white formal wear for the two of them, making them a black and white combination. Then she had the aunties help iron them out. Comparing to the well-trained aunties, Yan Shuyu seemed even clumsier than she already was. It was best she let others take care of the rest. The little kiddos were very excited when they found out that they would be attending a wedding banquet. Zhang Yuanbao was especially looking forward to it as this was the first wedding that he would be attending. He had non-stop questions for Yan Shuyu day in and day out. What does the bride look like? Is she as pretty as mommy? Yan Shuyu had a lot of faith in the choice of a rich person. The bride would for sure be attractive. Given the age of the groom, however, she didn't have too much anticipation. How handsome could he be at his advanced age? And the truth wasn't too far from how she had imaged. The groom was a man of a grandfather's age. Though it was difficult to tell his real age with his head of black hair, but, standing next to the very attractive, early 20s bride, Yan Shuyu still found that a little bit of an eyesore. As such, she didn't pay too much attention during the ceremony. She looked all around the venue and, all of a sudden, she seemed to have seen that beauty that she had run into a few days ago. A wedding was, after all, not a high-end, Western-style banquet where guests could be as pretentious as they want while holding a wine glass in hand. This wedding was very tall, big, and classy in and of itself and have a large green field and a castle. Nevertheless, it also had a lot of guests and was somewhat chaotic. There were kids running around shouting all over the place and, under such situations, Yan Shuyu was not able to be immediately next to the boss at all time like she did at the banquets in the past. At the very minimum, there wasn't much she could do but watch the boss took the boys to the bathroom when the necessity arose. Naturally, Yan Shuyu wasn't the kind who'd be at loss without the boys around. She had a lot of faith putting the boys in the boss's hand before she turned around and looked for food on her own. Chapter 306. Could this be the boss's legendary ex-wife? 1. With official wedding banquet like this, the entree might not be too overly delicate, but the all-you-can-eat wine and beverages, cupcakes and fruits all looked very tempting. Yan Shuyu had noticed them a while ago and couldn't wait to start as soon as her burdens were gone. Yan Shuyu had, after all, attended many banquets with the boss. She wouldn't say that she had met many compatible friends, but there were certain a few at the venue that she was familiar with. She may not know them very well, but she could for sure chit-chat with them. Eating and chatting, it was bustling around Yan Shuyu, and she had inadvertently forgot all about the boss and the little kiddos. By the time she realized that they had been gone for quite a while, the little black and white little kiddos had already come looking for her. Yan Shuyu turned around but didn't see the boss anywhere near them. She was even more puzzled. "Xiao Yi, where is your dad?" For the first time ever, Zhou Yi did not respond. He gave Zhang Yuanjie a look, and Zhang Yuanjie had an even more peculiar look on him. He walked up and tugged at her sleeve. And, just like that, the baffled Yan Shuyu was dragged by the little kiddos toward an area with very few people. She thought they had something they wanted to tell her in private, but, as soon as they were about to walk through an arched door, she heard a light sobbing sound. Yan Shuyu stopped in her tracks and felt excited all of a sudden. Woo! She could sense a melon coming her way. The little kiddos, as if on cue, had also stopped at the same time as her. They were all standing there except that both Zhang Yuanjie and Zhou Yi looked up at her, and their looks were full of concern. Looking at the two of them, Yan Shuyu suddenly had a bad feeling. She wanted to eat melon, but not her own melon. That wouldn't be a good thing at all. Yan Shuyu started worrying whether the boss was being lovey-dovey with someone else behind her back. That being said, she was not one to remain silent. She must find out for herself once the suspicion had started. As such, she waved for the little boys to back up as she hid behind the wall, getting ready to peep. Zhang Yuanjie and Zhou Yi were not very docile this time. They were both children matured beyond their age. The fact that they had brought her here without saying a word meant that they had an idea about what was going on. The boys refused to leave and, furthermore, mimicked how she had hid behind the wall and also start peeping. Yan Shuyu didn't feel that it was a good thing for the boys to do, but now was not the time. Her focus right now wasn't the boys learning something bad from her. As such, after a little bit of hesitation, she remained steadfastly staying there to peek. The situation was, indeed, peculiar on the other side of the wall. It was a man and a woman standing there facing each other. The man had his back to them, and all they could see was his elegant and handsome back. They couldn't see the face of the woman either. All they could see was her beautiful, cascading long hair and her very delicate shoulder. If one looked closely enough, one could even see that her shoulder was trembling slightly. Any other man would have felt pitiful toward her already. All in all, the two just stood there facing each other quietly. Just from their silhouette alone, they gave the match made in heaven feel. Yan Shuyu wasn't blind. She could tell that the man was the boss right away. She was the one who picked up his outfit today. Of course she would recognize it. She did not immediately dash out there to confront him, because from just what she could see of the woman's dress, Yan Shuyu already knew that she was the beauty that she had seen in front of the school the other day. Looking at the little male lead by her feet, who was still very delicate even with the long face, and, combining them with the way that the woman was staring at him the other day, Yan Shuyu suddenly had a very bold speculation. Could the beauty be the little male lead's birth mother, aka the boss's legendary ex-wife? Chapter 307. Could this be the boss's legendary ex-wife? 2. Being with the boss for a while, Yan Shuyu had learned a lot about his family. Some were told to her by the boss and some were from the little male lead, the auntie at the boss's place, Secretary Lu, who had been with him for years, and, occasionally, even Louis and Robin. The little male lead's real mother, though, was one who had never showed up in any conversation. As everybody had avoided the subject, so and Yan Shuyu did not care too much about it herself, she never tried to pry. After all, the stepmother had been married to the boss for over 10 years and the male lead's mother had never shown up once. It was as though this person had never existed, and it was fair to assume that that would remain unchanged. Granted, she only wanted to date the boss and had no interest in being the next Mrs. Zhou. Even if the male lead's mother was to show up, it would have nothing to do with her. Looking at the two of them standing there facing each other, Yan Shuyu suddenly recalled what rich woman Madame Qin had said a year ago. Qin Luoyi had mentioned that boss Zhou's ex-wife's surname was Lin and she was from a wealthy family as well. She had further mentioned that the boss's ex-wife was among the top in looks in their circle and was leaps and bounds better than Yan Shuyu. Back in the days, the union between boss Zhou and Mrs. Zhou had rocked the entire city, and the two of them were considered a match made in heaven. Recalling the words of the rich woman, Yan Shuyu couldn't help but felt a little jealous. Surely little male lead's mother was a beauty, but she wouldn't say that she was that much prettier. Okay, the helpless look on her that would naturally make others want to be protective on her was a rare quality that was not often seen. Even steel could be bent around a little finger. She supposed only women like that would be considered the best in a man's eyes. All in all, she herself would never become a woman that was soft and tender like water. Taking another look at the man and woman standing quietly facing each other, Yan Shuyu felt displeased. The boss had come over to this quiet corner purposefully to have a conversation with his ex-wife. She felt that it was not her place to be standing around and watch. She was just about to take off with the little kiddos when the boss suddenly acted like he had eyes on the back of his head, somehow was able to reach his hand toward where they were without even looking back. Then, he waved his hand a few times as though he was waving at a puppy. Yanyan, why don't you take the kids over to say hi? Say hi. Yan Shuyu was startled. She was baffled. What was it that was going through the boss's mind? Zhang Yuanjie and Zhou Yi were very proactive. They felt much more righteous than her and immediately walked out while holding her hands when they heard that. The sobbing, tear-stained beauty also looked up and looked at them. Stunned, she took a step back and her limpid eyes looked back and forth between Zhang Yuanjie and Zhou Qinhe. Then, nobody knew what had gone through her mind. She said as though she had made a big decision. We will be bygone, but we can still have a future together. What do you say, Qinhe? The message was very loaded. Yan Shuyu, paused on her way, suddenly didn't want to walk up anymore. Boss Zhou, who was standing much closer to the beauty, seemed not to have heard the suggestiveness in the beauty's words at all. He turned around and urged them, come on over, Yanyan. Her name, being said once again by the boss, boosted Yan Shuyu's sense of existence. She had noticed how this woman, who was likely to be the male lead's mother, had looked at her son a few times and also at the boss and the little male lead. She had, never once, looked at her. Yan Shuyu had never been so completely ignored by anyone ever since she had transmigrated into a gorgeous woman. That was a bit awkward. Chapter 308. Could this be the boss's legendary ex-wife? 3. And now, the beauty had all of her attention turned to Yan Shuyu. She looked at her in a bluish way with her limpid eyes. Her eyes seemed to be filled with sadness and feeling like being treated unfairly. Her look made Yan Shuyu felt a pang of guilt. She tried to resist the pressure passively but was finally dragged over there by her son and the little male lead. Yan Shuyu was very appreciative of both her instant son and little male lead abandoning the boss to deliver the message to her. As such, she had no heart to blame them too much, so all of her disgruntlement was directed toward the boss. When they had gotten closer, she couldn't help but grumbled, "Why do you insisted on us coming over?" Zhou Qinhe gave her a smile that wasn't a smile. "Weren't you eavesdropping over there first?" Yan Shuyu said very righteously, "Well, you never said a word and we were just about to leave." "Well, you are over here already. Might as well say hi." The awkwardness between the two women didn't seem to bother Boss Zhou at all. He put his arm around Yan Shuyu, pulled her closer, smiled and said, "You have probably already figured. This is Lin Surong, Xiao Yi's mother." When Yan Shuyu was just about to explain that she wasn't thinking about it at all, the boss had already looked down at his son and said gently to him, "Xiao Yi, say hi to your mother." As smart as Zhou Yi was, he was, after all, just a child and was not as smart as his auntie Yan. He was a little stunned after hearing his dad's words and looked at Lin Surong for a little while with his eyes widened as though he was trying to confirm something. Finally, he greeted her casually, "Good evening, Mom." He could have been greeting a stranger with his tone. The tender and emotional Lin Surong was already choking back her tears with her hand over her mouth. There were tears in her beautiful eyes, which were curved with happiness inside of them. She walked up and stroked him on his head. "Darling, you have grown so much." Zhang Yuanjie held onto his mother's hand tightly, at loss. He had always thought that his little buddy had no matter, the same way that he had no father. Having a mother was a good thing, so how come Xiao Yi didn't look all that excited seeing his mother? The little kiddo looked up at his mother with question marks all over his face. Yan Shuyu, however, was even more baffled than he was right now. The mother and son duo looked at the other mother and son duo and listened in on the casual exchange of pleasantries before they parted ways. The little male lead's mother finally walked toward the main venue while turning around frequently as she walked. So when the boss said to come and say hi, he literally meant to come and say hi. Yan Shuyu was completely dumbfounded. After they have returned to the venue, she did not spot Lin Surong again for the rest of the night. Looking at how calm both the boss and the little male lead were, she tried very hard to suppress all the questions that she had. Once they have gotten home, she quickly grabbed the boss and asked, "What is the story with your ex-wife?" She was so anxious that she didn't even remove her makeup or take off her jewelries yet. Boss Zhou, on the other hand, was very relaxed. He started taking off his jacket and remove his tie as soon as he had walked inside of their apartment. His voice, too, was indifferent. "Oh, I didn't know that she had returned to China either. Uncle Yan had been very close with the Lins as of late. Had I known, I would have looked for some excuses to get out of the gathering tonight." That was, unfortunately, not Yan Shuyu's question. She looked at the boss solemnly. "I could tell already. Did she want to get back with you?" "Sounds like it." Zhou Qinhe lowered his head and unbuttoned his shirt casually as though what they were talking about was of little importance. He didn't care much about it, but Yan Shuyu didn't feel the same way. She couldn't help but stuck her head closer to him and asked, "So, what are your thoughts on it?" "Me." Zhou Qinhe stopped what he was doing for a second before he looked over. His eyes were piercing like sharp knives when he looked up and, immediately, Yan Shuyu was intimidated and stopped talking. Luckily, that was short-lived, and the boss's look mellowed out again. His lips curving upward, he asked in a very sincere tone, "Why don't you tell me your thoughts first?" Chapter 309, You Are Irreplaceable. 1. Matter of fact, she was opinionated as far as this was concerned. After all, a perfect boyfriend like the boss did not come by every day. She didn't want to break up with him. Marry him and becoming little male lead's stepmother, on the other hand, was not an option either. It was just a matter of time before she broke up with him. Now that the little male lead's mother had a change of heart, it would be wrong of her to be holding him like she was. That being said, the boss and the little male lead had been extremely nice to both her and her son. Repaying virtue with grievance was wrong. As such, after a long and drawn-out thought, she finally said in a very altruistic way, "I think you can give it some thoughts." She was, after all, Xiao Yi's mother. It will be best for the child if the two of you can get back together. Are you saying that if Yuanbao's daddy shows up, you will get back together with him without any hesitation? Zhou Qinhe's lips might still be curved and he might seem pleasant as he talked, but, somewhere down the line, his eyes were covered in haze and anyone timid would probably be crying just from the look alone. Yan Shuyu, on the other hand, was still touched by what a big heart that she had and was completely oblivious to the boss's look. She waved her hand and said, "Yuanbao's father is dead. How am I going to get back with him?" Even if he wasn't dead, she wouldn't get back with him. What if he found out that she wasn't original owner? That certainly would not end well. She must put her own safety over her instant son's mental health. Are you saying that you will get back together with him if he is still alive? Zhou Qinhe almost sipped and asked, but he quickly stopped himself. He knew that it was meaningless to try and compete with a dead person. Besides, knowing how heartless she normally was, just because she was telling him to get back together with his ex-wife didn't necessarily mean that she missed her late husband. That way of thinking, however, did not make him feel completely fine. He had to take a deep breath before he was able to adjust his emotions. Then he said to her calmly, "If it was best for the child, we wouldn't have gotten a divorce in the first place." Yan Shuyu was already curious after meeting the little male lead's mother today. Now that the boss had brought it up, she asked matter-of-factly, "Oh yeah, so why did you two divorce each other?" Zhou Qinhe wasn't surprised at her curiosity. He did, however, cast at her glance before he said, "Why did you ask why I married her in the first place?" Yan Shuyu was completely oblivious to the change in the boss's mood. Still smiling heartlessly, she said, "Well, I'd love to hear it if you want to share." Zhou Qinhe, quote. Boss Zhou finally put down his tie, sat down on the couch, waved at her and looked like he was ready for a long talk. Yan Shuyu quickly pitter-pattered over, sat down next to him, and made like she was ready for whatever he cared to share. There wasn't much of a story there. Grandfather Lin had helped out our family when I was still a kid, so there were talk that her and I should marry when we grow up. Later on, Grandfather Lin had passed away, as did my parents, and all of their final wish was for us to get married. As such, we got married matter-of-factly as soon as Lin Surong graduated college. The boss's voice was calm, as though he was telling someone else's story. Yan Shuyu had initially thought that it was quite a romantic story, the two of them knowing each other since childhood, but one look at his expressionless face, she decided to keep her mouth shut and keep on listening. She was young and she desired love. Me, on the other hand, had just taken over the company less than 2 years prior to that and had a lot of things to take care of. I had neither the time nor the mood to spend time with her. Over time, we drifted further and further apart from each other. Chapter 310, You Were Irreplaceable. 2. You were even busier then than you are now. Yan Shuyu finally couldn't help but interjected. Exactly how busy were you? With the husband not being home day after day, never mind the little male lead's mother, even if it was her, she'd want to divorce the boss. Not to mention that she is a young mistress from a wealthy family. Why would she want to subject herself to that? Boss Joe gave her an expressionless glance and Yan Shuyu's neck shrank quickly. She smiled at him and said, Carry on. Carry on. I promise I won't interrupt you again. The conversation took a turn after that point. The boss continued mildly, I still didn't have time to spend with her even when she was pregnant. She met a friend whom she got along with well and decided to say goodbye to our lifestyle. She took off after she had given birth. Wait, Yan Shuyu, who had promised not interrupt, looked at the top of the boss's head reflexively and couldn't help but ask, a friend whom she met while she was pregnant, asterisk. There was no change in Boss Joe's look. She said they were just friends. Yan Shuyu nodded. Then what happened? They moved overseas after the divorce. Yan Shuyu. Who'd believe that there wasn't a lush grass field on the top of the boss's head? With the indifferent look on the boss, Yan Shuyu felt that it would be inappropriate for her to tease him. It was said that a man's ego was a very dangerous territory. Nevertheless, she got it now. The female side had cheated and led to a divorce. That would explain why everybody avoided talking about her and also explained the distance feel between the little male lead and his mother. So you've always told Xiao Yi that his mother is overseas. She wanted to pursue love and wished that we would not meddle with her life. I had no choice but to tell Xiao Yi the truth. The boss may look like he had no better choice, but Yan Shuyu wanted to make a comment. He was such a smart man, of course there were many things that he could have done. He merely chose the most direct and simple way that would also serve the purpose of toughing up the little male lead. Then again, comparing to all of the other stuff that he had done in the book, he was already being a very kind and loving father here. Yan Shuyu decided against commenting on it and, instead, focused on a different point. If she was going after he true love, why is she back now? Zhou Qinhe gave her a smile that wasn't a smile, and it seemed to be saying that now you finally figured that out. Yan Shuyu remained silent. She really wasn't that stupid. But there were just so much information in their conversation today that she couldn't quite focus was all. Equals. Boss Joe looked back at her and continued to explain to her patiently. She had split with said friend and heard some of her friends and families back in China mention me. She had also seen our pictures on Twitter and suddenly realized that she missed Xiao Yi a lot. She felt that I had changed a lot and wasn't the indifferent money-earning machine that I used to be. That I am flesh and blood now and someone who understands what love is. Yan Shuyu couldn't help but study the boss. She felt that perhaps little male lead's birth mother had overheard this. As far as she could tell, the boss was still that indifferent money-earning machine. When she was zoning out, the boss concluded, she felt that if you were fine then, for sure, so would she. Fine for what? Yan Shuyu was baffled, but the boss just at her calmly and unruffled. Chuckling, he asked, what do you think? Yan Shuyu may not be the smartest one, but all women were experts when it came to relationships. She thought over it for a little bit and suddenly understood what the little male lead's mother meant by that she wasn't good enough for the boss's love. She was just trying to eat melon and somehow ended up being looked down upon. Yan Shuyu was irritated all of a sudden. She thrusted out her cleavage that was squeezed out by the gown and said, what did she mean by, if I am fine? Exactly what does she have that I don't? Asterisk. Boss Joe finally smiled for the first time since they have gotten home, and that smile was warm like a breeze in springtime. You are irreplaceable. Yan Shuyu. Yan Shuyu blushed uncontrollably all of a sudden. Something had gotten into the boss lately. What was all the mushiness coming from him? They were too much for her. ____. Translator's notes. Chinese saying, the top of one's head is green equals being cheated on. Hence MC was looking at the top of ML's head, as if to see if it's green. ____. Translator's rambling. If this translator have to guess, IQ. Chapter 311. Yan Shuyu was stunned silent. 1. The little lead's mother's personality was about as floaty as her style. After finding out that Zhou Qinhe was cold and wasn't moved by her at all, Ms. Lin had a pretty good idea that even if she had a change of heart, she wouldn't be able to get the kind of love that she was looking for from him. As such, she didn't hesitate much before she left for overseas again. And that was exactly how chic a girl who put love above everything else was like. She was quiet when she left and didn't even come by to say goodbye to her own son. Yan Shuyu only found out about it when Secretary Liu came by their place to drop off some urgent documents from the boss 2 weeks later. Secretary Liu gossiped more than just that with her. She even told her that Ms. Lin came by the office looking for the boss before she had taken off. The boss was too busy to meet up with her and, after waited for a long time to no avail, she finally left disappointed and with reddened eyes. Ever since she had found out about the little male lead's mother had tried to steal the boss away from her while looking down on her, Yan Shuyu's impression of her had took a steep dive downward. She had been very kind and understanding at the beginning and didn't even look at Lin Surong with contempt as the third person in this relationship even after she caught her red-handed trying to seduce the boss. After all, she might be sitting on the pot, but she surely had no intention to take a dump. It was not her place to blame others for being too aggressive. Not to mention that Lin Surong was the boss's ex-wife and the two of them even had a son together. There were a lot of ties between the two of them. It only made sense that Lin Surong wanted to get back together with the boss and Yan Shuyu could totally understand that. But it was uncouth that she for her to use her as a stepping stone while trying to steal the boss away from her. Ego was important to Yan Shuyu and, naturally, she was displeased and had announced herself that Ms. Lin was now her enemy. If they really were to get down to the bottom of it all, it was hard to say which one of them was the classier one. She, at the very minimum, had never cheated on the boss. Owing to her disgruntlement toward Ms. Lin, Yan Shuyu was shameless pleased about what had happened to Ms. Lin after Secretary Liu had gossiped with her. After chatting for a little while, Secretary Liu got her fill and left happily. Yan Shuyu, on the other hand, didn't quite had enough. She didn't care that the boss was taking care of work stuff in the study but pushed open the door and walked inside with a smile on her. "Dear, I heard that your ex-wife has left the country again." The boss was replying to an email and didn't even look up. "Who told you that?" Yan Shuyu paused for a little. She knew that it wasn't easy for Secretary Liu to gossip to her about the boss's ex-wife behind his back. She must follow the code of honor and not betray Secretary Liu. As such, she didn't address his question but stuck herself in front of him and said, "Just tell me whether it is true or not." Asterisk. Why would I know anything about her? Zhou Qinhei typed some more casually before he finally looked up at her. By now, Yan Shuyu had already moved from behind him to in front of him and her face was short of touching his. That didn't seem to bother the boss, however, as long as his line of sight wasn't blocked. He merely corrected her nonchalantly, "She has a name. If you can't recall it, you can also refer to her as Ms. Lin." Yan Shuyu understood that was the boss not wanting to have anything to do with her. __. Translator's notes. 1. From the saying, sh*t or get off the pot. I know. Not the most ladylike saying but, when the shoe fits, equals D. Chapter 312 Yan Shuyu was stunned silent. 2. Right at this moment, Yan Shuyu felt that she was a seductive tramp whose sole purpose was to cause issues between the male and female leads. On top of that, she had succeeded. That made her happy. She wrapped her arms around the boss's neck from behind the back of the chair and asked, smiling, "All right, then did Ms. Lin look you up before she left the country?" Boss Zhou turned around and asked the obvious, "Secretary Liu was the one who told you that." Yan Shuyu, ugh. Most of Yan Shuyu's complacency disappeared quickly and she felt guilty for betraying Secretary Liu so quickly. That being said, knowing how smart the boss was, once he had it figured out, there was no point in lying anymore. Her only option now was to say good words for Secretary Liu trying to salvage the situation. "She told only me because I bugged her for a long time. Perhaps you can pretend that you didn't know about it and not blame her for it." "Why shouldn't I blame her for it?" Yan Shuyu thought about it for a little bit and said, "Secretary Liu has been very nice to me. This is not the way to repay her." Secretary Liu had been sipping her gossips about the boss behind his back. What a wonderful person she was. As they were chatting, Zhou Qinhei had already finished up with his email. Leaving his computer on, he pulled his hands back and turned around. Yan Shuyu was very close to him so their noses almost touched. Zhou Qinhei asked casually, "And why is she so nice to you?" Yan Shuyu. What was up with the boss and all of his questions today? He was even more curious than the two little kiddos at home. Yan Shuyu felt a pang of headache and she didn't have an answer for the boss's question. She couldn't reel Secretary Liu's mind, so how would she know why she was being so nice to her? All in all, she had already been cohabiting with the boss for over 6 months now and the few employees that were closest to the boss such as Secretary Liu or Robin, would come by from time to time. Sometimes to deliver a document and other times to get him to sign something. Sometimes they would even come to give him progress reports or even have a conference. They would always greet Yan Shuyu when they were over and chit-chat a little bit and, over time, they have become more familiar with each other. Yan Shuyu can remember the exact day when Secretary Liu, who used to always have a solemn look, gossiped with her oh so naturally. If the boss insisted on having an answer, then all she could confidently told him was, "We've become good friends with each other over time. Do we need to have reasons to be good friends?" Looking at the righteous look on her, Zhou Qinhei finally let out a helpless sigh. He had always known her to be heartless but the level of her heartlessness continued to surprise him. The slowness of Yan Shuyu made the boss feel blue. Naturally, she wasn't going to get any deets from the boss that she was interested in hearing. That being said, Yan Shuyu never had high hopes that the boss would high-five her the way that Secretary Liu would. She only came to brag to the boss because she was too happy. Whether the boss played along with her or not would not disappoint her. Madame Lin came oh so lightly and brought with her nothing when she left. Yan Shuyu had not heard anything about her for a long time after she had left the country, as though she had never been there at all. Yan Shuyu had an inkling that Madame Lin, much like it said in the book, would not show up in their lives again in the next few years. Chapter 313 Yan Shuyu was stunned silent. 3. Having bid farewell to the little male lead's mother so thoroughly, Yan Shuyu welcomed the second winter since she had transmigrated. Looking at the time, she had already been cohabiting with the boss for almost a year. Per her plan a year ago, she should be looking for a new place and also started with packing up at the same time. This move would be nothing like the last one. The new clothes for her and her son combined would be enough to fill 2 counters. They would need to hire a moving company for it. Nevertheless, Yan Shuyu had been quiet and had no plans to move. That was because she had inadvertently come across a document in the boss's study a while back. Specifically, it was a title along with some other documents. It was her name on the title and the property was the one that they were currently living in. It was only after she had seen these documents before Yan Shuyu suddenly realized that the boss was, after all, the boss. Just like all other wealthy folks, he would never fall as low as to need to stay in a rental. The boss had bought this place before they have moved in and, in fact, had put the property under her name. Yan Shuyu was dumbfounded by that fact that she was already a homeowner without her even knowing. Before she could even rejoice in the joy of homeowning, she reflexively went to ask the boss why he did what he did. She had no idea since when had she picked up this very straightforward habit when it came to the boss. This time, however, she did not get a clear answer from the boss when she asked him about it point blank. She had allowed him to muck it up because took the lower stance voluntarily and told her with a smile that she was now the head of household, and not to bully him. All sorts of ideas of how she could bully the boss flashed through her mind and distracted her and, as such, she missed the opportunity of asking him why he did it. It could also be that she was going further and further down the path of deprivation. Just like a normal person, the bottom line was moved back bit by bit. Ever since Yan Shuyu had moved in with the boss and receiving gifts from the boss had become as frequent as drinking and eating. She had slowly lost herself in the sugar-coated capitalism. Once she had accepted the tens of millions of yuan worth of shares, what's another house on top of that? And, just like that, Yan Shuyu had accepted that fact that she was now a homeowner. Now that the boss had confirmed that she was the head of household, Yan Shuyu voluntarily stepped up to the role. Take the utilities and Hoa for example, it had crossed her mind to split them from the very beginning but the boss said there was no need for that. Neither did he take care of those himself. They all gone through Secretary Liu along with everything else. Yan Shuyu didn't know Secretary Liu very well at the time and felt awkward to reach out to her directly and finally this subject was dropped. Things were a little bit different now and that the house was under her name. She should be the one to pick up the bills and, as such, she had no problem reaching out to Secretary Liu. You've noticed, Secretary Liu sent a gossipy emoji in WeChat and, without further ado, sent over the cost of all of the expenses along with the instructions for the payments. Yan Shuyu was now truly the steward of the household. And, now that she owned the house, it was no longer necessary for her to move. Truth was, even if she could, it would be difficult for her to move. And it was difficult in all sorts of ways. She did not want to part with the aunties who were great cooks and also great at housework, the decors that was exactly how she would have wanted them, Marshall, the boss's German shepherd, and, of course, the handsome boss and the little male lead who was becoming more and more handsome by the day. As such, it was a blessing that she didn't need to move. Yan Shuyu didn't say it out loud but she was secretly happy for a long time. All the way until Christmas when she was stunned by the abrupt proposal from the boss. Chapter 314 Yan Shuyu was stunned silent. 4. To be precise, the proposal took place on Christmas Eve, not Christmas Day and it took place at Sunshine House. The scene was quite grand but Yan Shuyu had no idea beforehand at all. Yan Shuyu felt that it wasn't that she was slow but there really was no signs at all ahead of time. She thought it would just be the four of them spending their Christmas Eve together except that the boys said they had plans with Tong Tong and that they would be going to another little buddy's place. They wanted to celebrate on their own with no adults. She figured that the boys had all grown up and reached the age where they wanted to get rid of their parents and have their own fun. Her heart ached a little but she understood and agreed to it. As such, it was down to just she and the boss on Christmas Eve. Even though it was just going to be the two of them, they didn't really have anything romantic planned. It wasn't so much that they didn't care about it but that manager Yang had gave her a call very early on that it was important for her to show her face on Christmas Eve and that Yan Shuyu, as a major shareholder, could not just stay out of it. She should at least go in and perform a couple of pieces to ramp up the festivity at the shop. Even though her popularity on the web had died down but the loyal customers of Sunshine House would still come to show their support and many new customers would also ask the servers when Yan Shuyu would be there. It meant that even though Yan Shuyu wasn't over at Sunshine House all the time, but she was still their biggest attraction. Manager Yang had put in a lot of work in the past 6 months. He had always been a not so ambitious second-generation rich but, possibly due to, being pushed by Boss Joe, he had opened up 3 chain shops since he had received the investment. He had also went and stayed for over 2 weeks at the capital not too long ago and had all paperwork completed and the shop location and employees arranged before he had a chance to come back for a breather during its remodeling. That was why when Manager Yang suggested for Yan Shuyu to contribute some to their business, Yan Shuyu found it difficult to turn him down. As such, she brought the boss with her to the coffee shop instead of having any plans lined up. While on their way to Sunshine House, Yan Shuyu figured that they could go to a movie or something if they have time afterward. Nevertheless, she had a bad feeling the second she stepped foot into the Bling Bling coffee shop. Manager Yang had insisted her for to be there this specific night to drum things up and provide better customer service. Yan Shuyu had witnessed how busy the shop was on Christmas Eve a year ago. There was no reason that as Sunshine House's popularity grew, the place would be empty on a festive day like today. There were no customers there but the place was festive nonetheless. There were a lot of faces that Yan Shuyu was familiar with. There were Manager Yang and her cute little buddies from the coffee shop and there were Yan Shuyu's current colleagues such as Lu Kui and Lin Shuwen, etc. They were all looking at Yan Shuyu and the boss with smiles on them. What surprised Yan Shuyu the most was the 2 little kiddos who said they would be over at their friend's place for both in their impeccable tuxedo with bow ties looking like 2 elegant little princes. Zhang Yuanjia was sitting in front of the piano and Zhou Yi playing the cello seriously. The moment that Yan Shuyu walked upstairs with the boss, she could hear the lovely melodies coming from their fingertips. As a piano teacher with many students, she could tell just from the prelude alone that it was the world-renowned for Eliza that they were performing. It in and of itself did not stand out but Yan Shuyu recalled that Lise was also her English name and the boss was the one who came up with it. The boss had asked her if she wanted to have an English name when they traveled to England saying that it would make it easier to introduce her. Yan Shuyu didn't object to it and had the boss help her pick one out. Granted, she liked the name a lot. Elise sounded exactly like the kind of names that were made for a little fairy Tilda. The music along with the current atmosphere gave her a bad feeling. And, her inkling was proven right when the boss suddenly got down on one knee and presented her with a sparkling diamond ring amidst the applause. Yan Shuyu was stunned silent. Chapter 315 Someone that she had no expected showed up. 1. Yan Shuyu did not expect the boss to propose to her so suddenly, alright, so it wasn't entirely a surprise. She was so pretty, and tender, and kind, and cute. It was only normal that the boss had completely fallen head over heel for her and wanted to spend the rest of his life with her. She had just refused to think about this possibility was all. That being said, as much as he was head over heel in love with her, he should not have proposed her in front of so many friends. How could she turn him down righteously then? Yan Shuyu refused to admit that the wavering inside of her was brought about by the sparkling diamond the size of a pigeon's egg, or that it was because there were stars in the kneeling boss's eyes. She blamed it all on the boss putting her on the spot, and that way she could explain it away to herself. The situation was, indeed, tough. Had the boss proposed to her privately, Yan Shuyu could come up with 100 reasons to talk him out of this horrible idea without hurting his feelings. But now that they were in front of all these people, all of them friends of theirs, how could she possibly carry on with the boss after she had turned him down? That was right. Yan Shuyu didn't want to get married, she just wanted to be in a relationship with the boss. She was openly a scumbag. She wasn't that much of the scum before, but she had it all figured out since she had got together with the boss and was prepared to break up with Hai at any given point. That being said, after the little male lead's birth mother's incident, she was now very confident in both the boss and herself and started to have a change of heart. She felt that as the boss was very in love with her and she was quite fond of the boss, she would most likely never had a change of heart even just for the sake of the boss's handsome and classy face as well as his wealthy that was way more than enough for this lifetime. There was no reason why they couldn't just date for the rest of their lives. As long as there was no marriage certificate, there would be two less people to fight over the boss and the little male lead for their inheritance. How was that not a win-win situation? All in all, Yan Shuyu truly believed that the boss proposing to her was a silly idea. Okay, never mind that he had such a silly idea himself, but why did he have to do the whole surprise thing and not let her know at all in advance? Now she was stuck between a rock and a hard place. Yan Shuyu dared not spend too much time struggling. She worried that the crowd would be able to see through her. As such, amidst the cheerful of her little buddies, she said softly to the boss, "Why don't you get up first?" The music and the cheering around them drowned Yan Shuyu's voice, and Zhou Qinhe was the only one who heard it. His eyes that was as sparkly as the pigeon's egg in his hand just a moment ago dimmed immediately. Yan Shuyu's heart shuddered with it. This was the first time she felt a guilty conscience. She would probably have given in had Zhou Qinhe gone on for 2 more minutes. Naturally, Zhou Qinhe wasn't the kind of person who would use the situation to his advantage. His sexy thin lips were tightened and his mood at this moment was obvious. Nevertheless, he still stood up as she had asked and, under the excited looks from the onlookers, swooped Yan Shuyu into his arms. It was obviously that the little buddies at the scene erupted in joy and the atmosphere became livelier than ever. Under the gaze, Yan Shuyu started chatting with the boss softly. "Why so sudden?" With his chin rested on her head, Zhou Qinhe asked softly, "You don't want to marry me?" That's not it. Without being able to see his look, Yan Shuyu couldn't really guess how he was feeling right now. Granted, he probably wasn't going to be too happy when his proposal wasn't accepted immediately. Yan Shuyu tried very hard to calm him down and explained, "I was just shocked. It is such a big decision, I am going to need some time to think it through." "How much time do you need?" Chapter 316. Someone that she had no expected showed up. 2. "I want to really give it some thoughts," said Yan Shuyu weakly. Her intention was to drag it out as much as she could. Boss Joe might not have been fooled by that, but he still responded with an, "Okay." Yan Shuyu was very happy. The boss must really be head over heel over her, to not be mad at her even after this. Nevertheless, now was not the time to be complacent. Remembering all the eyes that were locked on the two of them, Yan Shuyu felt a headache coming on again. She couldn't help but pass the buck over to the boss and asked him in a low voice. "But with this whole grand gesture, if I say I need some time to think it through, would that make others think that we are over?" Even though she wasn't the one who was rejected, but she was protective of the boss. She definitely wouldn't want the usually arrogant boss to be embarrassed in front of all of her friends. Besides, rumors can be powerful. The boss might be okay with her turning him down right now, but what if he regretted one day and wanted to break up with her over this? Yan Shuyu might feel stuck between a rock and a hard place, but that was not an issue when it came to the shrewd boss. He suggested wisely, "Then why don't you put it on your middle finger first so others would think that we are engaged? We can set the date whenever you make up your mind." Yan Shuyu hesitated for a little bit and, even though she felt that something was off about that suggestion, she couldn't come up with a better one on the fly. As such, she finally nodded and said, "All right, put it on my left hand then." She had heard that when it came to wedding band, the men would wear it on their left hand and the woman, right. So putting it on her left hand would mean that this proposal was nullified. Naturally, Zhou Qinhe saw through her little gesture, but, instead of commenting on it, he grinned with her in his arms. Even though the two of them discussed the strategy out of the current situation right under everybody's noses, nobody else had noticed it. When the couple were good looking, even if they were just hugging each other, they exuded fluffy aura. Some of them might have noticed the movements of Boss Joe's lips as though he was whispering something, but they didn't give it too much thoughts. Of course he would need to whispering some sweet nothing during a proposal. How else could one move a girl? In fact, that was totally Boss Joe's style. When they learned that he planned to propose publicly and pull out the ring and get down on his knees in front of Yan Shuyu, all of the audiences were shocked. They even had questions in their mind as to why Boss Joe would want to have such a grand gesture. That was very unlike him. When they saw him whispering into Yan Shuyu's ear without anyone hearing a word, the audiences actually let out a sigh of relief. Boss Joe was Boss Joe after all, they thought to themselves. The formality was one thing, but only the female lead could listen to the true words from his heart. The crowd, who were confident that they had Boss Joe figured out, were no longer anxious when they saw his whispering so much to Yan Shuyu. In fact, they all waited for the final happy ending with anticipation. The boss and Yan Shuyu did not let the crowd wait for too long. They had talked a lot, but only a minute or two had passed. Once they have agreed on a strategy, the boss let go of Yan Shuyu gently and Yan Shuyu also took a step from him. Then, her left hand was lifted up gently and the pigeon egg was sparkling on her middle finger. The little buddies, who had been waiting for a while, even pulled out colored ribbons to celebrate this moment. Even knowing that she wasn't truly engaged, Yan Shuyu could still feel her heart throbbing madly. It was, after all, her very first time being proposed to. And, it was such a grand gesture no less. Of course she was very touched by it. Chapter 317 Someone that she had no expected showed up. 3. Yan Shuyu felt very accomplished on this Christmas Eve. Nevertheless, she was aware that all she did was bought herself a little more time. She had not completely quelled the boss's idea to get married. The revolution was still ongoing, and all comrades needed to keep up their hard work. But what could she do to make the boss give up on this horrible idea? Yan Shuyu spent a lot of time mulling over that one after she had gone home. Finally, she decided on self-deprecation. She was to volunteer her dark past to him voluntarily, not the time when she had taken advantage of the boss at Hotel Dorset when he was drunk. Their entanglement started after that, and it was possible that the boss had already filed that under the beautiful encounter category. There was no point in bringing that up. Yan Shuyu wanted to tell him about her dark past of working for a year at a nightclub before she joined Hotel Dorset, where she had earned tips from accompanying other men when they drank. She knew full well that it was her who did that, but now that she had transmigrated over and taken over the identifier of the villainous stepmother, the original owner's dark history was her dark history. Yan Shuyu felt that she might be able to use that as her ammunition. The boss was, after all, someone of high status. He might be able to marry a commoner with a decent job, perhaps even one that had a child from a previous marriage, but certainly Mrs. Zhou could not be a woman with a questionable dark history. As such, Yan Shuyu went to confess to the boss confidently. Her tone was extremely sincere. You know, if you want to get married, there is something that you need to know. During his time off, Zhou Qinhe was sitting on the couch reading an English book. When he heard what she said, he closed the book on cue, rested one of his hand over the other, and even looked up at her with anticipation. Go on. Yan Shuyu went ahead and told him the whole story. She even wisely injected wealthy woman Madame Qin at the very end for added effect. Don't you rich people care a lot about stuff like that? Madame Qin had mentioned it to me in the past already. Someone with a complicated history like mine is not good enough to marry into your family. Should we get married, you will turn into a laughingstock of others. With both emotions and rationality, Yan Shuyu felt for sure that she had done an impeccable job. The boss would, for sure, give up on his idea to get married. Lo and behold, all Zhou Qinhe did was smiled and said nonchalantly, there is no need to bother ourselves with silly rumors. I doubt they will have the courage to say anything in front of me. Yan Shuyu froze instantly. That was not the reaction that she had expected. She couldn't help but ask, don't you feel shameful about it though? Why should I? Zhou Qinhe stood up with a smile on him. Looking straight at her tenderly, he said, I know it hadn't been easy for you, having to support yourself and the child. Yuanbao was also very young back then. It couldn't be easy for you to get a normal job. I'm sorry that those few years had been so difficult for you. Having said that, he was about to walk up and put his arms around her. Yan Shuyu didn't feel that her days had been particularly difficult. The worst days were already over by the time she had transmigrated over. The days certainly were easy, but that was only because she was comparing it to her life before she had transmigrated. How many adults in the workforce had a life that was much easier than hers? At the very minimum, she had been very lucky to have run into so many kind people who were nice to her and were willing to lend her a helping hand. That being said, listening to the boss's words and looking at the pitiful look in his eyes, Yan Shuyu was still very touched. She was short of throwing herself into his arms. And why didn't she do just that? Because the boss had also said something very alarming the same time he opened up his arms at her. Chapter 318 Someone that she had no expected showed up. 4. Zhou Qinhe unfurrowed his brows as he looked at her and asked, now that we have had the last issue figured out, should you have an answer for me then? Yan Shuyu was so startled that she took a step back. She was so confident in herself on her way over. How would she to know that the boss was so in love with her that he was willing to give up his face and self-esteem as a member of a prominent family? Now she had no choice but to carry on with the stalling. I need some more time to work up to that. Yanyan. The boss placed both hands on her shoulders and, in a tone that was nonchalant but with a hint of terrifying authority, said to her, I have waited long enough. I am going to give you 3 more days at most. You give it some more thoughts. Oh, brother, was this an ultimatum coming from the boss? That he would break up with her if she didn't accept his proposal? Yan Shuyu wanted to cry. She normally would have folded under his wordless pressure already. Nevertheless, marrying the boss was a matter of her bottom line. She stubbornly looked up at the boss and said, Can I have a week instead? Zhou Qinhe did not talk but looked at Yan Shuyu with a frown. As much as Yan Shuyu was a timid person, she looked right back at the boss without bulging even a little. It really wasn't that she didn't want to marry him. The boss was so rich that he was worth more than 10 of her. What was that online saying nowadays? A death penalty after earning globs of money for 3 years was a worth trade-off. If the original owner's ending was the only thing she was taking into consideration, Yan Shuyu would probably already had lost her mind and accepted the boss's proposal on the day of. Just think about it, she could marry the boss and had 10 years of good life before going to jail. What was the big deal? She would be just fine by the time she got out of jail. It was totally a worthy trade-off. The problem arose because she couldn't give up on her son just for the boss's good look. Her son was very handsome too, and cute and sweet and talented. He had so much potential. How could she allow him to follow in his father's footstep and end in a traumatic death just because he wanted to go all out on fighting over the inheritance with the male lead? The boss might be as attractive as a Greek god, but that was still a bad trade-off. And that was how Yan Shuyu continued to ascertain her own confidence, and she was finally able to withstand the boss's almost palpable look. Finally, Zhou Qinhe gave in and said with a frown, fine, 1 week. Yan Shuyu nodded and they had reached an agreement. That seemed to be the first time she had gained victory in a staring contest with the boss. Even so, Yan Shuyu didn't feel particularly happy about it. She knew that her path would be very bumpy in the time that followed. She could tell from the boss's attitude today that he was very fixated on the marriage issue. It was all her fault for being so dang attractive. But what was she to do next? Yan Shuyu truly felt that her hands were tied. As the deadline agreed upon inched up on her and she still hasn't been able to come up with a plausible solution, Yan Shuyu had quietly prepared herself for the best and worst outcome, and all that was left for her to do was to wait for the boss's final verdict. At this very moment, a person that she never would have imagined showed up. Chapter 319 Except she wasn't the original owner. 1. When Yan Shuyu was in a session that afternoon, the newly hired receptionist came looking for her excitedly. "Miss Yan, there's a man asking for you outside." Even though Yan Shuyu had turned into Instructor Yan now, but she didn't mature much more than she was before. She could tell from the look on her colleague that the man she was talking about must be extremely handsome. The receptionist had met the boss before and she would not have referred to him as a man. She would have said her boyfriend was there. So that must be an extremely handsome man that she had not met before. Yan Shuyu was very curious as well, but, looking at the pure eyes of her pupils, she was able to calm herself down and said to the girl in a low voice, "I am still in class. Maybe have him wait a little bit for me." Xiao Zheng, the receptionist, hesitated. "I told him that you will be done in 20 minutes, but he said it is urgent and it has to do with Yuanbao." Yuanbao. Yan Shuyu was nervous all of a sudden. "Are you sure he said Yuanbao?" Xiao Zheng nodded with certainty and added, "He said Yuanbao first, then he used his name." Yan Shuyu had a bold guess all of a sudden. She couldn't wait any longer and had Xiao Zheng showed the man to the break room while she asked among her colleagues to see who could substitute for her for the last 20 minutes of her session. When someone walked over to her, she couldn't wait to get up. "Xiao Zheng just told me that there was someone looking for me. Let me go check it now." Her colleague smiled and waved. "Yeah, go. I got this." There weren't a lot of people in the rest area on a weekday. When Yan Shuyu pushed open the door, she saw a slender and fair-skinned man sitting there. She had never seen him before but, for some inexplicable reasons, she called out his name reflexively, "Zhang Xiaolu." Yan blurted out the other party, at the same time as her. His voice was filled with pleasant surprise and emotions. After the initial greeting, the two of them fell silent together. Yan Shuyu didn't know where to start. She wasn't original owner, she didn't know how to express her feelings seeing him again. And, how did a dead person come back to life? That was not mentioned in the original novel either. True was, Yan Shuyu even felt odd being called Yanyan. She has had that nickname since her previous life, so she was used to it. She only felt odd because she felt that the original owner's late husband should not have referred to her with that nickname. Yan Shuyu wasn't the original owner's original name, but one that she had given herself later on. Her original last name was not Yan. Alternatively, perhaps original owner had Yanyan as her nickname beforehand, which was why she picked the name Yan Shuyu. Everything happened so suddenly that Yan Shuyu's brain was a jumble. Standing in front of her, the way that Zhang Xiaolu was looking at her was also particularly complicated. It was a mixture of excitement, exhilaration, longing, and guilt. Wait a minute, where did the guilt come from? Yan Shuyu really wanted to ask this ex-husband, what had he done to his wife and son that made him feel guilt? Then again, she wasn't the original owner after all, so she finally decided against it. The two of them locked eyes for a long while before Yan Shuyu slowly closed the door behind her. She took a couple of steps forward and broke the silence. She asked a bit awkwardly, "These last few years, how have you been?" Zhang Xiaolu's eyes deepened again and there was so much guilt that they could start oozing out of them. In original owner's memory, her ex-husband was a very happy-go-lucky and somewhat rebellious big boy. This young man in front of her, however, seemed very blue. She gathered even if it was original owner standing here in her place right now, she might even had a hard time accepting that this was Zhang Xiaolu. Chapter 320 Except she wasn't the original owner. 2. Looking at how Zhang Xiaolu was struggling to get his words out, Yan Shuyu's bad feeling got progressively stronger. As she had already broken the silence, the two finally sat down not too far away from each other and started catching up. Mainly it was Zhang Xiaolu catching her up on what had happened to him in the last few years. Truth was, he was, indeed, kidnapped. His real parents were prominent figures. His father was in politics and was assigned to a post in the province next to where they grew up. When his mother brought him to visit his father one time when he was 3 years old, he was taken from her at the crowded train station. He ended up in a backward village. Unfortunately, he was too young at the time and didn't retain much of the memories. His parents had been looking for him over the years, but all of their efforts were like searching for a needle in a haystack, all of them fruitless. His father continued to climb the political ladder and they ended up in capital city. As such, the past had slowly been left behind. The reason, Zhang Xiaolu, was finally located mainly because of his striking resemblance to his father. A few years ago, a cousin of his came to their city for a business trip and bumped into Zhang Xiaolu. He was shocked when he saw the young man who looked almost identical to his uncle when he was young. His cousin was a few years older than him and the frenzy at home during the period of time when his cousin was lost was very memorable. He set out to look into it right away and wanted to find out the truth before he looped in his family. Except the accident came too abruptly. The cousin had just started looking into him before the shooting and the car explosion. A few of the hooligans died on the spot. Zhang Xiaolu, too, was in critical condition. His cousin, who had been monitoring him actively, sent him to the hospital right away and that was the reason he was saved. Zhang Xiaolu was seriously injured and stayed in ICU for 2 weeks. The DNA test result came back before he even regained consciousness and it was confirmed that he was the long-lost child of the cousin's family. His parents were both happy and sad at the same time and wanted to transfer him back to capital city to continue his treatment. The experts at the time said the situation was very dire, that Zhang Xiaolu could either become paraplegic or remain in a persistent vegetated state. His parents had both money and relationships, so they had their mind set on providing him with the best medical care that money could buy. If only his condition would have allowed, his mother would have quit her job and take her to the US of A for treatment. The entire family's attention was focused on the one who was in critical condition. His cousin's investigation results also came back during this time and he learned that Zhang Xiaolu was married and have a child. His parent, on the other hand, could not spare the attention on that. They just wanted to wait till his had recovered before they decided on the next move. Zhang Xiaolu finally regained consciousness 2 months later. He was not paraplegic, but it was true that he wasn't able to walk right away. Most importantly, he had sustained serious injury to his head and had lost his memories. Luckily, he was already out of the woods and his parents could finally spare their efforts to tend to matters of Yan Shuyu and her son. Lo and behold, they were infuriated when they saw the reports on Yan Shuyu. For the investigation, Zhang Shaolu was brought by the Zhang family. The Zhang couple did not treat him as well as they did their own child, but, as a boy, they were still much nicer to him than the girls in the Zhang family. They didn't beat him or scold him and even sent him to school. Had he not run off, he would have been able to pass the national college entrance examination and get out of that environment. Nevertheless, being encouraged by the original owner, he ran off with her before he finished his own education. Without family or academic background, he couldn't even get a semi-decent job and could only become a hooligan to support his family. Worst of all, he always died on the streets. As his parents, the more upset they were about what had happened to their son over the years, the angrier they were with the original owner. They were already angry at the village that had kidnapped their son, now they were even more upset after learning about what had happened. Chapter 321. Except she wasn't the original owner. 3. Logic would dictate that they would just blame the original owner but not ignore the grandson who was related to them by blood. Except that by the time they wanted to do something about them, the original owner had already learned about her husband's death from others long ago. She cried day in and day out for a long time, but life must go on. The two of them were never wealthy and there was also a not too strong child that needed to be fed. The original owner had no choice but to wipe off her tears and go earn money to support the two of them. She had tried, but many of the positions that she had applied for led up to nothing. Even when she was able to finally secure herself a job, she knew that it would not work out after a day or two. She couldn't leave the child at home, so she finally gritted her teeth and went to work at a nightclub. The parents of Zhang Shaolu had a negative preconception about her from the very beginning. When they learned that she had went to work at a nightclub shortly after their son had passed away, they only thought that she was an unscrupulous and rapacious person. The mother of Zhang Shaolu was born of high status and had only came across what was innocent and positive in her life. She even suspected that Yan Shuyu was a tramp and that the child might not even be related to them. As such, how would it be their responsibility to take care of the two of them? As Zhang Shaolu had amnesia, his family took the opportunity to erase all traces of his past and had the original owner mother and son thought that he was dead. No matter what the two did in the future, it would have nothing to do with his family. Listening to the original owner's husband talking about what had happened after his death, all Yan Shuyu could think of was how cliché that was. They wouldn't even write scripts like that for drama. Also, she didn't really feel empathetic either. She was neither emotional nor angry, as she was, after all, not the original owner. Quite the contrary, the handsome man who should have been sunny and positive looked very apologetic when he was done with the recounting and looked like he would repay her with his life. That gave her a lot of pressure. She finally said dryly, there are so many twists and turns. What happened after that? Zhang Shaolu's reaction was quite interesting as well. He looked at her with his eyes widened for a little while and suddenly broke into a smile. His eyes curved, and even though his skin was now a few shades lighter than before, the warmth radiating from him was still very infectious. He seemed to have finally overlapped some with how he was in the original owner's memory, and Yan Shuyu, too, smiled with him reflexively. Then I stayed in the hospital for another year and spent another year doing physical therapy before I could stand again, said Zhang Shaolu jokingly as he patted himself on his own leg. They weren't being very cooperative. Yan Shuyu pursed her lips a little. The smile had eased things a lot, so she asked, then you must have changed back to your original name. What is it? My real name is Yi Rongchen. Yi, ha, so Yuanbao will become Yi Yuanjie. Yan Shuyu couldn't help but frown a little. That sounds a little odd. Yi Rongchen just smiled at her. He wasn't surprised by the jump in her train of thought at all. His lips cracked open and he said, we don't have to change it if you don't like it. Yan Shuyu didn't care about that one way or another. Her son's name was even changed to Zhou Yuanjie in the original novel. She knew that he was her son and that was enough. Everything else was secondary. As such, she said generously, you are his father. You have the right to make that decision too. Yi Rongchen continued to smile at her. Even though his smile overlapped with the original owner's memory, but his mannerism still gave Yan Shuyu the creeps. She remained silent for a little while before asking, I thought you had amnesia. How did you find me here then? She seemed to have nailed the question. Yi Rongchen slowly stopped smiling and asked a little dispirited, aren't you going to ask me how I was in these last few years? Yan Shuyu was a little stumped. She knew that her reaction wasn't reasonable. If the original owner was here, her biggest concern would probably be whether he was in a relationship or has been married after all these years. Her first reaction would not have been asking about his name. Except that she wasn't the original owner. Yan Shuyu felt that her behavior was justified, but she didn't know how to explain that. It seemed that Yi Rongchen was just asking casually and was not too concerned about her answer. He then said, truth was, starting last year, bits and pieces had been coming back to me. I have been going to a therapist. But then I was sent to college and was also learning business management from my mother, so I didn't have the time to come looking for you. All my memories only returned when I saw the video of your playing the piano a while ago. Chapter 322. Yan Shuyu was stupefied. Was the boss touched by the scene as well? 1. From the way that Yi Rongchen was looking at her, Yan Shuyu had figured that he had regained his memories. Had he not regained his memories and was looking for her out of responsibilities, he would look the same as her and both of them would feel nothing other than awkwardness. Nevertheless, the way that he was looking at her was very complicated. It was a mix of many different emotions, anything but awkwardness. Truth was, Yan Shuyu knew that it wasn't easy to be him. He had sustained severe injuries and, had he not been saved by his family just in time and provided him with the best treatment that money could buy, he probably would have died young. Now that he had finally recovered and started out his new life and, just when he was about to bring back his wife and child and they could, once again, be their happy family of 3, his son's mother had been swapped on the inside and barely knew him anymore. As much as she felt bad for him, she still had to face reality. Ever since the moment that she had saw her child's father, she never considered the possibility between the two of them. The original owner's man was not her man and the woman who had been on Yi Rongchen's mind was not her either. Yan Shuyu decisively determined that she would just rip the band-aid off. With Yi Rongchen looking at her intently, she said, if you can find the musical institution, I take it that you're aware of our current situation as well. I am engaged. Yan Shuyu figured that the Yi family was no ordinary family, so they should know about her and the boss. Even so, she decided to exaggerate it a little to nip any possibility off at the bud. Only she and the boss knew that the proposal didn't count. From an outsider's perspective, the two of them were about to get hitched soon. Yi Rongchen's face turned colors, but he was not surprised. He tried his best to curve his lips upward, but there was a hint of bitterness in his smile. I know. Before he was even done saying that, the door to the break room swung open all of a sudden. Speaking of the devil, Boss Joe, the center of the discussion, stood by the door and stared at the both of them. Staring mainly at Yi Rongchen, to be precise. After knowing him for so long, this was the first time that Yan Shuyu saw such obvious emotions on him. She wasn't sure whether it was a figment of her imagination, but there seemed to be a hint of nervousness on him as well. He was here so abruptly and his reaction so strong that Yan Shuyu was truly startled. There was even an odd sense that she was caught red-handed while cheating. She stood up quickly and said, "Oh, what are you doing here? This is Yuanbao's father. We all thought he had an accident. As it turned out, he had recovered. Haha." Perhaps being called back by her voice, Zhou Qinhei finally stopped staring at Yi Rongchen intensely and returned to his usual calm self. He casually walked over to Yan Shuyu and said nonchalantly, "I was done with work and thought I'd come by to pick you up so we can spend some time with the kids." Yan Shuyu continued to laugh. "Oh, what a coincidence." She didn't really question what the boss was saying, as much as he was a workaholic, but he was the CEO after all and he defined his own work hours. He could always get off earlier when he was done with his work. A day like today didn't happen very often, but it had happened before. It was just the awkwardness right now. The boss and Yuanbao's father seemed to be natural enemies of each other. The gentle and polite boss talked only to her and refused to even look over at Yi Rongchen's direction. Yi Rongchen, on the other hand, only looked at her intensely and didn't seem to want to engage with the boss either. Yan Shuyu had not expected the two grown men to behave that way. Being someone who was never excelled in social situations, Yan Shuyu didn't know what to do or how to introduce the two of them being stuck between them. Chapter 323. Yan Shuyu was stupefied. Was the boss touched by the scene as well? 2. Luckily neither the boss nor Yi Rongchen were ordinary people. Perhaps the old Yi Rongchen was the same as Yan Shuyu, but now that he had been gone for a few years, he was no longer that unruly teenager that he was on. After all, one's environment would affect one a lot. His family was of high status and he had attended university the last few years. In addition, he had also been groomed by his other on managing the company. He had joined the rank of tall, rich, and handsome and, naturally, his mannerism had also improved a lot. While Yan Shuyu was stuck between a rock and a hard place, Yi Rongchen has finally had it all figured out and decided to be the bigger person. "You must be Boss Joe. I am Yi Rongchen, Yuanbao's father. I want to thank you for taking care of Yanyan and Yuanbao during this period of time." For some odd reasons, every time her son's real dad referred to her as Yanyan, Yan Shuyu would experience a guilty conscience, as though she really had a relationship with him. As such, when the boss casted her a sharp look, she quickly shrank her neck and couldn't withstand his look at all. Nevertheless, Zhou Qinhei did not spend more time on messing around with her. He, too, put on a somewhat affectionate smile and said, "You are too nice, Mr. Yi. Yuanbao is Yanyan's child, which is the same as my own. It's my duty to take care of them. You don't need to thank me for that." Yan Shuyu, quote. Yan Shuyu was a little baffled. What was going on here? Both the boss and her son's dad were smiling and even shook hands in a friendly manner as they talked. Why was it that she seemed to be able to feel an invisible dueling there? Well, whatever. Yan Shuyu took a look at the time and said, "It's time to go pick up the kids. We will be late if we don't head out now." The reason that Yi Rongchen had reached out the olive branch first was precisely because he didn't want the awkwardness between them delayed them from picking up the child. Looking at Yan Shuyu passionately, he asked, Can I go with you to pick up Yuanbao?" Boss Joe, too, was looking at Yan Shuyu. His expression didn't change much but there was disapproval in his eyes. He didn't say what he said just to spite Yi Rongchen. He had always been a planner in everything. If he had already proposed to Yan Shuyu, he was already prepared to become a family with Yan Shuyu mother and child. He would treat her child as if he was his own. He saw the appearance of the child's father as unnecessary. Yan Shuyu, on the other hand, was never a domineering one like the boss was. She had no intention to get together with her son's real dad for the original owner but, on the other hand, she also didn't mind Yi Rongchen's appearance into their lives. He was, after all, Yuanbao's real father. Blood is thicker than water. There was nothing wrong with having one more person who would love the child genuinely. Besides, her biggest worry had always been her son's sudden decision on following the path of the original novel and became nemesis with the little male lead for fighting with him over his father, which would ultimately bring about his untimely death. Yi Rongchen's reappearance was simply amazing. Now that her son had his own father, he would not need to fight over someone else's. Did that mean her biggest worry had been resolved just like that? All in all, Yan Shuyu was only too happy to see how eager Yi Rongchen was to love his child. She nodded without thinking, "Sure. Let's all go together. Yuanbao will be startled for sure." Zhou Qinhei, who resented the idea, merely pursed his lips but never said anything. The three of them left together. Chapter 324. Yan Shuyu was stupefied. Was the boss touched by the scene as well? 3. As the second-generation power, Yi Rongchen had his pomp as well. His chauffeur had been waiting outside the entire time and, as such, his car followed the one with the boss and Yan Shuyu in it and arrived at the school at a moderate pace. Worried about attracting too much attention, Yi Rongchen only waited inside of the car outside of the school instead of getting out of it. Once they had picked the child up, the two cars drove in one behind the other to a restaurant nearby and thus started the "Meeting Your Father" conference inside of a private room with all 5 of them present. Yan Shuyu had originally felt that this had nothing to do with the boss and talked to him whether he wanted to go home with Zhou Yi first. The boss glared at her and his voice was cold. "Why? You don't want any outsider there when your family of 3 get together." Intimidated by his aura, Yan Shuyu's neck shrank again. Worried that the children in the back would overhear them, she covered up her mouth and explained in a low voice, "I am just worried that you and Xiao Yi will be bored is all." Truth is, the meeting between him and Yuanbao doesn't have a lot to do with me either. I have you already. She seemed to have mumbled the last part, but Zhou Qinhei heard it anyway. And, precisely because he heard it clearly, the corners of his mouth curved upward uncontrollably. His look mellowed up immediately, but his voice was still solemn. He had gone above and beyond to come look for you. Aren't you touched by that? Yan Shuyu replied to him seriously, yes, but that is all there is. Perhaps her reassurance had worked. Zhou Qinhei stopped bringing up more questions and they arrived at the private booth at the restaurant peacefully. Yi Rongchen was the last to walk into the room. Zhang Yuanjia didn't know what was going on at first, so he naturally took the little male lead with him and placed their backpacks down on the couch. The adults just brought him to a restaurant without saying anything to them. The little kiddos were curious but not particularly surprised. After all, they both knew that Mommy, Auntie Yan was a foodie and it didn't seem too out of place she would want to go have dinner at 4 p.m. Yan Shuyu had no idea that she got blamed again. She took a look in the direction of the door and then at her unsuspecting son. She wanted to say something to him. Yuanbao. She had just said his name when she heard the knocking. She had texted Yi Rongchen in advance to give her some time to prepare the child first. His being up here so soon clearly showed that he was very eager for this to happen. Yan Shuyu could understand his emotional roller coaster. After all, her son was such a wonderful child. Come on in, she said. Yi Rongchen pushed open the door and walked in right away. The little kiddos who had been sitting on the touch stood up together docilely. The two pairs of eyes looked over in the direction of the door at the same time. Zhou Yi's look was purely curiosity. Zhang Yuanjia, on the other hand, stared intensely at the man as though he just might have some memory still about him. Yan Shuyu was a little surprised at first but then figured out that it made sense. The little kiddo would sneakily check out their marriage certificate from time to time and there was his father's picture on it. Her intention was for him to not scheme over someone else's father. As such, she had no reason to stop him from thinking about his own father. As she was thinking, she saw the little kiddo turned his head all of a sudden and, looking at her full of surprise, asked, Daddy. Yan Shuyu nodded at him affirmatively. Yes, that is your father. Yi Rongchen had been suppressing his emotions originally but, when he saw that his son recognized him, he couldn't control himself anymore. He walked immediately over to Zhang Yuanjia and squatted down in front of him. His voice quivered from excitement. Yuanbao, Daddy is back. Chapter 325. But Yi Rongchen had never even suggested that he wanted to get back together with her. 1. Zhang Yuanjia had always been a sensitive one but, under the Yan Shuyu's influence, he was ongoing like any other child his age. In addition, he had been told a lot by his mother that his father was tall, big, and outstanding. As such, he looked up to his father a lot in his mind. Now that he was able to meet his father and saw that he was, indeed, as tall, big, and incredible as his other had described, he felt a sense of familiarity with him. He walked up, smiled at him, and said, Daddy. Yi Rongchen couldn't wait any more but pulled his little body into his arms. Zhang Yuanjia felt a little awkward at the beginning but he quickly relaxed his body. Perhaps it was the nature of a father and his son. Zhang Yuanjia even reached out his little hand and patted his father on his shoulder. The loving father and son scene made Yan Shuyu particularly happy. Her son's father had reappeared and the two of them hit it off right away. Surely their relationship would continue to grow stronger. Her future was nothing but brightness. As she was being exited, she turned and noticed the boss looking at her. When their eyes met, the boss started smiling immediately, and a particularly happy smile at that. Yan Shuyu was baffled. Was the boss touched by the scene in front of them as well? Yan Shuyu had no idea what was going through the boss's mind at the moment but she could tell that her son was very accepting to his father that showed up out of nowhere. The first time the two met each other and they were about to hug and cried into each other's arms. There wasn't even a transition period before the two were affectionate with each other. The two of them spending a few hours together wasn't good enough. Zhang Yuanjia also made plans to hang out with his father the next day. The normally hard-working little boy had put his father over his schoolwork. That being said, her son being able to meet with his father was a great thing that happened entirely by chance. Yan Shuyu felt very relieved and could understand why her son wanted to spend more time with his father. Not only did she not try to talk him out of it, she even took a few days off for him with his school and the musical institution so he could spend as much time as he wanted with his father. In the next few days that followed, Zhang Yuanjia would leave the house early, come back late, and had more fun than he could describe. Yi Rongchen didn't complain about being tired at all and just spend every day with his son happily. He would not give his son the star if moon was what he had asked for. It seemed that he wanted to make up for all the lost years all at once. Yan Shuyu secretly thought that he was being a pretty decent father. Much more loving than the boss, that was for sure. Yan Shuyu's philosophy on child rearing was the same as her folks, that they should dote on the children. She stressed more and asked for a lot on Zhang Yuanjia's schoolwork in the past because she wanted him to depart from his path of being the cannon fodder and take on with him on the path to riches through hard work. With the exception of that, she still spent a lot of time smooching him and hugging him. Unfortunately, she met the very disciplined boss who was strict when it came to himself as well as others. The boss seemed to be a gentle and reasonable person who never lost his temper with the children and never even raised his voice. Nevertheless, he was somehow still able to encourage him to work hard every day and never slack off. Yan Shuyu sometimes felt that the boss's asks for the little male lead, who hasn't even started grade school yet, was much higher than what he had for her, who was an adult. If he was that way with his son, naturally he was the same way with her son as well. The boss was, after all, a very fair person. Chapter 326. But Yi Rongchen had never even suggested that he wanted to get back together with her. 2. Yan Shuyu was very glad that her son's real father, who would give his son whatever he wants and didn't care to take a few days off work to play with him, had resurfaced. Her son could experience all these at the tail end of his children and that, in turn, earned Yi Rongchen very high approval rating with Yan Shuyu. Approval or not, that did not change the fact that he had disappeared for a few years and resurfaced all of a sudden. Yan Shuyu was not so careless that she would trust him with her child altogether. As such, while she had taken time off for her kid, she had taken time off for herself as well so she could tag along the entire time. The boss didn't have too much to say about her taking time off to go out with Zhang Yuanbao. In fact, he was very supportive and, at the same time, made a suggestion to her. He had to bring the little male lead with them. Yuanbao and Xiao Yi are close with each other and always do things together. He would be very hurt if he finds out that you took Yuanbao out to have fun but not him. We cannot tell Xiao Yi and that will be that, no, said Yan Shuyu reflexively. She then saw the boss frown and he asked her, displeased, do you really think it's that easy to fool Xiao Yi? Yan Shuyu shook her head immediately. Of course she did not mean to second-guess the intelligence of the male lead. The little kiddo had not only the boss's amazing genes but also the male lead's halo. He was a winner in life in more ways than one. Who was she, a cannon fodder, to question his intelligence? She only rejected the boss's suggestion reflexively because she was surprised by it. Her son wasn't exactly going to have fun, it was more for him to bond with his father. How would he be able to bond with his father when the little male lead tagged along? Nevertheless, given the boss's reaction, Yan Shuyu dared not object to it anymore. The boss was right about it after all. The little male lead was a smart boy. Though he wouldn't fuzz when he found out that she brought Zhang Yuanbao out without him, but he would certainly be a little sad. Yan Shuyu felt bad when she thought about how the little male lead would look when he was sad and said to the boss, all right, let me ask the boys what they want to do then. The boss nodded calmly and Yan Shuyu went to talk to the boys. She wasn't as calm as the boss. She was uncertain about how her son would react to that. He was a generous one and would even share his favorite toys with the little male lead, but his real father was not the same as a toy. Nevertheless, Zhang Yuanbao accepted the suggestion with no hesitation. Surprised, Yan Shuyu asked him why and his reply was, Mommy is about to marry Uncle Joe and Xiao Yi will become my little brother. My daddy is his daddy. Yan Shuyu was stunned by his very generous speech. She thought to herself, darling, you are so insistent on me marrying Uncle Joe. Now that your real daddy is back, wouldn't a normal child wish for daddy and mommy to get back together? She was so surprised that she finally couldn't help but asked, don't you want mommy and daddy to get back together? The little kiddo frowned and thought about it for a little while and finally said, with some struggle, but Uncle Joe is very nice too. Then, he gave her a look and said seriously, and mommy likes Uncle Joe. Yan Shuyu was not an emotional one, but that last thing that he said still brought tears to her eyes. She couldn't help but threw her arms around her son and gave him a big hug. And, just like that, each time that Zhang Yuanbao went out to have fun with his father, they would bring the little young master along as the third wheel. Li Rongchen, as a new daddy who would bend over backward for his son, had no opinion about the third wheel. Lo and behold, now Zhou Qinhe, too, had a reason to also tag along. Li Rongchen, on the other hand, was very opinionated about the third wheel's father. Chapter 327. But Li Rongchen had never even suggested that he wanted to get back together with her. 3. As his son didn't object to that and seemed especially happy, there was not much that Li Rongchen could do. Yan Shuyu might be slow but she wasn't stupid. She finally realized that all the righteous reasons that the boss had thrown out were simply for him to his own son as an excuse so he could barge in himself. He was, after all, the devil who almost drove the male lead insane. She, however, did not object to that. In fact, she was happy about it. The boss has always been a difficult one to read and she always had to speculate boldly and come to her own conclusion that he was jealous. Truth was, Yan Shuyu wasn't all that confident about it. She finally was able to have some real evidence this time. The only reason that the boss had done so much was, in the end of the day, him worrying that she and Yuanbao's father would be get together if they spent too much time together with each other. Yan Shuyu knew that they would never get back together. Not in this lifetime. But that did not stop her from feeling gleeful. Even the prideful boss was no exception. Tilda. Nevertheless, Yan Shuyu was way less happy after a few of her cozy days after, one night, when she got up to go to the bathroom, she saw the boss who should be sleeping in bed next to her was working in the side living room. Came to think about it, that would only make sense. The boss was one who had lots to take care of. If he was goofing off in the daytime, he would need to take care of his work at some other time. That made Yan Shuyu regret deeply. She had been wondering why the boss hadn't been looking his best as of late. In fact, there had been dark circles under his eyes. She had assumed that they were from him being jealous, but it was because he had been pulling all-nighters. As a woman who was all about the looks, pulling all-nighters was bad for the boss's health, but it also made her heart ache. Yan Shuyu couldn't just sit by and watch the boss, whose skin was better than even hers, do that to himself. She tried to drag him back to bed right away but he wouldn't budge. I have a few documents that they need first thing in the morning. Why don't you go back to bed yourself? Yan Shuyu knew that the boss's time could worth upward of millions, so she didn't dare to force him back to bed. It could have dire consequences. After some hesitation, she said, why don't you go back to work tomorrow instead of hanging out with us? No need, was all the boss said to her. His concisely clearly conveyed his determination. Then he turned his attention back to his work. Yan Shuyu stopped trying to talk him out of it. Partly because his decision had been made and partly she also worried that the more she said wouldn't make any difference other than causing him to stay up even longer. It was all her fault for being so dang attractive. Yan Shuyu returned to her bed after some more struggling. With all those that had happened, she wasn't able to fall back asleep either. She started pondering about how to change the boss's mind. She was acutely aware that the boss's jealousy was a testimony that he wasn't getting the sense of security from her. He worried that she would turn around and make up with Yuanbao's father. Li Rongchen had never said it out loud, but he looked at her lovingly all the time and surely looked like he was ready to sweep her off her feet at any given moment. She would need to have a heart-to-heart conversation with Li Rongchen and let him know that under no uncertain terms would the two of them get back together. That would be the only way to assure the boss. The problem was, Li Rongchen had never expressed his desire to get back together with her. As such, how was she going to turn him down? Chapter 328, but it still doesn't change the fact that I am a transmigrator. 1. Perhaps she had spent a little too much time thinking about it. She had a dream in the second half of the night. She dreamt that she was in a small but very warmly decorated room. Sitting on a chair, she was rocking a cradle in front of her. The baby inside the cradle was blowing bubbles at her and it made itself laugh after a little while. Yan Shuyu, however, did not laugh with him. She looked up and straight ahead. In front of the little dining area was an open kitchen. The kitchen only had an electric stove and not even an exhaust. Luckily, with the electric stove placed in front of the window, the grease from cooking would dissipate quickly. Inside of the little kitchen, there were all sorts of seasonings. A tall and skinny boy was busying himself inside there with his back to her. After a little while, an aroma filled the little room that she was in and a bowl of chicken soup that was still steaming was placed into her hands. Yan Shuyu felt that she gave the boy a big smile and immediately started on the soup. All of her senses in her dream were very clear. The thick aroma seemed to have enveloped her nose and she could taste the chicken soup well. Yan Shuyu felt that this very simple chicken soup with no good ingredients to speak of was the best chicken soup that she had ever had. Its taste went straight from between her teeth and tongue all the way to her heart. That was literally chicken soup for the soul. As Yan Shuyu was enjoying the chicken soup by herself, the boy, Zhang Shaolu, next to her, just watched her with his mouth cracked open. This seemed to be a regular occurrence between them. The very young-looking Zhang Shaolu said to her with determination, "If you like chicken soup, I will buy half a chicken every other day from the market and make it this way for you." She continued to enjoy the soup cheerfully without saying a word. Outside of the dream, Yan Shuyu could feel the sense of happiness and satisfaction that came from the heart. It was as though the bowl of chicken soup was all she would ever need. The one drinking was happy as was the one watching. Zhang Shaolu picked the baby up from inside of the cradle and helped him up high. The baby giggled. The higher he was tossed, the louder it giggled. It was snowing heavily outside, but the laughter inside of the little house never stopped. When Yan Shuyu woke it was already broad daylight. She did not feel cheerful the entire day as she was affected by her dream. The dream seemed normal enough, but there was a sinking feeling inside of Yan Shuyu. She figured that her dream was either part of the original owner's memory or one of her strongest desires. Nevertheless, why did it feel so much like she had truly experienced it herself? That was not important. The fact that she had this dream right after she had decided to have a talk with Yi Rongsen and to nip any possibilities off in the bud was sure a sign. As for whether it was a good or bad sign, she would need to revisit the story plotline to be sure. In the novel, the male lead had recounted his childhood multiple times, and each of them it was emphasized that the stepmother and son had tried to pull many tricks since the day they have joined their family. They had systematically tried to exclude him and badmouth him in front of his father. Truth was, Yan Shuyu had thought about that before. If the stepmother's intention was to succeed the Zhou family, then she ought to aggressively try to have more children. She should know that those in the Zhou family were no fools. They would never let an outsider take over the family business. The more children she had, the better her odds. Granted, whether the boss would allow her the opportunity to have more children was a different story. In the very minimum, having children was a standard move when it came to power struggle among a prestigious family. As for Zhou Yuanjie, as long as one of his half-brothers could take over control, his future would also be assured. Chapter 329, but it still doesn't change the fact that I'm a transmigrator. 2. The original owner, nevertheless, decided against that option right off the bat. She was very determined to fight for the best for her son as soon as she became a part of the prestigious family. She assisted her son in fighting for the boss's attention at the beginning, and later on, after he had grown up, assisted him in the fight to become the heir. Part of that was, naturally, her love for her son. But could she also attribute that to her loyalty toward her late husband? All in all, Yan Shuyu felt that perhaps the stepmother in the original novel was an evil woman, or that she could be seen a gold digger by others. But she had never wronged her husband or her son in the first half of her life. As such, even if she wanted to have a heart-to-heart with Yi Rongchen, she would not use a change of heart as a reason, even though she was, indeed, choosing the boss over Yi Rongchen. That being said, had it been the original owner who was to make this decision, she would undoubtedly choose to be with Yi Rongchen again. Meaning to say that, her problem now wasn't the opportunity to talk to Yi Rongchen but what she should be telling him. All these problems one after another were giving Yan Shuyu a headache. Perhaps they had been feigning amicability for too long and even Yi Rongchen was starting to get a bit impatient. Yan Shuyu was still struggling internally when Yi Rongchen suggested to have a private conversation, just the two of them. When they were done taking the children to the amusement park and was about to go and get dinner before they part ways, Yan Shuyu looked to the boss for his opinion before it even registered with her. Zhou Qinhe gave her a look and smiled magnanimously. "Why don't we just head back and have dinner at our place? We had never invited Mr. Yi to our place before." Yan Shuyu only felt that the boss was very out of character today. She asked him foolishly, "Are you sure about that?" As soon as she finished saying that, she realized how unnecessary that was. She was the head of household here as the place was put in her name. She quickly puffed her chest back out again and asked the two children for their opinion. "Are you two okay with that?" Zhang Yuanjie was still in the fresh phase of all this, so, naturally, he did not object to that. Even Zhou Yi quite liked Yuanbao's father, as Yuanbao's father would play many games with them and also pick him up and lift them up high. The two boys held Yi Rongchen's hand to have him go back home with them. They even wanted to share with him their favorite toys and snacks. An hour later, Yan Shuyu and Yi Rongchen were sitting across from each other in the study. This was just the second time the two were alone with each other. Days of hanging out together wasn't entirely fruitless. Compared to the first time the two of them were alone together, Yan Shuyu felt less distance and unfamiliarity. That being said, the two of them were still wordless for a while. After a long while, Yi Rongchen was the first to break the silence. Unlike his normally sunny image that he put up in front of the children, his smile was forced and bitter. "I know what you want to say, and I think you know what I want to say as well. I have paid special attention in the past few days, and Boss Zhou is, indeed, very nice to you." Had it not been that dream, Yan Shuyu would have just played along with that and let him know that this was a non-starter. Nevertheless, she was filled with sympathy for the original owner right now, and, looking at the disappointment on Yi Rongchen, she suddenly had a stroke of conscience and blurted out, "You don't need to be so sad. I am not choosing you, but this does not mean it is what Yuanbao's mother would have wanted." Chapter 330, but it still doesn't change the fact that I am a transmigrator. 3. Yi Rongchen's eyes flickered a little, then asked her, relatively calmly, "What do you mean by that?" Yan Shuyu paused for a little. She had already gone so far. Summoning up her courage, she said, perhaps you have heard of transmigration. She had gone above and beyond to keep the secret when she had first transmigrated over. There were many reasons she decided to tell the truth calmly this time. Respecting the original owner's feelings for Yi Rongchen might be the last thing that she could do for her. Besides, they were inside her own study right now and there were not surveillance cameras. She could very well deny that she had said that once they had walked out of this room. Or claimed that she was just joking. Besides, for the sake of little kiddo Zhang Yuanbao, she trusted that Yi Rongchen would keep her secret for her. But none of those were not the key to her willingness of taking the chance. The key to her was the boss. Her boss was so mighty and omnipotent, Yi Rongchen wouldn't be able to have her sent to a laboratory even if he had wanted to. The boss was still staying with her after the proposal and the reappearance of her son's real father. By now, Yan Shuyu's confidence in her own charm was inflated to no end. She had imagined that Yi Rongchen would find her words out there and unbelievable. Little did she expected him to bust out into a smile. It was a smile that was youthful and sunny, much like the one on Zhang Xiaolu in her dream. I know, you are a transmigrator. Yan Shuyu. Yan Shuyu was stunned silent. How did he know that? Seeing the disbelief on her, Yi Rongchen smiled and continued to say, I also know that your father's name was Yan Daiyu and your mother was Jung Yin. Your family owned 3 apartments and 2 storefronts, all of them belong to you. You are a single child and, oh, you transmigrated right after you have graduated college and your boyfriend's name was Song. Yan Shuyu was completely dumbfounded. How did you know all those? You told them to me yourself. Pausing for a little, the smile on Yi Rongchen disappeared. He gave her a complicated look and asked, do you not remember that anymore? I am panicking right now. Yan Shuyu downed an entire cup of tea in order to calm herself but she still found that hard to believe. So I didn't transmigrate halfway through. I am the villainous stepmother. She always thought that she represented righteousness, having spent all these years on guiding her villain son onto the right path. It turned out that she was the worst one of them all. Yan Shuyu felt that all of her beliefs had been crushed to dust. Yi Rongchen, too, was baffled by the last thing that she had said but he asked anyway, it was like you didn't have Mengpo soup. Asterisk you were born with memories from your previous life. Yan Shuyu found that even more difficult to accept. She clutched her own chest and said painfully, I was born a transmigrator, with my cheat and exceptionally look. So how did I end up where I was and didn't even graduate college? I was the worst transmigrator ever. Yan Shuyu didn't say that out loud but one could read that clearly on her. He quickly rushed to comfort her. You were very smart and was always the top student in your class. Every time your family wanted you to quit school, teachers from schools and even the higher-ups would come to your house and visit. Everybody knew that you were destined for college. You have also always told me that when we went to college, you would be able to move your household register out from that family and you will be free. They never gave you that chance and forced you to marry before then. Yan Shuyu went on painfully, but that still didn't change the fact that I am a transmigrator. Yi Rongchen, quote, ____. Mengpo soup, in Chinese mythology, something that one would drink in the afterlife before one reincarnates that would wipe one's memories of their past life. Chapter 331, Oh, that will not be necessary La. 1. Life can be so unpredictable. Yan Shuyu thought she would shock Yi Rongchen when she shared with him her secret but, lo and behold, she was the one shocked from what he had told her. She found the fact that she was transmigrated at birth difficult to accept. Mainly she couldn't believe how she would have allowed herself to get to the point of abject poverty and barely had enough money for food even after she had transmigrated with all of her past memories. Came to think about it though, it did make some sense. Ever since her transmigration, she had been thinking of the original owner as a stranger and, even though she had memories of most of the past, she had always assumed those were the original owner's memories. None of those made any sense. She knew nothing about the original owner's personality and had no way of imitating her. She couldn't even cook but Zhang Yuanjie never noticed the changes in her. Yan Shuyu had assumed that perhaps he didn't notice them because he was still young. Came to think about it, her son was someone who'd be writing the male lead over being the heir and almost succeeded in the future. As young as he may be, would he really be such a silly, fair, and sweet to not notice anything after his mother, his only family, had been swapped? All these details forced her to accept the fact that what Yi Rongchen had told her was true. Not to mention that Yi Rongchen had a lot of details about her previous life. How could she still not believe in it? Yan Shuyu still has a shred of curiosity left in her. If she was the original villainous stepmother, then she couldn't help but wonder how she suddenly lost all of her memories. Was it the loss of morality or the total annihilation of humanity? Asterisk. She had always thought that she had transmigrated over the night she bedded the boss, which meant to say that was the point that she had lost her memories. Yan Shuyu's imagination went completely wild. Perhaps her memories of her previous life were never that strong in her previous 20 years that she never made the association when she saw the boss and formulated her plans toward him. Life had been rough for her. Came to think about it, she didn't even have the chance to apply for college even with her past memories and got to the point where she had to work in a club and earn money with her looks. Everything pointed to the fact that she was way worse off than she had imagined. Those who had a rough life would, inevitably, be more pragmatic. If she was to earn money with her looks anyway, why not secure herself a meal ticket, parvenu riche? It'd only make sense that she started making the boss her target. Besides, he was so handsome and exactly her type. Bedding him was no big deal at all. She probably only thought of the boss as a potential candidate for a long-term meal ticket at the time. Halfway through the night, she must have suddenly recalled the plotline and that the boss was the male lead's father and she was the villainous stepmother who'd end up sent to jail by the male lead. Her precious son, on the other hand, was the villain stepbrother whom the male lead would set up and died a horrible death. For someone who only wanted to earn herself a wealthy lifestyle with her looks, perhaps she was unable to handle such a horrific outcome which had, in turn, led to the loss of her memories. Thinking about what a timid person that she was, her speculation was very reasonable. Why or how she had lost her memories wasn't important after all. She was happy now and it really didn't make too much difference whether she had transmigrated halfway through or from birth. Yan Shuyu, feeling that she had it all sorted out, decided to stop dwelling on this and placed all of her attention on her husband who showed up out of nowhere. Perhaps it was more apt to refer to him as her ex-husband. She did not, after all, recall all of her memories. Now that she realized that she was original owner, not only did Yan Shuyu wavered about her decision of choosing the boss, the last bit of burden had, in fact, been lifted off of her. ____. A recent-ish Chinese slang. Chapter 332, Oh, that will not be necessary La. 2. As for the fact that she had given birth to Zhang Yuanjie after being pregnant with him for 10 months, Yan Shuyu actually didn't have too much problems accepting that. As much as she had always referred to him as her instant son, she had been thinking of him as her real son for a while now. Confronting Yi Rongchen, however, reshaped her perspective on things a lot. Yan Shuyu had always thought of Zhang Shaolu as the old lover of original owner and she accepted his reappearance as a bystander and was happy about it. She thought that now that Zhang Yuanjie has his own father, their odds of avoiding their fates in the original novel was even better. She was, however, unable to forgive him if she was to look at this from the perspective of Zhang Yuanjie's birth mother. Yan Shuyu could see where Yi Rongchen was coming from. It's sure sheer luck that he had survived. His family had saved him in the very last minute and given him a second chance. From where he stood, he should be appreciative of them. That, nevertheless, did not mean that she could forget about what had happened to her and her son in the original novel. Naturally, she understood that the stepmother and her son brought their fate upon themselves. They had unrealistic expectations and greed. Zhang Yuanjie was envious of the male lead ever since he was a child. He was envious that Zhou Yi had a father from the very beginning. After he had grown up, he was envious that Zhou Yi was the heir of the Zhou's corporation and was born standing on the top of the food chain. As such, he was determined to fight over everything with the male lead. But, what if he was to have what the male lead had from the very beginning too? Had Yi Rongchen returned like he did right now, he would have father and his father's company that would go to him as well. Would he still need to go above and beyond to fight over what was the male lead's and finally meeting his tragic end? Yan Shuyu couldn't get over the original story plotline. It was difficult for her not to wondered that, had she not lost her memories and went to work over at Shine House, and that the video of her playing the piano did not become popular and allowed for Yi Rongchen to notice her, would he, much like in the original novel, never showed up again to the very end. Perhaps, Yi Rongchen was that close to never recalling any of these in this lifetime. He would be a happy second-generation official. He would take over his family business in the future and be a winner in life. He would also find a nice girl that was of his status, get married and have children with her and live out his happy life without ever realizing that he had another son somewhere out there. Yan Shuyu knew that she was being extremely double-standard right now. She was already planning on accepting the boss's proposal but was still upset when she thought about this. She thought long and hard and, finally, looking calmly at Yi Rongchen who was looking at her with a very concerned look and said, Then let me tell you another secret. One that you have no idea about. I have also read this novel in my previous life. It was a classic domineering CEO novel in which the male lead started out as a CEO from a prestigious family from the very beginning. What left me with the most last impression, though, was not the male lead, but his stepmother in his memories. The male lead's stepmother married his father with her son from her previous marriage when he was around 6 or 7 years old. His stepbrother was barely a year older than him but he was a scheming one. He knew to ostracize him ever since he was a child and would set him up in front of his father. Bit by bit, the stepbrother gained his father's trust and fondness. To a point that even outsiders thought they were half-brothers from the same father. Both of them joined the father's company when they grew up and began the battle over succeeding the company. All of these were already in the past at the beginning of the book. The male lead had already gained control of the company. The stepbrother, on the other hand, had a big plan when he started to lose the battle and wanted to plan the death of the male lead in a car accident. Lo and behold, he ended up in the car that had been altered and died a traumatic death. The stepmother, as his accomplice, went to jail for her crime as well. The name of the stepmother was never mentioned but the male lead's stepbrother's name was mentioned a few times. It was Zhang Yuanjie, and the male lead was Zhou Yi. Chapter 333, Oh, that will not be necessary La. 3. As she finished what she was saying, Yi Rongchen could not have been paler. Looking at her in disbelief, he said to her, Yanyan. Nobody wanted something like this to happen. Looking at how pale Yi Rongchen was, Yan Shuyu didn't feel redeemed nor did she want to lay more on him. She sighed and said, As such, can you imagine how complicated it all feels for me? They could have been unrelated strangers. As her son's father, they would certainly have a lot of contact with each other going forward. They might even become close friends over time. But now, given the current situation, they just might become enemy to each other any given minute. There was no way they could be friends. Yi Rongchen, too, remained silent for a long while before he struggled to ask, Then, are you going to marry him? Yan Shuyu replied honestly, I was on the fence before. Now that you have shown up, it had lent me confidence. Still the same thing that she had said before. Her not getting along with Yuanbao's father were matters between the adults. Yi Rongchen was still his birth father. She would not feel comfortable marrying the boss without the little kiddo's father being around. Yi Rongchen blinked and it looked like he was about to start crying any minute. He raised the corners of his lips and said in a forced cheerfulness. I guess I am still somewhat of use then. The man across from her didn't cry but tears started streaming down Yan Shuyu's cheeks. And she had no idea why she was crying. Perhaps her brain still retained some memories of their past and the tears still remembered them. Yi Rongchen handed over a tissue to her quietly and said to her in a low voice. There is something else that I want to discuss with you. I plan to bring Yuanbao back to add him onto our genealogy officially. He will be the only child that I will ever have. The elderlies are old school so we must have him added. That was such a determination to promise that Yuanbao would be the only child that he would ever have. Yan Shuyu was quite moved when she heard that and she felt less resentful toward him. Thinking about it for a little bit, she still added, It is fine just to add him to your genealogy. There is no need to never wed and have more children. Her son lost to the little male lead only because he didn't have the male lead halo. That being said, he did have the villain's halo. Even if Yi Rongchen was to have another 8 or 10 children from different mothers, she was confident that none of them would measure up to Yuanbao. Even if that was not the case, he would still have the boss and the little male lead on his side. As such, it would be fine for Yi Rongchen to be like her and get married and have children should he meet the right person. His determination alone made her halfway to forgiving him. Yan Shuyu didn't know that the look on her had finally relaxed. Yi Rongchen gave her a few profound looks before he looked away and said jokingly, I am afraid I will never meet anyone as pretty as you. Then I will have to stay single for life. That made Yan Shuyu happy and she decided to forgive him some more. Yi Rongchen took the opportunity to bring up another request. Can we delay your wedding to after we have added him onto our genealogy? Why? Asked Yan Shuyu curiously. Yi Rongchen tightened his lips some. He couldn't possibly say that he just didn't want things to go that smoothly for Boss Zhou. Finally, he smiled bitterly and said, I worry that Yuanbao would run off with Boss Zhou. Yan Shuyu assumed he was traumatized by the story arc and comforted him. Don't worry, Yuanbao would not change his last name to Zhou even if you had no reappeared. He has always had his birth daddy in mind. She had, nevertheless, agreed to Yi Rongchen's request. The whole Yi family's situation sounded like a lot of hassle and she probably wouldn't feel like getting married before that anyway. Chapter 334, Oh, that will not be necessary La. 4. Albeit unexpected, but the outcome of their heart-to-heart was very positive. Yan Shuyu, who had reached a consensus with Yi Rongchen, couldn't help but stood up and stretched. She thought herself that the problem of the century that had been plaguing her this entire time could not be considered as resolved, right? As soon as she had stood up, a light knocking came from the outside and little kiddo Zhang Yuanbao asked cheerfully from the outside. Mommy, are you two done talking? Dinner is getting cold. Yan Shuyu looked at the time. It was 6:15 p.m., just 10 minutes later than the usual dinner time. How could dinner already be cold? She asked as she walked toward the door. Where's your Uncle Zhou? Uncle Zhou had been watching cartoons with us. Yan Shuyu got it now. The boss, who would work instead of sleep, was watching cartoons with the kids. That was obviously not why he did that. She opened up the door, smiled, and asked, Uncle Zhou, had you come and get us? Zhang Yuanjia threw himself into her arms passionately and said in a low voice. Uncle Zhou kept looking at his watch. He didn't want mommy to get too hungry. Yan Shuyu almost busted out laughing. The boss was getting cuter and cuter when he got jealous tilde. Neither Yan Shuyu nor Yi Rongchen said it out loud, but it was understood that the content of this conversation was a secret for just the two of them. Perhaps when she was really, really old, and was about to die, and if she was still with the boss and they were still as happily together as they were right now, she would choose to share this secret with him. She didn't plan on sharing them with him for the time being. As such, after dinner, after sending the guest away, and after the kids were settled in, Yan Shuyu only discussed with the boss matters about accompanying little kiddo Zhang Yuanbao to Beijing to be officially accepted into the Yi family. Yi Rongchen only mentioned bringing the little kiddo with him and did not mention Yan Shuyu. Yan Shuyu trusted that Yi Rongchen has his son's best interest in mind and would take good care of him. But she was his real mother and wanted to make sure that he would not be treated unfairly at any given point. The best way to ensure that was to accompany him. After all, the little kiddo had never been away from her ever. Zhou Qinhe gave her a disapproving look. Is that necessary? Yuanbao will be my child after we get married. He can adopt my last name and I will redo the will. He will be treated the same as Xiao Yi. Being so direct had never been the boss's usual style. His words could not be clearer and left no room for misinterpretation. Yan Shuyu, too, was very touched after she heard that. Inferiority complex, in addition to jealousy, might also be part of the reasons why the villainous stepbrother always wanted to compete with the male lead over just about everything. His voluntarily wanted his last name changed to Zhou suggested that he was well aware that his status was different than that of the male lead after his mother married into the Zhous. Neither did the boss in the novel treated the two children equally. Had he done what he was about to do now and set up the rule that they would be equals before the wedding, perhaps the villainous stepbrother would be so touched that he decided to return the favor with the male lead and be good brothers with him. That being said, the differences between reality and the original novel also gave Yan Shuyu more confidence about the future. With the boss's words, she was even more certain that she and her son would have a happy ending. Just to be safe, however, she declined the boss's offer and smiled and said to him matter-of-factly, he is one of the Yis. That is what is rightfully his. Zhou Qinhe paused a little and experienced a minorly perturbed feeling. As the sole heir of the Zhou family, his clan was not something that he took lightly. He wasn't even sure if he would regret that decision, but he was willing to risk all that for her. Nevertheless, she had turned him down oh so casually. That made him felt that his punch had landed in a bag of cotton. That made him feel perturbed. Her accepting Yi Rongchen's suggestion meant that he would remain in their lives for good. Chapter 335 Getting Married. Hurrah! Hurrah! 1. Boss Zhou had not felt so mistreated ever since Yan Shuyu had become his girlfriend. He couldn't help but held onto her hand tightly but still needed to put up the cool front. When are you taking off? As early as possible. The sooner we go, the sooner we can have it all taken care of. Zhou Qinhe pressed his lips together quickly, smiled and said, okay, let's all go together then. Yan Shuyu was well aware that the boss was a jealous man, so she wasn't surprised by his decision. She still asked, nevertheless, I don't know how long that will take. What about your work? There's an office in capital city. I can easily work from there. Zhou Qinhe put his arm around her and said to her tenderly, you and Yuanbao are more important. Yan Shuyu's lips were curving up madly, but she still pretended to be cool and said, no, you don't need to. That's too much to ask of you. Not at all, said Boss Zhou casually, and we can buy some properties over there while we are at it. After Yuanbao had rejoined the Yi family, he might have to go and visit the elders from time to time. That way we can accompany him as well. Yan Shuyu had initially thought that the trip to the capital and having his son included into the Yi's genealogy would be a big challenge, yet they were able to accomplish that quite easily. Perhaps partly because Yi Rongchen had done a good behind-the-scene job with managing his parents and other elders' expectation, or that she had the boss behind her, which allowed the Yi's parents no choice but to accept the fact. All in all, the interaction between the two families was quite pleasant. Yan Shuyu had planned to visit the Yis with Zhang Yuanjie. After all, if her son was to join the Yis officially, it was only right for them to visit the elders proactively. That being said, they day that they arrived at the capital when Yi Rongchen related his parents' intention to have them rest up and that the banquet would be held at the Yis the next day to welcome them. If the Yi's parents were to hold a banquet, she should be able to assume that was the goodwill. This was much better than Yan Shuyu had originally anticipated and, as such, she had agreed to it cheerfully. The very next morning, she took the two little kiddos dressed properly in their suits and ties and headed to the hotel that they were to meet at with the boss. They had declined the chauffeur that the Yi family had offered up. The boss was a man with businesses worldwide. Getting a ride was not a problem to him at all. They met up with the Yi's parents at the hotel before 11 a.m. The Yi's parents looked exactly how Yan Shuyu had pictured them. It stood to reason that with Yi Rongchen being such a handsome man, both his parents were also very pleasing to the eyes. As for their auras, Father Yi was somewhat similar to that of the boss. They have an easygoing look on them, but just standing there made others feel that they would not want to try anything stupid. That must be the rumored aura of one with authority. That might be the reason that Father Yi and the boss had somewhat hit it off, or at least able to keep the conversation going. Contrarily, Yan Shuyu and Mother Yi were more awkward together. Yan Shuyu wasn't able to forgive Yi Rongchen before, but, at the end of the day, that was the fault of the Yi's parents. That being said, the fact that they had saved Yi Rongchen was also the truth. Yan Shuyu had no idea whether Yi Rongchen was really dead in the original novel or lived out his new life without ever recalling her and her son. Nevertheless, if she was to choose, the latter was probably the better of the two options. Yi Rongchen was, after all, her son's birth father. It was better that he had survived than both of them being gone. Chapter 336 Getting Married. Hurrah! Hurrah! 2. Perhaps, what Father and Mother Yi had done wasn't that awful after all. Now that her son had reunited with his father and would be added officially onto the Yi's genealogy, all the more it was difficult for Yan Shuyu to criticize them from a moral high ground. That being said, Yan Shuyu was never a very forgiving person. She couldn't just pretend that nothing had happened. As such, she wasn't sure what to make of all this. After sitting around silently with Mother Yi for a while, Mother Yi was the one who finally broke the silence. She asked in a low voice, "I heard that you are about to get remarried." Yan Shuyu nodded. "Congratulations," said Mother Yi. She even turned and looked at Zhou Qinhei as she spoke. She didn't say anything else, but she was probably expressing her approval of Yan Shuyu's choice. The boss was, after all, a very outstanding man. Yan Shuyu had no problem accepting Mother Yi's approval. That was right. She was that good at picking out a man for herself. Yuanbao, that's his nickname, right? Mother Yi was trying to strike up a conversation again. She didn't have much to talk about with Yan Shuyu, but the way she looked at Zhang Yuanjie was very tender. Her reserved look turned into a loving one, and she was short of having, "My oldest grandson was so handsome," written all over her face. She looked like she wanted to pull him into her arms and all sorts of dote on him. Unfortunately, she would not have the opportunity to do so. Zhang Yuanjie's fondness toward his father was not something instinctual but from his mother's, planting. Albeit that wasn't Yan Shuyu's original intention, but her speech of how wonderful Daddy was had certainly planted a seed in the little kiddo's mind. As such, he may have been envious that Xiao Yi had a father after he had got to know Uncle Zhou, and Xiao Yi, he was never jealous of him. The more wonderful he found Uncle Zhou, the prouder he was, as his father was every bit as wonderful as Uncle Zhou in his mind. Meaning to say that his admiration and closeness toward Uncle Zhou stemmed from his image of his own father. That was very different than how he had wanted to turn Uncle Zhou into his own father in the original novel. When Yi Rongchen, his birth father, showed up, all of his fantasy and imagination made it very easy for him to accept and get used to having a father. Mother and Father Yi, on the other hand, did not receive the same treatment. Zhang Yuanjie, who was still just a grade school student, had only heard about his father from his mother. He had no idea that he had grandparents, and all of the elders in the Yi family were strangers to him. His mother had only mentioned that he would be meeting some of Daddy's relatives and elders during his trip to the capital with his dad, Mom, and Uncle Zhou. Once he was added to the genealogy, he would officially be father and son with his dad. Zhang Yuanjie didn't have much concept about his grandparents. As such, when the little kiddo, who had a lot of principles, stepped inside of the private room and saw that the unfamiliar pair of middle-aged couple wanted to hug him, he had reflexively taken a step back with some resentment on his face. He might look to be outgoing, cheerful, and a sweet talker, but he still somewhat resisted the idea of getting close to strangers. Father and Mother Yi froze on the spot right away. Because of that incident, they were much more reserved afterward. They couldn't help but look at Zhang Yuanbao all the time, and their lips curved upward uncontrollably, but they dared not reach out to him again, worried that they would scare away their oldest grandson. Yan Shuyu, who had witnessed all that, was happy. From what Yi Rongchen had told her previously, she thought his parents were fond of neither herself nor her son. As it turned out, she was the only one that they disliked, and the little kiddo was just collateral damage. Now that they have seen their oldest grandson alive and well in front of them, the elders had fallen in love with him immediately. The cautiousness and awkwardness from the authoritative father and Mother Yi toward a 7-year-old child probably suggested a feeling of guilt on their part. Chapter 337 Getting Married. Hurrah! Hurrah! 3. That was all Yan Shuyu needed to know. She felt much better now. All she cared about was whether they cared about her son wholeheartedly. After all, happiness was important, and she was not one to dwell on the details. Mother Yi was still going on. Yuanbao's generation uses the Heng character in the names. Why don't we change his name to Yi Hengjie? We can still refer to him as Yuanbao or Yuanjie in private. Yan Shuyu didn't want him to change his name. She felt that Zhang Yuanjie was a pretty good name already, and also quite fitting for a male lead of a romance novel. For sure she was the one who came up with it originally. There was not much she could say or do as far as adding his name onto the genealogy was concerned, other than following their rules and changing his name to Yi Hengjie. At least part of her original effort was retained. Yan Shuyu was pleased about that. Patting the little kiddo, she asked with a smile, "What do you think?" Zhang Yuanjie nodded without any objection. He even knew to express his appreciation. "Thank you, Grandma." "You are welcome." Mother Yi had a big smile on her immediately, and she took the opportunity to chat with him. Great-grandpa and great-grandma along with many aunties and uncles will be home to meet you day after tomorrow. The Zhou was not a big family and, before that, it was just Zhang Yuanjie and his mother. He didn't think that he'd one day come across all these terms that he had only heard of from textbooks before. His eyes widened curiously. Seeing that he was interested in the topic, Mother Yi went into further details. She even mentioned to him about returning to their old home in Yang and have an official ceremony in a temple to show their appreciation to their ancestors. Zhang Yuanjie found all of those very interesting. Mother Yi changed the subject abruptly and said, "Our Yuanbao likes piano, right? Grandma will go with you to buy a piano tomorrow so you can play for her in the future. What do you think?" Zhang Yuanjie nodded inadvertently and only noticed that perhaps he should not have done that after he had done so. He quickly turned to look at his mother. Yan Shuyu wasn't someone that petty. The fact that Mother Yi was able to get close to her son so quickly partly was due to her ability and patience but also because she truly cared about the little kiddo. Her son for sure wasn't a foolish, fair, and sweet who'd lose his mind when someone just sweet-talk him a little. Yan Shuyu didn't mind that at all. She nodded and said, "Sure, you can go." Zhang Yuanjie, even after his mother's approval, did not forget about his good brother. He quickly reached out, held his hand, and said, "And Xiao Yi is coming with too." Before Yan Shuyu could say anything, Mother Yi had already nodded like someone without any principles. "Sure, bring your brother with too." Yan Shuyu couldn't help but sigh that such was the power of a skipped generation. The elegant and graceful Mother Yi no longer resembled a high lady in front of her oldest grandson. And, just like that, plans had been made happily. Yi Rongchen came with his father and mother early next morning to pick the children up. Yan Shuyu and the boss did not join them. The two planned to take the opportunity to look at houses. Even though the boss said they would be buying properties in the capital, but that really was not necessary. He had properties over the entire world and, naturally, quite a few in the capital as well. All of them in wealthy and nice locations. Yan Shuyu's job was to pick up a couple that she liked from all of these and communicate her ideas with the remodeling team. Then all was left was just for them to be readied for moving in. After all, now that her son had rejoined the Yi family, they would probably be traveling here quite often over the summer and winter holidays and would be staying for a while each time. It was best to decorate them to her likings. They spent quite a few days in the capital and went with the Yi family to visit their hometown and, finally, Zhang Yuanjie's magnificent act of rejoining the Yi family had come to a conclusion and his name had officially been changed to Yi Hengjie. Yan Shuyu didn't have too much time to feel emotional about that before the boss had dragged her back to start the wedding planning. The very first thing that needed her attention was to pick out a location. The boss had someone brought over information on a few private islands and had her pick one out of them. Yan Shuyu was very dumbfounded at first. Rich people were this upscale already. Not even a yacht or a castle was good enough. Now a private island is the standard. Once she started reading the information and watching the video clips on these islands, she was excited right away. So wonderful to be getting married. They even owned the private island and could name it with their anniversary. The boss was truly wonderful. Chapter 338 The two of them French kissed for a whole minute. 1. The boss was wealthy and generous and looked to have no care about the cost as long as Yan Shuyu was happy. As such, Yan Shuyu didn't feel bad about picking the expensive options at all. That being said, once she had married the boss and became Mrs. Zhou, what was his would become hers. That seemed the wrong kind of mentality to have for a housewife. Nevertheless, this was her first wedding over her 2 lives. It might be her second marriage on paper but it was her first wedding. Even Yan Shuyu felt that she had not been treated fairly. She would only be satisfied if this wedding would bring her triple the happiness. Yan Shuyu had never been this enthusiastic about the wedding. Gradually, she had become the mastermind behind the wedding. The team of wedding planners used to consult Boss Zhou for his opinions before they symbolically run it through Yan Shuyu. After communicating for a few times, however, they started noticing that it was much more useful communicating with Mrs. Zhou and all Boss Zhou ever did was just nodding in front of his wife and they had since stopped doing that. As a world-renowned wedding planning team had serviced many celebrities, film emperors and the like, they had a lot of discussions and speculations when it came to their newest clients. After all, the fiancée of Boss Zhou, someone from the top among the influential families, was not a lady from a matching background, nor someone possessing high academic achievement or intelligence. She was not even single. The woman who was about to become Mrs. Zhou was a common woman, a piano teacher whose son was even slightly older than Boss Zhou's. That in and of itself brought about many speculations. Their team had been in the upper-class circle for a while now and had seen couples from very different backgrounds. All of them speculated that the future Mrs. Zhou must be a particular pretty and tender woman, which was why she was able to earn Boss Zhou's fondness so. When they met their client for the first time, they realized that Mrs. Zhou was indeed very pretty, the stunning kind of pretty, in fact. Nevertheless, she couldn't be any farther from tender and attentive. Whenever they asked for their opinions, Mrs. Zhou was the first to start talking and that didn't seem to bother Boss Zhou at all. He would add hot tea for Mrs. Zhou from time to time, slice up an apple for her and, when Mrs. Zhou finished with her rambling and looked over at him, nodded with agreement. Those are great ideas, I agree. It wasn't difficult to tell that this was how they interacted normally. Nevertheless, these were their favorite kind of clients. Many new couples had a lot of ideas about the wedding and as they chatted, they would start bickering with each other. That put them in a very difficult position, not knowing whose opinion to listen to. As it was obvious that Mrs. Zhou had the final say, this was not a situation that they would encounter. As surprised as the wedding planning team was, they were happy about the situation. That being said, rumors of Boss Zhou being afraid of his wife began to spread. Yan Shuyu, naturally, had no idea about her newfound reputation. She wasn't even aware that she had final say in the family. She merely immersed herself entirely into the wedding planning. The wedding planning started in November and the wedding date was set for January. Both children would be on vacation and the entire family could go on the honeymoon together. With the 2 months of active preparation, the private island with beautiful scenery had changed drastically. Yan Shuyu's taste was tacky. Most others prefer to use pure and sacred lilies for weddings but, when asked by the wedding planning team, she replied with roses with no hesitation. And red roses on top of that. She felt that only red roses were good enough to bring out her beauty. Yan Shuyu's request was executed perfectly. When she visited the island with the kiddos before the wedding and checked on the outcome, she found out that the entire island was drowned in fiercely red roses. Chapter 339. The two of them French kissed for a whole minute. 2. The contrast between the blue sky, blue water, and red roses was striking and dazzling. Yan Shuyu had an idea, but other guests, such as Manager Yang and the others, were stunned instantly when they saw the glaring red roses the moment they stepped off of the private plane. They had initially thought that this island had always a lot of roses planted. Yan Shuyu's little buddies were sure to have dropped to their knees and shouting out, 666, when they found out from the worker's introduction that Zhou Qinhei had the roses translated here because red roses was the madam's favorite and she wished to use that as the main flowers for the wedding. Boss Zhou's generosity was too shocking, to the point that when Manager Yang met up with Yan Shuyu at the bride's lounge, he couldn't help but made fun of her. Now that you have become Mrs. Zhou, is money just a number to you? Boss Zhou planted red roses on the entire island just because you want to see them at your wedding. Is that 6 or what? Yan Shuyu's initial idea was as plain and simple as that of her little buddies. She only wished to have some red roses brought over for decoration at the wedding. How'd she to know that money wasn't a thing for the boss at all, and, once he had found out that she liked red roses, had people planted red roses all over the island. That was for sure the action of a bad emperor who'd put a beauty over his country. She was dumbfounded for quite a while after stepping foot on the little island. Oh, so you didn't know about this ahead of time? Manager Yang rubbed his chin and chuckled after he heard that. That must have made you very happy. Yan Shuyu was so happy that she couldn't stop nodding. Because of this act of the boss's, she had certainly been very happy these last few days and was very much looking forward to the day of the wedding. Everybody knows that roses represent love. 99 roses were enough to convey one's real emotions. 9099 was for sure true love. Their boss was certainly no ordinary people. It was either nothing or an entire island of roses. Had this been leaked onto the web, she would for sure be the headlines on the entire internet. The two of them had been getting along so well because Manager Yang could more or less follow the way Yan Shuyu's mind worked. He could tell what was going through her mind just from her look. Smiling, he asked, roses stand for love. So countless roses from Boss Zhou means his love for you could stand the test of time. You city dwellers are really something. Even though the wedding that was an eye-opener to all of the guests and lasting memory for life was not posted online and did not get the attention of the public, Yan Shuyu still experienced the treatment of being the female lead in an idol drama. The entire wedding was recorded by cameras from 8 different angles. This magnificent wedding was drawn to a close by Yi Hangjie. Speaking of, this wedding was an eye-opener for all the guests not only because of its senseless luxuriousness but also how it was not confined by the traditions. Usually there would be a flower boy and girl at the wedding. Yi Hangjie was already too tall to be a flower boy and even Zhou Yi was pushing the age limit. Nevertheless, there were only 2 particularly handsome boys in their white and black suits and ties holding up the train of Yan Shuyu's wedding gown for her. The two even performed, to Li's, as the close of the ceremony. The amazing performance of the 2 handsome boys won over a lot of applause from the guests. Yan Shuyu and the boss, as the newlyweds receiving everybody's congratulations, sat in very middle. Smiling, Zhou Qinhei leaned into her ear and asked her softly, are you happy? Yan Shuyu turned toward him and nodded affirmatively. Seeing the handsome boss in such high spirit, she was attracted by his charm uncontrollably. She couldn't help but lifted her head and wanted to kiss him on the corner of his mouth in order to express how emotional she was at the moment. Nevertheless, she had miscalculated the angle and, as soon as she had stuck her head over, their lips touched each other's. A large hand, with a wedding band, also wrapped around her waist immediately. The actions of the bride and groom, naturally, attracted a lot of attention. Their interaction immediately fired up the entire venue and, as such, Yan Shuyu and the boss performed a French kiss, initiated by her, that lasted an entire minute while everybody whistled at them. _. Chapter 340. Feeling relieved, the two of them traveled the world. 1. After the marriage, Yan Shuyu had discussed with the boss about having a 3rd child. That was right. If they were to have another child, she would see that as her 3rd. Ever since the wedding, the little male lead had no problem changing the way he referred to her from Auntie Yan to Mom. With another child happily calling her Mom every day, Yan Shuyu started feeling like she truly had 2 sons. The little young master might look more and more solemn when he was outside of the house, but he certainly had the youngest child feel when he was in front of Yan Shuyu. Yi Jiarang had started grade school officially and felt that he was now a man. Slowly, he was no longer comfortable with gluing to his mother all the time like he used to. Zhou Yi, just 6 months younger than him, did not have the same issue. The more mature and independent Yi Jiarang was, the more Zhou Yi seemed to be children. This had further Yan Shuyu's feel of, the older child was all grown but the younger one was still coquettish. As such, she already had an older and younger son and they could keep each other company perfectly. She felt that even if the family owned mines, this would still fall into the unnecessary hassle category. As grand as her reasonings were, the most important one was that Ye still felt like she was a baby herself, one that was forever in her early 20s. She didn't want to have another child. Not in this lifetime. She had already forgotten about giving birth the first time and she had no intention of revisiting that. Zhou Qinhei acknowledged Yan Shuyu's excuse. Both little kiddos changed the way they referred to the two of them at the same time. Even though Yi Hangjie did not adopt his last name, but he had been referring to him as Dad everywhere they went. He would only refer to him as Daddy Zhou when Yi Rongchen was around in order to distinguish between the two of them. Zhou Qinhei had already treated the 2 children equally even before they had gotten married. As such, he was a bit speechless when she used it as a reason to not have a 3rd. Unlike some other rich people, he would not ask his wife to have lots of children just because they were wealthy. That being said, he still wished to have a child between the 2 of them. Surely, they didn't need more sons in the family, but wouldn't a girl just be perfect? When Yan Shuyu gave him the excuse from the moral high ground, even the articulate boss Zhou was speechless for a little while. While he was contemplating how to convince her, she, too, was working hard at it. She had readied another perfect reason. Both children had finally grown up and even Xiao Yi was about to attend grade school. They could finally have some time to themselves instead of focusing all of their time and energy on the children. If they were to have a baby right now, that would be another 7 to 8 years before they would be able to have some free time from them. Wouldn't it be better to enjoy their own time instead? Perhaps Boss Joe was moved by the time to themselves part. He finally double-checked with her, "You really don't want to have another?" Yan Shuyu replied with an affirmative, yes. Zhou Qinhei felt a bit regretful about that but finally consented. Whatever that he had promised Yan Shuyu, he pretty much never go back on his words. As such, Yan Shuyu was able to have her wish and spent over 10 years with the boss without being bogged down with childcare. She did not find her days boring at all. Quite the contrary, she was quite happy every day. Nevertheless, life has always been unpredictable. When she was at the high-risk age of 38 and the boss was well into his 40s and had pretty much given up having children, she was pregnant unexpectedly. It was for real this time. They had run out of condoms one day and she figured that it was during her safe period, so she didn't take the morning after pills either. After all, neither she nor the boss were spring chicks anymore, and that was exactly how the accident happened. Yan Shuyu was completely dumbfounded when the result came back. Even the 3 other men in the house were stupefied, with the boss perhaps the one most pleasantly surprised. Chapter 341. Feeling relieved, the 2 of them traveled the world. 2. Both Yi Hangjie and Zhou Yi had wondering whether their mother would bring them a little sister to play with them when they were little. Now that they were 19 and 18 years old, they were already college students at their prime. They had mixed feelings when they learned that they would be having a little brother or sister. Granted, since it had happened, even Yan Shuyu, who didn't want to go through childbirth, did not want to abort her baby. The baby was now inside of her and she should take up on the responsibility. Gritting her teeth, she prepared herself to be a high-risk, pregnant woman. Boss Joe and others also quickly accepted the fact and started the preparation. Truth was, as much as Yan Shuyu was no longer a spring chick, she wasn't exactly a high-risk pregnant woman either. Even the experts in OBGYN reassured her that there was nothing to worry about. She was healthy and, combining that with some prenatal planning, she wouldn't experience too much difficulty. What the experts had told her were not entirely true. Even with a team of professionals taking care of her, Yan Shuyu only felt that the discomfort was tolerable. There was nothing easy about it as she was pregnant with twins. Yan Shuyu's babies did not let her suffer for too long. Instead of the full 10 months, they arrived after just 8.5 months, and it was a smooth delivery at that tilde. The little prince and little princess that the Zhou family had been waiting for were born. The siblings looked identical and, when they were sleeping with their heads touching each other's, not even their birth mother could tell them apart. Yan Shuyu had suffered a lot for her 2 babies. The pregnancy and the delivery were arguably the most difficult time in her entire life. Nevertheless, she felt very redeemed when she looked at the 2 super cute babies. Instead, she felt very accomplished. They 2 of them would be another 2 extremely attractive individuals when they grew up. What a contribution on her part. Yan Shuyu was merely feeling a little bit of pride herself. The boss, who was normally low-key and stable like a rock, was acting completely out of character. He was already sending out invitations to celebrate the baby's first month on the 3rd day after their birth. Even Secretary Liu, who was tasked with sending out the invitation, was stupefied. Was her boss spellbound wanting to send out the invitations at such an early time? Nobody knew whether Boss Joe was spellbound, but that was not the point. The point was that, once the invitations had been sent, everybody, whether they had received an invitation or not, learned that Boss Joe was still very mighty at his age. Everybody was envious that he had a pair of twins in his 40s. Yan Shuyu, who was now the respectable Madame Zhou, was once again a well-talked-about person in the ladies' circle. Whether it was before or after their wedding, Yan Shuyu had only showed up in public events with the bosses of ours. She never formed any bonds with anyone in this circle. After all, they were not all that compatible. These rich ladies only seemed friendly to her on the outside but would gossip about her behind her back. Yan Shuyu had always been one who'd draw aggro to herself. With her look, there were as many people who disliked her as those who liked her. She had no background of any sort. No one could understand how this ugly duckling was able to weasel into their circle and be doted on by Boss Joe to the extent that he did. He even saw that son of hers as his own, and his own son was also as close to her as if she was his real mother. Her son had grown up nicely as well. His real father had both money and family background, and Yan Shuyu truly had it all. As such, those who were born into this circle but were not doing as well as her were unhappy. They would gossip about how she only looked like she had it all in appearance. Boss Joe didn't cheat on her because he was a man of honor. And that if what he had for her was true love, he would have had more children with her. As it stood, the humongous business of the Zhou family would only go to the young master that was not related to her by blood. As for her own son, his father was still young. He just might get married one day and have a son at his old age. Then he would no longer care as much about his oldest son that had grown very close with his stepfather. As such, Yan Shuyu mother and son would end up with nothing. Chapter 342. Feeling relieved, the 2 of them traveled the world. 3. When everybody thought about how Madame Zhou has been living it up now but how grim her future would be, they felt a sense of comfort. Everybody was stupefied when Yan Shuyu had given the boss a pair of boy and girl without warning, and, to the point that, Boss Joe, who had always been a low-key person, would host a massive 1-month banquet for them. 10 years of nothingness and then both a boy and a girl at the same time. How could one be that lucky? The ladies that socialized with Yan Shuyu on a regular basis had mixed emotions. Yan Shuyu, naturally, had no idea about any of those. After all, whenever they were in front of her, they were as friendly as they could be. Especially during the 1-month banquet, with the smiles as bright as theirs, anyone who didn't know better would think that they were the ones who had just given birth to a pair of children. The little prince and princess were born in deep winter, and it was New Year shortly after the 1-month banquet. When Yi Hangjie and Zhou Yi were still young, their routine was the entire family visiting the capital during every summer and winter break. That way Yi Hangjie would be able to spend some time with his grandparents. This had, of course, changed after the pair of brothers attended college, as they were already attending college in the capital. Yi Hangjie could meet up with the Yi family whenever he wanted, and Yi and Zhou Yi would return home to spend time with Yan Shuyu over the summer and winter breaks. That way, however, Yi Hangjie would not be able to say New Year greetings to the elders. The New Year tradition was important to the Yi family and, as his great-grandfather was still around, they wanted to be nice to him so they would take turns in spending New Year in the capital. Yi Hongjie spent New Year home the previous year and was going to head to the Yi family this year. He didn't want to part with his little brother and sister, so he stayed as long as he could. Now that his siblings' one-month banquet was over, he had no more reasons to stay. He said goodbye reluctantly to his cute little sister before he headed to the capital with his birth father. That was right, Yi Rongchen attended the children's one-month banquet as well. In fact, he had given him a pair of rare and precious jade lock as gifts. It was obvious that he had this prepared a long time ago. With the exception of her immediate family, Yi Rongchen was the next person who also cared a lot about Yan Shuyu, the high-risk, pregnant woman. The month that the twins were born, he visited her no less than 5 times and even drove there on the day she had given birth. Normally the boss would not have been too pleased with him caring so much about his wife giving birth, but now things had changed. The Zhou's prince and princess, at 1 month of age, looked very much like their mother between their eyes and brows, but their nose and mouth looked exactly like their father. These 2 babies were the product of their love, and Zhou Qinhe had finally moved on from the issue. Not only did Boss Zhou, who was very pleased now that he had both sons and daughter, not mind the gift from Yi Rongchen. When he saw the little princess grabbing on the jade lock and having a lot of fun playing with it with her chubby little paw with dimples, he was genuinely pleased about Yi Rongchen's gift. The newly born brother and sister was so much fun that Yi Hongjie, not getting his fill even after video chatting with them every day on his cell phone, rushed home on the 4th from his grandparents before he even had the chance to say New Year greetings to the other relatives and elders. While he was gone, Zhou Yi had already mastered the skill of feeding and changing diapers for his sister. Yi Hongjie, as the older brother, was being very petty and threw himself into learning the skills of a qualified babysitter. Unfortunately, Zhou Yi had already taken over their sister, and only limited to the time when the boss was at work. Once the boss was home from work, neither one of them could get their hands on their sister. As such, Yi Hongjie had no choice but to practice on his little brother. Chapter 343. Feeling relieved, the 2 of them traveled the world. 4. With the demanding tasks like feeding and changing diapers being fought over, the several nannies that Secretary Liu had hired away from others with high salary were baffled as to the reasons that they were there. The entire family was immersed in the joy of taking care of the little babies, but Yi Hongjie had a little problem of his own and he looked for an opportunity to talk about it with Yan Shuyu privately. Grandpa complained to me over the New Year that Dad refused to go to any of the arranged dates that she had set up for him. She asked me to talk to Dad. Yan Shuyu asked curiously, why did she ask you to talk to him? Can't your grandparents talk to him themselves? Yi Hongjie shook his head. He wasn't exactly siding with them, but he could feel their pain. They had aged a lot in the last couple of years. Perhaps they worried too much about Dad. A few times Grandma broke down in tears when she mentioned Dad. Now Yan Shuyu was surprised. She hadn't been seeing the Yi family a lot ever since her son had been officially added onto their genealogy. At most she had met up with father and mother Yi once every 3-5 years. It wasn't like they had a lot in common to talk about. She found that hard to believe. Nevertheless, what is going on with your dad? Nothing. They just want him to be with someone. They said that his childhood was sad enough and that he would be all alone again after they have passed away without someone to even talk to. It's very sad. Yi Hongjie had mixed feeling about this as well. He didn't fully grasp it when he was earlier and only slowly figuring out what had happened back in the days. Sometimes he thought that it was all his grandparents' fault and nobody else's. But they had always loved him unconditionally since he was a child. As soon as he was of age legally, his grandmother had transferred over all of her shares to him. Should he decide to join the board of directors, he would have as much say as his father did. Also happening when he was 18 was his performance on New Year Eve. His name had become a household name ever since then. He had been known with his achievement in piano since he was a child and was somewhat known within the entertainment circle as well as internationally. That being said, he was aware that many more senior than him were more talented than he was. If it wasn't his grandfather's behind-the-scene effort, he probably had another 6 to 7 more years to go to be able to get onto this stage. The couple had made sure that his future would be as smooth as possible. Yi Hongjie felt bad for his mother on one hand but also had mixed feeling toward the old couple. Yan Shuyu, on the other hand, didn't think that far. Lamented a little, she asked, well, what are you thinking? Yi Hongjie said with slight embarrassment, I feel that Dad is quite fond of little sister. He is still young now. Having another little sister in another year or so isn't a bad idea at all. One could never have too many soft and cute little sisters, right? Yi Hongjie couldn't help but looked over at Yan Shuyu, worried that she would not like that idea very much. Yan Shuyu waved her hand without a shred of worries. Then you really should have a good talk with him. Okay. Yi Hongjie smiled and nodded, as though a burden had been lifted off of him. What he didn't mention was that his grandmother subtly and not so subtly suggested for his mother to help talk to his dad. He knew as well as anyone else that if anyone could change his dad's mind on this matter, it would be his mother. He also understood that his mother and father had been separated for many years and no longer had anything to do with each other. Any way they look at it, his mother should get involved in this. What they didn't know was that her words really didn't carry as much weight as they thought. She had already told Yi Rongchen exactly that some 10 years ago that he should get married and have children if the opportunities arose, but he never listened. As such, it was no surprise that Yi Hongjie had failed to talk him into it as well. Yi Rongchen remained a single, handsome man and never even dated again, never mind getting married, even after the Zhou family's little princess had gotten married. Yan Shuyu, chic as usual, also did not partake in caring for her young grandsons and granddaughters as a young grandmother. Her second daughter-in-law was that virtuous female lead in the original novel. Without the need to be the bridge between the male lead and his father, the female lead had turned into a crazy baby lover and loved not only her own children but also her nieces and nephews. She was short of opening up her own daycare center. Yan Shuyu, completely freed from all responsibilities, was able to travel the world with the now retired boss. The end.